Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Sailing Thunder Fruit, Susanoo descends in God Valley. 1 SD Chapter 1 Revenge Sea Circle Calendar 1481. The islands near Skull Island are Saipan and the Kingdom of Garcia. A group of pirates landed on the island, led by a tall man with 2 horns on his head, a mace iron rod in his hand, and a gloomy look on his face. Boss Kaido. We have already agreed with King Garcia that we can just go to the civilian area to catch him. The little pirate next to him laughed. Wait, young Kaido touched his chin and frowned. Why do I feel that something is wrong with the situation? Forget it. After thinking for a while, Kaido grinned. Anyway, I'm just helping the fish, so I can just catch some and take them back.
Lousy doesn't want to waste time here. Kaido raised his mace and shouted loudly.
Young boys, all rush in and catch whoever you see. Move quickly. Good. A group of pirates looked fierce and rushed towards the town like vicious wolves. But the situation in the Kingdom of Garcia shocked Kaido and he had to stop. The whole town was full of ruins, charred bodies hung in various places, and the smell of charcoal kept wafting out. Damn it. Someone was here just now. Kaido knocked over a corpse with a stick and said hatefully. Who is it? What B************ D dares to run wild on Rock's territory?
Don't want to die. The other pirates quickly checked the surroundings and found no survivors.
In other words, before they landed, someone slaughtered the entire town. That's wrong. Kaido suddenly noticed something and glanced towards the Garcia palace.
He heard the crackling sound coming from the palace. There is someone in the palace. Come over with me and take a look. Kaido shouted.
Meet that guy. The towering building in the middle of Saipan is the palace of the Kingdom of Garcia. At this moment, the Garcia palace was filled with floating black smoke and extremely charred corpses. No, don't come here. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes looked flustered and kept retreating until he hit the wall. You have been torturing me before, and now you are panicking? Mitt sneered.
The man in front of him was a beast, and Mitt suffered a lot under his hands.
Mitt said, grabbing the other person's neck and lifting him up. Die, stupid pig. Help. Before the man could continue to speak, countless electric currents passed through his body. Gently letting go of his hand, another burnt corpse fell at Mitt's feet.
Advertisement. Get armament Haki experience 10. Close black lens bracket. The system's cold tone sounded in Mitt's mind. He shook his head slightly, his expression extremely cold.
With this little experience, you are really a loser. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket, armament Haki has reached full experience and has successfully been promoted to intermediate level. Close black lens bracket.
Anyway, now that I have gathered some experience, let's take a look at the situation.
He immediately opened the panel and browsed the current situation.
Open black lens bracket Mitt close black lens bracket. Age. 15 formerly 27. Ability. Thunder Fruit, Advanced Swordsmanship, Advanced Physical Skills. Close black lens bracket.
Physique. Invulnerable. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket armament Haki. Intermediate. 0/100,000, close black lens bracket.
Observation Haki. Elementary, 6,324 10,000ths. Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki. Elementary, 0/10,000, close black lens bracket.
Fruit development level. Advanced, 5/1 millionths. Looking at his own panel, Mitt couldn't help but said. I know Conqueror's Haki is difficult, but armed color is easier.
As a reader who has read the plot of One Piece, Mitt inexplicably traveled to this world.
And he became a slave without dignity. Mitt was tortured here, just when he thought he was about to burp. The system has awakened, and now Mitt can gain the ability of the dead through the system. So after getting the power of Thunderfruit, Mitt did not hesitate to take revenge on those slave owners. Even the people in the entire town have become experience points for Mitt to gain abilities. The greater the gap between the corpse's own abilities and Mitt's, the lower the efficiency of acquisition. Despite this, Mitt still wants to kill the other party with his own hands to avenge what he has experienced these days. In his opinion, these bastards have been watching with cold eyes, and they have been insulting him before. Mitt will not let anyone go, not even the entire Garcia kingdom. Bang! A bullet shot over and passed through Mitt's elemental body. It also interrupted his thinking. Mitt stood there. Besides him, there were a group of people at the scene. They were the only ones left in the entire kingdom of Garcia. King Garcia, surrounded by guards, looked extremely panicked and cursed. You devil! I've already called Marine over. It's useless no matter how arrogant you are, just wait to die. Hearing the other party's curse, Mitt slowly turned around and spoke word by word. So what, do you think I will be afraid? Advertisement. You will all die today, no matter who comes. He wasn't afraid of Marine at all, and the king's threats were of course useless. Seeing that his threat was ineffective, King Garcia's face became even more panicked. Come on, stop him quickly. He hurriedly called to the guards around him, trying to block Mitt's progress. But how could these guards be Mitt's opponents? What's more, they were all frightened and stood there shivering. Mitt couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Haha, with someone like you, it would be easy for me to kill you. No one can stop me. Glancing in another direction, Mitt walked towards King Garcia. Behind the wall in the other direction, Kaido and others are standing there. Sensing Mitt's look, Kaido took a deep breath. What a domineering man, don't act rashly, take a look first. He has noticed the aura of this man, he is definitely a master. Marine is almost here, do you hear me? If you don't want to die, get out. King Garcia continued to threaten, but Mitt ignored him. He just raised his right hand, with a sneer on his face, and lightly snapped his fingers. Shut up, idiot. With a bang, a thunderbolt hit King Garcia instantly, and no one reacted. King Garcia rolled his eyes upward, opened his mouth, exhaled a stream of smoke, and his extremely charred body fell down. He died. Mitt stared at the guards at the scene, exuding a terrifying aura. The guards were stunned, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Some people even turned pale and knelt down with a plop. This man's aura had already broken through their defenses. Everyone knows that he will keep his word, and everyone in the Garcia kingdom will die. Kaido and his gang who were watching below were surprised, they didn't expect the other party to move so quickly. This is definitely a natural fruit. Kaido exclaimed in surprise, and then his eyes burst into intense light. There are not many people with Logia ability, I want to get him on board. Just seeing this scene, Kaido made up his mind to recruit this man. Of course, Mitt didn't know it at this time. Seeing that King Garcia was dead, Mitt was ready to kill the remaining people. As for the guy hiding below, we'll deal with it later. I keep my word, and all of you will be buried with me today. Just when Mitt was about to take action, the sounds of countless footsteps kept coming. With so many people, they were definitely Marines. The Marines are here. Mitt heard the sound, still with a sneer on his face. That old loser is dead, it's your turn next, Marine. Chapter 2 Marine Vice Admiral arrives looking at the ruins in front of them and the charred corpses scattered everywhere. All the Marines looked gloomy. Such a terrifying destructive power, could it be a natural disaster? Jeff, Marine Branch Vice Admiral, couldn't help but ask. King Garcia should still be up there, everyone come with me. Jeff Vice Admiral shouted, taking the lead and rushing upward. A group of Marines rushed outside the gate and suddenly realized something was wrong. Who? Jeff Vice Admiral shouted, looking towards the corner. Before the other party could take action, Kaido walked out of the shadows with his men. Marines, your enemies are not here. Kaido smiled and said directly. It's up there. Jeff Vice Admiral frowned at the man in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Who are you anyway? Why are you here? Jeff Vice Admiral, he is Kaido, Rock's subordinate. A Marine major next to him recognized Kaido. He is a pirate with a bounty of 100 million belly. What? Jeff Vice Admiral was shocked. You Rocks are actually targeting this place, he said, feeling extremely nervous. Son of AB*ch, we won't let you succeed. Rock's men appeared in the kingdom of Garcia, and Jeff identified them as the culprit without saying a word. Hey, are you deaf? Kaido shook his head. I'm not interested in this crappy place, that's not what I did. If you didn't do it, then who did it? Jeff Vice Admiral shouted. He knew how powerful Rock's pirate was, and he couldn't help but sweat dripping from his forehead. A smile appeared on Kaido's face and he said, the guy who did it is up there. If you don't get over there, they'll have to kill everyone over there. That guy is not from Rock's pirate. Don't worry, we will never interfere. After hearing what Kaido said, Jeff Vice Admiral realized that the situation was urgent and quickly called his men. Go and support King Garcia. At the same time, all Marines on the scene breathed a sigh of relief. It is best if the enemy is not a Rock's pirate, so there is no need to conflict with them. Now that Rocks is in the spotlight, Marines are all afraid of them, and Vice Admiral, a branch like Jeff, will definitely not be able to defeat them. But as long as it's not Rocks, Jeff is confident that he can deal with the opponent. The Marine Vice Admiral is a dignified man, and he is not someone who can touch porcelain with cats and dogs. Advertisement. A group of Marines rushed up to the second floor and arrived at the entrance of the hall. At a glance, Jeff saw a young man standing in the middle of the field, preparing to strike. He shouted hastily, "Stop!" Mitt ignored the other party, waved his hand, and immediately struck several thunderbolts from the air. There was a roar, and the few remaining guards who escaped were all hit by lightning. Ah! They let out their last scream, and instantly turned into charcoal. When Jeff Vice Admiral saw this, his eyes widened and he couldn't help being shocked. At this level, he is indeed a master. Then Jeff Vice Admiral came to his senses, anger welled up in his chest, and he said sternly. You are a murderous devil, you actually attacked King Garcia, your crime is unforgivable. Don't talk nonsense. Mitt said proudly. I'm standing here just waiting for you to come up and see Marine strength by the way. Give you a chance to tell me your name. Marine Branch Vice Admiral Jeff, this is the name that will end your life, Jeff responded coldly. He locked his eyes tightly on the young man in front of him, not daring to let go at all. Whether it was from the momentum or the opponent's performance just now, Jeff Vice Admiral knew that the opponent was difficult to deal with. Jeff Vice Admiral's men had also surrounded Mitt at this time, with all guns pointed at each other. Don't take it lightly, this man is difficult to deal with, Jeff Vice Admiral reminded. But Mitt still had a smile on his face and didn't take them seriously at all. As soon as he heard that the other party was Vice Admiral, Mitt became interested. Branch Vice Admiral, that should be pretty good, just a good time to test your own strength. Mitt is still not sure about his own strength, so Marine comes up to him at this time. Haha. Mitt smiled, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Let me see how much you weigh. As he spoke, Mitt burst out with amazing momentum, and the sky suddenly became filled with dark clouds. Vice Admiral noticed something was wrong and immediately rushed towards the other party. He used the moonwalk in Marine 6 styles to jump into the air, and his right foot launched several wind blades in an instant. Tempest kick. Along with the wind blade, there were also bullets fired by the surrounding Marine soldiers. These attacks have surrounded Mitt, giving him no chance to escape. But Mitt still had a sneer on his face, and his whole body made a crackling sound. Whether it was the wind blade or the bullet, everything went directly through it. Advertisement: this is elementalization. As a Logia fruit user, these attacks have no effect at all. Sensing this, Jeff stomped in the air and sprinted towards Mitt. To deal with elemental enemies, Haki is a must. Jeff stretched out his finger, which was already covered with a layer of armament Haki, and aimed directly at Mitt. Finger pistol. This finger pistol is Mitt's most powerful move, not to mention it's also covered with the powerful armament Haki. As long as Mitt is poked in the body, the opponent will take half of his life even if he doesn't die. Facing the opponent's attack, Mitt also became serious at this time, shouted loudly, and punched forward. He did not avoid it, but chose to directly confront Jeff head-on with armament Haki. Fists and fingers collided, and armament Haki from both sides also collided with each other, erupting into a violent impact. Mitt didn't last long before his finger was forcefully knocked back by Mitt's fist. He hurriedly tried to retreat, but Mitt took advantage of the victory and followed up with an unstoppable iron fist, hitting the opponent's right fist directly.
Jeff covered his right hand and screamed, retreating repeatedly, his forehead and back already covered with cold sweat.
Just by using armament Haki head-on, he almost suffered a broken bone and suffered a big loss. All Marines at the scene were shocked. They didn't expect this young man to be so powerful. He actually knocked back Vice Admiral with one blow. His strength was truly terrifying. Kaido below also showed a surprised expression and couldn't help but say, such a powerful armed color is as exaggerated as Linlin. What? Mitt retracted his fist, quite satisfied with his punch. Is this your level? He sneered and mocked. It seems that I still overestimated Marine's strength. The Marine Vice Admiral is nothing more than that. Shut up. Vice Admiral said angrily. Marine will not tolerate your insult.
Mitt raised his eyebrows and said loudly, as for your performance, do you want me to praise you?
Stop talking nonsense. Vice Admiral Jeff said in a deep voice. The battle has just begun, I will not let you go. That's not right, Mitt said calmly as he scanned the scene. The battle is over. As soon as he finished speaking, there were more and more dark clouds in the sky, and the scene suddenly became extremely dark. Kaido and Jeff's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Chapter 3 Nothing more than that, quickly retreat. Kaido suddenly roared, rushed down quickly, and raised the mace at the same time. He looked up at the sky, and there were already dark clouds above, and the lightning flashed with great power. At this time, lightning crackled all over Mitt's body, and a powerful aura continued to emanate. Get away, he's going to. Jeff also noticed something was wrong and hurriedly reminded his men to retreat. Before Jeff could finish his words, thunder struck down, and countless rays of lightning enveloped everyone present. No one could avoid it. Kaido's face changed slightly, and he himself had to resist forcefully. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido shouted and flicked away the lightning that struck him. But other thunderbolts had already struck down, and the rumbling sounds continued. The whole building could no longer hold up and was rapidly collapsing. Everyone at the scene has no place to stay. Even if they are not struck to death by lightning, they will be crushed to death by the collapsed debris. Iron Body. In the emergency situation, Jeff only had time to protect himself. In an instant, screams could be heard endlessly, and the scene was immediately engulfed by the dust and smoke raised by the collapse. After blasting away the falling rocks, Kaido looked very serious. Although he took the move forcefully, his arm was still numb from the shock, almost failed to bounce back, and even smelled of burning. This man's strength far exceeded Kaido's expectations. He looked up and saw the young man still floating in the air among the billowing dust and smoke. And that Vice Admiral, with blood oozing from his body and standing firmly on the ground, was dead. The dark clouds in the sky have dispersed, and the sun shines down again, falling on Mitt, making him shine. It's almost like a god. Kaido couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time he saw this kind of scene, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket, defeat Marine Branch Vice Admiral and obtain Armament Haki Experience 100. Through Marine Vice Admiral Jeff Corpse, gain the ability Marine 6 Styles, close black lens bracket. Mitt felt the strong wind blowing and said calmly. Moonwalk is pretty good to use. He had Marine 6 Styles in mind from the beginning, and now of course he got what he wanted. These Marine 6 Styles are very practical and provide many improvements for Mitt. Then, it's the next person's turn, Mitt thought as he slowly fell from the air. Advertisement Kaido was looking at the other person at this time, and was startled when he saw Mitt falling towards him. He had just witnessed this man's strength, and now naturally he did not dare to take it lightly. Mitt landed next to Kaido and looked at him who was sweating. You must be Kaido. Huh? Kaido was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Mitt to recognize him. You are still Rock's subordinate now, Mitt said again. Yes, I am from Rock's pirate, Kaido reacted and said quickly. Brother, you are very strong, do you want to try? Mitt raised his hand to interrupt Kaido and said directly. Needless to say, I just want to join Rock's pirate. Kaido was even more surprised now, he hadn't finished speaking yet. Why was the other party so straightforward? Of course he didn't know that Mitt had traveled through time and was familiar with the plot of One Piece. So once Mitt sees the pair of horns on Kaido's head and the other person's appearance, he can judge the other person's situation. Kaido is definitely still under rocks now, so this is an opportunity. This Marine Vice Admiral and the entire kingdom of Garcia are my pledge to join the rocks, Mitt said. He glanced at Kaido. Do you have any opinions? No, of course not. Kaido shook his head hastily, with an attentive smile on his face. Rocks will definitely be very happy to have a master like you join us. After knowing that Mitt wanted to join Rocks, Kaido was naturally overjoyed and quickly expressed his goodwill to him. For such a master, Kaido must find a way to recruit him into his group, at least not to be hostile. In this way, Mitt followed Kaido and his group to leave Saipan and headed to the Rocks Pirates base camp, Beehive Island. As for the kingdom of Garcia and those Marines, all that was left to the world government were charred corpses. No one thought that a figure who would stir up the world in the future would appear out of thin air. Naval Headquarters Marineford, in the conference room. Marshal Kong is having a meeting with senior Marine executives. This was an emergency meeting, and the matter discussed was exactly what happened at the Garcia Palace not long ago. I didn't expect that the entire kingdom of Garcia was. Looking at the information in his hand, the young he couldn't help but shake his head. Even she herself didn't expect this to happen. Advertisement. Who is the culprit? Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, he hated to see this happen. This is a photo taken at the scene. You will know it just by looking at it. He said, handing a photo to other Marine executives for review. Sengoku quickly glanced at the photo, which showed a young man floating in the air, full of momentum. He said in surprise, why is this guy so young? Is he really a murderer? Yes, this man is the real culprit who caused such a tragedy. Marshal Kong, who had been silent, spoke. His name is Mitt, he's from Rock's Pirate. What? Sengoku was surprised again. When did Rock's Pirate have another master? As soon as Rocks was involved, the faces of all Marine executives at the scene became serious. I think he just joined, Kong said solemnly. The news just came from Rock's Pirate. He must have been responsible for the tragedy in the kingdom of Garcia. This is going to be difficult. Sengoku couldn't help scratching his head and worried. That Rocks guy was already very powerful, but now he has another monster. It's really tricky. Haha. Garp, who had always been heartless, suddenly laughed. Sengoku, you have grown so big, do you still wet your pants? Now that Mitt joins Rocks, we can solve it together. I'm just looking for an opportunity to compete with this Mitt. My hands are itching. Sengoku couldn't help rolling his eyes and said directly. Dealing with Rocks is not something you can do alone. We all have to act. Kong also said, if you want to deal with Rocks, now is not the time. Soon, the Rocks pirate will have a big battle with the Roger pirates. After the fight, let's see what the strength of this man named Mitt is. Then how do you estimate the bounty now? He asked. Kong looked around at the many Marine executives present and said in a deep voice.
The initial estimate is that the bounty is 200 million belly.
Now we have to focus on the duel between Rocks and Roger, and let everything else take a while. Everyone be prepared for Rocks and Roger. Chapter 4 The Provocation of the Golden Lion. Rocks Pirate Base Camp, Beehive Island. This place is known as a pirate paradise, and Mitt felt this atmosphere as soon as he landed on the island. He quickly adapted to it, and after casually beating away a few blind pirates, he finally met Rocks himself. Rocks has red hair, and his eyes flash with murderous intent from time to time. The aura on his body is quite terrifying. But what makes Mitt feel strange is that Rocks is covered in bruises for some reason. Although it seems to have no impact, he still feels something is wrong. Mitt? Rocks glanced over. The murderous look in his eyes followed Mitt, but his face was calm and he was obviously not affected. Yes, it's me, Mitt said calmly. Okay, Rocks laughed. Ha ha ha, Marine's side must be so angry that such a big thing happened right after we took action, okay. Needless to say, you can become my subordinate Rocks, come on board. Hearing Rocks being so straightforward, Kaido couldn't help but look envious. It wasn't so easy for him to join Rocks Pirate in the first place. It seems that this Mitt is still the best. I not only want to join, but also become a leader of this pirate group, Mitt suddenly said this. Even Rocks couldn't help being surprised and looked Mitt up and down.
In his opinion, Mitt is very young and can hardly be called a man.
Although his strength is very good, he is not easy to convince the public at this age. After pondering for a while, Rocks nodded with a sneer on his lips. No problem, you can be a cadre, but it's useless just to appoint me. You still have to deal with other people. That's not a problem for me, Mitt said directly. Others have opinions, and I don't mind letting them come along. Rocks couldn't help but laugh again. Ha ha ha, you are so arrogant, let me see if you can settle it. Kaido on the side saw this and shook his head slightly. Now there's something good to watch again. Soon Rocks called his big pirates over and introduced Mitt to them. This is our new Rocks pirate leader, Mitt, he introduced with a smile, not minding the looks of other men. The reactions of these big pirates were all surprised, they had never heard of this person before. What's more, Mitt looks so young, no one expected that he would become a cadre as soon as he arrived. This also made Mitt the focus of everyone in Rocks Pirate, and the entire Beehive Island soon learned of the situation. Advertisement. The meeting was brief. After the meeting, a white-beard blonde man who attended the meeting stopped Mitt, who was about to leave. You must be Mitt. The blonde man said solemnly. What's the matter? Edward Newgate. Mitt glanced at the other party. This blonde man will be the strongest man in the sea in the future, 4 Emperors Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Of course, at this point in time, Whitebeard is just emerging and working under Rocks. Whitebeard Edward said without any nonsense. Although I don't know why you want to join the Rocks Pirate, I still advise you to be careful and stay away from the rocks. Why do you say that? Mitt asked. He is a very dangerous man, Whitebeard replied. So what? Mitt smiled slightly. It's only others who avoid me, not me who avoid others. Whitebeard looked at Mitt and couldn't help grinning. It seems you still have some courage, even if I didn't tell you. What Mitt said made Edward Whitebeard feel a little favored. Okay, I'll buy you a drink. Mitt smiled. I'm new here, so I don't know much about Rocks Pirate. I hope you can tell me more. Of course, no problem. Whitebeard Edward nodded, the smile on his face not diminishing. It just so happens that I want to go to the bar too, so we can have a few drinks. In this way, Mitt and Whitebeard arrived at a bar on Beehive Island, which is where they, the Rocks Pirate cadres, often go. After 3 rounds of drinking, Mitt quickly learned a lot of information from the slightly drunk Whitebeard. The most important thing is that Rocks Pirate is about to go to sea and prepare to grab the legendary historical text. Edward, do you know where the historical text is? Mitt couldn't help but ask. It's a bit of a surprise, but Rocks is more concerned about this thing. Whitebeard smiled, then patted Mitt on the shoulder. I heard that your boy is also a user with elemental fruit abilities. He is indeed quite powerful, he said, his face darkening. But I forgot to practice Haki more. To survive in the new world, it's not enough to rely on fruit abilities all the time. Thank you for the reminder, Mitt said casually, but he didn't take it to heart. Right, Mitt suddenly remembered the meeting he just had and asked. Can you introduce the other cadres besides you? He was just about to take this opportunity to get acquainted, but he didn't expect someone to be approaching at this moment. Whitebeard Edward quickly noticed the situation and looked towards the visitor. Is this the new cadre? A man's voice sounded from behind Mitt. Mitt turned around and saw that it was the Golden Lion who had just introduced himself at the meeting. This man has a powerful aura, and you can tell at a glance that he is not someone to be trifled with, but he cannot scare Mitt. Advertisement, what? Mitt said, looking at the other person. Were you blind just now? Golden Lion's face changed slightly, he laughed a few times and poured a sip of wine into his mouth. Then he threw the wine glass at Mitt's face. No one expected that Golden Lion would suddenly attack, but Mitt reacted quickly and appeared behind Golden Lion in a flash. His speed was astonishing, even Whitebeard himself was shocked. Golden Lion. What do you want to do? Whitebeard Edward sighed angrily. Haha. Golden Lion failed to succeed in one blow and continued to sneer. I just want to see if this kid is really good, and don't let any loser get in. As soon as this statement came out, everyone knew Golden Lion's intention. He came here deliberately to provoke. There's no need to tell you about me, Mitt said calmly, throwing the hair from his hand over. Golden Lion's face changed slightly, and what the opponent was holding was his hair. When the pirates in the bar saw this, they immediately started making noises. Boy, do it quickly, don't let others look down on you. Do it, Golden Lion, aren't you scared? Listening to the cheers from the people around him, Golden Lion simply pulled out his sword, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. I knew it would be like this, an older pirate sighed. What's wrong? Asked the pirate next to him. You just came here not long ago, so you don't know the current situation of Rocks Pirate, the older pirate said. There are 4 factions in Rocks Pirate now. The largest one is Captain John Wong and his gang. Whitebeard and Golden Lion are pretty evenly matched. There is also the new generation led by Charlotte Linlin, which should not be underestimated either. But Mitt, who has just arrived, probably doesn't know how powerful the Golden Lion is, and he is so close to Whitebeard, so he may be in danger. Just as he finished speaking, the situation at the confrontation suddenly changed. Mitt stared at Golden Lion and spoke directly. If you want to do something, I'll be with you anytime. Just don't make excuses if you lose. Do you think I will lose? Golden Lion said ferociously, glaring at Mitt. Then let me see how much you are capable of. As soon as he finished speaking, Golden Lion swung his sword at Mitt, and the huge sword light quickly passed through the entire bar. Almost in an instant, the entire bar was cut open by his sword, and the sword light struck directly to the sea and separated it. The pirates in the bar were shocked and fled quickly for fear of being affected. The Golden Lion's sword is simply terrifying. If it is hit directly, it will definitely be cut in half. But what surprised everyone present was that Mitt was still standing next to the Golden Lion, unaffected at all. He was unharmed. Advertisement Chapter 5 Take my move, confident Mitt. As soon as the tavern collapsed, all the pirates inside hurriedly ran out. Run. That guy from Golden Lion is about to take action. Move quickly. This guy, Golden Lion, is on horseback and doesn't care about anything when he moves his hands. That kid is going to suffer. The pirates on Beehive Island were quickly attracted by the situation in the tavern and paid attention to them one after another. Even Rox himself is aware of this situation. He smiled slightly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Let me see what this kid is capable of. On the other side, Golden Lion and Mitt were still confronting each other, and the atmosphere was very tense. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket, get armament Haki experience 4-0, observation Haki experience 5-0. The cold voice of the system sounded in Mitt's mind, and he nodded slightly. It is indeed right to join Rock's pirate here. Let's take this opportunity to earn some ability points. With this in mind, Mitt glanced at the situation behind him and said calmly. You intend to have a fight with me? Are you prepared for this? What, are you scared? Golden Lion mocked. Haha. Mitt smiled, his eyes full of fighting spirit. At your level, you still don't catch my eye. Golden Lion was angered by Mitt. He was a great pirate and would not let the other party ridicule him. Watch out. With a loud shout, the Golden Lion floated into the air and rushed directly towards Mitt. The pirates watching the scene immediately shouted. The Golden Lion has taken action, that boy will definitely be finished. This guy Haki has lion fruit, and his swordsmanship and Haki are both very good. Even Marine Admiral won't give up 3 points. I think this kid is already in danger, so get ready to collect his body. One pirate said with a smile, very confident in the Golden Lion. I saw the Golden Lion slashing out his sword, hitting Mitt head on, and the huge sword light rushed straight away. But Mitt was not afraid in the face of danger. When the opponent struck with a sword, he took the opportunity to elementally dodge. After dodging, Mitt struck hard with his right fist, hitting Golden Lion in the chest. Advertisement. The shockwave generated by the duel between the two began to surge, and then suddenly exploded, knocking them back. But Mitt would not miss this opportunity. He raised his right hand and a silver lightning bolt was caught in his hand. Mitt turned the lightning into a long sword and rushed towards the Golden Lion with lightning. Where to go? Mitt was very fast and stabbed out with his sword. Golden Lion's face changed slightly, and he activated the ability of Lion Fruit to turn the ground into a huge lion. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. The lion opened its huge mouth and bit Mitt hard. Mitt was not afraid in the face of danger, increased the power of the Thunder Sword in his hand, and pressed hard. Drink. The Thunder Sword grew rapidly, Mitt shouted loudly, and swung it down with all his strength. This huge stone lion was split in half with a sword, and it didn't even have the ability to resist. Mitt took advantage of the victory and continued to fight with the Golden Lion. The fight was inextricable. Whitebeard Edward blasted away the remains of the ruins with one punch and looked at the battle in front of him seriously. You are indeed not boasting. Your strength is indeed extraordinary. A smile appeared on Whitebeard's lips. Although they only got along for a while, Whitebeard was still very confident in Mitt's strength. Since the opponent is so confident, it will definitely be no problem to fight this guy Golden Lion. Of course Whitebeard knows how powerful Golden Lion is, and the best is yet to come. Like Whitebeard, other pirates are also watching this amazing battle. The battle between Mitt and Golden Lion is not something ordinary people can see, and they are also curious about who is stronger. What a powerful man. I thought Golden Lion would win right away, but I didn't expect him to fight back. Interesting, it seems that this guy named Mitt is really powerful. HMPH, don't be too happy too early. It's not like you don't know about Haki. This is far from his strength. I think as long as Golden Lion Haki takes it seriously, this kid will be finished. That pirate still has confidence in the Golden Lion. Mitt and Golden Lion were in close combat, and they were evenly matched, but Mitt would have a harder time. After all, Golden Lion is quite powerful in his prime, so it's normal for him to be able to suppress Mitt. However, Mitt was not going to make the situation more one-sided like this, and immediately slashed through with his sword. Golden Lion's black armament Haki was activated, and he also used his sword to attack, intending to kill him on the spot. Advertisement boom. After colliding with each other, Golden Lion and Mitt both flew backwards from the smoke. Golden Lion has fruit abilities, and he quickly adjusted and floated in midair. You're really good at it, Golden Lion said solemnly. But don't think you can win this way. Boy, Golden Lion said loudly. Join me, as long as you come here, I can give you anything you want. Mitt stood with a sword in his hand, silver arcs flashing around his body, and he had an extraordinary momentum. He pointed the tip of his sword at the Golden Lion in midair and gently tilted his head to the other side. Is that it, Golden Lion? What if I want your head? Golden Lion was irritated by the opponent's arrogant attitude and shouted angrily. Don't be shameless, you are not qualified. Mitt smiled coldly, and then floated up like the other person. Golden Lion looked shocked and said in a deep voice. What elemental fruit is this, thunder and lightning? You'll know after you try it, Mitt said proudly. As long as you accept my move, I can join you. Hearing what Mitt said, Golden Lion couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He knew how powerful Mitt was, but he wasn't too wary. After all, there was only one person on the other side. And through the previous confrontation, Golden Lion already had some confidence in his mind.
Then Golden Lion burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha.
The laughter made the people around him scratch their heads and their eyes were full of doubts. Golden Lion smiled and said, Do you think I will be afraid of you? Okay, I agree to your request, Come here, I want to see how much you weigh. Then get ready, Mitt said, his expression calm. But the airflow around his body has begun to rise continuously, and his hair is also blowing slightly, flashing with tiny electric lights. In an instant, the sky of the entire Beehive Island was covered by dark clouds, and the sky suddenly became dark. This move will determine the outcome of the two of them. Advertisement Chapter 6 Kirin. Rox takes action. With such a huge battle, the pirates who had been observing the situation were a little unable to sit still. Boss Rox. One of his subordinates hurried over and shouted. There. No need to rush, Rox said solemnly, looking up at the sky. Let me see what you're capable of again, Mitt. Rox also wanted to see Mitt's strength, but he soon realized something was wrong. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and lightning flashed from time to time in the darkness.
Mitt shouted loudly and released all the electricity in his body, sending it straight up and hitting the dark clouds.
In an instant, lightning burst out, and the entire Beehive Island was illuminated. The patter of raindrops fell, accompanied by the roar of thunder, and the sound became louder and louder. Everyone sensed something was wrong, and the cleverer pirates had already begun to retreat.
Let's withdraw first. Hurry up, or you'll be. Suddenly there was a loud crack of thunder. Before he finished speaking, a thunderbolt struck an unlucky pirate, and he was killed instantly. Looking at the charred corpses, the expressions of the weaker pirates changed drastically and they hurriedly ran away, fearing that they would also be affected.
Despite this, pirates were still being hacked one after another. Ah! The screams kept coming and going. When Whitebeard Edward saw this, his expression was very serious. He burst out with all his aura and put on a defensive posture. Just from the electric light radiating from the air, you can tell that Mitt's move is no small feat. Not even Whitebeard dares to take this kind of battle lightly.
The same was true for Golden Lion. His face darkened and he put away his previous frivolity. Holding the sword across his chest, Golden Lion was ready.
He planned to fight Mitt just like this and decide the outcome in one go. As for the safety of Beehive Island, Golden Lion obviously doesn't care that much. Mitt stared closely at the Golden Lion and suddenly waved his right hand upward. Kirin. The thunderclouds in the sky trembled and roared, and the flashing electric lights intertwined into a terrifying thunderbeast. This thunderbeast is Kirin, with lightning flashing all over its body, opening its bloody mouth, and charging towards the Golden Lion. Advertisement Kirin's voice was so powerful that the entire Beehive Island was trembling slightly, as if it was afraid. Rock's face changed slightly and he stood up from his position suddenly. He himself did not expect it to be so powerful, and was shocked. Drink. Golden Lion roared, swung out several rays of sword light, and actually cut off the seawater. The Golden Lion looked serious as he rushed towards Kirin. He wanted to see if he could take this move. In an instant, the color of the world changed, and huge waves were set off around Beehive Island. The ground continued to shake, and the houses could no longer bear it and collapsed one after another. Several big pirates, including Whitebeard, were paying close attention to the battlefield and did not dare to relax at all. This power. Young Charlotte Linlin looked up, with a strange light shining in her eyes. What a powerful move. John Wong frowned. Even he was shocked by Kirin's power and had to move to avoid the falling lightning strike. With such a terrifying battle, the pirates on the island were naturally panicked. Run away! Run away! Where's Boss Rox? Help us! It's over, we're going to die. Even before the unicorn fell, these pirates were already panicking and trembling under the dark clouds. Golden Lion has already exploded with all his strength, using the ability of Lion Fruit, and is about to go head to head with Mitt. At this critical moment, a black hole suddenly appeared in midair. This black hole expanded rapidly, swallowing up all the two forces in the air. When an emergency happens, no one expects that someone will come out to disrupt the situation. Stop it! Rox's angry shouts resounded through the sky. He took action. If we don't take action, the situation may be difficult to control, which is why Rox is so urgent. Seeing this situation, Golden Lion was slightly startled and stopped subconsciously. Mitt narrowed his eyes, looked at the sudden appearance of Rox, and sighed inwardly. It's a pity. If Rox hadn't taken action, I should have gained a lot of attributes by now. Mitt originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to improve his attributes, but was interrupted by Rox. There was nothing he could do about this situation but to stop and withdraw the lightning. There is no need to fight against Rox now, there are still many opportunities to increase attributes. Advertisement anyway, the goal has been achieved, I believe everyone knows their strength. The Golden Lion landed on the ground and looked at the rocks that suddenly appeared. Rox. Rox looked serious and glanced at Golden Lion and Mitt. We're going to fight soon, don't fight internally here. If you want to fight Marine, you guys are in the same group. Rox was secretly grateful if he hadn't used observation Haki to predict the short future. Otherwise the situation would not have ended so easily. Mitt smiled and said to Rox, I wasn't the one who made the first move in the beginning, so you don't need to tell me this. The current intention is obvious, let Rox talk to Golden Lion. Regarding Mitt's statement, Golden Lion did not respond and just looked at the other party silently. He looked at Mitt even more fervently. This thunder and lightning is really powerful, we have to quickly get him to join us.
With the help of this man, more masters will definitely join in the future, and we will definitely dominate the sea.
Golden Lion is an ambitious man. He is just working under rocks now, but he will definitely stand on his own in the future. Mitt, who is young and strong, has naturally become the target of the Golden Lion. But what he didn't know was that after seeing Mitt's strength, others also started to think about it. Whitebeard Edward came over from the ruins, patted Mitt's shoulder hard, and smiled. I knew you were an extraordinary boy. You are so powerful at such a young age and your potential is endless. He had just seen Mitt's unicorn move and admired it very much. Similarly, Whitebeard Edward also had thoughts of solicitation in his mind. If such a powerful master joins him, he won't be afraid even against Marine. Mitt nodded towards Whitebeard, and then looked at the pirates walking around. These are the officers of Rock's Pirate, who will become legends in the Great Sea in the future. Whether it's John Wong, Charlotte Linlin, or others, all eyes are on Mitt. The move just now has been approved by them. John Wong stared at Mitt with cold eyes and said in a deep voice. You're a new guy, so you're quite impressive. Mitt smiled slightly and said proudly. I'm just fighting back. No matter which one of you takes action, the situation will be the same. Chapter 7. Front page headline, God has arrived, with a bounty of 300 million. Despite saying this, Mitt couldn't help but show a hint of fatigue. That Kirin move alone consumed a lot of his energy, so much so that he was now a little tired. He thought this and glanced at the Golden Lion quietly. Rocks will indeed take action, but now I am indeed no match for these monsters. Of course, Mitt is very confident. As long as he is given time, he will definitely surpass them all. The power of Thunderfruit is just the tip of the iceberg, and it is far from meeting Mitt's expectations. Mitt, you are still young. In time, you will definitely become a powerful person. Rocks smiled, his eyes full of excitement. The reputation of our Rocks Pirate will also be heard throughout the world. I think it's better to take off the Golden Lion Cadre title, Wang Zhan said with a smile. Even Mitt at such a young age can't beat him. Shut up, Golden Lion's face darkened. The winner has not yet been decided, so don't talk nonsense. Haha. John Wong smiled but said nothing, looking at Golden Lion with provocation in his eyes. Not to mention Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin quickly came over and pulled Kaido along. Brother Kaido is definitely right to bring you here, Charlotte Linlin smiled. Although you are young, you have a good body. As she said that, she couldn't help but glance at Mitt. Mitt's intention when facing the other party must be that he is interested in his own blood and wants to have a child with him. Of course Mitt wouldn't agree, he didn't want to do this. Although the current Charlotte Linlin looks very different from the future 4 Emperors bigman, Mitt has no such idea. He has a strong personality and cannot tolerate being a sacrifice for others to have children. Kaido looked at Mitt, patted him on the shoulder as well, and said with a smile. That guy from Golden Lion is defeated, you are so awesome. As the man who brought Mitt here, Kaido naturally wants to recruit him, so his attitude is so enthusiastic. In an instant, Mitt was targeted by these cadres with their own evil intentions and became the center of attention. Rocks also has this idea, and he wants to see how Mitt performs in the next fight. Okay. Rocks suddenly shouted. Advertisement, you all go back now to give Lousy a rest and keep your spirits up. We have important things to do tomorrow, don't delay. The spirits of the pirates at the scene were lifted, and the eyes of several big pirates also showed excitement. They can't wait to go tomorrow. Mitt couldn't help but frowned and looked at Whitebeard next to him. Whitebeard smiled slightly and said, Our goal tomorrow is simple, it is gold from the sky.
Heavenly gold. Mitt's brows furrowed deeper, his eyes doubtful.
He didn't think that the light was just gold in the sky, there must be something hidden in it. However, Whitebeard Edward did not continue to explain, and just took him to another island to drink. The other big pirates did the same. They surrounded Mitt and laughed loudly. As long as you get the approval of these pirates, you will definitely integrate very quickly, which is exactly the case with Mitt now.
He looked into the distance with burning eyes, thinking to himself.
The first step has been taken, and the next step depends on the reaction of the world government. On the other side, Marine Headquarters Marineford, in the conference room. An emergency meeting is taking place. I knew that Mitt was from Rock's Pirate, Sengoku said, throwing a document on the table. And it seems that not long after joining, they ended up killing everyone in the Garcia kingdom. Sengoku couldn't help but shake his head. This kid is so violent at such a young age, he is quite difficult to deal with. I think we should pay more attention to this man, he said from the side. He is so young, I'm afraid the threat will get bigger and bigger, if we... Garp interrupted with a smile. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. If this kid does something like this, Garp, will never let him have an easy time. Kong looked at the report in his hand and suddenly felt dizzy.
The report contained some more detailed information about Mitt, so after reading it, Kong felt that the other party was a great threat.
Just his young age means that the opponent is full of potential. If left unchecked, there will definitely be another rocks on the sea. One rocks is difficult enough, but if there are two, the whole sea will be unrest. Advertisement, Marshal, what did you say? Sengoku asked. Kong came back from his thoughts and replied. The 200 million belly set last time was too small. Let's add another 100 million. This Mitt is a big threat, it's best to deal with him and rocks together.
Kong unknowingly compares Mitt to rocks, which proves how much he values him.
The other Marines nodded and had no objections. Is the arrest plan against rocks still going on? Sengoku asked from the side. Kong said continue. It won't be a big problem. Sengoku nodded and said, use heavenly gold and devil fruit to lure Rox and his gang into the trap, and then we'll take action. Rox and his gang are definitely no match for Marine's encirclement and suppression. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to completely eliminate them. Sengoku's meaning is obvious, he won't even give him a chance to escape, he will only find a way to fight. Then let's decide this first. Kong nodded. Everyone, please go back and prepare quickly, don't take Rox pirate lightly. Yes, all Marine executives responded in unison. Marine quickly reached a consensus and began preparing Rox to take action. Early the next morning, through the communication seagull, what Mitt had done was printed on it and spread quickly throughout the world. Of course, many of the things in it are deliberately trying to keep Mitt in the dark, and Mitt is happy for them to think so. After all, he is a pirate now, so why would he care about what other people think? Many people around the world have seen this freshly released newspaper and the photo of Mitt on it. Suddenly, many people were talking about this sudden appearance of a rookie. Have you heard? The man who slaughtered the kingdom of Garcia is him? What? But he looks young. You are so young and your strength is so terrifying, there is definitely something going on. Other pirates floating on the sea also saw this reward order and knew Mitt. In any case, through the bounty of 300 million Baileys and the previous affairs of the kingdom of Garcia. Everyone knows that Mitt is a man of great importance and should not be underestimated. Some people are vaguely aware of this, while others still go their own way in the sea. But what they don't know is that Mitt will stir up the whole world and become the focus of the world. Chapter 8 Roger's Desire, the goal is gold in the sky. Under the blue sky, in the calm sea, a pirate ship appeared on the skyline. Once Marine sees the flag of this pirate ship, he will definitely be surprised. This is the Roger pirates who have been in the spotlight recently. Rayleigh, Captain Gold D. Roger waved the newspaper in his hand and walked quickly towards Rayleigh. Look quickly. Rayleigh was lying lazily on the deck chair at this time. When he heard the captain's voice, he couldn't help but raise his head. What's wrong? As soon as he finished speaking, Roger slapped the newspaper on Rayleigh's face. Taking the newspaper off his face, Rayleigh quickly scanned the reports above. What the newspaper said was related to Mitt. Rayleigh was a little surprised. He didn't expect Mitt to be so powerful at such a young age. Look, this Mitt is very interesting, Roger said with a smile. It looks like it's a logia fruit, is it a thunder fruit? Such a young guy knows exactly what he is. Unlike Roger's excitement, Rayleigh's face was gloomy and he continued to read the newspaper in his hand. This guy must be pretty strong, and he's also a logia fruit user. That man Rox has an extra helping hand. Speaking of this, Rayleigh couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. Are you worried? Roger asked. Of course, this is no joke, Rayleigh said solemnly. Especially with us playing the Rox pirate next, it's definitely going to have an impact. Rox pirate was already very strong, and now one more person has joined. In any case, this is not something to be happy about. It's okay, Rayleigh. Roger grinned. He looked confident, clearly not worried about this. With me here, it doesn't matter whether it's Mitt or Rox. You. Rayleigh couldn't help but shook his head and looked at the sea ahead. He did know how powerful Roger was, but for some reason, Rayleigh always felt something was wrong. Now the target is probably close to being caught, so let's prepare for the next battle. Advertisement, of course. Roger said, I am determined to win the gold in the sky, and I will not give it to anyone else. Be careful with Rox and other pirate groups. Rayleigh was still reminding. There must be many pirate groups watching the target sky gold, and Rayleigh doesn't want to take it lightly. But Roger had already turned around and greeted his men. Everyone, get moving and prepare to intercept the target ship. The target is gold in the sky. Oh, the members of the Roger pirates responded in unison. Seeing this situation, Rayleigh shook his head and sighed. Hopefully things will go well. As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at the photo in the newspaper. The man named Mitt seemed to be looking at him too. The ominous premonition in Rayleigh's heart became stronger and stronger, and she couldn't help but frown. How strong is this man named Mitt? On the other side of the sea, Mitt was sitting on the deck practicing. He sat with his legs crossed, his eyes closed tightly, and his whole body was constantly emitting crackling electric light. It's daunting. In addition to him, there were many pirates surrounding him, looking very panicked. Just now, a pirate who was responsible for delivering food to Mitt was suddenly struck by lightning and fell down, his whole body charred. These pirates were all frightened, and none of them dared to act rashly. It wasn't until Rox brought someone over to inspect that the pirates barely moved. Several pirates were walking ahead. Seeing this situation, they couldn't help but ask the pirates on the deck. How is this going? He just came over to deliver food to Mitt, and he got electrocuted like this, a pirate said bravely. As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at Mitt, his body trembling slightly. Hearing this movement, Mitt opened his eyes and pointed at the charred man on the ground. The man immediately puffed out smoke and straightened up suddenly. Scared. The pirates on the deck were startled by the sudden resurrection of their companions, and they stepped back. Rox saw it interestingly and couldn't help but step forward. As soon as he got closer, Rox felt that the air around Mitt was obviously rising, so he asked curiously. What are you doing on deck? Cultivation, exercise. Mitt replied, pointing to the charred man again. The man ran in a hurry, frightening the others around him. Is this how you practice? Rox couldn't help laughing. Advertisement. This is the first time I've seen this method. Is it original to you? Thunderfruit can use small electric currents to stimulate body muscles and allow them to exercise quickly, Mitt explained. Only I can do this, not you. Interesting. Rox shook his head. It seems that your development of Thunderfruit is very good, but it's better to be careful. He was worried that Mitt would lose control if he played like this and would affect others. Don't worry, I will control it. Mitt understood what the other party meant. Afraid that the other party still had doubts, Mitt added. My abilities also have other uses. I can stimulate the heart and do cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Rock's eyes lit up and he spoke. Then you can be a temporary ship's doctor and be responsible for performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Mitt was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I should be able to do it. Okay. The smile on Rox's face continued. Then I won't disturb you and practice well. With Mitt, a new master, Rox has more confidence. He looked towards the sea ahead, as if he had already seen the target ship. It was a large cargo ship, escorted by several warships, and it was Rox's target. The gold in the sky is on the cargo ship. As long as you break through the guards, you can take it away. And it's not just gold in the sky, I heard that the cargo also contains the rare devil fruit.
Everyone knows the rarity of devil fruit, so as soon as he received the news, Rox immediately targeted it.
At the same time, Rox also planned to take this opportunity to give Marine a heavy blow and dampen their spirit. Boss Rox, Boss Rox. Just as Rox was thinking, someone hurried over. The pirate looked very panicked and hurriedly reported to Rox. A situation was discovered in the northeast, but the specific situation is still unclear. Rox frowned. Could it be the target ship? You must know that they have already investigated and locked this fleet in advance. Anyone who appears at this time will most likely be the target.
Thinking of this, Rox took a closer look and found that it was too far ahead and could only see a small outline. He immediately said, "It's too far away to see clearly."
Everyone, get moving now and get over here, Rox ordered loudly. Once we find out that it is our target, we will take action directly. Yes. Chapter 9 Encountering Roger, the Cunning Rox.
The fleet led by Rox quickly approached. Soon, Whitebeard Edward at the front noticed something was wrong.
Haha, I didn't expect it to be Roger. Whitebeard Edward couldn't help but smile, his eyes full of excitement. He has fought against the Roger pirates several times, and he can't wait to continue fighting. Now that the other party appears here, he must be aiming at Jinjin. It's actually Goldie Roger, Mitt couldn't help but said. He really didn't expect to meet Roger, the man who was about to become the Pirate King, so soon. But now that Mitt is here, it's hard to say what will happen next. Rox himself also saw the flag of Roger pirates, and his face darkened. Unlike others, Rox was unhappy with the appearance of the Roger pirates. He knew that these guys would come out to disrupt the situation, and immediately ordered the ship to approach. As for the Roger pirates, Captain Roger himself, Vice Captain Rayleigh and others are all on standby. Roger was still smiling, his eyes fixed on the man on the deck of the ship in front of him. Long time no see, Rox. Roger took the initiative to say hello. It was about 3 months ago since we last met. I didn't expect to meet here. Stop talking nonsense. Rox's tone was cold. Why are you here? Are you also targeting that target? You mean gold in the sky? Roger replied with a smile. That's just by the way. I can give it to you if you want it. We just want the 2 devil fruits on the ship, the Phantom Beast green dragon fruit and the meatball fruit.
Ha ha ha, Rox couldn't help laughing. Do you think you can dismiss us with just one mouth? Stop joking.
Whitebeard Edward on the side said. Roger, since you have the same goal as us, we only have one fight.
Whitebeard said, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Wait, there's going to be a fight now? Kaido asked in surprise.
Although he is very interested in devil fruit, he doesn't really want to conflict with the Roger pirates.
After all, the Roger pirates are currently in the limelight. They have fought against each other before, and they all know how powerful the other is.
What? Charlotte Linlin smiled and said, are you scared? Advertisement. Of course I'm not afraid. Kaido shook his head. But once the fight starts, Marine will be happy. That's right. Linlin nodded. She certainly didn't want to waste her energy here. But there is a guy here who has been wanting to take action. As soon as Charlotte Linlin finished speaking, Whitebeard Edward sighed loudly. So what? Since we are all hanging out in the sea, we should adapt to the rules of the sea. Do it, Captain Rox. Mitt saw this and nodded slightly. He must support starting a war with the Roger pirates, otherwise there would be no place to collect attribute points. Rox had a serious expression on his face when he heard Whitebeard's words. Roger, you have made such a name for yourself at such a young age, there is really no need to die here. Join us at Rox Pirate without risking your life. Let's take down the target together, what do you think? Of course Rox was not willing to waste his energy, so he simply ignored Whitebeard. He now wants to seize this opportunity and recruit the Roger pirates under his banner. The Roger pirates are quite powerful and they can recruit as many people as they can. The smile on Roger's face immediately disappeared and he said coldly. Rox, you are so confident, do you think we are so weak? As he said that, Roger glanced over and suddenly his eyes lit up. You're Mitt, right? There's been news about you in the newspapers lately? How about it? Are you interested in coming to our place? Don't go to Rox. While talking, Roger started to have Mitt's idea and poach him in front of Rox. Rox looked ugly and said solemnly, "I've warned you before, but it seems you still don't understand the current situation. I'm bound to get the gold in the sky and the devil fruit. I'll kill anyone who dares to stand in my way, no matter who it is." Roger sneered and said loudly, "Then let me see if you can do it. We want both devil fruits, and we won't compromise on this." Roger's words were obvious. He rejected Rox's proposal and showed no mercy. Mitt saw this and didn't rush to respond to Roger. The situation is a bit tense now, and Mitt himself is also thinking. Advertisement: in this situation, we have to see whether we should directly snatch the fruits later, or whether we should fight now. It is better to infer from the most favorable situation. Just as Mitt was thinking, Roger's voice came over again. "Mitt, didn't you hear that?" He was still trying to win over Mitt. "Our Roger pirates need you now. If you are interested, come over." When Roger said this, other pirates at the scene looked over. Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems that our newcomer is quite popular. Even Roger is here to recruit." Interesting. A sneer appeared at the corner of John Wang's mouth. He wanted to see how Mitt would respond, so he took advantage of this opportunity to take action. Unlike others, John Wang wanted to directly deal with Mitt, a dangerous person. Faced with Roger's invitation, Mitt spoke directly without any further hesitation. "Sorry, I don't have this idea." With that said, Mitt activated Thunderfruit and struck a bolt of thunder from the sky, targeting Roger standing on the deck. The other members of Roger's pirate group were shocked, but Roger himself was not affected at all. He just stood there and let the lightning strike down. And at the moment when the lightning struck down, Roger struck out like lightning and stabbed upward with his sword. Boom! The falling thunder was scattered by Roger's sword. "Ha ha ha!" Roger laughed. "You are really awesome, Mitt." He sounded excited. "Then let's see who can succeed." As he spoke, Roger's terrifying aura erupted, and Conqueror's Haki shot directly into the sky. Rock's expression changed slightly, and he saw Roger himself rushing into the air at some point. God avoids. The sword was swung out, and the terrifying red sword light came straight towards Rox with overwhelming momentum. This divine evasion move was so fast that everyone on the scene was moved by it. This. Kaido opened his mouth, and just as he was about to speak, Rox moved. Rox suddenly raised his right hand and punched hard, stopping him abruptly. The collision between the two sides immediately made the sea at the scene unquiet. Boom! The duel between the two of them seemed to split the sky and sweep away the surrounding white clouds. The situation at the scene suddenly became turbulent. Chapter 10: Battle against Rayleigh, Rox's favor. Because of the relationship between Rox and Roger, the sea became rough. The pirates on the deck were clinging to whatever they could and shouting, "Hold on, wait until Boss Rox takes care of Roger, and we will win. Kill him quickly, Boss Rox." Listening to the screams of the pirates, Rox's face changed slightly and he immediately increased his intensity. Roger, who was originally competing with Rox, immediately noticed this situation and struck out with his sword.
God avoids. There was another terrifying red sword light, this time even more powerful than the last time. Rox didn't dare to greet him, so he dodged and rushed towards Roger at the same time. Not to be outdone, Roger immediately prepared to fight back. The other members of the Roger pirates are also ready to take action against the Rox pirate. The situation changed immediately, and everyone was preparing to take action. Mitt didn't hesitate, he struck a thunderbolt towards Roger and ran straight towards him. But just before the thunder fell, Rayleigh suddenly appeared and cut it off with a sword. "Boy, it's not a good idea to attack suddenly," Rayleigh said solemnly. After the brief confrontation, Rayleigh was filled with shock. This boy actually knows how to arm himself with sexual entanglement, which should not be underestimated. Single quote. Thinking like this, Rayleigh was highly concentrated and ready to take action again at any time. "Thanks, Rayleigh," Roger smiled, then his face darkened. "At this point, we can only fight with Rox. Everyone, do it." Roger shouted without hesitation and struck Rox with his sword, his momentum even more powerful than before. "Let's go too," Whitebeard Edward shouted, his tone was very excited. After he finished speaking, without waiting for the other big pirates to respond, he took the initiative to rush forward and fight the enemy. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin next to him looked at each other and joined in the battle. However, except for Whitebeard Edward, the other big pirates were paddling without much effort. Mitt originally wanted to kill many people on Roger's ship, but he was still entangled by the deputy captain Rayleigh. "Don't underestimate me," Rayleigh shouted, holding Mitt back with his knife. Mitt didn't talk nonsense to the opponent and continued to hit the opponent with several thunderbolts. These lightning strikes were quite terrifying, but they were all blocked by Rayleigh. Mitt took this opportunity to quickly approach the opponent, waving the thunder sword in his hand, and Rayleigh fought with each other. The battle between the two of them was an even one. Advertisement. Mitt has the advantage in fruit ability and speed, while Rayleigh's advantage lies in combat experience and the use of Haki. Mitt is indeed at a disadvantage in terms of experience, but he is not at a disadvantage. What surprised Rayleigh was that Mitt became more and more skilled in the timing and intensity of his attacks. The other party is constantly growing. Rayleigh didn't expect Mitt to grow up so fast, and his attacks couldn't help but become more rapid. On the other side, Rox's pirates' fleet has already approached, and the two sides are already fighting. Rocks is still fighting Roger, and the powerful shock wave is centered on their battle and continues to spread outward. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket. Get armament Haki experience 20. Get observation Haki experience 40. The system's cold beep sounded in Mitt's heart, and a smile appeared on his face. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before Rayleigh is defeated. They fought each other for dozens of rounds, and Mitt and Rayleigh couldn't decide the outcome. Despite this, Rayleigh's condition is obviously worse than Mitt. Drink. With an angry shout, Rayleigh slashed out his sword and knocked back Mitt's attack. At the same time, Rayleigh quickly retreated, jumped to the deck, and took several deep breaths. Mitt was floating in midair, with lightning surrounding his body. He didn't look injured. After all, he can elementalize and is not so easily injured. System, show me the panel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mitt decided to take a look at his dashboard. Soon, Mitt's panel appeared in his eyes. Open black lens bracket Mitt close black lens bracket. Age. 15, formerly 27. Ability. Thunder Fruit, Advanced Swordsmanship, Advanced Physical Skills. Close black lens bracket. Physique. Invulnerable. Close black lens bracket. Armament Haki. Intermediate 12,100 thousandths. Observation Haki. Elementary 9,920 10 thousandths. Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki. Elementary 8,010 thousandths. Close black lens bracket. Fruit development level. Advanced 36,755 1 millionths. With just a little more experience, Mitt's observation Haki can be upgraded to intermediate level. In this way, he will not suffer in this regard like before. With this idea in mind, Mitt suddenly shook his right hand, and several bolts of lightning flew out of his hand. The electric light is entangled, and with a strong momentum, it rushes towards Rayleigh himself. Rayleigh smiled slightly, activated observation Haki, and dodged to avoid the opponent's attack. Advertisement. My knowledge is still a little better than yours, he said. Rayleigh saw from the previous confrontation that Mitt was weaker than him, so he said this. Oh, really? Mitt sneered. Looking at Mitt's expression, Rayleigh suddenly realized something was wrong. The lightning he just dodged actually changed direction in the air and continued to rush towards him. In this situation, Rayleigh didn't react at all and could only forcefully use armament Haki to resist. Boom. Rayleigh. Roger couldn't help shouting after noticing the situation on Rayleigh's side. Pay attention, Roger, Rox yelled. He crossed his hands and swung an X-shaped black air blade towards Roger, sucking in all the surrounding ships and sea water. Roger's expression changed drastically, and he quickly exploded with all his momentum and swung his sword to resist. God avoids. The moves of both sides collided again, the waves on the sea became bigger and bigger, and everyone began to stand unsteadily. Mitt floated in the air, looked ahead, and smiled. Just now, he heard the system prompt. Get observation Haki experience 40. Open black lens bracket observation Haki was promoted to intermediate level. Close black lens bracket. The current experience is 0 thousandths. Get Conqueror's Haki experience 40. Conqueror's Haki upgraded to intermediate level. The current experience is 0 thousandths. Strength evaluation updated. Close black lens bracket. Host is currently rated as Shichibukai advanced level. Close black lens bracket. Shichibukai, Mitt whispered, his eyes twinkling. My goal is more than that. Mitt's current target is no longer Shichibukai, but 4 emperors, admiral, and even One Piece. Now that he has come to this era, Mitt will not miss any opportunity to improve his strength. And the Rayleigh in front of him will also be a stepping stone for his improvement. Your strength has actually improved. Rayleigh's voice came from the smoke. Then he appeared in front of Mitt himself, with a serious expression on his face. He shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. With this terrifying speed of improvement, another monster has appeared in this world. You're too dangerous, Mitt. Chapter 11 Conqueror's Confrontation, Defeat Pluton. Hearing Rayleigh's emotion, Mitt smiled coldly. Then let you see how much I have improved. As soon as he finished speaking, Mitt's body was filled with lightning, and he shot straight into the sky, raining down countless thunder and lightning. Not only Rayleigh's side, but all the surrounding pirates were affected. Ah! A pirate screamed immediately. Escape quickly, there's thunder and lightning. Vice Captain Rayleigh, help. Rayleigh swung his sword to scatter these thunderbolts, but it was obviously beyond his power. And taking advantage of Rayleigh's opportunity to take action, Mitt turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed straight over. Fortunately, Rayleigh reacted quickly enough and was able to block his blow. Even so, Rayleigh couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood and stepped back. Mitt originally wanted to continue taking action, but suddenly sensed 2 extremely powerful waves and subconsciously looked over. These 2 momentums naturally came from Rox and Roger, and the battle between the two was quite fierce. But Mitt could see that Roger was clearly at a disadvantage. The current Roger is not the pirate king who will dominate the sea in the future. Rox was still able to suppress Roger and beat him back repeatedly. Seeing that many of his own people were hit by the lightning released by Mitt, Roger immediately burst out with amazing momentum. This is a pretty scary Conqueror's Haki. Facing Roger's Conqueror's Haki, Rox also released his own. The Conqueror's Haki from both sides suddenly collided with each other, and they clashed fiercely. While Mitt was distracted, Rayleigh swept away the lightning with a sword, and at the same time unleashed a powerful Conqueror's Haki. This Conqueror's Haki locked onto Mitt and pressed hard against him. Mitt's face darkened, and then his aura changed, and Conqueror's was quickly released. With Mitt as the center, Conqueror's Haki quickly spread out and collided with Rayleigh's Conqueror's. The confrontation between the two Conqueror's Haki, coupled with the continuous thunder and lightning falling around them, was not weaker than Rock's and Roger's momentum. There were already some relatively weak pirates at the scene who were knocked down by Conqueror's Haki, and some even fainted directly. At the same time, lightning continued to strike, and several pirates were killed in an instant. The surrounding sea continued to stir up huge waves, hitting the ship, and several lightning strikes struck down. Advertisement. Rumbles of thunder rang out, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki pressed down. The pirates of the Roger pirates could only grit their teeth and resist. They were frightened by this terrible situation, and many people even planned to escape from the danger. Run away. Let's run away. It's too scary, we can't stop it. Back off, I don't want to die. Several big pirates who had been paddling on the battlefield were also shocked by Rayleigh's performance. I knew you were strong. Whitebeard Edward's face was full of excitement. He didn't expect that Mitt actually had Conqueror's Haki, and the level was not low. This was completely unexpected by Whitebeard, so his evaluation of Mitt was a little higher. Good job, Mitt, Kaido shouted. Kill that guy, and we'll finish off Roger in one go. He said that, but neither Kaido nor the others moved, he was just urging Mitt. Everyone wants to save their energy until the end, so Kaido encourages Mitt to quickly deal with Rayleigh. In fact, the other members of Rock's pirate thought so, and their movements stopped unknowingly. The lack of unity is Rock's pirates' fatal flaw, otherwise the Roger pirates would have been destroyed long ago. But even so, once the vice captain Rayleigh dies, the Roger pirates will be defeated. After the confrontation, Rayleigh slashed Mitt with his sword and seized the opportunity to escape. He was breathing heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead, and his pupils were trembling slightly. After the duel with Mitt, Rayleigh knew that they could not win this battle and immediately shouted. Roger, let's retreat. Don't fight Rocks. If this continues, Rayleigh knows that he will definitely lose and cannot continue fighting. Otherwise, all the fellow pirates will die at the hands of Rocks. Don't worry, Roger shouted loudly, his body actually rising again. It was obvious that Roger had no intention of retreating. Damn it, Rayleigh cursed secretly and immediately decided to get rid of Mitt as soon as possible. As long as this man is dealt with, you can deal with Rocks with Roger. So Rayleigh once again burst out with amazing momentum, which shocked Mitt for a moment. At this time, Rayleigh's eyes were flashing, and it was obvious that he had used all his strength. Watch the move, Rayleigh yelled and swung a terrifying sword light towards Mitt. Advertisement. Mitt sensed Rayleigh's thoughts and began to use his full strength. Kirin, he shouted. The dark clouds in the sky flashed with lightning, and a thunder beast suddenly rushed out and bit Rayleigh. Rayleigh tried his best to avoid Kirin, with a serious expression on his face, and continued to slash several sword beams at Mitt. Kirin missed a single blow and turned around to charge forward, threatening to tear Rayleigh into pieces. Suddenly there was thunder and lightning, dazzling lightning flashes, and the screams of pirates everywhere. Seeing that Rayleigh was still struggling with Kirin, Mitt immediately prepared for a quick resolution. He used the power of lightning to strengthen his body, his muscles tightened, and countless electric lights flashed around him. This method can greatly improve Mitt's physical fitness, and he has already used his full strength. Not good. Rayleigh immediately noticed something was wrong and wanted to retreat. But at this moment Mitt rushed towards Rayleigh at such a fast speed that he had no time to react. Tired of the challenge, Rayleigh could only use observation Haki and armament Haki to defend. But can this alone really block Mitt's attack? Rayleigh didn't know. He widened his eyes and watched Mitt's lightning sword thrust towards him. Boom. The smoke from the explosion engulfed both Rayleigh and Mitt, and soon someone flew backwards. Rayleigh was knocked away by Mitt. He finally recovered in the air and hurriedly landed on the deck. But as soon as it landed, Rayleigh's legs softened and she half knelt down. Vice Captain Rayleigh. Immediately some of his companions exclaimed, looking at Rayleigh who was injured and bleeding profusely. Rayleigh, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, actually lost to a young man. Damn it. Roger gritted his teeth when he saw this. I was also a little embarrassed by Rocks. If this continues, the situation will definitely get worse. Back off, Roger shouted directly without thinking for long. We're out of the competition, those two devil fruits are yours, Rocks. Now that you're here, there's no such thing as quitting. Rocks roared angrily, and Conqueror's Haki pressed down like a tsunami. Roger and Rayleigh's expressions changed slightly. After hearing what he said, Rocks and Mitt had no intention of stopping. Rocks will not miss the opportunity to destroy the Roger pirates. Chapter 12. Famous in the sea, Thunder Emperor is famous. Damn it. Pluton. Rayleigh gritted his teeth and jumped next to Roger. Go together. Roger understood and stood with Rayleigh, raising his sword at the same time. Mitt sensed something was wrong and immediately lowered the thunder beast Kirin from the sky. Rocks also burst out with terrifying power and was about to kill them. Drink. Roger and Rayleigh struck down at the same time, and the terrifying sword light rushed straight away. The sea ahead was cut off and collided with Rocks and Mitt's attacks. Boom. Taking this opportunity, Roger and Rayleigh retreated quickly and decisively. The other pirates wanted to take advantage of the victory and pursue them, but were stopped by Rock's. Consider them lucky they don't have to chase them. A smile appeared on Rock's face and he looked at Mitt, who was still floating in the air. If it wasn't for Mitt, Roger wouldn't have given up so easily. Everyone at the scene knew very well that Mitt was extremely powerful. The other Rock's pirate people did not take action and returned to their original ships. The scary guy. Golden Lion looked at Mitt and said in a deep voice. He had been shocked by Mitt's strength and did not dare to relax at all. Charlotte, Linlin and Kaido's expressions darkened and they kept looking at Mitt. Mitt, good job. Only Whitebeard Edward shouted, his eyes full of excitement. I knew you were awesome, haha. Mitt smiled slightly and slowly returned to the deck from the air. On the other side, the Roger pirates' fleet is rapidly retreating to avoid the Rock's pirate. They had already been defeated in this confrontation and there was no need to stay any longer. Looking at Mitt who returned to the deck, Rayleigh wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This Mitt is far beyond my expectations. Rayleigh said solemnly. Haha, I didn't expect even you to lose, Rayleigh. Roger laughed. You need to exercise more, you can't even beat a child now. It's not like you haven't seen Mitt's strength. Rayleigh said helplessly. What's more, I just tried a few tricks and pretended. Although Rayleigh was injured, he was obviously still capable of fighting, and he would not fall down so easily. I know. Roger smiled and patted Rayleigh on the shoulder. This kid is really awesome. He will be in good hands in the future. Rayleigh shook his head helplessly. Advertisement. Despite that, both of them recognized Mitt's ability. With Mitt's potential, I don't know how bright his future will be. Rayleigh lamented. Then let's see. A smile appeared on Roger's face. But I won't admit defeat. One Piece must be ours. On the boat, Rox was in a good mood and kept praising Mitt. I was right, you did a great job, Mitt. Mitt lay quietly on the deck, feeling the side effects of forcibly stimulating his body after the battle just now. He needs to take a good rest now to let his body recover. Listening to Rox praise, Mitt glanced to the side. Except for Whitebeard, who looked excited as always, the faces of the other big pirates had something wrong with them. They saw Mitt's strength and began to be afraid of him. This man will definitely be a problem for him in the future. Even after noticing this, Mitt's expression remained the same as before, and it didn't affect him at all. His eyes are full of confidence, no matter what, he will just come over. After successfully repelling the Roger pirates, there was naturally a celebration party in the evening. Mitt naturally became the center of attention at the scene, and people greeted him one after another. He has only been here for a few days, but he has already established a firm foothold by relying on his strong strength. This is the world of pirates, only the strong can be recognized. At the banquet, taking advantage of the heated atmosphere, Rox spoke loudly. In this operation, whoever grabs anything will own it. As long as you grab 2 devil fruits, they are yours. Hearing Rox say this, everyone's eyes lit up. This is 2 full devil fruits. And it's an extremely rare category. Many people at the scene had not yet eaten devil fruit, so they were naturally very interested in these 2. Their eyes burst out with blazing light, and they were obviously determined to get the 2 devil fruits. Only Mitt had a calm expression. He was not interested in the 2 devil fruits at all. After all, I already have thunder fruit, so there is no point in trying to grab it. So Mitt drank quietly among these pirates who were having heated discussions. However, his peaceful atmosphere did not last long, as the big pirates approached him one after another. Mitt, are you interested in joining forces with me? Golden Lion asked directly. Not interested. Mitt answered directly. Haha, Mitt should cooperate with me. Charlotte Linlin winked at Mitt. The 2 of us will go grab the fruit together, and I will reward you well when the time comes. No need. Mitt's response was the same as before, without any impact. Advertisement. Although Charlotte Linlin is indeed a beauty now, Mitt already knows in advance what she will look like decades from now. Therefore, Mitt appeared unmoved and his face was calm. Mitt. Kaido's eyes widened and he said hurriedly. I brought you here, do you want? I'll say it again. Mitt said, standing up from his position. Devil fruit is of no use to me, no need to waste your efforts. I knew you would say that. Whitebeard Edward smiled. He knew from the beginning that Mitt would not agree, so he did not speak. Glancing at Whitebeard, Mitt raised his head and drank a glass of wine. As for devil fruit, everyone depends on their abilities. Just do your best. Mitt expressed his intention very clearly and rejected them all directly. Upon seeing this, Golden Lion and others did not stay any longer and turned around to leave. Mitt continued to follow his own ideas and started drinking with Whitebeard. Among so many people, Whitebeard was the most to his liking. The main thing is that Whitebeard Edward is an honest man, which reassures Mitt. After drinking all night, everyone in Rock's Pirate was drunk. Even Mitt himself was a little dizzy. He got up and tried to wake up. At this moment, Mitt noticed something with his sense of sight, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. At this time, in a hidden corner of the ship, Whitebeard's woman, Stussy, was talking quietly. That's the situation here. Be careful about the one named Mitt. She is contacting Marine and wants to use this opportunity to ambush Rox and his gang. Mitt heard it directly. He was slightly startled and suddenly remembered what happened next. Marine did have a plan and was preparing to ambush them. A smile appeared on his face, and Mitt made a deliberate sound of footsteps. Stussy was startled and quickly turned around to see Mitt appearing behind him. You should be contacting Marine, Mitt said with a smile and a very firm tone. Stussy's eyes widened and her whole body trembled slightly with fear. What do you want to do? She was very scared. At this time, Stussy had no way to resist the other party. Mitt just looked at Stussy and continued. I have a deal that you must agree to. There is no room for rejection. Stussy was stunned for a moment, then she realized and nodded hurriedly. Any deal is fine, just tell me. Okay. The corners of Mitt's mouth raised even more. Then listen carefully. Chapter 13 The war begins, Marines encirclement. On the calm sea, several Marine warships slowly sailed towards their destination. Surrounded in the middle is the most important target of this operation. Heavenly gold dedicated to the celestial dragons, and 2 extremely precious devil fruits. In order to escort these safely to their destination, Marine sent many experts to escort them this time. Garp, Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr, who were Marine Vice Admirals at the time, personally led the team. Any pirate would be frightened when he saw it, and would not be able to think of taking action. But Rox and his gang of pirates didn't take Marine's threat seriously at all. They are bound to win this goal. Monkey D. Dragon stood beside the ship's rail and looked at the waves on the sea ahead. Now he is not the all-powerful leader of the Revolutionary Army, but just a Marine Rear Admiral. As the son of Garp, Long is already a rising star in Marine. No one doubts that he will become a Marine backbone and serve justice in the future. Dragon, come here quickly. Just when Long was lost in thought, Garp's voice came over. He turned around and walked into the cabin. As soon as he entered the conference room, he saw many Marine senior executives present. Long, you're finally here. Sengoku nodded towards him. What's the matter? Long asked, scanning the scene. What else could it be? Zephyr sneered, we already have information. That B************ D from Rox really wants to come over and steal something. We just happened to ambush and catch them off guard. They have dealt with Rox countless times and naturally know that the other party will definitely take action. Otherwise, Marine wouldn't be so nervous and sent 3 Admiral-level experts over. The ship in the middle has celestial dragons, we must protect them first. Sengoku added. Forget it. Garp said nonchalantly. I came here just to find someone to fight with. You can handle the celestial dragons matter. Garp, Sengoku said in a deep voice with a serious expression. This task is extremely important, so don't slack off. Wait until the Rox pirate guys reach our encirclement before taking action. Don't act rashly. Don't worry, I'm not that reckless person. Garp smiled. No, that's the kind of person you are. Sengoku answered directly. Long ignored their quarrel and picked up the report on the table. Advertisement. This is information from Rox, gang. Zephyr said from the side. He had his hands clasped in his fists and his expression was gloomy. There are a lot of guys besides Rox who are dangerous. My intuition tells me that these pirates will definitely turn the world upside down in the future. Ryu, as a Marine, you should not take this lightly. Zephyr has always admired outstanding Marine juniors, not to mention that Long is Garp's son. The dragon smiled and did not respond to Zephyr, glancing at the report in his hand. Whitebeard Edward, Golden Lion Shaki. He murmured, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Mitt the Thunderer. What? Zephyr saw the dragon's expression and asked. Do you care about this guy? No, I just think he is very young. Long said casually. Young. Zephyr couldn't help but shake his head. If you are so young, why do you want to become a pirate? The quarrel between Sengoku and Garp continues, and the dragon has set its sights on the distance. Thunder Emperor Mitt, the appearance of this man gave him other ideas. Not long after, as expected, many pirate ships appeared on the sea. Their target is very clear, it is the giant ship sailing on the sea. This huge ship floated alone on the sea, making the pirates who came over salivate. Go up and grab the treasure above. There's only one ship, let's board it and rob it. Like a shot of chicken blood, these little pirates drove their pirate ships to attack. But the pirate ship where the Rox pirate is located has not taken action yet. They seem to know something, but they still entered Marine's circle. Just as these little pirates were approaching, several warships suddenly appeared in the surrounding sea. Boom. The warship fired shells at them without hesitation, and they fell like raindrops in an instant. Ah, hurry, hurry. The little pirates who originally attacked were shocked, and many of them were directly blown away by the cannonballs. Sure enough, Marine is ambush. Linlin said solemnly. Advertisement. She wanted to see how capable these Marines were and whether they could block the attack. As soon as he finished speaking, some of the attacking pirates had successfully boarded the target ship. Marine's attack became more rapid, and the pirates screamed again and again. Despite this, there were still lucky guys who managed to grab a lot of treasures and jump into the water. John Wong, who had been observing the battle ahead, suddenly said. Captain Rox, that should be the target. Let's do it now. Charlotte, Linlin and Kaido were also itchy and immediately stood up. We have to get there quickly, don't let others get the target. Rox, eyes stayed on the giant ship ahead and said coldly. Attack. With an order, Wang Zhan, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Edward, Linlin, Kaido and others immediately took action. Linlin and Kaido moved the fastest and landed on the deck of the giant ship with a big jump. Get out of here. With a bang, Kaido used his mace to smash the marine blocking the way. The two of them were like evil spirits, sweeping away the marines who were rushing towards them, and kept going deeper. At this moment, an extremely powerful momentum came over. Kaido and Linlin's expressions changed slightly and they quickly stepped back. Suddenly, it was Zephyr who appeared in front of them. At the same time, Marines people quickly came over and surrounded the two of them in a blink of an eye. The entire giant ship is filled with Marines. Damn it, it seems we were careless. Linlin gritted his teeth. Zephyr said angrily. You bastards of Rock's pirate, you can never succeed. After saying that, Zephyr attacked Linlin and Kaido with one strike. Zephyr's strength is extraordinary, Linlin and Kaido can only deal with him together. At the same time, several warships approached Rock's and the others and surrounded them. This was a trap, and Rock's pirate stepped into it. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Golden Lion Shiki cursed. Which ship is the gold in the sky on? He was impatient and floated directly into the sky, overlooking these marines from a high position. The Golden Lion stretched out his hands, and the surrounding sea surface quickly stirred under his influence. One wave after another, the entire sea surface was shaking, and the movement was getting louder and louder. Lousy was too lazy to play with you, so he drowned them all. Chapter 14. Meeting a dragon for the first time, Mitt's taunt. Sengoku, who was standing on the deck of the warship, was shocked when he saw this situation. He couldn't sit still anymore, so he jumped into the air and turned into a golden Buddha. Retreat. The golden light palm wind pressed against the Golden Lion Shiki floating in the air, with extremely powerful power. Golden Lion Shiki cursed secretly and slashed out a sword with his backhand. His sword hit Sengoku's palm directly, but there was a crisp sound of weapons clashing. Golden Lion Shiki, I won't let you do whatever you want. Sengoku roared. Watch out. After saying that, Sengoku slapped several palms in the air and attacked Golden Lion Shiki. Not to be outdone, Golden Lion Shiki started fighting with Sengoku. On the other side, Garp is also preparing to take action. His target is the enemy's leader, the big pirate Rocks. Before leaving, Garp did not forget to tell his son. Dragon, you protect the celestial dragons here while I deal with the Rocks. The dragon nodded slightly, glanced at the celestial dragons in the room, and smiled on his face. Don't worry, old man. Once on the deck, Garp started shouting without hesitation. Rocks, you weakling, if you have the guts, fight me. Don't sit back and be a turtle, you hear me. Of course Rocks heard it, his face was gloomy, and he suddenly burst out with the extremely powerful Conqueror's Haki. This Conqueror's Haki directly stunned the weak marine soldiers, allowing them to experience the power of Rocks. Haha. Garp laughed as he noticed Rocks' aura. I knew you wouldn't be so cowardly. With that said, Garp jumped up, changed direction in the air, and rushed straight towards him. Rocks was full of energy and was obviously ready to fight Garp. Edward, Mitt, Rocks said solemnly. Go and find the ship where the target celestial dragons is. Sky Gold and Devil Fruit are definitely there. Yes. Whitebeard Edward and the others did not hesitate and started taking action immediately. Mitt is also with Whitebeard, looking for their target. Rocks, on the other hand, was already fighting with Garp, and the scene was extremely fierce. Mitt doesn't care to observe their duel, Tianjin and Devil Fruit are the most important things now. Advertisement. Mitt, look over there. Whitebeard Edward suddenly shouted. Mitt looked in the direction of his finger, and sure enough he found several ships there. Moreover, Mitt could vaguely sense the aura of a master there, and it was obvious that there was something going on. The celestial dragons should be in those ships. Edward Whitebeard said. Let's go there now. With that said, Whitebeard Edward and other big pirates drove the ship towards the target. Their guess was not wrong, there was indeed something wrong with those ships. Before Whitebeard and the others could get closer, many experts rushed up and attacked them. These people wear masks and white suits, but they use Marine 6 styles. Tempest Kick. Several wind blades rushed towards them, but were directly punched away by Whitebeard Edward. He looked excited and shouted without hesitation. Pull the boat over. The target is there. Seeing this, Mitt also started to take action. His body was wrapped with lightning and he shuttled across the battlefield at extremely fast speeds. At the same time, he kept hitting the surroundings with thunder, and rushed all the way. With Mitt's help, many pirates, including Stussy, successfully boarded a ship with him. Whitebeard Edward and other big pirates rushed to other ships. Engage the enemy. As soon as he landed, Mitt was attacked by the enemy, and a powerful sword light swept over him. With a flash of lightning, Mitt transformed into an element to dodge the attack and looked towards the opponent. This enemy was wearing a black suit, and the long sword in his hand was flashing with cold light. Are you the Thunder Emperor Mitt who appeared recently? The man asked. Mitt smiled slightly, suddenly increased his speed, and appeared in front of the other party. The man obviously didn't react and his eyes widened. Before he could speak, his body was pierced by Mitt's lightning sword. I don't talk nonsense to weaklings. After saying this coldly, Mitt pointed to the right. Thunder and lightning struck down, directly hitting several enemies, and they instantly turned into extremely charred corpses. Everyone at the scene was stunned by Mitt's strength. Their movements naturally affected the interior, and a fat-headed celestial dragon suddenly shouted. Advertisement. What's going on? Why is the ship shaking? Are you Marines useless? Drive the enemy away quickly. Several other subordinates were also shouting, and kept ordering the Marine next to them. Aren't you just trash? Mitt's voice came over. Immediately afterwards, he appeared at the gate with several pirates. What? The fat celestial dragons was startled. You, why are you here? He jumped and shouted. Don't think it's a big deal. I'm going to capture you, keep you as a pet, and play with you. Come on, catch this B****************. Shut up. Mitt frowned and raised his hand. With a click, a bolt of lightning struck at the opponent. The celestial dragon's eyes widened, already frightened by this sudden attack. At this moment, Long, who had been standing nearby, took action. He took a step forward, raised his hand and sent out a tornado, forcibly blocking the lightning strike. Boom. The shock wave from the collision blew this celestial dragons down, scaring the other celestial dragons to retreat. That's it, Mitt. The dragon stood in front of Mitt. Dragon. Mitt frowned. He didn't expect the other party to be here. You guys want to protect the celestial dragons. Ha ha ha. Long grinned. I'm not here to protect the celestial dragons, I'm here to fight you. Come on, let me see what you can do. Flames of excitement burst out from Long's eyes. At this moment, he was no different from his father, Garp. I see, Mitt said, getting into a fighting stance. Then I won't be polite. With that said, without giving Long a chance to stop him, Mitt turned into a dazzling lightning and rushed straight over. As expected, Long couldn't be distracted, so he could only force his way forward and swung countless wind blades at Mitt. Mitt was also aroused with the desire to fight, and immediately shifted his target to the dragon. The dragon charged forward without hesitation and collided with Mitt. The wind blade collided with the electric light emitted by Mitt, causing an extremely violent vibration. A big war breaks out. Chapter 15. The dragon being played with, Thunder Beast vs. Wind Dragon. In order to duel with Mitt, Long directly crashed into the building with the opponent, and both of them floated in the air. The two tornadoes intertwined and rushed towards Mitt, but he blocked it with several lightning strikes. They fought each other for a round, and the fighting spirit on their faces could not be concealed. After witnessing the dragon's battle, the surrounding Marine soldiers praised him one after another. As expected of a dragon, it's so powerful. Of course, he is the son of Vice Admiral Garp, the future star of our Marine. Isn't this Mitt just relying on Logia to be powerful? The dragon is also Logia, it's not false at all. The dragon was floating in the air, his hair and clothes blown up by the surrounding air currents. He stared closely at the man in front of him. Mitt, there's no way you can succeed while I'm here. Long said with a smile, his tone full of confidence. Mitt responded with a cold smile. Then give it a try. After saying that, electricity surged around Mitt's body, and his momentum continued to climb upwards. The electric light flashed, Mitt gathered in his hands, and released it in one breath. In an instant, the electricity released by Mitt formed two thunder beasts with tens of millions of volts, rushing towards the celestial dragons below. He wanted to see if the dragon could be stopped. The dragon's face changed slightly, and he held his hands empty, activating the hurricane fruit's ability. I saw his hands forming two cyclones, which grew bigger and bigger, sucking in the surrounding seawater. Drink. The cyclone shot out, grew into a violent wind halfway, and hit the two thunder beasts directly. The two thunder beasts originally charged towards the celestial dragons, but were intercepted by this strong wind. Suddenly, air waves flew up, and powerful shock waves swept around, destroying everything on the ship. The surrounding waves were rough, and everyone on the boat was unsteady and screamed frequently. Damn it! Stop it! Stop it! The wind and waves are so strong. We can't stop it. Regardless of the screams of others, Mitt continued to stare at the celestial dragons. He smiled coldly. 2 are not enough. 4. There was a loud roar, and the electric light on Mitt exploded again, forming 4 thunder beasts in the air. These 4 thunder beasts screamed in the interweaving of lightning and light, and the sound was even more powerful. Long's eyes widened. Faced with this situation, he had to stay in front. Advertisement. Several strong winds suddenly appeared on the scene, focusing on the dragon's hands. The wind was so violent that many Marine soldiers were implicated in it. 2 natural disasters collided with each other, and all mortals suffered. The 4 thunder beasts rushed towards the dragon at extremely fast speeds, slamming into the storm. The dragon gritted his teeth and moved in the air, sweeping out several gusts of wind to block the opponent's attack direction. Mitt's goal hasn't changed, it's still the celestial dragons. He had already increased his strength at this time. Long was struggling to stop the opponent, but he still managed to block it. Interesting. Mitt said coldly, his momentum erupting again. What? Long noticed something was wrong and immediately looked towards the other party. I saw Mitt's whole body was filled with electricity, emitting a dazzling light. The originally dark surroundings were illuminated by this dazzling light, and everyone couldn't help but look over. Huge waves arose on the sea surface, wailing loudly, and crawling under the power of God. With Mitt at the center, thunder and lightning kept coming, as if it was going to shatter the surrounding space. There were bursts of thunder and roar, and the terrifying momentum was suppressed, and the Marines on the ship couldn't help but tremble. Such a terrifying power made them tremble with fear. Long's face darkened, and his spirit became extremely tense. 4 is not enough, you want 8. He said solemnly. No, Mitt said calmly. It's 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Mitt's condensed electricity suddenly exploded and was quickly released with him as the center. This alone has already set off a tsunami in the surroundings, hitting the ship where the celestial dragons are. Long had to concentrate on keeping the ship stable, otherwise it might be overturned by huge waves. At this time, Mitt had released all the power, forming a huge and terrifying thunder beast. This thunder beast was bigger than the one Mitt summoned before, and its momentum was even more terrifying. Sitting on the thunder beast, Mitt looked down at the dragon and said proudly. Let me see now, how can you resist like this? Long smiled reluctantly, knowing that he couldn't do it now without using his full strength. Then try this trick of mine. Long's eyes suddenly widened. With a roar, the entire ship was enveloped by the strong wind, shaking away all the tsunami that hit it. The strong wind stirred around the dragon. He raised his right hand and released all his strength. Countless tornadoes rushed out from the sea and gathered above the dragon. In an instant, the tornado winds gathered into a dragon shape and made a deafening cry. Advertisement. The dragon is inside the body of this wind dragon, constantly erupting extremely powerful air currents. This momentum alone is no weaker than Mitt. Seeing this situation, the marine soldiers who were still struggling shouted. Come on, dragon. Get rid of this B****************. Long was prepared and ready to deal with it. It seems you are ready. Mitt smiled slightly, his eyes full of murderous intent. Suffer death. Under Mitt's release, the thunder beast roared and rushed towards the wind dragon, and the lightning was even more dazzling. The wind dragon also roared and collided with the thunder beast. Amidst the lightning and thunder, a terrifying shock wave spread out in all directions, forcing the surrounding seawater to retreat. If the dragon hadn't been protecting the ship tightly, it would have been torn apart by the lightning storm. But all the marine soldiers above felt uncomfortable, and some of them were accidentally involved. In an instant, many marine soldiers were struck by lightning and turned into extremely charred corpses. Some bodies were torn apart by the sharp wind blades and cut into pieces. Ah, help, help. Those celestial dragons were in a panic. For the first time, they felt that their lives were threatened, and they couldn't help but scream. The thunder beast and the wind dragon bite and entangle each other, and the two powerful forces are constantly clashing. But Mitt soon gained the upper hand. He once again burst out with powerful force, letting the thunder beast bite the wind dragon. The dragon's expression changed drastically, and he could only forcefully detonate the wind dragon. Boom. The shock wave hit again, and the ship was already riddled with holes under the impact again and again. If this continues, the waves alone will engulf this ship. Mitt's figure slowly appeared in the smoke. His face was calm and there was no injury on his body. The dragon landed on the deck, his clothes were torn, and his face was covered with sweat. This confrontation has already decided the winner, and Long is no match for Mitt. When the surrounding pirates saw this, they all raised their arms and shouted. Mitt won. I knew it. Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor. The pirates shouted loudly and kept calling Mitt's name. Hearing this mountain-like cry, everyone on the battlefield looked over. Mitt still had a calm look on his face. His eyes were only looking at those celestial dragons from beginning to end. Chapter 16 Celestial Dragons, a waste. Looking at the scene in front of him, Long gritted his teeth and wanted to stop Mitt. But at this moment, a flash of lightning flashed, and Mitt suddenly appeared behind him. Your reaction has slowed down, Long. Mitt said calmly. I don't need to take action now. A bad premonition flashed through Long's heart and he turned around hastily. But Mitt was faster than him and already appeared in front of the celestial dragons. This fat celestial dragons was lifted effortlessly by Mitt. Stop. Long still wanted to resist. At this moment, Stussy's figure appeared behind the dragon like a ghost. When the dragon is not paying attention, Stussy opened his mouth and bit into it. Ah, Long didn't react and was attacked by Stussy. He stretched out his hand, stared at Mitt with both eyes, and then lost consciousness. After a successful blow, Stussy quickly stepped back without saying anything. This was an agreement between her and Mitt, and both parties already knew it. Mitt ignored Stussy and just looked at the celestial dragons with a cold light in his eyes. The fat celestial dragons kept struggling and screaming. Untouchable. Don't touch me with your dirty hands, get out of here. If you dare to attack me, world government and marine will not let you go. Then let you see if I dare to take action. Mitt said coldly. Then he used the projection phone bug that he had prepared long ago to project the scene on the sea. The two sides who were fighting each other were immediately shocked by this image. What? Sengoku was shocked. The world's nobles have fallen. Zephyr's face was livid, he looked at the projection on the sea and said in a deep voice. The dragon didn't block Mitt, things are terrible. Garp couldn't help but scream. Dragon. Mitt, you brat. Garp cares more about his son than the celestial dragons. They all wanted to go to the rescue immediately, but Rox and the other pirates would not get out of the way. Haha, I still want to support, no way. Golden Lion Shiki laughed. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido worked together to repel the attack and said loudly. Advertisement. Don't even try to get through here. Seeing this situation, Sengoku suddenly became anxious. Send the message back to world government, quickly. He shouted immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a marine soldier immediately transmitted the image of the scene back. The world's nobles have been kidnapped by pirates, and the 5 elders must know as soon as possible. In Marigioa, the Holy Land, the 5 elders were sitting on chairs in the conference room and were also shocked by the scene. One of the 5 elders, Saint Satan, the god of scientific defense, looked at this scene and said in a deep voice. This man named Mitt is too arrogant. That's right, the 5 elders with long beards next to them answered. Hurry up and let Sengoku and Zephyr attack and rescue the world's nobles. Don't worry. The bald 5 elders smiled slightly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Mitt is just trying to boost the morale of the pirates. He will definitely not dare to attack the world's nobles. Once we take action against the world's nobles, we will fight him to the death. Rox will not be so stupid. Saint Satan shook his head and said, the question is this Mitt really willing to listen to Rox? I have an ominous feeling. Kong also received the news, and he was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Hurry up and let Garp Sengoku and the others take action, don't give the enemy a chance to threaten the world's nobles. Kong shouted loudly. If there is anything wrong with the world's nobles, the anger of the Holy Land will burn us to pieces. Kong looked gloomy and murmured. Probably not. This Mitt wouldn't be so arrogant and dare to attack the world's nobles. At this time, the pirates who were fighting at the scene actually didn't think that Mitt would take action. Haha, Mitt captured the celestial dragons. Those from Marine and world government must be rushing to save them. Let's take this opportunity to chase them and snatch the gold from the sky. Immediately, the morale of the pirates soared, and they planned to take this opportunity to snatch the heavenly gold and devil fruit. But Rox felt something was wrong. Mitt's expression in the video looked like he didn't want to let go. Mitt. Rox couldn't help shouting, his face darkening. He felt that Mitt would not take action against the celestial dragons, as the matter would be too big, and even he would not dare to provoke them easily. In this case, take advantage of this opportunity to suppress Marine in one go. Then take advantage of the chaos to grab what needs to be grabbed and retreat calmly. Just when Rox was thinking this, Mitt moved. In full view of everyone, with the 5 elders and Martial Marine watching, Mitt continued to move. I saw him lifting the celestial dragons high, with a cold murderous intent on his lips. Advertisement. Do you think I will let you go? Shut up. You be asterisk 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 D, why don't you let me go? Celestial dragons was still shouting when death was imminent. The coldness in Mitt's eyes became even worse. He twisted his right hand without hesitation and broke the neck of celestial dragons. In front of the 5 elders, Martial Marine, and Rox Pirate. Mitt killed the celestial dragons directly. Shocked, everyone was shocked by Mitt's behavior. How is that possible? Kong opened his mouth wide and couldn't believe it for a long time. Mitt actually killed the world's nobles. Boom. Satan Saint punched the table, and the whole table fell down. All the 5 elders stood up and roared. Mitt. What? Sengoku's eyes widened and he shouted subconsciously. He never thought that Mitt would dare to do it directly in front of everyone. Damn it. Even Rox himself couldn't help but yell. Are you crazy, Mitt? Rox just wants to grab the heavenly gold and get those 2 devil fruits. But I never thought of taking action against the world's nobles, and now the situation has been completely messed up by Mitt. It's over. When the pirates saw this situation, they all realized something was wrong. Mitt killed the world's nobles, and now it's over. Even Whitebeard Edward couldn't help but sigh and said. Mitt, you are really good at getting into trouble. Everyone at the scene thought that Mitt was a madman for actually daring to directly execute celestial dragons. But Mitt doesn't care what they think, he will only do what he wants. Even the celestial dragons only have one word to mess with him. Die. After standing quietly for a while, Mitt still didn't hear the system prompt. He frowned and said disdainfully. Trash, you don't even have any attributes, you are such a waste. With that said, Mitt casually threw the bodies of celestial dragons into the sea. With a plop, the corpse of celestial dragons quickly attracted countless small fish to devour it. Mitt smiled, his tone full of sarcasm. Nobles of the world, I think they can't even compare to pigs. Chapter 17 Divine Punishment is coming. Holy Land Marigioa. The 5 elders were extremely angry when they saw what Mitt had done. Let's go, everyone. Saint Satan stood up first. Seeing this, the other 4 people also took action. The world's nobles were murdered in public, which was a pretty big deal. No matter what, I have to report this matter to that adult. Saint Satan's face was ashen and he said in a deep voice. Let's go to Pengu City. The deepest part of Pengu City, among the flowers. All the 5 elders fell to their knees, not even daring to breathe. Because the person sitting among the flowers is the real controller of the world government. The king of the world hidden behind the 5 elders, I am. Sir, I am. The world noble Eli Mitt was killed in public by the pirate Mitt. Saint Satan said in a deep voice, his tone full of respect. We made a mistake that allowed Rox and his men to succeed. Please forgive me. Silence, deathly silence. I am didn't say a word, just looked down at everything in front of him with a pair of cold and ruthless eyes. The 5 elders did not dare to move rashly, even if cold sweat was dripping from their noses. If even the heart could stop beating, they would cut it off without hesitation. Not sure how much time had passed, the 5 elders suddenly noticed something and said in unison. Yes. The door between the flowers was opened again, and the 5 old people retreated together. But smiles appeared on their faces. No matter what, Mitt and Rox are dead. ... Captain Rox. John Wong and several other pirates jumped next to Rox and said in a deep voice. We have obtained the heavenly gold, we should retreat now. When he said this, John Wong subconsciously glanced in the direction of Mitt. Now everyone knows that Mitt killed the celestial dragons, and everyone knows that he has formed a big feud with the world government. Whether it's for their own face or to protect the celestial dragons, the world government will not let them go. The situation got completely out of control because Mitt killed the celestial dragons. Advertisement. Don't you want devil fruit? Rox laughed. This trouble was caused by that guy Mitt. John Wong said coldly. I already got what I wanted. The implication is to cut ties with Mitt. Rox couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. It seems that this guy Mitt has caused a big trouble for us. He didn't say good or bad, he just laughed. Here's my order. Everyone retreats, including Mitt. John Wong hesitated to speak, but still chose to do it. As for Mitt, no one knows his situation, and some don't know how to contact him. They only wanted one thing, and that was to leave the scene as quickly as possible. Back to base camp. At this time, on the ship, Mitt casually threw the body of the celestial dragons aside. Putting aside the unconscious dragon, Mitt stepped out. In the lounge of the ship, several celestial dragons were lying next to Stussy. The glass covers on the heads of these celestial dragons have been broken, and the expressions on their faces are very frightened. Stussy seemed to know Mitt would come over and said without looking back. These people are scared of you. It's ridiculous. Her tone was full of sarcasm, and she didn't take these so-called nobles of the world seriously. Stussy is squatting on the ground, preparing to open a treasure chest. Did you get the things? Mitt said calmly. You're just in time. Stussy stood up and turned around. What she was holding in her hands were those 2 devil fruits. One is the zone phantom beast in the form of a blue dragon, and the other is the flesh ball fruit. Mitt knows how powerful these 2 fruits are, as 4 emperors Kaido and Shichibukai Bartholomew Big Bear have proven enough. Take it. Stussy walked towards Mitt. This is the trophy you deserve. With a faint smile, Mitt spoke. There is one last step left in the transaction, I hope you don't forget it. Stussy was shocked, and her tone trembled involuntarily. You are such a devil. Stussy already regrets choosing to trade with Mitt. Advertisement. But there's no point regretting it. There's no turning back for Stussy now. Let's go to the next place. Mitt said. Stussy nodded and followed Mitt without saying a word. On the other side, among the flowers, the king of the world, I am, with his pair of spiral dark eyes, is looking at the map on the table. The map above is where Rox pirate and marine battle. It gently picked up a pen and drew a cross in a certain direction on the map. Those who are unforgivable shall be punished by God. The cold tone was like the judgment of God. In the next moment, dozens of light beams fell from the sky and hit the ship where Mitt was just now. In an instant, the color of the world changed, and countless people disappeared into the light without even screaming. The seawater was evaporated directly, and everything in the light column also disappeared. The retreating Rox pirates all witnessed this terrifying battle. They understand that this must be the method of the world government. Without any hesitation, a group of people all took action and rushed towards the base camp. Even Rox himself didn't dare to stay long. No one knows how many more tricks the world government has. No one knows who sent this attack that was like a divine punishment. Back at the base camp, all members of Rox Pirate could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Golden Lion Shiki noticed something strange. What's going on? He frowned and glanced at everyone present. Why doesn't Mitt live here? Where did he go? Whitebeard Edward stopped Golden Lion Shiki with a gloomy expression. Not only did Mitt disappear, but Stussy also disappeared. No way. Charlotte Linlin noticed the situation and said in surprise. Could it be that? I don't know. Whitebeard Edward looked towards the calm sea in the distance. But I believe that Mitt, a man, will not die so easily. He spoke firmly and had full confidence in Mitt. The other Rox pirate people were silent. Even though they had only been in contact with Mitt for a short time, the man had already left a deep impression on them. Just like that, in this battle, Rox pirate got what it wanted. But Mitt and Stussy just disappeared into the battlefield. Chapter 18 Stussy was caught, Marine's vigorous publicity. The next day, reports of the battle were overwhelming. Open black lens bracket shock. Rox pirate attacks with his team, Marine fights bravely. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket a great victory. Marine defeated the Rox pirate and captured a large number of cadres, including the leader of the Thunder Emperor Mitt. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the gold in the sky is stolen. The world's nobles are extremely angry, and Rox pirate is the culprit. Close black lens bracket. Damn it. Rox tore the newspaper into pieces. Those bastards in world government, Mitt killed the celestial dragons, but they didn't even mention a word about such a big thing. Rox wanted to see the world's reaction after knowing it, but the world government still covered it up. The guys like celestial dragons are relying on the reputation of world government to fake their power. As long as someone tears the skin they are wearing first, others will naturally no longer be afraid. And Rox is naturally happy to see this kind of slap in the face of the world government. But world government still didn't let Rox get what he wanted and deliberately covered up the matter. Ha ha ha. Golden Lion Shaki laughed. Although Mitt is dead, hasn't our Rox pirate's name still spread? What we did this time is really big enough to make the world government drink a cup of it. That's right. John Wong also smiled at the side. Inflicted heavy damage on the world government and executed the celestial dragons. Mitt did a good job. The best thing is that he just dies like this, and it's all over. Once Mitt dies, the world government will definitely not pursue the celestial dragons matter again. Thinking of this, John Wong couldn't help but feel very good. What did the other pirates think too? How could a mere Mitt be worth his own life? Among this group of people, only Whitebeard Edward had a heavy face. He poured a glass of wine into his mouth and smashed it on the bar. Mitt, it's a shame that you died too soon. For Mitt, Whitebeard Edward only had endless regret in his heart. This young man has already left a deep mark on his mind. On the other side, among the Roger pirates, they were also discussing yesterday's events. I didn't expect this Mitt to be dead. Pluton Rayleigh shook his head. His potential is limitless. If he continues to grow, he will definitely be our biggest enemy. Advertisement. Yeah, Roger sighed deeply. If he doesn't die, things will be much more interesting in the future. Don't say that, Rayleigh said hurriedly. This Mitt is still too dangerous. In Marine, there were also people discussing what happened yesterday. Fortunately Mitt is dead, Sengoku said thankfully. Otherwise it will be really difficult to handle later. The problem is the world government's hand, Garp said. It would be best for us, Marine, to resolve it ourselves. There is no way, Sengoku said helplessly. After all, Marine is only under the world government, so they can take action to solve it. The dragon acted very angry. That Mitt and I didn't even have a fight, and he died like this. Does the world government think that we, Marine, can't solve it? Patting his son's shoulder, Garp said in a deep voice. You also know the situation of our Marine. Marshal Kong is already in Marigioa now. Leave this matter to them, we just need to carry out the order. Long fell silent for a moment, but the flames in his eyes continued to beat. Holy Land Marigioa. In order to properly handle yesterday's matter, 5 elders specially summoned Marine Marshal Kong. In addition to the 5 elders, there are several celestial dragons. These celestial dragons are here as representatives to react. If you don't take action against those untouchables, the world's nobles will lose face. Said the leader of the celestial dragons. There are already many celestial dragons trembling, fearing that there will be another madman like this. We don't care, you 5 elders must give an explanation. We are dealing with this matter now. The bearded old man said solemnly and looked at Kong. Is your message blocked? It's being processed. Kong answered quickly. We will definitely not reveal the murder of the world's nobles, don't worry. Look, Marine is already taking care of it, Saint said. Advertisement. Then we just need to go step by step. You're right, these celestial dragons were still a little worried. However, the 5 elders ignored it. They wanted to discuss the next steps. Song, please remember to publicize the news of Mitt's death. Saint Satan said. This man's death must be confirmed. Yes, Kong nodded, then suddenly remembered something. What about Stussy? As a world government spy, she is not doing her job well now. How should we deal with it? The bald old man in 5 elders said solemnly. If you don't do your job well, just throw it into Impel Down. Kong immediately expressed his understanding and left Marigioa, the Holy Land. After returning, Kong held a Marine meeting. And this meeting was widely reported in newspapers, just to bring a final end to this incident. According to reports, this fight was Marine's plan from the beginning. The Rox pirates were all lured in and became the turtles in the urn. The final outcome was also a major victory for Marine. Their plan was seamless and many Rox pirate cadres were eliminated. Moreover, many Rox cadres have been caught and are preparing to be publicly executed at some time. This evasive announcement naturally made Rox extremely angry. Marine and the world government are a bunch of bastards. He cursed. You actually want to execute him publicly. Are you not afraid that Lousy will lead his men to kill Marineford? Rox suddenly felt an urge to lead people to Marineford and rescue his men. But he looked at his men and gave up. After all, Rox still has goals and cannot be affected by this kind of thing. Have you stored those slates? Rox asked loudly. Yes, we are taking good care of him. His subordinates replied hurriedly. But we can't understand what's written on it, and no one in the entire pirate group can understand it. It's okay. If you don't understand, just find someone who can. Rox smiled. As long as I have the text of history in my hands, I will always find a way to crack it. He is very confident in this, and the current Rox pirate can be said to be the #1 pirate. As the pirate overlord, Rox is only one step away from becoming the pirate king. Next, his target is of course the legendary secret treasure. One Piece. Chapter 19 heading to Impel Down, a journey of harvest. Impel Down. This deep-sea prison has a new guest. You must be Stussy, said Rhea, the deputy warden responsible for escorting Stussy. Stussy looked calm and nodded towards the other party. I heard that you are still a member of Rock's Pirate, I didn't expect. Rhea couldn't help but shake his head. No need to say more, just take me in. Stussy said. At this moment, someone among the jailers suddenly said. Why doesn't this woman need to be searched? She must. I just searched. Rhea said solemnly. Of course there is no need now. With Ray's guarantee, Stussy will successfully enter Impel down. Once inside, Rhea said while winking at Stussy. You are going to level 5. The prisoners there are very dangerous. Be careful when you go there. Stussy smiled slightly and winked at the other party. Thank you very much just now. No, it's okay. Rhea scratched his head with love in his eyes. I am very happy to be able to serve such a beautiful lady. In this way, Stussy successfully came to level 5 without rigorous search. Ma'am, Rhea gasped as she fidgeted with her fingers and stared at Stussy. Can I get paid first? Having said that, Rhea had already leaned over and was ready to take action. Stussy sighed softly and said coldly. Do you still want to watch the show? Come out quickly. Before Rhea could react, he saw a flash of lightning, and he immediately covered his throat and stepped back again and again. The other guards were startled, and just as they were about to take action, several lightning strikes struck them down. Mitt moved very quickly, and everyone, including Rhea, turned into a charred corpse. Seeing Mitt finally come out from under her, Stussy said in a deep voice. Now you are satisfied. Mitt smiled, moved closer to Stussy, and untied him. You carried out my request very well. Stussy said helplessly. I've already boarded your pirate ship, what else can I do? She wanted to resist, but it was impossible. Let's go. Mitt twisted his wrist and said. Where to go? Advertisement. Kill. A smile appeared on Mitt's face. Kill out of here. Kill. Stussy's face changed slightly. She still underestimated Mitt's thoughts. Yes, the purpose of my coming here is to kill people. Mitt said. Apart from here, where else would so many experts gather? In order to maximize the ability of masters, Mitt will naturally come here. The legendary deep-sea prison houses countless criminals with extremely terrifying abilities. Since its inception, no one has ever been able to escape from here. You are very confident in your own strength. Stussy sighed again. What? Mitt smiled and said, aren't you willing to leave? I have no right to refuse. Stussy said, taking the initiative to walk to the front. Okay, then I'll go with you. Mitt said, let's go to the next level, level 6. Level 6, the 6th floor of Impel Down, is the prison of extremely vicious criminals. Those who can be imprisoned here are all great pirates who were once all-powerful. But now, they are just prisoners serving their sentences in the deep-sea prison. Despite this, they immediately noticed the uninvited guests. Mitt didn't restrain his aura at all. The moment he and Stussy stepped in, countless pairs of eyes looked over. Who are you? If you are not a jailer, why did you come out? Someone asked immediately. These sounds followed quickly. Where did this little kid come from? He's not here to make me feel comfortable, is he? What are you talking about? I think I'm just here to give you a gift. No, both men and women can do it, ha ha ha, I can't wait. Mitt suddenly stopped and scanned the scene. Which one of you wants to go out with me? The tone was calm, but the sound echoed throughout the scene and was heard by everyone. The scene was silent for a while, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing so hard. A little kid actually said he wanted to take us away. Idiot, if Lousy could get out, he would be the first to dare you. The hair is not even long, so don't pretend to be something awesome and awesome here. The ridicule and doubts from these pirates came like a tsunami, but Mitt still stood still. His face remained calm, and he just took out a devil fruit. This devil fruit is in the form of Zone's phantom beast, the blue dragon. Whoever survives can take it. Mitt's voice was not loud, but it was still easily heard over the din of the scene. Advertisement. Everyone fell silent and stared at the devil fruit in Mitt's hand. They are all extremely vicious pirates, so they naturally know how valuable devil fruit is. Seeing that everyone around him became quiet, Mitt continued. Okay, do you want to come first? Whoever survives can eat this azure dragon fruit. I will do what I say. Ha ha, who believes your nonsense? Someone immediately questioned. Could it be that he is deliberately deceiving us and wants us to take action? Are you scared? Mitt asked with a smile. The other party did not answer, and the scene fell into noise again. None of them believed Mitt, and all were vocally questioning. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the deepest part of the prison. I want to believe you. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became quiet. Seeing this, Mitt narrowed his eyes and walked towards the guy who questioned him just now. Since there is support, let's get started, he said. Immediately afterwards, Mitt used the key to open the cell door. The next moment Mitt opened it, a cold light flashed out and hit his head. Ha ha, hand over your devil fruit. This man obviously wants to directly seize the green dragon fruit from Mitt. But the next moment, Mitt appeared in another place and snapped his fingers. Boom. A shocking bolt of lightning struck the man, and he screamed and died on the spot. Instant kill. This is a flash sale. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Only then did they start to look at the man in front of them. This hand alone is enough to show how terrifying this man is. Mitt turned around with a smile on his face and said proudly. I'll say it again, it's the same for everyone, whoever survives can eat this azure dragon fruit. Stussy, open the door. Stussy was shocked, looked at Mitt with a confident smile on his face, and nodded slowly. Soon, under Mitt's instructions, level 6 prisoners were released one after another. A terrifying battle royale has officially begun. And this situation is exactly what Mitt expected. Chapter 20. No one can escape, the warden's confidence. The brutal fighting began, with the prisoners fighting for a devil fruit with red eyes. The ground on the entire 6th floor was shaking, as if it was groaning in pain like the loser. There was only one exception at the scene, and that was the prison located at the deepest level that had just spoken. Mitt and Stussy walked over together. They originally wanted to open the cell, but heard voices inside. I don't need devil fruit. The man's voice was hoarse, but his tone was serious. Mitt smiled slightly and said, then what do you want to do? Come in and sit down first, the man said. Okay. Mitt did not refuse, but stepped in. Inside the dark and damp cell, a man was sitting with a cold smile on his lips. His hands and feet were bound by heavy chains, but his momentum did not weaken at all. No matter who sees this man, they will never underestimate him. Red Earl Beloric Redfield, a name I have admired for a long time. Mitt said with a smile. Before he came to Impel Down, he already knew that the Red Earl was here. It seems that no one has forgotten my name. Red Earl Ryder said solemnly. But if it is locked up for a few more decades, it will probably be forgotten. The same as you. I won't, Mitt said firmly. Oh, Red Earl Ryder looked at Mitt. Are you so confident? Of course. Mitt's eyes flashed with fire. No one can trap me, not even here. Red Earl Ryder looked at Mitt and a smile appeared on his face. You are quite crazy. I like it. Haha. Mitt glanced at the pirates who were still fighting. I'm not talking about expectations, I'm talking about facts. The abnormality in Impel Down immediately attracted internal attention, and the situation was quickly reported. Magellan, now still the warden, received the news quickly. You mean the new prisoner Stussy killed the guard? Magellan asked in a deep voice. The man on the other end of the phone hurriedly said. There's a man besides Stussy. Who is that man? Magellan asked immediately. I don't know, he died without anyone seeing his face. Tricky. Magellan scratched his head and said. Then I'll notify the warden and see how he handles it. Advertisement. No need to bother. Deputy Warden Shiryu stood up. I'll just deal with it. His right hand was already on the handle of the knife, obviously ready to take action. Shiryu, if I ask you to solve it. Magellan frowned subconsciously. He knew that Shiryu would show no mercy, so he naturally had some doubts. But just when Magellan had doubts, Shiryu had already walked out. This man has always had his own way of doing things, how could he possibly pay attention to Magellan? Get Observation Haki Experience 100. Get Conqueror's Haki Experience 200. Get Armament Haki Experience 100. The system's beeps kept ringing in Mitt's head. Feeling the changes inside his body and listening to the sounds coming from outside, Mitt couldn't help but smile. The fighting outside became more and more fierce, and the smell of blood kept coming. Stussy stood outside the cell, watching the horrific fight. Is this why you came to Impel Down? She asked. You came here just to make them kill each other. Yes, Mitt answered simply, but he didn't give a reason and just continued to watch others kill each other. Red Earl Ryder narrowed his eyes and continued to ask. Are you are sure to get out of here? Stussy also said. No one has ever been able to escape from Impel Down, not even you. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Mitt. Since I said it, there is no problem. Now Mitt's abilities are rising like crazy because of the pirates who are fighting each other. System. Panel. Single quote. Open black lens bracket Mitt close black lens bracket. Age. 15 formerly 27. Ability. Thunder Fruit. Advanced Swordsmanship. Advanced Physical Skills. Close black lens bracket. Physique. King Kong is indestructible. Close black lens bracket. Amament Haki. Advanced 1,230,000 ***. Observation Haki. Intermediate 992,001 millionths. Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki. Intermediate 13,500 100,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Fruit development level. Advanced 878,521 millionths. After the fighting of these pirates, Mitt's strength has been greatly improved. Advertisement. Armament Haki has reached the advanced level, Conquerors has reached the intermediate level, and the experience has reached the advanced level. Not only that, Mitt's physical strength has been greatly enhanced, and he has reached the state of indestructibility. It can be said that Mitt has now entered the forest of strong men. Looking at the panel in front of me, I heard the sound of decreasing experience points in my head. Mitt shook his head slightly and murmured. With such a great reputation and such poor abilities, they are really worthless trash. Despite saying this, Mitt was still waiting for these pirates to finish fighting. Let's talk about it later after squeezing all the value out of these guys. At this time, Bar, the current warden of Impel Down, walked into the office. Magellan, what's going on? He asked in a deep voice. That's it. Magellan quickly explained the situation. The newly arrived prisoner Stussy suddenly killed the guards and walked to the 6th floor. Where are the guards on the 6th floor? Bar frowned. Dead, Magellan sighed. Besides Stussy, there was a man with her. Who is it? Bar felt something was wrong. Unclear. Before Magellan finished speaking, Bar ran towards the monitoring station. Sure enough, this back figure. Bar carefully looked at the image transmitted by the video phone bug. Absolutely, this is the Thunder Emperor Mitt. What? Magellan was shocked. Isn't he dead? Mitt had just announced his death a few days ago, but Magellan didn't expect that the other party would actually show up. Obviously, this Mitt is not dead. Bar's face was gloomy. He had realized the gravity of the situation. We were careless and let this guy sneak into Impel Down. He must have something he wants to do. Notify the world government immediately and let them know. Aren't we going to follow suit? Shiryu has already passed, Magellan asked. I'll go meet him, and you'll be responsible for contacting Marine. Bar said and walked out. This man is currently in level 6, where there are extremely vicious criminals. We can't let Mitt and the other prisoners escape, there's no way they can escape. Hearing what the warden said, Magellan immediately responded loudly. Yes, I'll do it now. His eyes were full of determination, and he immediately dialed the phone number leading to Naval Headquarters. Now Impel Down and Marine are dispatched together, this Mitt is so awesome. It's impossible to escape. Chapter 21. Reason, Fist is the reason. The battle on the 6th floor was quite fierce and had been going on for a long time. Stussy has been watching this fight and is gently covering his mouth and nose. The smell of blood from the fighting was getting stronger and stronger. Not long after, the sounds of fighting finally stopped. In the rising smoke, 4 figures stood among the many corpses. They are the final winners. Ha ha ha. Big Wine Basque Chote laughed loudly. I knew it would be like this. I will be the one who wins in the end. Ha ha. The Xuanyu hunter on the side, Katrine Dime, laughed. It's not just you, Basque. It's us too. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 2 people also made their voices heard. San Juan Wolf, a man from the giant race known as the Giant Battleship, also smiled. Okay, there are only 4 of us left, there is no need to continue fighting. The big man is right. Avalo Pizarro, the King of Evil, said solemnly. He glanced deep into the cell, where Mitt was. It's time to come out, you guy. All 4 of them looked at the survivors of the fight. Their eyes were intense, waiting for Mitt to fulfill his previous agreement. Mitt smiled slightly, stood up from the ground and walked out of the cell. Is it over? He asked knowingly. There is no need to continue. The evil King Avalo said. Our goal is to escape from here, not to fight to death here. You guy, you haven't taken out the devil fruit yet. Big Wine Basque shouted loudly. We have to go out now. Let's get started quickly. Katrindi, the Xuanyu hunter, on the side, said beautifully. The prisoners were all eager to get out. If it weren't for Mitt's promise, the fight wouldn't have reached this level. At the end of the fight, only the 4 of them were left, which was already quite tragic. Go out. Mitt smiled, his eyes full of coldness. With you bunch of losers. As soon as these words came out, all 4 prisoners became angry. Son of ABCH. What did you say? San Juan said angrily. The King of Evil looked at Mitt, his murderous intent already unleashed. You don't keep your word, do you want to go back on your word? Advertisement. You are pirates, Mitt said calmly. How can I be trustworthy with you pirates? In fact, Mitt never thought about saving their lives from the beginning. No matter who it is all the nourishment for him to gain ability. When Mitt said this, Stussy, who followed him out, was startled. She didn't expect that Mitt would actually say that. He was even crazier than rocks. If this continues, there will definitely be conflicts. Mitt, you. Just as Stussy was about to dissuade him, San Juan interrupted loudly. Don't think that the 4 of us are afraid of you. From the moment you released us, there was no way you could refuse. Big Wine, Avaro laughed, his tone full of contempt. Each of the 4 of us has the strength to destroy a country. How can you defeat us by yourself? You're just a Logia, how dare you be so arrogant? If you don't use it if I give you a chance, you're looking for death. The other 3 people also released murderous intent, all targeting Mitt alone. The atmosphere has become tense, and everyone wants to tear this man Mitt into pieces. Stussy couldn't help but take a deep breath and subconsciously took a step back. Stussy didn't dare to move forward in this kind of battle, for fear of being affected. As for Mitt, from her point of view, it is naturally a disaster. After all, no matter how powerful the guy is, he won't fight 1 against 4 here. Stop talking nonsense and just take action. The King of Evil said next to him. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative and rushed towards Mitt. The momentum exploded, causing even the surrounding air to vibrate. But Mitt still looked calm, and he took a gentle step forward. Then the figure suddenly disappeared in front of the 4 people. What? The evil king noticed something was wrong, but it was already too late. Mitt took action and instantly passed through the figures of several people and appeared behind him. All 4 people's eyes widened, their faces full of fear, terror and disbelief. None of them told them first that Mitt was so fast. Stussy was stunned and subconsciously covered her mouth. How can it be? Even if Rox himself were here, he wouldn't be able to kill so many people in one go. Could it be that Mitt is still above him now? Advertisement. Only the strong can stand here and speak. Mitt took back his stance. You are too weak and don't deserve to be here. After this battle, Mitt's physical fitness and various abilities have been greatly improved. Mitt continues to harvest the abilities of these 4 people, and his physical strength has reached a new level. A confident smile appeared on his face. Mitt put his hands in his pockets and walked forward. Stussy hurriedly caught up and walked to Mitt's side. What should we do now? She asked hurriedly. It's been such a long time, Marine should have reacted. If we are surrounded, how will we escape? Now the normal way is to get out. You must have your own ideas. Stussy was worried about this, so she asked Mitt. The only hope of escape lies with Mitt, there is no other way. Mitt answered Stussy directly and just continued walking forward. Stussy could only keep up and follow the other party to the open space outside. Immediately afterwards, Mitt knelt down in front of her and stretched out his fist. Mitt's fist was wrapped in shining electric light and he hit the ground hard. Boom, boom, punch after punch, all hitting the ground where Impel Down was. Stussy felt like an earthquake, becoming increasingly unsteady. Mitt hit the ground harder and harder, each punch getting heavier than the last. The vibrations became louder and louder. Stussy couldn't stand at all and could only hold on to the wall next to her. Finally, Mitt punched him hard. With a bang, the entire ground was smashed to pieces by him. As soon as the ground was smashed, all the cell doors above sank in and collapsed one after another. In an instant, dust flew up and filled the entire space, making it difficult to see the direction. A strong wind blew by, blowing up Stussy's hair. It also blew away the surrounding dust and smoke, revealing the tall and straight figure. Mitt glanced at Stussy and said, "If you don't want to be locked up in Impel Down forever, then leave." After saying that, he ignored Stussy and walked out without looking back. Watching Mitt leave, Stussy gritted his teeth and immediately set off to follow. Anyway, now it's time to go with Mitt. The goal is still the same, escape Impel Down. Chapter 22 The arrival of Sengoku will never be allowed. At this time, in the waters outside Impel Down, the Marines guarding here have received the news. Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku leads the team to Impel Down and deal with the enemy. Now Sengoku Admiral's warship has sailed into Impel Down, and all the guarding Marine officers have come out to greet it. Who on earth can make naval headquarters so nervous? A Marine soldier couldn't help but ask. Stop talking nonsense and welcome Sengoku Admiral honestly. Guard Marine Vice Admiral Hook said. Then he took the initiative to go over and get in touch with Sengoku. How is the situation now? The first thing Sengoku said was to ask about the situation. His expression was serious, and he obviously didn't want to talk nonsense. Report to Sengoku Admiral, Impel Down Level 1 is currently safe and sound. Hook Vice Admiral said loudly. What about the next few floors? Sengoku continued to ask. The second and third floors are all safe, but there is no news about the levels below. Hook Vice Admiral said. Okay. Sengoku nodded and continued. Then I will go see the warden now, and you will continue to guard the outer waters. The enemy this time is no small matter, so don't let your guard down. Hearing Sengoku's serious tone, his men were a little confused. Sengoku Admiral, isn't he just a Stussy, plus at most a rocks pirate, what's there to worry about? The other Marines had the same idea as him, they didn't think the enemy was so powerful. After all, Impel Down is extremely well defended and it is impossible for anyone to escape from here. You don't know how scary that man is. Sengoku said solemnly, looking at his men. The criminals in Impel Down are all lawless villains, especially those on the 6th floor. The prisoners in the 6th floor can be said to be demons who have committed heinous crimes. They all have the terrifying strength to destroy a country, and they are not something ordinary people can resist. Especially that dangerous man is not dead yet. By the end, Sengoku's tone was extremely wary. He obviously attaches great importance to that man. Sengoku Admiral, is the guy you are talking about the same one who attacked the world's nobles a while ago, Mitt the Thunder Emperor? Hook Vice Admiral asked in a deep voice. Hearing what he said, all the Marines couldn't help but take a breath. That Thunder Emperor Mitt is still alive. Yes, that's Mitt. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Long was injured by him a while ago, and he hasn't woken up yet. He is a very dangerous guy, so you have to be mentally prepared. Advertisement. No matter what, we have to suppress this guy and prevent him from escaping Impel Down. The reputation of Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, made everyone present dare not neglect him, and they immediately shouted in unison. Yes. Sengoku nodded, and then led his men into Impel Down. Arriving at the control room, Shiryu and Magellan, as guards, were both present. Sitting next to Shiryu was Bar, the warden of Impel Down. He had just gone out and met Shiryu, so he brought him with him. The reason for doing this is to wait for Marines' support. The prisoners on the 6th floor are all very important, and Impel Down alone will definitely not be able to deal with them. You're finally here. This was Bal's first sentence when he saw Sengoku. How is the situation now? Sengoku also asked about the situation at the beginning. Mitt has wreaked havoc on the 6th floor and is probably preparing to release all the prisoners on the 6th floor. Bar said solemnly. What? Sengoku said in shock. That Mitt must want to release all the prisoners and break through Impel Down's defense together. Yes, he will definitely do that. Bar nodded. But I won't let them succeed. Now just wait for you Marine to come over and then take action. Shiryu said coldly from the side. With this time and effort, I could have stopped Mitt a long time ago. This is different, Magellan said. We still need to contact Marine. HMPH. Shiryu snorted, dissatisfied with Bar's decision. Always taking orders from the world government will get nothing done in the end. As soon as he finished speaking, the monitoring room where they were located suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Magellan asked hurriedly. At this moment, the phone bug also started ringing. Report to the warden that the prisoners are rioting. Everyone at the scene stood up and looked outside. The prisoners' cries seemed to have been heard outside, and the whole room was shaking slightly. It seems that there are problems not only on the 6th floor, but also on other floors. Magellan said. Magellan, Shiryu, you two go deal with the riots on other floors. Bar said directly. His tone was firm and would not allow others to refuse. Advertisement. Sengoku and I will go to the 6th floor and stop that Mitt guy. Huh, Shiryu knew that he had no right to refuse, so he snorted and walked out. Of course Magellan would not refuse, and he quickly followed Shiryu out of the room. Let's go. Ball nodded towards Sengoku. Then the two of them took their men and quickly rushed to the 6th floor. Since there was an elevator to the 6th floor, they were pretty fast. After a while, Ball and Sengoku arrived on the 6th floor. Unlike the riots on other floors, the 6th floor seemed quiet. What's going on? Bar frowned, keenly aware that something was wrong. Is this the 6th floor? Although it was his first time here, Sengoku could see the situation. Why is it so quiet and so dusty? It must have been that Mitt guy. Bald said. We must not take it lightly. With that said, Ball and Sengoku took the lead and walked inside. Along the way, the surroundings were still quite quiet, but the faces of Ball and Sengoku became more solemn. Soon, in the middle of the flying dust, two figures appeared in front of them. At the same time, there were countless corpses lying on the ground with blood flowing across them. Just a Marine Admiral. Mitt's voice came over. Then, his entire body appeared in front of Ball and Sengoku. With his hands in his pockets and a faint smile on his face, this is Mitt himself. After acquiring the abilities of the 6th floor prisoners, Mitt's strength increased again. Now, he already has the strength of quasi-4 emperors. You are indeed not dead, Sengoku said solemnly. He glanced at the corpses around him and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, all the prisoners on the 6th floor were killed by Mitt, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. Now that there are only two people in the entire 6th floor, Mitt and Stussy, it will be easier to catch them. Of course, what Sengoku doesn't know is that the deaths of so many prisoners are actually strengthening Mitt's strength. Mitt the Thunderer, shouted Warden Ball. No matter how you survive, as long as Impel is down, I will never let you leave. Then give it a try. Mitt smiled coldly. Try it with your life. Chapter 23. Test, fight against the poisonous dragon. Marine Admiral Sengoku and Warden Bar met Mitt, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. As soon as Mitt finished speaking, two electric shocks flew towards each other. Bar snorted coldly and shot out the purple-black venom, blocking both electric shocks. Poison fruit. Mitt narrowed his eyes. Unexpectedly, this warden was actually a poison fruit user. At the same time, a group of prisoners who survived by chance rushed here. What? It's Ball. Bar is actually here. Don't care, rush. The prisoners acted decisively and attacked Bar. Unexpectedly, Bar didn't even look at these guys, but just erupted with amazing venom from his body. The venom rushed toward them like a tsunami, and the prisoners screamed in agony. Ah, it hurts. It's venom, let's get out of the way. Screams came one after another, but Bar's eyes still stayed on Mitt. Just now they were testing each other, now is the time to get serious. Soon the tsunami of venom released by Bar approached Mitt and engulfed him directly. Although he was surprised that Mitt didn't fight back, Bar still smiled. Is this the level of Thunder Emperor Mitt? You've been poisoned by me, let's see how you resist. In order to prevent Mitt from really resisting, Bar increased his intensity and shouted loudly. The venom was released again, wrapping Mitt in it, and Bar moved to pounce on him. He wanted to devour Mitt's entire body with venom, leaving no bones behind. Haha. Bar couldn't help laughing. Thunder Emperor Mitt is just that, it's still not as powerful as my poison fruit. Only Sengoku, who had seen how powerful Mitt was, felt something was wrong, and he reminded him aloud. Be careful to prevent Mitt from making sudden moves. Sengoku's expression was serious, staring closely at the wrapped Mitt. Sure enough, as soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Mitt suddenly burst out. A dazzling electric light burst out from the venom, followed by a powerful shock wave that blasted Bar away. What? Bar was shocked and subconsciously raised his hand to resist. The surrounding venom continued to pounce, trying to suppress Mitt. Advertisement. But this thunder and lightning shock was too terrifying, and Bar still had no way to suppress it and could only retreat. Mitt himself emerges from the venom, wrapped in lightning and glowing brightly. The venom was unable to attack at all, and was defeated steadily under the influence of Mitt's lightning armor. He lightly stomped his foot, and electricity flashed on the ground, quickly evaporating the toxins. Venom is just bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Mitt mocked. When I encounter someone stronger than him, I can only kneel down obediently. The same as you. Bar's face was livid and he stared at the man in front of him. Then let me show you who is the weak one. He roared, concentrating all the venom on his body, and then released it. A purple-brown poisonous dragon twisted its body in the air and rushed towards Mitt. This poisonous dragon is so powerful that it is about to swallow Mitt whole. A dazzling electric light flashed, and a lightning spear passed through the poisonous dragon's mouth, with a terrifying impact, shaking it away. Drink. Bar's body was covered in venom, and he rushed towards Mitt. When the poisonous dragon missed with one move, he released 1, 2, and 3 more. Mitt's body flashed with electric light, appearing here for a while and behind Bar for a while. With his extreme speed, he kept teasing Bar. Finding himself unable to hit Mitt, Ball could only continue to launch large-scale attacks. In an instant, poisonous tsunamis and poisonous dragons flew, rampaging in the small environment of the prison. Stussy's expression changed drastically and she hurriedly stepped back. Mitt can resist toxins, but she can't. The same goes for others. At this time, Bar is already attacking indiscriminately, which will naturally affect other people. Run away. Whether they were marine soldiers or impelled down jailers, many people were poisoned and fell down. Sengoku's face turned pale as he knocked away the flying venom with a palm. Bar, no matter what you do, everyone will be attacked. But Bar obviously didn't listen to Sengoku. He was still trying his best to fight Mitt at this time. With the blessing of thunder and lightning, Mitt is very fast and can move around even in such a small space. Therefore, he can dodge Ball's concentrated attacks every time while counter-attacking the opponent's weak points. If Ball hadn't been able to use elementalization to defend in time, I'm afraid he would have been seriously injured by now. But if this continues, Bar knows that he will definitely lose. Advertisement. Damn it. Bar was anxious and rushed towards Mitt again. Mitt naturally dodged to avoid the opponent's blow, but at the same time, 2 poisonous dragons bit him. Electricity exploded all over his body, turning into a lightning shield and forcefully deflecting the 2 poisonous dragons away. At this moment, a huge golden palm struck him hard. Bar's next blow followed, sandwiching Mitt in an instant. Under attack from both sides, Mitt seemed to be in crisis, but he still had a confident smile on his face. The next moment, Mitt himself suddenly disappeared in front of Bar and Sengoku. What? Sengoku was shocked. In a flash of his eyes, Mitt actually crossed Bar and rushed towards Sengoku himself. Sengoku was so frightened that he quickly returned to defense, his body glowed with golden light, and he turned into a little golden man. Boom. It was like being hit on hard metal, and Sengoku took the blow hard. Boom. His whole body fell to the ground, and several ravines were created under his feet. The ground shook violently again, and everyone felt unsteady. Mitt's ghostly figure rushed over quickly, not giving Sengoku time to breathe. There was no other way, Sengoku could only raise his hands and clap his hands to forcefully block the opponent's attack. Finally, with the support of the poisonous dragon released by Ball, they found a chance to retreat. In these rounds, even if Sengoku intervened, there was still no winner. Stussy took a deep breath, her eyes full of shock. Admiral Sengoku and the Warden took action together, but they still failed to capture Mitt. Moreover, Mitt was still able to handle their attacks with ease and was able to counterattack with his backhand. This Mitt's strength has exceeded Stussy's imagination. Not only Stussy, but also Warden, Bar and Sengoku all experienced Mitt's speed. This man is too fast and Haki is quite scary, making it extremely difficult to deal with. What's more, the venom released by Bar can't do anything to Mitt. Both of them already understood at this moment that they would never be able to take down Mitt on their own. Ball. Sengoku took a step and stood in front of Ball. Mitt is too difficult to deal with, let's join forces together. Bar nodded, his expression serious, and he assumed a posture of preparedness. Only Mitt continued to sneer. You two people think they can win if they join forces. Too naive. Chapter 24. The Great Buddha versus the Thunder Lord, a perfect match. The surrounding marine soldiers and jailers were shocked by the aura of the 3 Mitts, and they all made noises. Is this a showdown between top masters? It's really terrifying. Don't worry, although this Thunder Emperor Mitt is powerful, he will never be able to defeat the Warden and Sengoku Admiral. Marine Admiral and the Warden join forces, no matter how powerful this Mitt is, he will still die. You're right, Mitt is dead. Hearing what others said, the marine soldiers and jailers suddenly felt reassured. With Marine Admiral and Warden, plus the unbreakable impel down, it's absolutely impossible for Mitt to break through. Sengoku listened to the discussions around him, his expression more serious than ever. He knew he had to take action now, otherwise he would let Mitt succeed. Sengoku roared, his whole body suddenly swelled, and golden light shot out. In an instant, Sengoku transformed into a giant Buddha, and the golden light made the darkness of the scene invisible. This is the form of Sengoku Buddha. Anyone who sees it for the first time will be shocked by this terrifying power. But Mitt still put his hands in his pockets, not at all intimidated by the aura of the giant Buddha. I'm never letting you out of here, Mitt. Sengoku yelled. His voice was like thunder, shaking the eardrums of everyone present. Bar, come support me and join forces to deal with Mitt. Sengoku roared loudly, slapped a huge palm towards Mitt, and rushed away with momentum. Ball also projected 2 poisonous dragons from behind and rushed towards Mitt together with Sengoku. The electric light flashed, and countless thunder and lightning were like a net, covering Sengoku. Sengoku Haki broke out and wanted to shake the power grid open, but at this time he had fallen into Mitt's trap. The power grid successfully weakened their attack speed, allowing Mitt to approach the opponent as quickly as possible. Almost in the next moment, Mitt walked around Sengoku's palm and appeared in front of him. At this time, Sengoku had already taken out his palm and had no time to take it back. Mitt also had lightning wrapped around his hand and gave Sengoku a solid slap. This thunder palm hit Sengoku's chest directly, causing lightning and thunder in an instant. With a bang, Sengoku was in pain, and the entire Buddha flew back and hit the ground. Sengoku Admiral. The marine soldiers present shouted in unison, all of them couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't expect that even if Sengoku Admiral and Warden Ball team up, they still can't do anything to him. As this Mitt's strength, it's really terrifying. Some people couldn't help but take a breath. Advertisement. They initially thought Sengoku and Ball would win easily. But the facts are before our eyes. The strength of Thunder Emperor Mitt is so terrifying. Awesome. Stussy couldn't help but sigh. Single quote. She has been refreshed by Mitt's strength many times, and this is even more true now. Anyway, since Mitt is so good, he might actually have a chance to leave Impel down. Thinking of this, Stussy's eyes couldn't help but heat up. Sengoku, are you okay? Ball shouted hurriedly, his tone very anxious. At this time, Bar was no longer as sure of victory as before. Because Mitt's strength has far exceeded Bar's imagination, he was forced to join forces with Sengoku. I'm fine. Among the dust, Sengoku's golden figure stood up again and answered loudly. Everyone looked over and saw to their surprise that Sengoku's body was unharmed and not affected at all. Bar couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was too worried. After all, his opponent was a monster like Mitt, and Bar was already a little unable to control his emotions. The Marines and jailers all cheered. I knew Sengoku Admiral was fine. Mitt can't do anything to Sengoku Admiral, and he can't do anything to us either. Long live Marine. Listening to the cheers of these people, Mitt smiled coldly. Are you okay if you're like this? The blow just now was indeed weak, but there is not only one person who can transform. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding electric light quickly gathered towards Mitt's body, and his aura continued to rise. Waves of thunder and lightning were emitted from his body, and the dazzling light became more and more powerful. Immediately afterwards, an electric light erupted with Mitt's body as the center, and his own body also skyrocketed. The blue-white electric light shone, momentarily covering up Sengoku's golden light. Everyone's eyes were covered by this light, and nothing could be seen except a vast expanse of white. Not good. Sengoku noticed something was wrong and shouted subconsciously. Boom. Electrical waves burst out and rushed towards everyone. Sengoku and Ball's expressions changed greatly, and they had to use their moves to block the impact for their men. Stussy hurriedly hid behind the wall. Even so, her body could not help but tremble slightly. Advertisement. This terrifying power came from Mitt. Stussy took a deep breath, waited until the white light faded slightly, and looked in Mitt's direction. Mitt's body was seen to have swelled several times, and he was covered in a shadow wrapped in thunder and lightning. At the same time, there was a sword made of lightning on the left and right, which was firmly held by him. This power is no weaker than that of Sengoku's giant Buddha, and it even seems to be slightly stronger. As expected of the Thunder Emperor. Sengoku said solemnly. Even now, I have to admit how powerful you are. But I won't admit defeat. He looked at Bar next to him, who also had a serious face. No matter how powerful you are, you will never be a match for the two of us. Bar's whole body exploded with aura, and his whole body was wrapped in venom. In an instant, he grew to the same height as Sengoku, exuding a terrifying and murderous aura. Facing Mitt's threat, the two of them are ready to take action. Watch out. Sengoku struck first and slapped Mitt. The power of this palm is very terrifying, and the ground is constantly lifted wherever the palm wind passes. Mitt drew back the surrounding lightning towards his right sword, and then suddenly erupted. The lightning sword slashed out and collided with Sengoku's palm. Boom. The shock wave released by Sengoku and the thunder and lightning released by Mitt caused dust to fly around. Stones were constantly being lifted up and thrown around. Under this terrifying impact, those with weak strength simply cannot bear it. They howled one after another and retreated back in panic. The same was true for Stussy. She kept moving back, trying to avoid this terrifying impact. At this point, Mitt's battle with Sengoku and Ball no longer allows them to interfere. Now if anyone else gets involved, they will die. Ball, don't hold back, let's go together. Sengoku shouted in the dust and smoke. You don't need to say it. Bar replied immediately. The combined momentum of the two of them was much stronger than before. Faced with this kind of battle, Mitt said without hesitation. It's the same if you two go together, you can't stop me. Chapter 25. Join forces to attack, Mitt is 1 against 2. Mitt, people like you are too dangerous. Sengoku took a step back, his eyes fixed on each other, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Such a terrifying power is difficult to suppress even if Sengoku and Ball join forces. What's more, this man is young, and if he is let go, it will definitely be a big disaster. Thinking of this, Sengoku shouted sharply. There's no way I'm going to let you get out of Impel down alive. Bar also nodded aside, his momentum rising again. His whole body was covered in venom, his figure continued to expand, and he roared. Mitt looked normal and continued to look at each other. A shock wave blasted out, and Bar turned into a poisonous dragon, with its bloody mouth open. Countless venom dripped from Bar's mouth, and his whole body gradually turned from purple-black to the red of blood. Such a terrifying posture is exactly the strength of Bar as the warden of Impel Down. The jailers at Impel Down saw Bar's transformation and made a sound. This is Warden Bar's most powerful posture. Haha, let's see what you can do, UB asterisk 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 D. Of course Mitt didn't pay attention to the other people's cries, he just lightly hooked his hand towards the other party. This spontaneous confidence has already blown onto the faces of Sengoku and Bar. Without saying a word, Sengoku moved towards Mitt. Several golden palm waves occupied the entire passage in an instant. But this is nothing to Mitt. He has two thunder swords crossed in his hands. Then he slashed forward suddenly, and the cross-shaped slashes directly spread out these palm waves. In an instant, lightning flashed everywhere, and the shining light almost covered the eyes of everyone present. At the same time, the red poisonous dragon transformed by Bar suddenly rushed out from another angle. He opened his mouth wide, sprayed poison, and bit directly on Mitt's lightning armor. Mitt smiled slightly and saw the opponent biting his left arm. With his right hand, he inserted the sword into the poisonous dragon's body, and then pulled it off forcefully. The venom fell like raindrops, and the red poisonous dragon was still struggling, trying to continue attacking. Although the place he just bitten could dissolve part of the lightning armor, it would soon be replenished. At this time, Sengoku was constantly shooting shock waves, trying to cause damage to Mitt. There was a stalemate like this for a while, but the lightning armor on Mitt showed no sign of weakening. Advertisement. No matter how hard Sengoku and Ball attacked, they couldn't completely hurt him. Realizing this, Bar wanted to continue to increase his efforts and break through in one go. However, Sengoku realized that the situation was not good and subconsciously stepped back while reminding Bar. Retreat first, Bar. As soon as he finished speaking, Mitt's secretly accumulated strength burst out, and dazzling thunder and lightning roared out. He attacked Sengoku with his thunder sword with one hand, and stabbed Ball hard with the other hand. Bar was so huge that he naturally didn't have time to avoid it and took the blow forcefully. Ball. Sengoku shouted urgently. When Ball was hit by a sword in his chest, he could only roar and burst out the venom all over his body. The venom is like heavy rain and tsunami, attacking the surroundings in a destructive manner. Whether it was Mitt, Stussy, Sengoku and other subordinates, they were all attacked indiscriminately. Ah! Marine soldiers and jailers howled piteously. Sengoku had to step back, struggling to resist the impact of the venom. Mitt naturally continued to let the current surge around, evaporating the venom rushing towards him. He also retreated slightly, and the thunder sword in his right hand had been pulled out from the opponent's chest. However, this blow had already injured Bar quite a bit. If not, he wouldn't risk infecting other people by forcibly bursting out his venom. Bar took advantage of Mitt's retreat and quickly retreated, clutching his chest and gasping for air. Sengoku, I don't have much energy left in me, Ball said. This kid has been replenishing his energy. We're afraid. Although Bear didn't finish his words, Sengoku himself understood. Mitt's lightning armor defense is quite formidable, and even if he and Ball team up, it's hard to take advantage. Moreover, this man did not take the initiative to attack from the beginning, which made Sengoku very angry. Damn it, you must be teasing us. Sengoku said angrily. Why haven't you attacked yet? Faced with Sengoku's question, Mitt smiled slightly and said without hesitation. Yes, I'm just teasing you. In fact, Mitt wanted to test his current strength, so he used Sengoku and Bal as targets. Otherwise, Mitt would have taken action just now and wouldn't have waited for them to join forces. Advertisement. You. Bar was also angry. He hated Mitt's arrogant attitude the most, and immediately said in a deep voice. Sengoku, we must concentrate our efforts to break through his defense, otherwise there is no chance of victory. Impel down in such a narrow place, you can only win by confronting each other head-on. Sengoku himself understood this, so he nodded towards Ball. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of Sengoku and Ball increased again. The expressions on their faces were quite serious, and they were ready to compete with Mitt. Mitt looked at Sengoku and Bar and said loudly, let me see how good you are together. Sengoku and Ball's momentum exploded, and the shock wave spread rapidly to the surroundings. Flying gravel and violent impact continued to destroy the length of the string. Drink. Sengoku suddenly jumped into the air. Immediately afterwards, the red poisonous dragon that Ball transformed into sprang out and caught the opponent. Stepping on the poisonous dragon that Ball transformed into, Sengoku put his palms together and stretched them forward. Dazzling golden light and red light continued to emanate from Sengoku's palms, making even the surrounding things tremble. Buddha poison. The two shouted in unison, and the golden light and red light merged into one, pressing towards Mitt. Along the way, both the ceiling and the floor are collapsing. With such terrifying power, Impel Down can no longer limit it. Mitt's eyes flashed, and he also burst out with astonishing momentum, swinging the sword in his hand towards the opponent. The two swords came out together and turned into two thunder beasts in the air, biting each other. Boom. The two sides collided with each other, and the entire deep sea prison could not stop shaking. Everything around them was collapsing, and many soldiers and jailers fell into the cracks in the ground. The screams were covered by an even louder crash, and light and dust quickly filled the scene. Such terrifying power seems to tear the entire impel down into pieces. Stussy's face was filled with panic, and she quickly stepped back, trying to avoid the impact. Even so, Stussy still tried his best to avoid it, and finally retreated to a safe place. As for the others, most of them have become cannon fodder in this huge impact. This is the destruction caused by the extremely powerful. Chapter 26 Leaving Impel Down, Mitt's Victory. The aloof Red Man, known as the Red Earl, had already stood up at this moment. The unprecedented collision just now destroyed the entire 6th floor. Red Earl Rider also took this opportunity to successfully get rid of his shackles. He murmured with a look of surprise on his face. Is this your strength, Mitt? In the flying dust, Stussy finally climbed out of the ruins. The situation just now was so terrible that even Stussy himself almost couldn't protect himself. The first time after climbing out, Stussy quickly looked forward. I saw a figure standing steadily in the smoke floating in front of me. The figure has returned to normal size. Although he couldn't see clearly, Stussy already knew who it was. That's right, even if Marine Admiral Sengoku and Impel Down Warden Bar join forces, they will not be Mitt's opponent. Now the only person standing in the entire field is Mitt. Both Ball and Sengoku fell in the rubble. Not to mention that the Marines and jailers were already swallowed up by the cracks in the ground. Mitt glanced across the scene, and only now did he exhale. As expected of Marine Admiral, Impel Down Warden. It's quite enough to push me to this level. With Mitt's current strength, it is still a bit difficult to face 2 Admiral-level experts alone. Even Mitt now wouldn't deny the situation. Of course, the final winner is still Mitt, even if Sengoku and Ball join forces. Stepping towards each other, Mitt found that neither Ball nor Sengoku had lost consciousness. Seeing Mitt coming over, Bar was still struggling, trying to unleash his venom attack. But Mitt was much faster than him and appeared in front of Bar all of a sudden. Mitt said calmly, brushing away the venom attack fired by the opponent. I'll kill one of you two. I was still thinking about who to kill, but I don't have to now. Sengoku, who was lying on the ground, heard this and immediately got up from the ground. No. As soon as he spoke, Mitt struck Bar with a lightning strike. Bar couldn't resist now. He was hit by lightning all over his body and immediately turned into a charred corpse. Without even having time to say the last words, Impel Down the Warden died at the hands of Mitt. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket. Get observation Haki experience 100000. Get Conqueror's Haki experience 200000. Advertisement. Get armament Haki experience 100000. After killing Ball, Mitt naturally gained a large number of attribute points. At the same time, his observation Haki has also reached an advanced stage. Mitt nodded with satisfaction. It was worth it that he came to Impel Down specifically, and he really gained a lot. Now, even if Mitt encountered the divine punishment last time, he still wouldn't be able to fight. Mitt still vividly remembers the terrorist attack he encountered. Of course, his final goal is only one, and that is to surpass the legendary king of the world. His name, Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, is meant to be resounding throughout the world. You killed Ball. Sengoku's eyes were splitting, he clutched his hands tightly and shouted loudly. Shut up. Mitt then gave the other party a lightning strike. At this time, Sengoku couldn't resist, and fell down again in an instant. But his chest was still heaving, and he did not die like Bar. This is because Mitt did not make a killing move and deliberately spared the opponent's life. Mitt has gained enough experience points from Ball, and now he can't get much even if he kills Sengoku. That's why he chose to let the opponent go, at least until Sengoku becomes stronger before harvesting. Let's wait until those who can grow up. Now there are very few people who can gain a lot of experience. Let me look forward to it, Sengoku. Mitt said, turning around. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out of the darkness and slashed Mitt in the back with a sword. Without looking back, Mitt saw a lightning strike suddenly fall from the air and hit the opponent solidly. The man who made the sneak attack was young Shiryu. He wanted to take this opportunity to sneak attack Mitt, but underestimated the opponent's current strength. Death, Mitt said coldly. None of the people who had just attacked him could stay. Before Shiryu could say anything, he was pierced through the heart by a thunder sword and was completely killed. Get observation Haki experience 100. Get Conqueror's Haki experience 200. Get armament Haki experience 100. Is this just your experience? Mitt couldn't help but shake his head. If it were before, I would definitely be able to gain a lot of experience, but it is definitely not possible now. Mitt's strength has greatly surpassed that of Shiryu, who is no different from a soldier in front of him. Stussy walked towards Mitt cautiously and praised him. As expected of the Thunder Emperor, I finally see how powerful you are. Advertisement. With this kind of strength, even rocks might not be able to defeat you. But I have a question. Stussy pondered for a moment and then said. Now that the fight is so exaggerated, how should we get out now? Stussy knew that they were still in Impel Down, and it was not that easy to get out. You must know that the gate of Impel Down is extremely strong, even you, I'm afraid. Stussy sounded hesitant and looked at Mitt, who was smiling confidently. Before Mitt could speak, a man's voice came from behind Stussy. I'll just take action with him. Stussy turned around and saw Red Earl Rider walking over slowly. Mitt smiled slightly and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Red Earl Rider returned the smile. Then I'm really sorry. With that said, the two of them walked towards the stairs above. Upon seeing this, Stussy quickly set out to follow them, fearing that they would leave her behind. Soon Mitt and Red Earl Rider were standing in front of the gate of Impel Down. The gate was towering, its steel luster shining in the sunlight. This is the last line of defense for Impel Down. No one has been able to escape throughout the ages. There should be a warship outside. I'll leave then. Mitt glanced at Stussy. The deal is over and we're done. Before Stussy could reply, Mitt and Red Earl Rider exploded with momentum and jointly attacked the door. The momentum of the two of them mixed together, and electric light and red light shot straight into the sky. The surrounding air shook, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. Red Earl Rider is extremely powerful, and his combined attack with Mitt is even more terrifying. The terrifying impact mixed together and rushed straight towards the steel door. Boom. Under such a terrible impact, cracks began to appear in the steel door. Then he couldn't bear it anymore and burst open from the middle. The blazing sunlight casts down from the gap in the middle of the door, shining on Mitt and Red Earl Rider. Stussy's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Mitt and Red Earl Rider's combined attack actually broke open the Impel Down gate. Looking at the growing cracks, a smile appeared on Mitt's face. Steel defense. Nothing more than that. Chapter 27. Uproar. Thunder Emperor Mitt returns. The Impel Down door is broken, which means Stussy can finally leave. Stussy then took the opportunity to speak, her eyes staying on Mitt. I'm going back to Rock's Pirate. Whatever you want, Mitt said calmly, jumped up, turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. Red Earl Rider stood next to Stussy, looked at Mitt walking away, and said with a smile. This is the strength of Thunder Emperor Mitt. The future world will definitely be very interesting. As he spoke, he couldn't help but smile, and gradually moved away from the scene. Stussy took a deep breath and looked into the distance. The world will probably be even more shaken in the future. On the calm sea, a warship is sailing. Everyone on the deck was trembling, glancing at a man from time to time, for fear of offending him. This man is Mitt, who just came out of Impel Down. Mitt didn't pay any attention to the prying eyes of these miscellaneous fish. At his current level, he no longer bothers to attack them. The reason why Mitt was on this ship was, firstly, to take a short rest, and secondly, to better receive the external situation. After all, according to the intelligence of later generations, the world-famous Battle of the Valley of the Gods is about to take place. The Rock's Pirate was completely destroyed with the combined efforts of Marine, Roger, and the Knights of God. This battle will affect the world structure decades later, and it can be said to be a very important event. It is because of this that Mitt wants to personally participate in the battle to strengthen his strength again. System. Panel. Mitt said in his heart. Soon, the current panel situation appeared in front of Mitt. Open black lens bracket Mitt close black lens bracket. Age. 15 formerly 27. Ability. Thunder Fruit. Advanced Swordsmanship. Advanced Physical Skills. Close black lens bracket. Physique. King Kong is indestructible. Close black lens bracket. Armament Haki. Advanced 2,230,000 ***. Observation Haki. Advanced 1,992,000 ***. Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki. Advanced 135,001 millionths close black lens bracket. Fruit development level. Advanced 978,521 millionths. Strength rating. Strong Marine Admiral. Now Mitt has reached advanced levels in all levels, and his strength has reached the level of a strong Marine Admiral. Looking at his own panel, Mitt showed a confident smile on his face. Now his strength is enough to gain a foothold in the Valley of Gods. Advertisement. Then it's time to show off your skills. On the other side, what happened in Impel Down quickly spread throughout the world. The whole world was abuzz with this news. The Thunder Emperor Mitt is not dead. And he also escaped from the deep sea prison. Impel Down Warden Bar even died at the hands of Thunder Emperor Mitt. No matter it's the Marine Admiral, the Warden, or the Steel Gate of Impel Down, none of them can stop the Thunder Emperor Mitt. The current world is already boiling with excitement because of what Mitt has done. Beehive Island, Rock's Pirate Base Camp. The members of Rock's Pirate are naturally discussing about Mitt. None of them expected that Mitt was not dead and would cause such a big thing. Ha ha ha. Rox laughed loudly. As expected of the Thunder Emperor Mitt, I really saw you right. Impel Down's iron and steel walls can't stop you at all. Well done. Keep attacking the world government and Marine like this, and let me see what big things you can do. Mitt is not dead, which is certainly a good thing for Rox. Now Marine and world government will definitely focus on Mitt, and the pressure on Rox will naturally be greatly reduced. Golden Lion Shaki was a little unhappy. Mitt didn't die, and he escaped from the Impel Down. Marine is such a loser. Whitebeard couldn't help but exhale as he looked at the newspaper reports. I knew you'd be okay, Mitt. No matter what, Mitt is not dead and has caused such a big thing. Whitebeard Edward is naturally very happy. Charlotte Linlin also sighed. If I had known Mitt was so good, I would have taken the initiative before. She was regretting that she didn't take action earlier and wasted the opportunity. Now who knows if Mitt will come back in the future, the opportunity just slipped away. Kaido laughed from the side. Linlin, you'd better forget it. How could he agree if he can't beat Mitt? With that said, without waiting for Charlotte Linlin to retort, Kaido walked forward. He poured a sip of wine into his mouth and murmured. Mitt, you just showed up and caused such a big deal, causing the world to turmoil with you. You must be the legendary Joey Boy, there is no mistake. The Roger pirates are also discussing Mitt's matter. Advertisement. Roger, this Mitt is not dead, yet he still caused such a big thing. Pluton Rayleigh said solemnly. He is really getting more and more dangerous. Unlike Rayleigh who was worried, Roger still had a smile on his face. Haha, Rayleigh, you don't have to worry so much. If Mitt caused such a big thing, it's not us who need to worry. As he spoke, Roger's eyes showed excitement. I would like to see Mitt again and see how far he has grown. We will definitely fight Rox and his gang again to avenge our shame. The atmosphere here of the Roger Pirates is lively, but the naval headquarters on the other side is a different scenery. Damn it. Long Yi slammed his fist on the table and said angrily. Warden Bar actually died at the hands of Mitt. What AB asterisk 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 D. It's not just that. Crane Vice Admiral sighed. Even Sengoku can't resist him. We underestimated Mitt's strength. Garp couldn't laugh at this time and kept staring at the report. At this moment, Marine Marshal Kong and Admiral Sengoku walked in. Kong's face was gloomy, Sengoku's face was still a little weak, and his body was also wrapped in bandages. Sengoku, you haven't recovered yet, so there is no need to come over to attend the meeting. Crane Vice Admiral said quickly. No. Sengoku shook his head, his expression serious. Only I can tell you the most clearly about Mitt. You must not take it lightly, this man is very scary. Sengoku, who luckily survived Mitt, has now listed Mitt as his target. The flames of revenge danced in his eyes, not only for the dead Warden Bar, but also for those sacrificed men. Kong looked at the scene and said solemnly. Sengoku and I have discussed increasing Mitt's bounty to 2 billion belly. Everyone must be on guard and never let this man go. Long stood up first, his tone firm. I, the dragon, swear here that I will catch Mitt and never let him go. Sengoku also nodded, showing an extremely determined look like Long. Obviously, Marine was so furious because of Mitt's incident. The world government also attaches great importance to Mitt. Mitt not only attacked the world's nobles, but also caused an impel down, which was simply lawless to the ultimate. Therefore, the world government has sent CP0 under the instruction of 5 elders. CP0 is responsible for monitoring Mitt's every move. As long as there is any movement from the other party, world government will not hesitate to send out its forces. This man named Mitt, no matter the world government or marine, will never allow him to survive in this world. Chapter 28. A gambling fight with the Golden Lion for weapons. Of course Mitt knew how much trouble his actions would cause. But he didn't care, or he didn't worry about anything even if he knew about it. Because this was originally part of Mitt's plan, the more coverage around the world, the better. Of course, he also knew that doing so would definitely cause violent reactions from the world government and marine. In order to further enhance his strength, Mitt immediately sent the ship towards Egghead Island. Egghead Island is where the research institute of Vegapunk, the smartest man in the world, is located. Currently, he is still cooperating with world government and has just established a research institute on Dantu Island. Even Marine didn't know about this situation, so Mitt's actions didn't attract attention. A few days later, Mitt arrived at Dantu Island. Mitt's current observation Haki has reached an advanced level, and it is easy to bypass the island's defense force. Just as the big-headed Vegapunk was busy experimenting, Mitt suddenly appeared behind him. Who is it? Don't you know I'm busy here? Vegapunk's short body turned around. Vegapunk's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw Mitt. Thunder Emperor Mitt. How? Seeing that Vegapunk was about to scream, Mitt quickly threw a small bag over. The small bag hit Vegapunk on the head. He let out an ouch and quickly caught it. A golden light emerged from the small bag, and Vegapunk's expression couldn't help but change. This is gold. Mitt answered for Vegapunk first. I need you to work with me to fuse the devil fruit into the weapon. When Mitt said this, Vegapunk's face became even more surprised. How do you know about fusion technology? Vegapunk felt like he had seen a ghost, but he didn't expect to be visited by Mitt, the Thunder Emperor. Of course Mitt didn't answer, he just asked. I know you need money. As long as you cooperate with me, there will be more than just this bag of gold. As soon as money was mentioned, a smile appeared on Vegapunk's face and he put the small bag away. Yes, as long as you are willing to pay, there is no problem in cooperation. By the way, what weapon are you going to fuse it with? He asked impatiently. That's good, Mitt said, turning around. I haven't got the weapons yet, just wait until I come back. Advertisement. Where are you going? Vegapunk asked. Beehive Island. Mitt smiled. Go to Rocks and get the weapons. After saying that, instead of continuing to talk nonsense with Vegapunk, Mitt quickly disappeared from the scene. It wasn't until Mitt disappeared that Vegapunk breathed a sigh of relief. What does this Thunder Emperor Mitt want to fuse with? With this doubt in mind, Vegapunk turned back to the laboratory. Mitt, on the other hand, quickly rushed to the target location, Beehive Island. Beehive Island. None of the Rock's pirate members thought that Mitt would come back. After Whitebeard Edward heard this, the first thing he did was to rush out and hug the other person's shoulders. Haha, Mitt, you've been in a lot of limelight recently, you're awesome. Mitt smiled faintly and said, okay. With a calm expression on his face, he casually dealt with the pirates who came up to him to make connections. Rock's pirate, the other big pirates had different expressions when they heard the news that Mitt was back. Rock stayed in the room and was naturally very happy to see Mitt appear. So he publicly announced a banquet to welcome Mitt's return. Of course Mitt had no objection. He just wanted to take this opportunity to get in touch with someone. Time soon arrived at night, and the banquet was held in great vigor. All the pirates, including John Wong, Linlin, and Kaido, were very enthusiastic towards Mitt. Now the reputation of Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, has been resounding all over the world, completely different from the unknown person before. Just as the banquet was coming to an end, John and the others walked towards Mitt and Whitebeard Edward. By the way, Mitt. John's face was red and he was already quite drunk. What good stuff did you get from the celestial dragons back then? This is a question that many people are concerned about, so Golden Lion Shiki also echoed. Yes, the things on the celestial dragon's ship must be good things. Just tell me quickly. Kaido smiled and said, Mitt, must have got a pretty good treasure, for example. Before Kaido could continue, Mitt took out 2 devil fruits. These are the fish fruit and the meatball fruit. Mitt said, I took them conveniently. Advertisement. As soon as they saw these 2 devil fruits, everyone's eyes widened. I knew these 2 devil fruits would be at your place. Kaido said loudly, his eyes full of envy. These 2 are quite precious devil fruits, and they were also Kaido's initial goals. Now that Mitt has it, Kaido is naturally envious. Mitt, you are demon fruit power, you don't need to eat devil fruit anymore. Kaido swallowed his saliva and said. How about I exchange something with you? As soon as this statement came out, it immediately caused reactions from others. Kaido, do you have anything you can exchange for? Let me do it. No, let me do it. The other pirates coveted these 2 devil fruits, but they didn't dare to take action, so they could only find a way to exchange them with Mitt. Faced with this situation, Mitt smiled slightly. I need 2 weapons, and the best weapons. Mitt said, but his eyes were on Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki was also very greedy, so he took out his 2 famous swords. I have 2 famous swords, Sakura 10, and Deadwood. Are you interested in them? Of course, Mitt said directly. In fact, he came here for the 2 famous swords Golden Lion Shiki. That's good. Golden Lion Shiki said loudly. I can make a bet with you and trade these 2 weapons for your devil fruit. Although Golden Lion Shiki has already eaten devil fruit, he will form his own force in the future. So having these 2 devil fruits will definitely help your own power. No problem, Mitt said directly, but we have to fight to decide who owns the weapons and devil fruit. Golden Lion Shiki said with a fighting spirit on his face. I wish you could, but I want to see how good you are now. As a top expert, Golden Lion Shiki doesn't think he is weaker than his opponent. Seeing that the scene was getting heated, Rock's voice suddenly appeared. You can fight if you want, but let Lousy go out and fight. Everyone can go and see this showdown. The eyes of Mitt and Golden Lion Shiki collided fiercely in the air, causing sparks to form. This gambling battle about weapons and devil fruit has begun. Chapter 29. Give you some respect, Conqueror's entanglement. A small island near Beehive Island. The members of Rock's pirate were all gathered around the outside of the island. In the open space in the middle, 2 men were confronting each other. Their momentum continued to rise upwards, colliding in the air. The mountain wind blew by, and the forest leaves made a rustling sound, as if they were also shivering in this momentum. Everyone could see the smell of gunpowder in this, and the other pirates kept making noises nearby. Come on, Shiki, don't say you're scared. Haha, let me see the level of Thunder Emperor Mitt. Even though Mitt has done a lot of things recently, Shiki is still the best. Listening to the commotion around him, Golden Lion Shiki smiled coldly and said to Mitt. Mitt, no matter what you did, you are still no match for me now. But don't worry, my goal is just devil fruit, I won't kill you. You don't have the strength. Mitt said, it's better to worry more about how you will survive later. Ha ha ha, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help laughing loudly. You, a little kid, still want to give me advice here. Golden Lion Shiki's laughter made Whitebeard's expression change. He has fought Golden Lion Shiki many times, and this tone means that he is serious about it. It's over, this guy Shiki is going to get serious. John next to him also said. Isn't that just right? Charlotte Linlin saw the excitement and didn't think it was a big deal. I'm really curious about who is better, Mitt or Shiki. Wouldn't it be interesting to see who wins between Lion Fruit and Thunder Fruit? No need to read, Linlin. John said firmly. Mitt is definitely no match for Shiki. He is still too young. Kaido's words did not cause any objection from others. In fact, most of them thought so. After all, Golden Lion Shiki has been famous for a long time and his strength is quite terrifying. No one can guarantee that they can get a bargain under him, let alone Mitt who is just starting out. Not necessarily. A smile appeared on Whitebeard's face. I believe Mitt can win. Advertisement. Me too. Kaido also smiled. Unlike others, Whitebeard and Kaido, both have confidence in Mitt. Humph. John snorted coldly and said in a deep voice. You will definitely be disappointed and Mitt will definitely lose. While talking, Mitt and Golden Lion Shiki officially began to fight. I saw Golden Lion Shiki using Lion Fruit's ability to lift the entire ground. As the earth shook and the mountains shook, the rock and soil turned into multiple lion head-shaped rocks, and they just ran over Mitt. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. Faced with such a powerful offensive, Mitt's body flashed with lightning and disappeared in an instant. No matter how hard the lion head crushed him, it couldn't even touch Mitt. His speed is as fast as lightning, and he can easily dodge the Golden Lion's attack amid the thunder and lightning. But Golden Lion Shiki jumped directly into the air, holding two magic weapons in his hands, and slashed at him quickly. Mitt condensed thunder and lightning in his hand, turned it into a thunder sword, and collided with the opponent in the air. Drink. Golden Lion Shiki roared, and the surrounding wind suddenly rose. The strong wind also turned into several lion heads, biting Mitt fiercely. At this moment, thunder and lightning struck in the air, and the terrifying power directly knocked the lion's head away. Mitt himself also stepped back, the lightning sword in his hand surged with electricity, and then scattered in all directions. The confrontation just now seemed evenly matched, but Mitt still lost a bit in terms of weapons. Golden Lion Shiki also saw it and said with a smile. You fight me with your bare hands. If you can block it, it's pretty good. Of course I won't show mercy, just hand over the devil fruit. Mitt glanced over, did not respond, but walked to the side. I saw him casually picking up a branch from the ground and holding it in his hand. Now I don't count myself as bare-handed, you can do it yourself. Golden Lion Shiki was furious when he saw that Mitt actually compared the branch with himself. You think you can compete with me just by relying on this piece of shit, how ridiculous. Whether it's funny or not is not determined by words alone, Mitt said, pointing the branch at Shiki. His momentum rose again, and the shock wave formed continuously raised the dust around him. The same was true for Golden Lion Shiki. Seeing Mitt's move, his whole body immediately burst out with momentum. In an instant, a black air surrounded Golden Lion Shiki, and a strong wind whizzed around him. Advertisement. Such terrifying power made the onlookers, pirates change their looks. Shiki is going to use all his strength. Charlotte Linlin said. Now we have to see if Mitt can resist. Can't bear it. John laughed. There's no way he won Shiki. That's not necessarily the case. Whitebeard Edward still had full confidence in Mitt. In the field, Golden Lion Shiki gathered all his strength in his hands and slashed out several terrifying sword energy. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. Each of these terrifying golden sword energies can slice through mountains, and now they are all rushing towards Mitt. The ground was shaking slightly, as if it was groaning, but Mitt's face remained calm. Since the Golden Lion cuts out sword energy, he also does the same. I saw black lightning wrapped around the branch in Mitt's hand, and his aura disappeared instantly. Just as Golden Lion's sword energy rushed in front of him, Mitt swung his sword out. Blue-white sword light and jet-black lightning struck out together, meeting Golden Lion Shiki's sword strike. The swords of both sides collided, and black lightning and blue lightning burst out, quickly suppressing them. Golden Lion Shiki's face changed slightly. The sword energy he wielded was actually not as good as Mitt. Just as he was about to avoid it, this terrifying sword light rushed straight at him, making him break out in a cold sweat. The sword light narrowly passed by Golden Lion Shiki and penetrated the island directly. Not only that, this terrifying sword light also cut the sea and cut the passing sea kings in half. The corpses of the huge sea kings floated on the sea one after another, constantly exuding a charred smell. And this small island also left a bottomless ravine. Even Golden Lion Shiki himself had his hair singed and a thin stream of smoke floated out. He just looked at Mitt with wide eyes, obviously not expecting this. This is Conqueror's entanglement. Rox subconsciously shouted. He was also in disbelief, especially the other big pirates. He actually learned Conqueror's entanglement and delivered such a terrifying slash. What a monster. Kaido couldn't help but sigh. Others thought the same thing, and were impressed by Mitt's performance. Such terrifying strength, and it is actually haunted by conquerors. The terrifying strength of Thunder Emperor Mitt is probably far beyond their imagination. Chapter 30. Golden Lion's terrifying ability, Mitt handles it calmly. Shaking the branch casually, Mitt mocked lightly. What a waste of weapons. Although his voice was not loud, it was all heard by Golden Lion Shiki. HMPH. Golden Lion Shiki said angrily with a livid face. Don't think you can beat me if you know the conquerors. Your current strength is far inferior to mine. Likewise, Golden Lion Shiki wrapped Conqueror's Haki around the two swords and slashed at Mitt. Overlord Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. Mitt repeated his old trick, also using Conqueror's entwining sword light to counter. This confrontation between the two sides immediately split the entire island from the middle, and the earth continued to tremble. The clouds in the sky had long been dispersed by the two of them, leaving only a few stars that dared to appear. Tsunamis kept coming, and if it hadn't been for the big guys at Rock's Pirate, even this island would have been submerged. In this confrontation between the two sides, Mitt clearly had the upper hand. At least Mitt is still unscathed now, while Golden Lion Shiki's originally scant hair has been burned into several pieces. Despite this, Golden Lion still had no intention of giving in. You are not as skilled as I am in this Conqueror's entanglement. I was just careless just now. Besides, even if your sword skills are good, you will never be my opponent. Mitt's face was calm, unmoved at all, and his eyes remained coldly on the other person. If you don't take action, you will definitely lose. Golden Lion Shiki's expression froze, and then a surge of anger rushed from the bottom of his heart to his face. Rock's face changed slightly when he saw the aura emanating from Golden Lion Shiki. The other big pirates did the same, retreating towards the rear in unison. There were some pirates who didn't know what was going on at first, but when they saw the actions of the captain and other officers, they were frightened and hurriedly backed away. At this moment, Golden Lion Shiki used all his strength to concentrate the surrounding air towards the island. The entire island began to shake violently, and the amplitude became larger and larger. Then, with Mitt standing on top, the entire island rose into the sky. The sea water continued to surge, and the island was constantly trembling, and countless ravines appeared in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help laughing loudly. See, Mitt, advertisement. This is my lion fruit's ability. I am absolutely invincible. Golden Lion Shiki was extremely arrogant and taunted Mitt wantonly. Then he kept waving his sword light, cutting the island, and at the same time using his own abilities. Countless rocks and tornadoes rushed towards Mitt, and the formation was extremely huge. Mitt continued to use extremely fast speed to avoid the Golden Lion's attack. At the same time, he also took advantage of the gap to swing out his sword, but it was blocked by Golden Lion Shiki. Seeing this situation, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but said. This guy Shiki is really serious. Mitt may not be able to defeat him. Yes, this guy Shiki is a lion fruit user. John said with a smile. With such an invincible fruit ability, coupled with Shiki's Haki, Mitt is useless no matter how powerful he is. That's not necessarily the case. Whitebeard Edward still had confidence in Mitt. Don't forget that until now, Mitt has not used his abilities. When he said this, he immediately attracted the attention of others around him. Looking at Mitt's figure flashing in the air, Kaido spoke. Mitt, let everyone see the strength of your thunder fruit. Boom. A falling rock came over, but Mitt cut it open with a branch. Is that all? He was still taunting Golden Lion Shiki. Lion fruit is nothing more than that. Mitt really coped with it easily and didn't seem to have any difficulty at all. Golden Lion Shiki's face became even more ugly, with angry flames dancing in his eyes. Then let me show you how powerful lion fruit is. Golden Lion Shiki shouted and used lion fruit's ability to control the entire island. The entire island seemed to be flattened by someone's hands, shrinking towards the center. At the same time, lion-shaped tornadoes continued to rush in, surrounding the entire island. Golden Lion Shiki took the entire island soaring into the sky, and at the same time compressed it in one breath. Mitt seemed to have no time to avoid it, and was swallowed directly by the island. What? Seeing this situation, even Kaido couldn't help but change his color. Haha, Mitt was swallowed by Shiki. John said excitedly. He didn't have time to avoid it. In this case, the winner has been decided. Advertisement. Kaido, if you want to save people, it's still too late, otherwise Mitt will definitely die. John was very happy about this, with a smile on his face. As soon as this happened, everyone at the scene felt that the winner had been decided. After all, how could such a big person escape if he was swallowed? It seems we still overestimated Mitt. Charlotte Linlin couldn't help shaking her head and sighed. She originally wanted to attack Mitt, but now it seems there is no need. Once Golden Lion Shiki gets angry, it doesn't matter how powerful Mitt is. No, John, it's too early for you to make a conclusion now. Whitebeard Edward suddenly said. What? John looked at the other party. Do you think there's hope for a better future? Look around. Whitebeard Edward sighed solemnly. Don't you think something is wrong? As soon as he finished speaking, all the pirates on the scene noticed something was wrong. Look, a pirate pointed to the sky. Is that a dark cloud? Or a thundercloud? I saw that the sky was unconsciously covered by dark clouds, and bursts of thunder kept coming from it. This thunder, coupled with the constant appearance of lightning in the clouds, and the increasingly heavy atmosphere. Everyone could clearly feel that even the surrounding seawater was glowing with a faint electric light. What's going on? John's face changed drastically and he asked hurriedly. Why is this happening around here? Thunder and lightning. Whitebeard Edward stretched out his right hand and pinched it into the void. There was a crackling sound, and a dazzling electric light appeared from Whitebeard Edward's hand. This is definitely Thunder Fruit's ability. Kaido said with certainty. Mitt won't just give in. This, whether it was John or the other pirates, they all looked up at the sky. The changes around them have aroused their suspicion that this may be Mitt's fruit awakening. Has the fruit awakened? Rox looked at the battle above and narrowed his eyes. This was the first time that he felt a sense of oppression from Mitt's ability. This is the true strength of Thunder Emperor Mitt. Chapter 31 The Thunder Dragon goes to sea and the Golden Lion is defeated. Golden Lion Shiki himself clearly noticed something was wrong. Such strange changes in the surroundings must be Mitt's mischief. He concentrated on manipulating the surrounding air and the island, hoping to crush Mitt to death. But Golden Lion Shiki was shocked to find that countless electricity was unknowingly surrounding him. These electricity restrained Golden Lion Haki, preventing him from continuing to suppress it. Damn it! Golden Lion Haki gritted his teeth and tried to suppress Mitt forcefully. The two of them were wrestling with each other as they continued to rise into the air. Just when Golden Lion Haki reacted, they had already plunged into the thundercloud. Golden Lion Haki was anxious and just wanted to continue suppressing it, but suddenly a powerful impact burst out. Dazzling lightning rushed into the thundercloud, but Mitt still escaped. What? Golden Lion Haki didn't expect to fail, and was shocked. After the lightning entered the thundercloud, rumbling roars began to sound around. Immediately afterwards, a dragon head wrapped with thunder and lightning stretched out from the clouds, and the terrifying power was suppressed. This lightning dragon head is actually not much smaller than a small island, and it is even huge compared to Golden Lion Haki himself. Being swept by the opponent's extremely cold dragon eyes, even Golden Lion Haki could not help but change his face slightly. At the same time, Golden Lion Haki saw the man on the dragon's head. It was Mitt himself. Mitt crossed his arms and stood on the dragon's head, looking down at the Golden Lion Haki. The body of the thunder dragon kept rolling in the thunder clouds, making bursts of roars, like the power of heaven and earth. Golden Lion Haki's face was gloomy, and he suddenly roared, bursting out with amazing momentum. He used his power to knead the small island together and quickly formed a stone lion with teeth and claws. This stone lion was also huge, raising its head and roaring towards the green dragon. Golden Lion Haki also jumped on the head of the stone lion, surrounded by gusts of wind. The two of them had a tacit understanding and rushed towards each other without saying a word. Mitt drove the Brontosaurus down from 9 days away and headed straight for the Golden Lion Haki. Golden Lion couldn't help roaring, and used all his strength to control the stone lion and the thunder dragon to collide together. The thunder dragon roared wildly and the Golden Lion roared. The two forces collided in the air and exploded out instantly. Advertisement. Boom. Whether it was in the sky or on the ground, everyone was succumbed to this terrifying power. The air waves were flying and constantly hitting the people on Rock's pirate. Many people could not hold on and fell into the water one after another. The officers of Rock's pirate ignored their surroundings and all looked up at the battlefield. It's over, Rox said suddenly. I knew Haki would win. John jumped out first. No, it's not that simple. Charlotte Linlin looked serious. Kaido looked up and a figure gradually appeared in his eyes. That's Haki. Kaido couldn't help shouting. Just now, Golden Lion Haki faced off against Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, and the stone lion controlled by him was directly defeated. Now the small island has turned into a suspended sky island wrapped in thunder and lightning, appearing in the sky. Golden Lion Haki's body fell from the air. He was covered in pits and bleeding a lot. Looking at the suspended island, Golden Lion Haki showed a bitter expression and murmured. I lost. Regardless of sword skills or fruit abilities, Golden Lion Haki was defeated by Mitt. Everyone in Rock's pirate was shocked and watched Haki fall from the air. In addition to Golden Lion Haki, the island also fell downwards. The island fell onto the sea surface, causing a surge of waves. Golden Lion Haki was also affected by this wave, and at the same time, a bolt of lightning flashed and hit him directly. That lightning was really Mitt himself, and he emerged from the lightning, ready to deliver the final blow to Golden Lion Haki. At this moment, Rox suddenly jumped into the air and summoned a dark vortex, blocking Mitt. Mitt retreated slightly and looked at Rox with murderous look in his eyes. Obviously, he really wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of the Golden Lion. Here you go. Rox threw Golden Lion Haki's two weapons before the other party could say anything. Lightning flashed, and Mitt reached out to catch the two knives, but they were still floating in the air. As expected of you, Rox couldn't help but praise. Advertisement. The people from Rock's pirate also saw Mitt, and saw that there were almost no injuries on his body, and he actually still had strength. They were all extremely surprised, and the atmosphere became heated. This is the strength of Thunder Emperor Mitt. It's actually more terrifying than Golden Lion Haki. It's terrible. It's terrible. I really didn't expect that Mitt would be so powerful. John also looked in disbelief. He still couldn't believe that Golden Lion Haki had lost like this. Whitebeard Edward had a smile on his face. He knew Mitt would win and was confident from the start. Facing the shock of others, Mitt's eyes still stayed on Golden Lion Haki.
Although the Golden Lion was not solved, Mitt felt a little regretful, but he was not too entangled. After all, Golden Lion Haki has not yet reached his peak strength. Mitt is patient and can wait a little longer. Leave it for a while, wait for the meat to grow a little longer, and it won't be too late for Mitt to start slaughtering it. Golden Lion Haki landed on the ground with rocks. Although he was in a mess, he had regained a lot of energy.
His attitude was nonchalant, looking at Mitt as well. I'm willing to admit defeat. Since I lose, I will lend you these two weapons first. I recognize your strength, you are indeed better than me. But this doesn't mean I will admit defeat. Flames danced in Golden Lion's eyes. Sooner or later, I will avenge my shame and get my weapons back. Mitt smiled slightly and said calmly. This day will never come to pass. You have no chance to take it back. Haha. Golden Lion Haki laughed. Then just wait, this day will definitely come. Looking at both Golden Lion Haki and Mitt, the other pirates were immersed in the battle just now. Many of them had just met Mitt, but they were already shocked by the terrifying strength he showed. Thunder Emperor Mitt, you are really scary. Even Captain John could only lower his arrogant head. In this way, this gambling battle caused by weapons ended with Mitt's overall victory. All the members of Rock's Pirate have also witnessed it with their own eyes. The terrifying power of Thunder Emperor Mitt. Chapter 32 Whitebeard's Invitation, Mitt's Purpose. After this earth-shattering battle, Rocks invited Mitt back to Beehive Island. Mitt naturally did not refuse and went directly back to the base camp with the large army. Back at the base camp, everyone started drinking until morning. The day passed like this, and at night, Mitt continued to drink with them as before. At this time, Mitt was playing with the two famous knives in his hands and praising them. What a great sword. It's truly the most powerful sword. As soon as he got these two knives, Mitt couldn't put them down. Now he lacks a weapon to take advantage of. Of course, the two knives are not complete yet. The pirates around him looked at Mitt from time to time, with admiration in their eyes. What Mitt has done recently has caused huge waves in both marine and pirate circles. It can be said that those veteran strong players have been vaguely overshadowed by Mitt. Whitebeard Edward came over and sat down next to Mitt. He threw a newspaper over and smiled. These reporters are really good at information. They found out about it only the next day. Mitt glanced at the newspaper and realized that what was reported on it was actually his previous battle with Golden Lion Haki. And it occupies the front page of the headlines, with the four big characters Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, very eye-catching. There were even photos, which surprised Mitt. Looking at your treatment, I'm afraid your reputation is no worse than Rock's now. Whitebeard Edward joked. Mitt smiled slightly and acted calmly. This is just a fuss they made. You guy. Whitebeard Edward couldn't help but shook his head and looked at the other person again. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard Edward sighed seriously. Mitt, your current strength is so outstanding, there is no need to continue to stay in Rock's Pirate. I also have plans to leave Rocks. What do you think? Do you want to join me? Whitebeard Edward sighed, looking at Mitt with enthusiasm and a hint of expectation in his eyes. Mitt continued to smile and handed the other person a glass of wine. Of course I'll break away from the Rocks, but I won't join you. Mitt's answer did not exceed Whitebeard Edward's expectations, and he sighed. I knew you would say that. Edward Whitebeard said regretfully. Forget it, let's have a drink. As he spoke, Whitebeard Edward raised his head and drank the glass of wine in one gulp. After wiping his mouth, Whitebeard Edward couldn't help but ask. Advertisement. Others are fine, I just don't understand what you want to do with devil fruit. Why don't you take it out and exchange it with someone else? During this period, many people wanted to exchange with Mitt, but he refused. So Whitebeard Edward was very confused. Mitt shook the wine glass and spoke. You want to know? Then come with me. Where? Whitebeard asked. Go where devil fruit is needed. Mitt didn't say it directly. Whitebeard didn't continue to ask, he simply nodded. Okay, then I'll accompany you to take a look. ... In this way, Whitebeard Edward and Mitt left Beehive Island and headed towards Egghead Island. Soon they arrived at Egghead Island and quickly approached the research institute. Whitebeard Edward became even more confused when he saw the situation on the island. It wasn't until he entered the institute that Whitebeard Edward became more certain of his guess. Mitt, this is the place of world government. Whitebeard Edward sighed. He and Mitt deliberately avoided the guards on the island and came to the rear of the institute. Yes, this is our destination. Mitt said. He said and walked towards the back of the research institute, where someone happened to open the door. The person coming out from behind is Dr. Vegapunk himself. Vegapunk sighed when he saw Mitt. Needless to say, it was Mitt who called him out. I knew you would come to me. Vegapunk said. Without saying anything, Mitt threw another bag of gold to the other party and said. I'm here to fulfill my promise. I hope you won't break your promise. After taking the bag, Vegapunk had a smile on his face and his tone softened a lot. Of course I didn't break the promise. But, he scratched his head and couldn't help saying. If the world government wants to know that I work for you, they will definitely arrest me. And the experimental location that I worked so hard to secure will also be affected. Vegapunk has been struggling with this situation, and his tone is somewhat hesitant. After all, the reputation of Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, is now known all over the world, and the world government is even more jealous of him. Advertisement. If Vegapunk helped Mitt get discovered, he would definitely be in trouble. You are my subordinate, Mitt said directly. No one dares to mess with you, just feel free to do it. After Mitt finished speaking, he handed the two prepared devil fruits to Vegapunk. These two devil fruits, one is the Zone Phantom Beast fish fruit, and the other is the Paramesha meatball fruit. After Vegapunk took the devil fruit, Mitt asked. How long will it take you to finish? 3 days. Vegapunk said. After all, they are two weapons, so it will take some time. No problem, Mitt said, as long as you complete our agreement on time. Whitebeard Edward stood aside and watched for a long time, extremely surprised, and now he couldn't help but ask. Mitt, what are you going to do? I plan to feed these two devil fruits to the two knives. Mitt didn't hide it. What? Whitebeard Edward was shocked. Is this something that can be done? After so many years of living, this was the first time he had heard of it. Of course it's true, Vegapunk said angrily. This is the power of science. You, a big man, definitely don't understand. Whether he understands it or not. Mitt looked at Vegapunk. We should be able to start now. When Mitt saw him like this, Vegapunk shrank his neck and hurriedly walked towards the research institute. We agreed on 3 days, just wait for me. After Vegapunk finished speaking, he dived into the research institute. Mitt and Whitebeard Edward naturally chose to wait on Egghead Island. There are a lot of resources on this island, so there is no problem for them to wait for a few days. And just when they decided to wait, the snow gradually fell from the sky. It's winter on Dantu Island now, so it will naturally snow, but it doesn't affect Mitt's mood. He is now sitting on the grass with Whitebeard Edward, 1 drink at a time and 1 drink at a time. As expected of you, Mitt, Edward Whitebeard said. I can actually think of this method, but can it really be successful? It's nothing, Mitt said, you'll know when it's done. He said this and looked towards the research institute. As if I have already seen my 2 weapons. Chapter 33. Subdue the Dragon, the famous sword Qinglong. Mitt and Whitebeard Edward continued to sit in the open space, drinking 1 glass of wine at a time. Speaking of which, my Kongyunchi can also try to fuse. Whitebeard Edward suddenly said. Of course, Mitt smiled, but you have to find the right devil fruit. Whitebeard Edward laughed. It's nothing. At worst, just grab it. Hearing what the other party said, Mitt shook his head slightly. He knows that the situation will become more and more dangerous in the future, and it is still unknown whether Whitebeard's idea can be realized. But Mitt won't pour cold water on him at this time, there's no need. He drank down the wine in his hand and was about to continue talking when his face suddenly turned cold. With a bang, the research institute suddenly exploded, sending out billowing smoke. What's going on? Whitebeard Edward stood up immediately. That's Vegapunk's office. Mitt looked towards the institute. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind blew over, making the surrounding trees roar. A crisp dragon roar sounded, and the gigantic green dragon soared from the Vegapunk office. What? Whitebeard Edward opened his mouth wide and looked up at the green dragon. At this time, Vegapunk rushed out in a hurry, covered in black smoke. He also had another knife in his hand. No, Vegapunk shouted at Mitt. The zone fruit fusion was successful, but Paramesha can't. There's absolutely no way. Mitt was a little disappointed, but still nodded slightly. Electricity flashed all over his body, and then he also jumped into the air. Whitebeard Edward knew what Mitt wanted to do at a glance. He wanted to take down the Azure Dragon sword first. Vegapunk also reminded below, Mitt, if you can't subdue the blue dragon, it will escape. You must move quickly. Mitt glanced at Vegapunk and said calmly, it can't escape. Mitt's tone was very confident, and the green dragon seemed to be angered and let out a dragon roar. Haha, Whitebeard Edward laughed. Advertisement. Take back this blue dragon, Mitt. You can definitely handle it. Whitebeard Edward has full confidence in Mitt, but Vegapunk has little confidence. This blue dragon should be the devil inside the devil fruit. It's not that easy to conquer the devil. Halfway through Vegapunk's words, he suddenly felt a terrifying force rushing over him. This is Mitt's Conqueror's Haki. I saw that Mitt's aura exploded, and he shook the dark clouds next to the green dragon away in an instant. Qinglong became even more angry, and rushed towards Mitt with his mouth wide open. Vegapunk was so shocked that he couldn't help but scream, his eyes fixed on the sky. Facing the green dragon that rushed towards him, Mitt looked calm and stretched out his hands forward. The dazzling thunder and lightning focused on Mitt, with black arcs entwined in it. This is the Conqueror's entanglement, and Mitt intends to take this opportunity to directly reclaim the Azure Dragon. In an instant, Qinglong had rushed in front of Mitt, carrying an extremely powerful wind blade. Mitt dodged the opponent's impact and grabbed the dragon's head with both hands. The power burst out, shaking countless lightning bolts in the air. The green dragon obviously couldn't withstand such a terrifying impact and screamed. Drink. Mitt took advantage of the victory and grabbed the faucet tightly with both hands, suppressing it firmly. Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki quickly entangled themselves, and Qinglong couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled. Vegapunk was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. This was the first time he had seen someone surrender directly. It was really terrifying. Thunder Emperor Mitt, he is indeed the Thunder Emperor Mitt. Vegapunk kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. I was secretly glad that I agreed to cooperate before, otherwise I would definitely be no match for the other party. Whitebeard Edward's laughter became even brighter, he knew that Mitt could recover. Yes, just as Whitebeard expected, after struggling to no avail, the green dragon's body began to shrink rapidly. After just a moment, the green dragon turned into a gleaming sword in Mitt's hands. Mitt floated in the air and raised the sword, reflecting the blazing sun. With a wave of his hand, the sword turned into the green dragon in the air and landed with Mitt. This green dragon was much more well-behaved than before. He lay directly at Mitt's feet and kept breathing hot breath from his nose. Advertisement. Vegapunk was startled by Mitt's actions and finally calmed down. I didn't expect you to actually succeed. Touching his chest, Vegapunk exhaled. This blue dragon is very powerful. I can't bear to see a pirate with a bounty of less than 300 million belly. Edward Whitebeard said with a smile. But I still can't trouble you, I admire you, said. Whitebeard Edward patted Mitt on the shoulder and expressed his admiration for him. I was prepared. The current situation is okay. Mitt was also a little happy, but he didn't say it clearly. After all, only one weapon was successfully fused, but the other one was not. According to Vegapunk, it's mainly because of Paramesha Devil Fruit. At least for now, the Zone Devil Fruit fusion weapon can be successful. Whitebeard Edward took note of this. Of course, if you want to fuse it, just look for Zone Devil Fruit. By the way, Mitt, don't you want a new name? Whitebeard Edward asked. The Kong Yunchi in my hand is one of the supreme sharp knives, and this one in your hand was also one before. Then let's call it Qinglong. Mitt said simply, he didn't care about the name. This Qinglong is no longer a supremely sharp sword, but a unique weapon. His eyes flashed as he looked at the famous sword Qinglong in his hand. Even Vegapunk himself couldn't help but puff up his chest and be happy for the birth of the famous sword Blue Dragon. After obtaining the famous sword Qinglong, Mitt and Whitebeard Edward returned to Beehive Island without stopping. Everyone on Beehive Island was wondering what Mitt and Whitebeard were doing, and they were all shocked. None of them expected that devil fruit could actually be fused with weapons. Looking at the green dragon in front of them, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. How is it possible? This is really my weapon. Golden Lion Shiki said in shock. Wow, Kaido's eyes were full of envy. The blue dragon fruit actually became Mitt's weapon. Lost. Charlotte Linlin sighed. I don't want to admit it, but my Homitsu is indeed not as good as your weapon. I knew you made a bet with Shiki, and you must have a plan. John said coldly. In response, Mitt just smiled slightly and said proudly. There is only one blue dragon in the world, and it is in my hand now. The so-called supreme sharp sword cannot compare with it. Chapter 34 Ancient Weapon, Marine's Wrath. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Marine Marshal Kong was reading the newspaper with a gloomy expression. Boom. He suddenly slapped the desk hard. This Mitt is so arrogant, he actually went back to Rock's pirate with such arrogance. And he even got into such a big fight with Golden Lion Shiki. Marine executives at the scene also agreed. That's right, I really didn't expect this Mitt to be so arrogant, and he doesn't even take Marine seriously. Not only Marine, but also the world government, they were all slapped in the face by him. We announced the death of Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, with great fanfare, but now it's all a joke. Kong became angrier as he thought about it, and began to list Mitt's crimes in detail. This Thunder Emperor Mitt killed the entire Garcia kingdom as soon as he appeared. Not only was the method extremely cruel, but Jeff, the Marine Vice Admiral who rushed over, died in the line of duty. Later, he actually dared to attack the world's nobles, and in front of so many people. Not only that, this guy managed to escape sanctions, but he still wreaked havoc in Impel Down. Impel Down suffered heavy losses, and even Warden Bar was brutally murdered. Speaking of this, Kong was so angry that he wanted to kill Mitt on the spot. The level of evil that Thunder Emperor Mitt is now far exceeds that of other pirates. Below only Rocks, he is the number 2 figure in their pirate group. Sengoku continued. This is a monster with a bounty of 2 billion belly, so it is certainly extraordinary. Although I have never seen this man with my own eyes. Crane Vice Admiral also said. But he must have extraordinary momentum. No wonder he can cause so many big things. You don't need to flatter this B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** we Marine will definitely publicly execute Mitt, the Thunder Emperor. If you dare to provoke the world government repeatedly, we at Marine will never tolerate it. Don't worry, Marshal Kong. Sengoku said seriously. I haven't avenged my last revenge yet. I will definitely catch this B********************. D. After taking a deep breath and calming down a little, Kong said in a deep voice. You can't focus on this man right now, there are more important things. The triennial hunt for the world's nobles is about to begin, and Marine needs to protect their safety. No matter what, we can't repeat the mistakes of last time this time and let the world's nobles get into trouble. Kong's tone was extremely serious, and he obviously took this very seriously. Advertisement. This is a hunt that occurs every 3 years. If something goes wrong, even Kong himself will be unable to bear the wrath of the world's nobles. It's actually hunting these world nobles. Sengoku couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't continue, but the meaning was obvious. Even if you have opinions, you must fulfill your duties faithfully and don't take it lightly, Kong reminded. Don't worry, I will take care of it, Sengoku said. By the way, that guy Garp is still chasing Roger. I don't know where he is now. I don't think he will be involved in this operation. This Garp, Kong couldn't help but said. I think he did it on purpose. Whether it was intentional or not, let's discuss the layout of the operation first. Sengoku immediately changed the subject. Kong is still talking about Garp. With his qualifications, he should have been promoted to Admiral long ago. It's still too much of a burden. Marine is in urgent need of change now. Kong glanced at Sengoku, Zephyr and other Marine senior executives. The sea from now on will be left to you to protect. After explaining the matter, Sora and others began to discuss the Celestial Dragon's protection plan. This time, in order to prevent the situation from happening last time, each of them was very serious. After all, no one can guarantee that anyone will dare to attack the world's nobles. The other half is the base of the Roger pirates. Roger, did you hear that? Pluton Rayleigh walked towards Roger. Those celestial dragons are going to cause trouble soon. He said, sitting down next to Roger. Roger's face suppressed a rare smile and stared at the wine glass in his hand. After a moment of silence, Roger suddenly said, Rayleigh, let's go to the Valley of the Gods. Faced with Roger's sudden statement, Rayleigh was not surprised. I know you want to take this opportunity to cause a scene, of course that's okay. Haha, I knew you were thinking the same thing as me. Roger smiled and patted Rayleigh on the shoulder. But it's more than that, Roger said, his face darkening. Since Mitt has attacked celestial dragons before, we can't fall behind. Are you going to? Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. We'll talk about it then. Roger suddenly laughed. Maybe we'll run into him again. Advertisement. Rayleigh knew who Roger was talking about and spoke up. It's not impossible. I believe Rock's pirate will not miss this opportunity. Then just wait and see. Roger said with a twinkle in his eye. Let's see how many people will be there in the Valley of Gods. We're going to make a big fuss. Let everyone in the world know what the Roger pirates are. ... Beehive Island, the Rock's pirate people haven't left yet. In the skull-shaped boulder, above the eye on the left, Mitt is sitting there. The one sitting under the right eye is Rox himself. They were sitting here, of course, to discuss their next move. This was mainly a question from Rox, who wanted to know what Mitt thought. Mitt's answer was straightforward. In this situation, it's better to simply attack Marigioa and Rox. Rox was taken aback by Mitt's statement. What are you talking about? This is no joke. Even the bold Rox was shocked by Mitt's idea. You're too cowardly, Rox. Mitt shook his head slightly. This is different, Rox said in a serious tone. Who knows how many ancient weapons the world government has on hand, we can't die in vain. Ancient weapon. Don't you even know, Mitt said. No one knows how many of the 3 ancient weapons the world government currently controls, Rox said. However, we can find out the whereabouts through the historical text. There must be an ancient weapon left behind. If we find it, we don't have to worry. That's it, Mitt nodded. Although he said this, Mitt actually knew it already. Looking at Mitt, Rox continued. So now we need to find someone who can read the text of history. Mitt shook his head and said, I don't know who can read the text of history. There's no point in asking me. Then there's nothing we can do. Rox looked a little disappointed. It seems we still need to find a breakthrough regarding the historical text and the ancient weapon. Maybe, Mitt responded casually, with a smile on his face and whispered. Ancient weapon. Chapter 35 Kaido's ambition, Mitt's crazy idea. All the things that should be discussed were discussed, so Mitt took the initiative to leave. He jumped directly from the Skull's Eye and headed towards the tavern. After leaving, the thought came to mind again. The ancient weapon is so powerful, what will happen if you eat the devil fruit and let yourself ride it? Single quote. Before he thought about it, Mitt was startled by his own thoughts. This idea is pretty crazy and hard to explain. After all, the whereabouts of the 3 ancient weapons are unknown, and Mitt has to rely on historical texts to find them. Not to mention that the legendary One Piece also needs historical texts to guide it. Thinking of this, Mitt sealed the idea and decided to wait until the time was right. At the same time, Kaido's voice came from behind Mitt. Mitt, you are here. What's the matter, Kaido? Mitt turned around and looked at Kaido walking over. Kaido's expression was serious and his tone was serious. Mitt, I brought you into Rock's Pirate, so there are some things I want to talk to you alone. Tell me, Mitt said. Taking a deep breath, Kaido said solemnly. I'm going to break away from Rock's Pirate and go out on my own. You know Wano-kuni in New World. It's a great place. I know Wano-kuni, but it's not that easy to get in there. Mitt said calmly. Haha, Kaido laughed. If I didn't have confidence, how could I tell you? The terrain of Wano-kuni is steep, and it is also a seastone production area. Once captured, we will definitely gain a foothold in the New World. With Wano-kuni, we have the confidence to challenge the world government. You're right, Mitt looked over and said. So you want to cooperate with me? No, you misunderstood, Kaido said directly. When I go out to work alone, I will follow you, so let me tell you in advance. Interesting. Mitt smiled slightly, a little surprised. Kaido sounded serious and continued to add. Advertisement. With the strength you have shown and the things you have done these days, even I am ashamed of myself. I think the legendary Joey Boy must be like you. That's right, Kaido said this just because he thought Mitt was the legendary Joey Boy. Now he has full confidence in Mitt and believes that the opponent will definitely win Wano-kuni. No problem, Mitt said. I accept your offer. Although Kaido doesn't have the blue dragon fruit, he is still a very powerful master in his own right. Mitt also thought the other party was pretty good, so of course he agreed. Okay. With Mitt's agreement, Kaido couldn't help but smile. Just then, the phone bugs in their pockets rang at the same time. With a surprised expression, Kaido dialed the phone number. Pirates all over the world, I'm Ginny, and I'm in the Valley of the Gods right now. Mitt's face changed slightly when he heard Ginny's voice. The Celestial Dragons will soon hold a 3-day hunting competition in the Valley of the Gods, and the winner will receive generous rewards. There are 2 devil fruits among them, one is the Zone Phantom Beast Phoenix, and the other is the Paramesha Barrier Fruit. Now is such a good opportunity. If you want to grab it from the Celestial Dragons, it's up to you. In addition to these 2 devil fruits, there are 4 other devil fruits. Although it's not clear yet, it must be a very powerful devil fruit that can be used as the prize of the competition. So all pirates, let's go to the Valley of the Gods. Go to the Valley of the Gods. Ginny's voice was impassioned and seductive. When Kaido heard this, his face showed excitement. Mitt, this is a great opportunity. He said to Mitt. If we get a few more devil fruits, it will definitely help Wano Kuni's attack. Looking at the extremely excited Kaido, Mitt showed an intriguing look in his eyes. Of course he knows the situation in the Valley of the Gods, especially the rocks. Soon rocks will die in the Valley of the Gods, and the entire rocks pirate will be disbanded. This was an earth-shattering battle. Whether it was Marines, pirates or the world government, there were countless casualties. I don't know how much rocks, death will improve me and what my strength can achieve. Thinking of this, the smile on Mitt's face became even bigger. As soon as Kaido saw Mitt's smile, he knew that Mitt was also thinking about the Valley of Gods. Advertisement. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Kaido's phone rang again. Reluctantly, I pressed the answer button and heard Rock's somewhat urgent voice. Right now, we have an emergency meeting. After saying that, Rox hung up the phone and it seemed that the matter was very urgent. Mitt and Kaido looked at each other and immediately headed towards the conference room. In the inner hall of Beehive Island, Rox glanced at the cadres present. You all heard the news. Of course, Charlotte Linlin Avenue. It seems that Rox, you summoned us here because you want to do something. That's right. Rox was very direct and straight to the point. Our target is the treasures in the Valley of Gods. This is a great opportunity. But there are world nobles in the Valley of Gods. John hesitated. If it's like last time, we're afraid. What are you afraid of, John? Golden Lion Shiki said in a deep voice. It's just celestial dragons, why should we be afraid? That's right. Charlotte Linlin also smiled. Mitt has already taken action anyway, so what if we go over and grab a few more? Charlotte Linlin's speech aroused the echo of others at the scene. That's it, that's 6 devil fruits, and there are countless other treasures. No matter what it is, celestial dragons or world government, we have to do it. Rox glanced at Mitt. Mitt, what do you think? Mitt shrugged and said immediately. Since everyone is going to take action, what else do I have to object? That's right. Rox smiled even brighter. It's settled that we can. When the manpower is ready, we will set off to the Valley of the Gods. There will definitely be other pirates coming to compete with us. Don't be merciful and fight each one when you see them. Let them see the reputation of Rox Pirate. As soon as Rox finished speaking, all the Rox Pirate cadres at the scene responded in unison. Good. Chapter 36. Ready for action, Rox and his gang are landing. The outskirts of the Valley of the Gods are already filled with marine warships. Not only marine, but also the world government sent many people over. They have only one purpose here, to make the hunting go smoothly. Everyone knows that there will definitely be a pirate group coming to cause trouble today, so Marine is on alert. In particular, the Rox Pirate and Roger Pirates are the focus of this operation. Kong set up a sentry post early to keep an eye on every move of the 2 pirate groups. On the Calm Sea at this time, the Marines did see the ships of Rox group in the distance. Needless to say, Rox Pirate is here. As soon as Kong received the news, he quickly notified Marines stationed in the Valley of the Gods through the phone bug. Responsible for the defense of the Valley of the Gods are Sengoku, Zephyr, and other Marine senior officials. Sengoku, you have to pay attention to the situation, Rox and the others are leaving. Kong said solemnly. I understand. Sengoku nodded, his face serious. He had known for a long time that Rox would not be able to hold himself back and would head here. Also, in addition to Rox, there is also movement from the Roger Pirates. Kong added. Even the Roger Pirates are here. Sengoku changed his face slightly. It was really difficult for them to deal with 2 top pirate groups at the same time. This is the information. You must be careful and complete the mission successfully. After Kong finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Sengoku put away the phone bug, just in time to see his old comrade Garp appear in front of him. Sengoku, that guy Roger is also planning to go to the Valley of Gods. Garp said straight to the point. So I followed here. If Roger doesn't show up, you probably won't be able to come. Sengoku said angrily. Hurry up and come with me to see the world's nobles and appease them. With that said, without waiting for Garp to refuse, Sengoku pulled him towards the Valley of Gods. At this time, the Roger Pirates are naturally heading towards the Valley of Gods. The Valley of the Gods. Roger looked at the rough sea. I'm afraid there are quite a few people guarding that place. So what? Pluton Rayleigh said with a smile. Our Roger Pirates will go there personally and we will definitely not let them get what they want. Advertisement. That's right. Roger also smiled. I'm sure that Rox guy is heading to the Valley of the Gods too, and he's definitely not going to give up on joining in the fun. In this case, besides Rox, Mitt will probably come too. Rayleigh said. Come here just in time. Roger said, with hot fire dancing in his eyes. We haven't avenged the last revenge yet. This battle in the Valley of the Gods cannot be accomplished without anyone. All the members on the Roger pirate crew are gearing up to avenge the last time. In this way, under the command of Captain Roger, the pirate ship quickly rushed towards the Valley of the Gods. The Valley of the Gods is still immersed in the atmosphere of hunting. The celestial dragons took pleasure in the civilians of the Valley of the Gods, killing many of them in one fell swoop. Their laughter and the screams of civilian slaves rang out one after another, indicating the cruelty of this hunt. The defenders outside the Valley of Gods had already noticed something was wrong. The Marines on guard noticed something was going on in the sea ahead and wanted to investigate it carefully. At this moment, the originally calm sea suddenly set off a huge wave and hit them. All Marines were shocked, but that was not all. In addition to the huge waves, there were also several tornadoes sweeping in, and even the sky was covered with dark clouds, with lightning and thunder. Thunder, hurricanes, and huge waves all struck, engulfing the defenders at once. Immediately afterwards, a huge pirate ship rushed out of the huge waves and fell directly from the sky. Yes, it's Rock's pirate. Marine immediately recognized the Rock's pirate flag. Boom. The pirate ship hit the water hard, causing huge waves and crashing towards the shore. Countless black figures jumped off the pirate ship and lined up in a row, with a terrifying momentum. The leader is naturally Rox himself, and behind him are senior officials. The rules are the same as last time. Whoever grabs a treasure will own it. Rox shouted profoundly. Golden Lion Shaki was the first to stand up and said loudly. Our target is in the Valley of Gods, let's do it. As soon as he finished speaking, all the members of Rock's pirate began to take action and rushed into the Valley of the Gods. On the other side, inside the Valley of Gods, the Knights of God are hunting slaves. They had killed many hapless slaves, but they were still in high spirits. Advertisement. At this moment, the Knights of God and the Celestial Dragons all heard the loud noise coming from outside. What's going on? The man with the moon hairstyle narrowed his eyes and noticed something was wrong. The Celestial Dragons also put away their playful expressions, obviously feeling that something was wrong. The phone rang, and the man with the moon hair directly pressed it. My lord, it's bad, all the Rock's pirates have rushed in. What? The man with the moon hair was startled, and his expression quickly turned serious. I knew you be D pirates would come here. I didn't say anything about killing people before, but now I dare to continue to do it and seek death. The Celestial Dragons present were shocked when they heard it was Rock's pirate. Some people couldn't help but tremble. That Mitt must be inside, they really dare to kill us. Because of what Mitt did, these Celestial Dragons were extremely frightened. Everyone knows that the man named Mitt will really attack them Celestial Dragons. The news soon spread throughout the Valley of Gods, even the slaves knew about it. Did you hear that, Ginny? Bear, Ivankov, a child, said hurriedly to the two friends next to him. It's the Rock's pirates, they're coming to attack the Celestial Dragons. Rock's pirate. The bear wondered. Ginny said loudly. Is that Thunder Emperor Mitt here too? Definitely, the Thunder Emperor Mitt has gone back to Rock's pirate a few days ago. Ivankov said. I read the newspaper and he had a fight with Golden Lion Shaki. Okay, great. Ginny suddenly looked excited when she heard the news. Now the whole world knows the reputation of Thunder Emperor Mitt, not to mention other famous pirates. Because of this news, the faces of the slaves present had expressions of hope. A glimmer of hope began to rise in the despairing hearts, and the slaves were all paying close attention. On the outside of the Valley of the Gods, Mitt deliberately lagged a little behind before landing, and then walked away. But someone had obviously discovered him, and a tornado rushed over in an instant. Mitt raised his hand and struck lightning. Disperse the tornado and look at the opponent. The one who stopped Mitt was the dragon himself. You're welcome, dragon. He said with a smile, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Chapter 37 Dragon and Zephyr join forces, Mitt is at ease. Seeing the dragon blocking the way, the Rock's pirates exclaimed. This is Marine Nova, dragon. Don't worry about him, no matter how powerful he is no match for Rox and Mitt. A pirate yelled and rushed forward. A strong wind came and hit them pirates. These pirates were immediately frightened and were suddenly swept into the storm. Mitt raised his hand again, and lightning struck down, splitting the storm. Seeing this, the surrounding pirates hurriedly ran towards the Valley of Gods. You seem to be getting stronger again. Mitt narrowed his eyes. The tornado just now was indeed much stronger than before. I won't lose to you again, Mitt. The dragon gritted his teeth. The shame of the last defeat was still fresh in his mind, but the dragon at this moment was no longer what it used to be. He will never lose to Mitt again, absolutely not. Poor guy, Mitt laughed. Have you not recognized the reality yet? As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon had already swung several huge tornadoes towards Mitt. The tornado howled, rushing towards Mitt from all directions, picking up everything around it. Whether it is soil or vegetation, they are all involved and attack Mitt together. But Mitt remained motionless, but the electric current in his body continued to move up and down. The next moment, he himself suddenly disappeared from the scene. So fast. Long was shocked and hurriedly swept back. But he reacted too slowly, and Mitt had already appeared in front of him. I saw Mitt holding the famous sword Qinglong, slashing straight towards the dragon. The clear dragon roar sounded, and the dragon was caught off guard, and blood spurted out from his chest. He gritted his teeth and suddenly erupted a cyclone around him, forcing the opponent back. Mitt did not continue the attack and landed in the rear. After only one round of fighting, Long was able to see Mitt's terrifying strength. How can it be? Holding his still bleeding chest, Long looked in disbelief. He thought his strength had improved quickly enough, but he was still no match for the opponent. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have been killed instantly by this guy. Advertisement. This Mitt, is his strength already far beyond his body? I told you, don't you still believe it? Mitt said, taking a step towards the dragon. The next moment, an extremely powerful impact rushed towards Mitt. Mitt suddenly raised his hand, armament Haki wrapped around his hand, and scattered it with a bang. Then a tall man jumped over from behind and landed next to the dragon. Dragon, are you okay? Zephyr asked with concern. Long panted heavily and said gratefully, thank you for your help, Zephyr. If Zephyr hadn't rushed over, the dragon would have been unable to withstand Mitt's attack just now. This man's strength is so terrifying that no one can ignore him. Thunder Emperor Mitt is much stronger than last time. Don't take it lightly, Zephyr said solemnly. Long nodded, closed his eyes to adjust his breathing, and then opened them suddenly. Right under Mitt's eyes, the aura exuded by the dragon increased a lot. Mitt was very surprised to see this situation. His strength improved so quickly. Is this the Garp family's system? The surrounding Marines who were still resisting cheered when they saw Zephyr's arrival. It's the Black Arm Zephyr Admiral. He's coming to support us. With Zephyr Admiral here, there will definitely be no problem. Good. Long live Zephyr Admiral. These Marines were still cheering, but both Zephyr and Dragon had serious expressions. They know that Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, is never easy to deal with. Although Zephyr is already about the same strength as Admiral, he still dare not take it lightly. Zephyr's face was solemn. Seeing that Mitt was still indifferent, he immediately decided to take the initiative. 6 Emperor's Spear. Zephyr jumped up and shot out 6 paths finger lights in midair. The power was terrifying. Mitt also raised the famous sword Qinglong and waved it forward. In an instant, all 6 paths finger lights were reduced to ashes, and a strong shock wave erupted. Not to be outdone, the dragon appeared directly beside Mitt and threw out several tornado blades. Mitt avoided the attack with his electric figure, and at the same time dropped several thunderbolts from the sky. As soon as the thunder fell, Long had to avoid it, giving Mitt an opportunity to take advantage of it. He turned into thunder and lightning again and appeared behind the dragon, ready to stab it in with a knife. At this moment, Zephyr roared and punched Mitt several times. Observation Haki activated, Mitt received a counterattack and blocked Zephyr's fist. Advertisement. Zephyr deserves to be called Black Arm, wearing armament Haki and being extremely powerful, directly clashing with the famous sword in Mitt's hand. With a clang, a terrifying shock wave erupted from the center of the fight between Mitt and Zephyr. The shock wave quickly spread outwards and soon affected the surrounding Marines who were watching. These Marines originally wanted to step forward to help, but were directly shocked by the shock wave. All the Marines below the Marine Rear Admiral level rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. The remaining Marine Rear Admirals took a breath and quickly stopped their progress. The aftermath of the fight between Mitt and Zephyr was so terrifying that it was beyond their control. Zephyr and Mitt fought each other in the air for several rounds, constantly sending out huge shock waves. Mitt is very fast, and observation Haki is very powerful. It is not that easy for Zephyr to attack him. Fortunately, Zephyr armament Haki is strong and can continue to attack even if he is at a disadvantage. The dragon continued to attack from behind, cooperating with Zephyr. His purpose is to block Mitt's dodge space as much as possible and create opportunities for Zephyr to attack. Only with the two of them joining forces can they barely confront Mitt. But despite this, Mitt still looked calm and composed, without even a breath. As for Long and Zephyr, they were already a little tired. Another round passed, and Long and Zephyr took a few steps back together. That's almost it, Mitt said. The reason why he didn't rush in was mainly to wait for the flames of the Valley of Gods to burn up. We must wait for all the characters to enter before the drama can continue. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the Valley of Gods. Step after step, Zephyr and the dragon attacked again. Mitt sidestepped and threw out several sword beams, stopping Zephyr and the dragon. Damn it, Zephyr yelled, rushing toward Mitt as hard as he could. His outburst made Mitt raise his eyebrows and block it. Boom. Zephyr's fist hit Mitt's sword, causing a huge impact. Mitt's feet were still firmly on the ground, blocking Zephyr's attack. I won't let you succeed. Zephyr increased his intensity and burst out with even more powerful power. The impact quickly spread outwards, wiping out everything around him in an instant. Even the warships parked nearby were shaken so hard that they were about to fall apart. But Mitt was still approaching the Valley of the Gods without being affected at all. Zephyr can't stop him. Chapter 38. Rox and his gang are all weaklings. The warships on the surrounding sea kept shaking, and the Marines on the deck managed to stabilize themselves. They did not hesitate and directly chose to fire in Mitt's direction. Such a terrifying man must be dealt with in every possible way. Mitt sensed the incoming cannonball and swung the famous sword in his right hand forward, swinging Zephyr away. Then he pointed with his left hand towards the warship on the sea. A bolt of zigzag lightning shot out from his fingertips and rushed over. Boom. The warship was instantly swept away by the burst of flames, and people kept letting out shrill screams. Mitt. Zephyr roared, continuing to attack. Long Yi glared and rushed towards Mitt, trying to stop him. Mitt raised the famous sword Qinglong, the roar of the dragon sounded again, and the shadow of a green dragon suddenly appeared next to him. This blue dragon is much larger than Mitt, and it is currently coiling himself in the middle. Long and Zephyr looked shocked, but their offensive could no longer be taken back, and they faced the green dragon head-on. The green dragon suddenly circled around Mitt, pressing forward like a tsunami, blocking Zephyr and the dragon. Long and Zephyr's offensive was thwarted, revealing a huge flaw. Mitt slashed with the knife without hesitation. A side slash swung out the sword and hit Zephyr. Zephyr! The dragon exclaimed, exploding with all his strength. In an instant, tornadoes roared around him, forcibly resisting the green dragon's attack. Taking this opportunity, the dragon pulled Zephyr back while not forgetting to attack Mitt. Mitt easily followed up and continued to pursue the victory without giving them a chance to breathe. With the cooperation of the green dragon and the sword energy wielded by Mitt, Zephyr and the dragon retreated steadily. The space for them to dodge became smaller and smaller, and they were soon cornered by Mitt. Faced with this situation, Long could only risk his life and rush towards Mitt, switching from defense to offense. As if his life was on the line, he pressed towards Mitt with a terrifying momentum. Mitt narrowed his eyes, not wanting to confront the dragon head-on, and stepped back slightly. The green dragon and the sword energy struck out at the same time, directly hitting the dragon's body. The dragon spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. The whole person flew out upside down. With a bang, the dragon hit the ground hard, creating a huge crater. After being attacked repeatedly, Long had no strength to resist at this moment. He lost. Advertisement. I just said it. Mitt's tone was cold, preparing to give the opponent the final blow. You are no match for me. Dragon. As soon as Mitt finished speaking, Zephyr rushed over again and stopped in front of the dragon. Are you still stubborn? Mitt looked at the other party. His sword suddenly changed direction and struck towards the sea. As he spoke, several warships on the sea were directly cut open by this terrifying sword light, and even the sea water was not spared. Zephyr closed his eyes with a pained expression. Now he can only keep one direction, and there is really no way to separate himself. But despite this, Zephyr still chose to stand in front of Mitt, with no intention of giving in. He gritted his teeth and said, I just said that I will never let you enter the Valley of Gods. Just for those celestial dragons. The other party was so persistent that Mitt couldn't help but shake his head. You Marines are aiding the evildoers, and the justice imprinted on your back is ridiculous. Our justice cannot be blasphemed by you. Long shouted. For the sake of the world and everyone else, Marine will never let pirates like you do whatever you want. Ha ha. Mitt sneered, and his momentum suddenly exploded. He raised the famous sword Qinglong, and thunder and lightning quickly gathered around him, emitting a dazzling light. Zephyr knew that Mitt was getting serious, so he took a deep breath and took a stance. No matter what, he must stop Mitt's attack. Mitt released his sword energy, and a huge lightning sword beam shot out from top to bottom. Zephyr shouted, stretched out his hands, stepped on the ground with his feet, and his whole body became extremely dark. The power of Mitt's sword light is extremely terrifying, and the energy contained in it is enough to directly destroy the entire island. Faced with this situation, Zephyr did not retreat at all, but risked his own life. His eyes protruded, iron body activated, and his clothes were torn apart by the incoming air wave. Using all the strength in his life, Zephyr blocked the sword light with both hands. Boom! The shock wave erupted again, the entire ground shook, and everything on the ground was plowed. The warships on the sea were unable to resist at all, and several of them disintegrated again. The remaining marine rear admirals couldn't resist, and many of them were directly stunned. Zephyr pressed the sword light tightly with both hands, and kept moving his legs back, pushing out two ravines visible to the naked eye. He kept retreating, constantly trying to offset the power of the sword light, and the armament Haki on his body was consumed rapidly. Advertisement. After several moves like this, Zephyr finally stopped and successfully blocked the sword light. But his body was already exuding an extremely charred aura, and blood kept pouring out of the holes. At this moment, Zephyr was in a state of disarray and no longer had the strength to fight back again. Mitt put his left hand in his pocket and held the famous knife in his right hand, walking towards the other party. Compared to Zephyr, Mitt has no trace of battle on his body. From just now until now, Mitt is still unscathed. Zephyr stared at Mitt walking over with wide eyes, breathing heavily. You are indeed amazing, I'm willing to give you the upper hand. Zephyr exhaled. By now, Zephyr has understood the gap between himself and Mitt. But he still didn't flinch, raised his head and said proudly. But I still won't let you pass, even if I try my best to stop you. Behind me are thousands of civilians, and I must protect them. This is Marine's justice. Pirates like you don't understand. Zephyr's words were impassioned, and there was already a death wish in his eyes. Mitt smiled upon hearing this, his smile full of ridicule. He swung his sword at Zephyr again, and the sword light rushed directly and hit the opponent's body. Zephyr spat out a mouthful of blood again and stepped back. With a bang, Mitt's blow actually knocked Zephyr directly into the Valley of Gods. At the same time, this sword light also cut a gap, revealing the situation inside the Valley of Gods. See for yourself, what is it like in the Valley of Gods now? The dragon and Zephyr looked towards the Valley of Gods at the same time, and their eyes suddenly widened. I saw the corpses of civilians everywhere inside the Valley of the Gods, and blood flowed all over the ground. At the same time, there were many civilians running away, and a celestial dragon's being ridden was waving the whip on its hand. Ha ha ha, run away, run away. The face of that celestial dragon's was full of anger, and his laughter was extremely rampant. Some of the fleeing civilian slaves were caught in the wheels, and some were beaten to death. Zephyr and Long were stunned when they saw such a scene for the first time. Mitt's cold voice sounded in their ears. This is you Marine, just a dog from the celestial dragons. What about justice? Chapter 39 The God of Thunder arrives, the trembling celestial dragons. Looking at the scene in front of him, Long stayed motionless on the spot. The long-standing belief has collapsed, and another idea is constantly rising in his mind. Mitt ignored the two of them and continued walking towards the inside of the Valley of the Gods. Inside the Valley of the Gods, the Rocks pirates who were the first to arrive were all entangled with the guards. Inside there are not only Marines, but also world government troops and the Knights of God. The man with the moon head was quite powerful, and he and several Knights of God stopped Rocks and others. In addition, there are people from Marine who are constantly coming. The situation on the scene was chaotic, and only the celestial dragons continued to attack civilian slaves. Although Rocks and his gang were entangled, they still did not dare to offend the celestial dragons. As a result, these celestial dragons became more and more lawless, and the previous panic was no longer on their faces. Seeing this situation, Mitt couldn't help but snorted. Are you guys all just playing house? He couldn't stand these extremely arrogant celestial dragons, and immediately decided to do something for heaven. Mitt was seen floating slowly into the sky, while thunderclouds were gathering rapidly. The originally clear sky was now covered by black thunderclouds, and huge shadows climbed over the bodies of everyone present. What's going on? Someone couldn't help but ask. Marine Admiral Sengoku, Marshal Kong and others who rushed over quickly looked up when they saw this situation. Mitt was now standing above the 9 heavens, his whole body covered with dazzling electric light. Thunder clouds rolled, Mitt's momentum was suppressed, like a god about to impose sanctions. No, stop him quickly. Sengoku shouted hurriedly. As soon as he saw this formation, he knew that Mitt was definitely going to take action. Attack quickly, attack this man. Kong ordered to attack Mitt. The Marines all attacked Mitt, trying to stop each other. But several thunderbolts fell from the sky around Mitt, hitting everyone who wanted to get close. At the same time, Mitt also ordered his weapon to let Qinglong dive down. Qinglong's body quickly grew in size in the air, and while letting out dragon roars, it tore apart the enemies it saw. Advertisement. In an instant, Marine suffered heavy casualties and had no way to get close to Mitt himself. Sengoku and the others intended to stop Mitt, but were entangled by Rocks and other cadres. Don't even think about it, Sengoku. Whitebeard Edward slashed his sword and stopped in front of Sengoku. Also stopping him were Charlotte Linlin, Kaido and others. Haha, you Marines still want to go there? No way, Kaido laughed. Damn it, Sengoku cursed secretly and looked in the direction of the Knights of God. But the Knights of God have no way to escape now, they are all held back by Rocks, other cadres. Outside the Valley of Gods, the Roger pirates, Garp and others have just arrived at the scene. As soon as they arrived at the battlefield, they were shocked by the powerful force and couldn't help but look up. Mitt, you, Garp exclaimed. He had realized what Mitt was going to do and was extremely anxious. As expected of the Thunder Emperor Mitt, an excited smile appeared on Roger's face. In this case, I can't fall behind. With that said, Roger called to his companions and continued heading into the Valley of the Gods. Roger was full of fighting spirit at this time and wanted to fight Mitt to a showdown. The power coming down from the sky is getting stronger and stronger, making people breathless. The next moment, thunderclouds rushed down. A thundercloud with a diameter of 100 meters connected the sky and the earth, instantly swallowing up all the surrounding creatures. Under such dazzling electric light, no one else dared to look directly. Everything fell silent for a moment, and no one seemed to hear anything. The expressions on the faces of the celestial dragons were frozen together, their mouths were open, and they did not move for a long time. The entire Valley of Gods was shrouded in thunderclouds, which then quickly erupted and swept across the entire place. Everyone felt heart palpitations, and it took a while to calm down. Celestial Dragons was relieved when they found out that there was no problem. I knew that Thunder Emperor Mitt was just bluffing, that's for sure. That's right, we pretend to be so big and don't even know who we are. Advertisement. But they soon discovered that a terrifying thunder beast appeared outside the island. This thunder beast's whole body shone with blue-white electric light, and it clenched the lightning in its hands, making crackling sounds. The thunder and lightning were extremely eye-catching in the dim surrounding environment, and everyone looked over. Mitt himself appeared in the middle of the thunder beast, also wrapped in thunder and lightning. The surrounding space seemed to have been distorted by lightning, and the entire air was filled with arcs of electricity. In his current state, he is really like a thunder god, extremely powerful. There were waves on the sea, the ground was shaking, and the dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker. It seems as if the whole world is crawling at the feet of this thunder god, making people unable to resist. Under Mitt's control, he thrust the lightning in his hand into the ground. In an instant, the ground current exploded, spreading to the surrounding area with lightning speed. The ground in the Valley of Gods shook even more violently. Countless people were unable to maintain their balance and fell to the ground. This terrifying current ripped open the ground of the Valley of Gods and uprooted the trees. Even the buildings were not immune, and they all collapsed in an instant. Everyone in the entire Valley of Gods is under this terrifying attack, and no one can escape. Some people had no time to scream and were hit by electric current, turning into charred corpses in an instant. The Marines, Rock's group, and the Knights of God all stopped fighting for the time being. Faced with such a terrifying current, they could only choose to defend. And those who were not strong enough were destroyed in an instant, just like the surrounding flowers, trees, and buildings. The Valley of the Gods is still shaking, and countless electric currents are running wildly on the ground. Those celestial dragons were not immune, with the fresh smiles on their faces. In an instant, he became so frightened that he couldn't even scream. This terrifying attack lasted for several seconds, and the entire Valley of Gods trembled. The dazzling electric light filled the entire Valley of Gods, like a ball of light in the sea. Even the so-called sanction from God will never be much stronger than this attack. As time passed, the current slowly faded away, and countless streaks of charred black smoke gradually rose. After Mitt's terrifying attack, the Valley of Gods is still standing. There is not much left. Chapter 40 Celestial Dragons are completely destroyed. Problem with rocks. There are very few people left standing in the Valley of Gods now. Among the Marines, only those above the level of Vice Admiral were barely standing, while the others had become corpses. All the members of the Knights of God stood, dressed in ragged clothes, their aura rising and falling. They looked at the corpses of the celestial dragons, shaking with rage. Only the senior cadres of Rock's group were still able to move. Their clothes were in tatters and they seemed to have suffered considerable injuries. What AF G lunatic, Mitt. Golden Lion Haki took a few breaths and said bitterly. He widened his eyes and tried to calm down for a few times before he regained his composure. If Golden Lion Haki hadn't acted quickly just now, he would probably be injured now. Even so, Golden Lion Haki is not feeling well right now. The others, like Golden Lion Haki, managed to escape the influence. Damn it, Mitt, what are you doing? John couldn't help shouting to him. Want to kill us? John was quite angry. He decided that Mitt completely ignored that they were a group and it was intentional. Other Rock's officials shot Mitt angry looks. They had finally stopped the attack just now, but no one thought that Mitt would actually attack one of their own. This group of Rock's cadres were naturally extremely angry. Only Whitebeard Edward had a smile on his face, and he was less affected. Haki, John, if you can't even withstand this impact, then there's no need for you to continue messing around. HMPH. Golden Lion Haki and John looked gloomy and did not continue to respond to each other. But Whitebeard Edward was right, if they couldn't resist even this. There is really no need to want to dominate the sea. Mitt, Rox said to him with a gloomy face. We can just get the things. There is no need to make such a big noise. His original intention was just to take away the celestial dragon's treasure, and he had no intention of making the matter bigger. But now it seems that what Mitt did was just to make a big fuss. This made Rox feel that something was beyond the situation, so he couldn't help but give a warning. Now that the celestial dragons are dead, if the trouble continues, the situation may become even bigger. Mitt looked down at Rox and spoke. I'm not here to play house with you. Advertisement. Since you want to take action, let's do it quickly, without mother-in-law or mother-in-law. On the other side, Sengoku, who was panting in the field, suddenly received a message from Kong. Sengoku, how is the situation with the world's nobility? I'm afraid the odds are stacked against me, Sengoku said helplessly. He looked around and saw only ruins, smoke and charred corpses inside the Valley of Gods. Those celestial dragons were not experts, so they would definitely be in danger under that attack. Marine was quite confident before, but now it seems there is still no way. There was no way to defend against Mitt's attack. This was Marine's miscalculation. What? Kong exclaimed in shock. Quick, go and deal with Rox, gang with the others. You must not spread what happened today. Act quickly. At this point, all we can do is find a way to deal with Rox and his gang as soon as possible and suppress the matter. Once the news of the death of celestial dragons in the Valley of God spread, Kong couldn't even imagine how big the shock would be.
Mitt fell to the ground from the air and observed the surrounding situation. He was quite satisfied with his attack just now. Although many masters were still fine, those celestial dragons would definitely be killed. Mitt couldn't stand what those celestial dragons were doing, so now he was taking action to eliminate the scourge. At this moment, he suddenly felt danger and subconsciously looked up. I saw a golden giant falling from the sky. It turned out to be Sengoku himself. He wanted to take advantage of Mitt's carelessness and attack suddenly. Faced with this situation, Mitt did not fight back, but directly put away his abilities and sat down on the ground. His posture was extremely calm, as if he didn't feel any danger. This situation leaves people wondering what Mitt is planning to do. Sengoku's eyes widened, his giant palm glowed with golden light, and he struck straight down, about to kill Mitt. But Rox suddenly acted and hit Sengoku with a black blast. Sengoku's offensive was frustrated and he had to change direction in the air and land on the surrounding ground. With a bang, Sengoku stepped forward with murderous intent in his eyes. In this situation, the only way is to get rid of Mitt as soon as possible. Mitt smiled slightly, he had already anticipated this situation through observation Haki. This guy Rox really took action, he is still a character. Mitt. Rox looked at Mitt and said, advertisement. What else do you want to do now? Facing Mitt, even Rox himself couldn't guarantee what Mitt would do. He had to ask in person to know what the other person was thinking. If the other party wants to continue making trouble, Rox himself will stay with him until the end. Now that things have developed to this point, there is no chance to look back. At this time, Rox and Mitt were sitting on the ground, not paying attention to the situation at the scene. Mitt heard Rox's question and asked with a smile. Of course we'll deal with Marine and the Knights of God here. As soon as this statement came out, everyone at the scene was shocked. This Thunder Emperor Mitt really wants to die. Whitebeard Edward couldn't help but shook his head, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He won't back down from this matter, even if he comes over. The other cadres were similar. After the shock, they became full of fighting spirit. Mitt, you are too loud, Sengoku said sullenly. As he spoke, Marine and the Knights of God were already rushing here. They're all pretty fast, but the rest of Rock's gang is also fast. In the blink of an eye, many people rushed towards Sengoku and took the initiative to attack. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido clenched the mace with both hands and smashed it towards Sengoku.
Sengoku was alone at this time, but he didn't flinch at all, but faced him head-on. In a flash of golden light, Sengoku blocked Kaido's attack, but Charlotte Linlin's attack also came in front of him. He had to also resist. Facing the attacks of so many powerful enemies, even Sengoku was having a hard time.
Ha ha ha. Rox laughed loudly. His laughter echoed throughout the Valley of Gods and echoed in the ears of everyone present. I knew you'd say that, Mitt. Okay, then I'll help you with this. Rox's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he had obviously made up his mind. Let the whole world tremble in the name of Rox Pirate. The next second, Mitt and Rox stood up at the same time. Their momentum exploded, and they soared straight into the sky with their majestic fighting spirit. The battle has just begun, and it is far from over yet. Chapter 41 Garp appears and gets the Phoenix Fruit. With the actions of Rox and Mitt, other members of Rox Pirate also burst out with momentum. Sengoku alone could not withstand the enemy's attack and could only keep retreating. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin saw an opportunity and attacked Sengoku together. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido yelled and hit Sengoku on the head with a stick. Just when Sengoku was about to take this move, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side. There was a clang, and a sword blocked Kaido's attack.
Sengoku took a few breaths and took the opportunity to step back quickly and look at the man in front of him.
Rayleigh, are you even here? Haha. Rayleigh smiled and swung his sword to knock Kaido's mace away.
It's so lively here, how could I not come and join in the fun?
Just as he finished speaking, members of the Roger Pirates appeared around him. On the other side, Captain Roger himself appeared in front of Mitt and Rox.
As soon as he appeared, a crescent-shaped sword light rushed over.
However, although this sword light was fast and full of murderous intent, it was still easily avoided by Roger. Roger smiled, shook his head, and said, "It seems you don't welcome us very much." HMPH. A man with a moon-haired hairstyle snorted coldly and walked out of the dust. Following him were a dozen members of the Knights of God. These Knights of Gods are all masters, and they exude a very powerful aura. Rox couldn't help but narrowed his eyes when he saw this situation. Not only the Knights of God, but also Roger came to join in the fun, making things difficult. Roger, since you have come to the Valley of Gods, just cooperate with us, Rox said. The Celestial Dragons have placed a lot of treasures here, and I can share them with you. As the leader of pirates, Rox knows the principle of weighing the pros and cons, so he naturally said this to Roger. After all, the other party is also a third-party force. Before you are unsure, it is best to choose cooperation. Sure enough, after hearing what Rox said, the moon-headed man suddenly said in a deep voice. If you pirates want to unite, then you must pass our level first. As he spoke, his whole body burst out with energy, and his eyes shone with light. I, the ancient Saint Figalandu Green, will never allow you to trample on the dignity of the world's nobility. Faced with the momentum of the ancient Saint Figalando Green, Tay behaved very calmly. His eyes stayed on Roger, and his momentum began to rise. No matter what the situation, Mitt has only one goal, and that is to make the scene chaotic. Haha. Roger felt Mitt's gaze and a smile appeared on his face. Rox, you are so powerful now, you don't need our help. What do you mean? Rox frowned. Do you want to help the world government? That's wrong. Roger said. What I want to help is not you, but the civilians here. Ancient Saint Figalando Green also stood up when he heard what Roger said. Roger, the first target of our Knights of God is the people of Rox Pirate, you can take care of the rest. With that said, Ancient Saint Figalando Green drew his sword and rushed towards Rox. He is very fast, like a red lightning, rushing straight towards Rox. Just as Rox was about to take action, a tall man jumped out from behind him and blocked the enemy's attack. Whitebeard Edward had been waiting in the rear for a long time, and took advantage of the attack of the ancient Saint Figalando Green to suddenly intervene on the battlefield. Whitebeard moved so fast that even Mitt himself was a little surprised. Holding Kong Yunki with both hands high, Whitebeard Edward turned back and said with a smile. I will definitely not miss such a big battle. Whitebeard, ancient Saint Figalando Green cursed angrily, and immediately prepared to continue the attack. Golden Lion Shiki, John and others also rushed forward and engaged the Knights of God in close combat. Oh, your pirate group is really powerful, Roger smiled. In that case, let us also help. After saying that, Roger drew his sword and pointed the sword at Rox. King to king, take action, Rox. That's right, Roger just wanted to take this opportunity to challenge Rox and compete with him. Now among the pirates on the sea, there are only 2 pirate groups standing at the top. After today, the final winner will definitely be decided. Roger is confident that he will take this opportunity today and defeat Rox. Rox was also provoked to fight by Roger. He ignored Marine and the Knights of God and took a step directly towards the opponent. Mitt shook his head slightly and then prepared to leave. Let Rox do the fighting, Zetter has more important things to do. But obviously the other party would not let Mitt leave so easily. Before he took a few steps, a shockwave rushed over Mitt. The roar was earth-shattering, and Garp himself suddenly fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. With a bang, just by jumping down, a big pothole was created around Garp. Garp. Sengoku suddenly beamed with joy as soon as he saw Garp appear. Why are you so G slow? I came here after this guy Roger. Garp said with a gloomy face. Advertisement, I never thought something like this would happen in the Valley of Gods. Mitt ignored Garp. He put his hands in his pockets and was ready to pass him. Of course, Garp would not let Mitt pass and directly stopped this guy. Mitt, my son has received a lot of care from you, Garp said solemnly. Now it's my turn to repay the favor. Aren't you going to deal with Roger? Mitt asked. Haha. You are more important now, Mitt, Garp laughed. He was full of momentum, with surging fighting spirit in his eyes. Roger laughed too. Garp, I never thought that our 2 mortal enemies would one day join forces. Shut up, Roger. Garp fist bumped. After I deal with Mitt, I will deal with you again. Rox glanced at Roger and Garp, smiling coldly. Okay, since you join forces here, we can solve it in one go. With that said, Rox swung his knife towards Roger, and the dark black air blade swept away. Roger also waved his sword to attack and shouted to Garp at the same time. Garp, Mitt is left to you. Garp didn't respond, but the momentum was already flowing away from him. Mitt also collided with the opponent's momentum, and at the same time, the arc on his body became stronger and stronger. Rox exploded Conqueror's Haki, and the terrifying impact instantly pressed against the Valley of Gods.
Roger's and Mitt's Conquerors followed closely behind, clashing with each other.
Garp roared. Although there was no Conquerors, his momentum was not weak at all. The impact of the 4 of them swept through the entire Valley of Gods at extremely fast speeds. Everything around us that had just stabilized was under impact again. Under the wash of this terrifying impact, buildings and vegetation were torn apart again. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook, and everyone on the scene was affected. Sengoku forced Kaido back with one palm after another, and stood with the Knights of God who came to support him. He took a deep breath and subconsciously looked at Mitt's exertion. This terrifying momentum made even Sengoku feel frightened. Keep going, don't let these guys leave alive, Ancient Saint Figalondo Green shouted. Charlotte Linlin grinned and said to Kaido, Kaido, let's work together and find a way to take the baby away. Kaido nodded, and then continued to hit Sengoku with Charlotte Linlin. Of course, Charlotte Linlin has long been ready to leave. Her goal cannot be achieved by joining forces with Kaido here. Before Kaido could react, he suddenly discovered that Charlotte Linlin had disappeared. Linlin. The devastating conquerors clashed with each other, and both sides were evenly matched. However, compared to Rox, Mitt's ability is still slightly weaker. Mitt didn't care, after all, everyone present was a legend. Whether it is the later Pirate King, the Marine Hero, or the current Great Poseidon, they are all people who stand at the top of the world. As long as you gain enough experience in the Valley of Gods battle, Kaishi will naturally reach the top. Thinking like this, Garp's Iron Fist has already struck. Garp's armament Haki has reached the pinnacle of training, and his strength is at its peak. Just this simple punch had already created a huge ravine on the ground. Mitt relies on observation Haki to avoid it, but Garp's attack follows immediately. Garp's punches were very fast, and the wind and shadow of his fists were like raindrops, trying to block Mitt's retreat. Mitt's body surged with electricity, and he dodged at an extremely fast speed while swinging his sword at Garp. The blue-white sword light was extremely dazzling, and it arrived in front of Garp in an instant. Garp shouted loudly and bumped into armament Haki without looking back. He wrapped his fist around armament Haki and punched out. Boom! Another bottomless ravine appeared, but Mitt dodged it. I saw that he was covered with a layer of lightning armor, and his figure was much larger than before. But compared with the condensed thunder armor in Impel Down, it is already much smaller. This is because Mitt doesn't want to have a head-on confrontation with Garp. He plans to continue to increase his speed and wait for an opportunity to take action.
Facts have proved that Mitt's decision was correct. Facing Mitt, who was getting faster and faster, Garp began to have some difficulty.
What Garp is most proud of is the top-notch armament Haki, but he cannot hit special frequently. Mitt's speed was so fast that even if he hit a punch, it would be blocked by the thunder armor on his body. Moreover, Mitt kept striking out at Garp with swords, and thunder, making it difficult for even Garp to parry. So as the fight continued, Garp gave up attacking and went on the defensive. As a result, Mitt will not be able to handle Garp in a short period of time. Of course, Garp played into Mitt's hands by doing this. He took advantage of the opportunity to slash Garp with his sword and rushed back like lightning. Garp blocked the sword light with both arms and immediately wanted to chase Mitt. At this moment, Rock's attack came from behind, forcing Garp to turn around and block it. With a bang, Garp took a step back. In this short moment, Garp had no time to catch up with Mitt.
At this time, Mitt had already turned into thunder and lightning, running wildly towards the depths.
Advertisement, Rox. What do you want? Garp couldn't help shouting. Rox didn't answer, but swung his knife at Garp.
Conquerors wrapped around the sword body. This sword was extremely terrifying, even Garp did not dare to take it lightly. Garp quickly blocked the attack with fists, and Roger also jumped over.
In an instant, Rox faced Roger and Garp at the same time. Even in the face of this situation, Rox is still full of fighting spirit.
He watched Mitt leave direction, swinging his sword at Roger and Garp.
Marine and pirates teaming up is simply ridiculous. Garp said solemnly, "If you don't stop me, why should we join forces?" Haha. Rox sneered and launched a fierce attack on the two of them. "Then you two will die together." Listening to the movement behind him, Katie didn't stop for a second. His goal has been achieved, now is the time to capture the devil fruit. In the outer area of the Valley of Gods, a group of slaves were running wildly outside.
Thanks to Mitt's move just now, most of the defensive force of the Valley of Gods has been defeated.
So these civilian slaves immediately seized the opportunity and fled as hard as they could. The situation at the scene was extremely chaotic, and several children were among them. "Ivankov, this is too dangerous," the young bear shouted from behind. "Now that we have succeeded, don't keep saying these things." Ivankov turned around and said something, then ran outside. He held 2 devil fruits in his arms, which he got from the chaos just now. Ivankov knew how precious the devil fruit was, so he took the risk to get it. The bear saw that Ivankov was getting faster and faster. In order to keep up with him, he could only shut up and grit his teeth and rush forward. "Bear, hurry up!" Ginny shouted next to her, "We must escape quickly." No one thought that the extremely precious devil fruit would actually be obtained by these children. Just as these children were trying to escape, a tall figure appeared in front of them. Ivankov instinctively sensed the danger and jumped back quickly. Sure enough, a blazing flame came down and almost hit Ivankov. "I said, you seem to have something in your hands." Charlotte Linlin walked out of the smoke. She looked down at these children, her eyes full of contempt. "Damn it! Run away!" Ivankov shouted, turned around and ran away. But Charlotte Linlin is much faster than them. Appeared in front of them all of a sudden. With a random kick, Ivankov's whole body was kicked away, and the devil fruit in his arms also flew into the sky. Charlotte Linlin quickly caught the 2 devil fruits, and Jonan couldn't help but smile with joy. This one is a phoenix, and this one is a barrier fruit. They're both good things. The more she counted, the brighter her eyes became, and she held him in her arms without hesitation. Others are still fighting to death, but now she has gotten the most important devil fruit. Before Charlotte Linlin could be happy for long, a cold male voice sounded from behind her. "Give me the phoenix fruit, Linlin. Qian Zhao." Charlotte Linlin turned to look at the man who had just spoken. None other than Mitt himself. Mitt came here just for the phoenix fruit, but luckily he didn't look for it for too long. Of course, Charlotte Linlin got there first, and Mitt could only stop in front of her. "Mitt, don't forget Rock's previous order," Charlotte Linlin said solemnly. "Whoever grabs it first belongs to him." "That's right, so I'm robbing you now," Mitt said directly. "Humph." Charlotte Linlin's face turned pale. "Are you ready to attack your companions?" "After today, Rock's pirate will disappear," Mitt said calmly. "Besides, you can't stay in Rock's pirate forever, Linlin." After a few words, Mitt made it clear that he really wanted Charlotte Linlin to hand over directly. But after Charlotte Linlin heard Mitt say this, she was about to burst out with all her energy. She pointed her Napoleon saber at Mitt, and flames continued to appear from her body. Although Charlotte Linlin is not yet one of the 4 emperors in the future, she is extremely talented and quite capable. Moreover, Charlotte Linlin's strongest point is her terrifying physique known as the steel balloon. Coupled with the ability of her soul fruit, no matter who she is, it will be quite difficult. Mitt did not continue to talk nonsense and directly turned into lightning and attacked the opponent. At this time, Charlotte Linlin did not have Hera and Zeus, only a Homit's saber and a Homit's fireball. She now relies solely on fire and physical skills to attack, and her movements are quite rough. Of course, whether it's the flames Charlotte Linlin emits or the knife she wields. Can't even touch Mitt. Mitt is much faster than Charlotte Linlin, and dealing with her is like playing tricks on a tiger. Charlotte Linlin fought more and more anxiously, and unknowingly exposed a big flaw. Mitt seized on this flaw, appeared in front of the opponent, and thrust his sword towards the door. Charlotte Linlin hurriedly stepped back, exposing her middle door, and was hit in the chest by Shi Yi. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and 2 devil fruits flew into the air. Chapter 42. Saint Satan, the god of war, cuts Mitt in 2. Mitt grabbed the void, and the 2 devil fruits were sucked in like magnets. After getting the phoenix fruit, Mitt then threw the other one back. "The phoenix fruit belongs to me now, don't try to take it back." After saying that, Mitt walked away. Although Charlotte Linlin can't beat him now, it will be more difficult for Mitt to kill the opponent. So Mitt simply left without having to deal with the other party. Charlotte Linlin gritted her teeth and looked at Mitt's leaving back, her eyes full of resentment. This was the first time that she had lost to a man in such a humiliating way. Ivankov, Shang and others had already taken advantage of this opportunity to escape. The children did not dare to stay at the scene, so they had no choice but to flee as hard as they could.
I'll just say it, Big Bear said as he ran. Someone must have come to snatch it, Ivankov.
Damn it, I must give that woman a good look in the future, Ivankov said angrily. Okay, no matter what, let's escape first, Ginny said. If support from the world government or marine arrives, we will definitely be doomed. While they were discussing, a bolt of lightning passed by. The strong wind caused by the thunder and lightning directly blew Ivankov and others down, and they finally stood up. Which B********** he did this? Ivankov became even more angry. Just as Shang Ben was about to speak, his eyes suddenly widened and he pointed forward. His whole body was shaking and his teeth were chattering. What is that? That was the Thunder Emperor Mitt just now, it must be right. Ginny patted the dust on her body. This guy has been in too much limelight recently, it's definitely him. That's not what I'm talking about, the bear suddenly shouted. There are many people in front of us. Ginny and Ivankov were so startled that they hurriedly looked ahead, and sure enough they saw densely packed ships appearing on the sea. These ships are all equipped with powerful guns and flying the flag of world government. The support from the world government finally arrived at the Valley of the Gods. And the direction Mitt left is exactly here. Mitt was naturally aware of these supports, but he did not stop and did not take them seriously.
But just when he was about to attack one of the warships, a terrifying shock wave suddenly came.
Facing this shockwave, Mitt had to change direction in the air to avoid it. This action gave the opponent time to take action. In an instant, two black figures jumped off the boat and appeared in front of Mitt. One of these two people is Marine Marshal Kong, and the other is the Five Elders. Saint Satan and Five Elders is also standing in front of Zeit at this moment. Thunder Emperor Mitt, you are too arrogant, Kong said solemnly. You actually want to leave God's 753 Valley in a big way, you just don't take us seriously. As soon as he saw this battle, Mitt knew that things were not going to get better. But even so, Mitt's face remained calm and not affected at all. Do you think you can stop me? Whether I can stop you or not, you will know if you try. It was Saint Satan who spoke. He looked at Mitt with murderous intent in his eyes, and a dark aura was floating around his body. In response to the situation in the Valley of Gods, even one of the Five Elders came to support him personally. Mitt, we have received orders to eliminate you, Saint Satan continued. You must save your life today. Mitt smiled coldly and said loudly. It's better to worry about your own life. With that said, Mitt quickly threw a lightning spear towards Saint Satan. The lightning spear was extremely fast, with a harsh roar and surging electric current, rushing straight towards the head of Saint Satan. Saint Satan was leaning on a crutch with one hand, his body still motionless. Boom! Then he suddenly took action and directly blocked the lightning spear. Then the dark aura erupted, quickly spreading around and colliding with Mitt's aura. Kong originally wanted to take action, but the entire Valley of Gods suddenly shook violently. His expression changed. Said hurriedly, it must have been this guy Rox, he's going to take action. Song, you go support Rox, Mitt, I will take care of it, Saint Satan said. Kong nodded and quickly left the scene. Of course, Mitt did not stop the opponent, but continued to confront Satan Saint. Not long after the confrontation, Mitt and Saint Satan acted at the same time, and the other party launched an attack. I saw Saint Satan's eyes shooting out light and rushing straight towards Mitt. Mitt avoided the opponent's attack while swinging several slashes.
Faced with these powerful slashes, Saint Satan did not dodge or evade, but directly chose to fight head-on.
And when he glanced over, Mitt immediately noticed that his movements had become sluggish for some reason. No, it's not my own movements that are slow, but the entire space.
This must be the ability of Saint Satan. Without hesitation, electricity surged all over Mitt's body, and the lightning armor covered him again. Advertisement with the barrier of the thunder armor, even if the opponent deliberately restricts it, it will still be able to fight. Saint Satan smiled slightly and continued to glance at Mitt. At the same time, he drew out the sword of his cane and struck several sword blows at Zeit. These extremely dark sword strikes rushed towards Mitt, but he knocked them away. Faced with this situation, even Saint Satan couldn't help showing a surprised expression. He didn't hesitate and immediately used his fruit ability to turn into a terrifying monster. I saw the black horns on Saint Satan's head, his lower body completely turned into a spider, and black flames were burning all over his body. He was huge in stature and carried incomparable power wherever he looked. Mitt knew that the opponent was serious about it and quickly raised his sword to attack. Saint Satan roared like a cow, and the whole space shook. Mitt withstood the vibrations in the surrounding space and kept swinging his sword at the opponent. Saint Satan also kept attacking Mitt. The two sides were very close, and they fought countless times in an instant. Cracks quickly appeared in the surrounding ground, and shockwaves erupted in waves. Even the surrounding sea was cut into pieces by the aftermath of the battle between the two of them. The soldiers on the warship originally wanted to come to support, but at this time they were all unable to protect themselves.
They screamed from time to time, and even the ships were hit by the aftermath and sank into the sea on the spot. Although his actions were affected by Saint Seiden's gaze, Mitt was still quite fast. The opponent's attacks were basically avoided by him, while most of Zet's political attacks fell on Saint Seiden. Under the circumstances, Mitt naturally launched an attack even more vigorously. Soon Saint Seiden was covered in bruises and bleeding under Mitt's attack. However, relying on the terrifying resilience of the phantom beast species, Saint Seiden continued to recover his body. The wound that Mitt just caused on his body was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. Mitt saw this and couldn't help but secretly sigh at the opponent's terrifying resilience, and then prepared to retreat. He knew that if he wanted to hurt the opponent, he had to concentrate his attack. The current attack was useless. Saint Seiden saw Mitt's intention, and his eyes shone with great light. Mitt suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a spider's web, and the space around him instantly became extremely sticky. This situation only lasted for a moment, but Saint Seiden's attack was already close at hand. There was a bang. Mitt himself was hit directly, and the wolf fell to the ground. The smoke and dust were raised, but Mitt did not fall down, but stood upright in the pit. Mitt adjusted just as he was in midair. His reaction speed was as fast as lightning. This situation would not affect him. Saint Seiden was stunned for a moment, and then he pressed forward with all his momentum, looking down at Mitt condescendingly. His eyes were very contemptuous, and he said in a deep voice, "It's useless even if you dodge like a flea, sooner or later you will be eaten by a spider." "Really?" Mitt smiled slightly and said loudly, "Then let's see how good this spider is." After saying that, the whole sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a thunder struck down directly. Saint Seiden sensed something was wrong, and just about to stop Mitt, he was hit by several electric currents running straight through his body. The electric current paralyzed Saint Seiden's body slightly, and he lost the chance to stop it. I saw that Mitt's whole body was wrapped in lightning and attracted all the lightning around him. The thunder armor covering his body quickly grew in size, reaching straight into the sky in an instant. Boom! Everyone was stunned. A 100-meter-tall thunder giant appeared in the Valley of the Gods, like a god. The roar of the dragon sounded, and the huge green dragon rolled into thunderclouds, looking down at everyone below. The god reached into the clouds and held the blue dragon in his hand. The green dragon's head rested on the left shoulder of the god, and the dragon's tail turned into a magic weapon, which was held in his hand. And inside the head of the god, Mitt himself is floating with his arms folded. What? Saint Seiden couldn't help being shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect Mitt to have such a powerful form. Mitt ignored Saint Seiden's surprise and raised the famous sword in his hand high. Not good. The other people who were fighting with each other noticed something was wrong, and their expressions suddenly changed. CJFJ. Before they could continue talking, Mitt transformed into a 100-meter giant and slashed out from top to bottom. The sounds of thunder, dragon roars, and air-piercing explosions were intertwined. The sword light hundreds of meters high struck at Saint Seiden, swallowing the entire Valley of Gods into it. A huge ravine appeared from the middle of the Valley of Gods. This terrifying sword light almost cut the Valley of Gods in half. Everyone was shocked, and everyone understood who had sent this attack. It's none other than Mitt, the Thunder Emperor. Saint Seiden ate this terrifying sword light abruptly, and his whole body sank into the bottomless ravine. No one knew whether he survived, but Mitt himself suddenly disappeared. The battle continued, and people kept grabbing things in the Valley of Gods and then quickly left. No one wants to stay here any longer and be one step closer to death in less than a second. Not only the Rocks pirates, but also the Roger pirates, Marines, and the Knights of God were all fighting together. Some people left the melee, while others were still fighting. Among them, Rock's battle was the most spectacular. He fought against two people, Garp and Roger, at the same time. The ground was shaking slightly because of Rock's battle, and the amplitude was getting bigger and bigger. Among the ruins, Whitebeard Edward found a place and sat down simply. He casually placed 2 devil fruits on the ground and watched Rocks fight with Garp and Roger. "It seems you have gained well." Mitt's voice appeared from behind Whitebeard Edward. Whitebeard Edward didn't show any unexpected expression, he just said with a smile. "Advertisement. Not only me, Kaido, Linlin, Shiki, they all got good results too. They are all ready to leave, aren't you leaving?" "Am I?" Special question. When Whitebeard Edward heard this, he threw a bottle of wine at the other party and laughed. "The captain is still fighting, how could I leave like this?" Mitt smiled slightly, took the bottle of wine, and drank with Whitebeard. They sat on the ruins together, drinking and talking, all focusing on Rock's battle. "Speaking of which, Rock's pirate should be disbanded today," Whitebeard Edward suddenly said. He looked at Mitt, his eyes burning. "Have you thought about it, Mitt, if you want to come on my boat?" Mitt smiled and shook his head and said loudly, "I still have the same answer. No one can be my captain, not even you." The battle in the Valley of the Gods continues. Many Rock's pirates have already grabbed their loot and left the scene one after another. Among them are senior officials such as Golden Lion Shiki. But Rocks himself is still fighting with Roger and Garp. This battle has lasted for 2 days, and the Valley of Gods is already in a mess. Mitt and Whitebeard Edward were still sitting on the ruins, watching the battle. The two of them drank a lot in the past 2 days and are still continuing. Rocks has been fighting against the two for so long and is already showing signs of fatigue. Mitt, I have to leave first, Whitebeard Edward suddenly said and stood up. This guy Rox seems to be dying, so there is no need to stay any longer. I think the outcome is still uncertain, Mitt laughed. After all, Rox is fighting 1 against 2, and if he takes action, the situation will definitely be reversed. It's just that Rox is very arrogant, so Mitt will definitely not end up at the beginning. As for the rest of Rox Pirate, just like Whitebeard Edward, they never thought about helping out. Whitebeard Edward heard the subtext in Mitt's tone and spoke. It's been 2 days, support from the world government is definitely coming soon. Even you will have a hard time dealing with them. No need to say more. Mitt smiled. Edward, see you then. Whitebeard Edward shook his head, knowing that Mitt was firm, so he turned and left. Watching Whitebeard leave, Mitt lowered his head and called up his own panel. Open black lens bracket Mitt close black lens bracket, age, 15, formerly 27, ability, Thunderfruit, advanced swordsmanship, advanced physical skills, close black lens bracket. Physique. King Kong is indestructible, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket armament Haki. Advanced. 8,270,000, ***, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket observation Haki. Advanced. 8,992,000, ***, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki. Advanced. 846,001 millions, close black lens bracket. Fruit development level. Advanced. 978,521 millions. Strength rating. Half-step Marine Admiral. Looking at his own panel, Mitt nodded slightly. Now he is still close to breaking through, and he should be able to reach the Admiral level by then. It is precisely because of this that Mitt will continue to stay in the Valley of the Gods. After all, the battle is not over yet. Not long after Whitebeard left, the situation on the battlefield changed again. I saw Roger and Garp standing together, their momentum rising, and they were vaguely mixed together. When Rox saw this situation, he secretly screamed. Just when he was about to stop him, Roger and Garp launched attacks at the same time. One of them wielded a sword and the other punched, creating an astonishing impact. God avoids Iron Fist. The extremely domineering sword light and fist wind hit Rox together, and merged into one in the middle. Rox's face changed slightly, and he also exploded with strength, and faced the extremely dark sword strike. With a bang, the entire Valley of Gods shook violently again. The rubble on the ruins continued to shake off, and there were a few more cracks on the ground. Only Mitt remained calm and still watching the battle in the field. This situation has happened many times in the past 2 days, but this time it is different. Mitt could see that Rox could no longer resist, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Sure enough, Rox immediately backed down after realizing that his energy was low. He, a sea hero of his generation, would definitely not fight to the death with his opponent here. Then Garp and Roger attacked again, and Lux took advantage of the situation to retreat. Of course, Mitt would not let Rox retreat at this time, and hit him with a thunder without saying a word. As soon as Garp swung an iron fist, he suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly pulled back his fist. The lightning struck suddenly, with a loud explosion, but Garp raised his arm to block it. Mitt. Garp and Roger shouted at the same time almost instantly. The next second, Mitt was floating in the air and dropped several lightning bolts around him. Dividing line. Chapter 43 Siege, got into a tough fight. Rox's face was filled with joy. All of them were already showing signs of fatigue, but with Mitt joining, he suddenly gained confidence. Go ahead, Rox. Mitt said. He came to the side of Rox and waved down the famous sword Qinglong in his right hand. A crisp dragon roar appeared, and at the same time there was a crackling electric shock sound. Mitt's whole body was pressed with momentum, like a dark cloud covering his head, making it impossible to breathe. Of course, this doesn't have much impact on Roger and Garp. They are both full of fighting spirit at the moment. You're finally willing to quit, Mitt. Garp gritted his teeth. I have to settle the accounts with you in the Valley of Gods and what happened before. No need, Mitt said calmly. You still want to take care of yourself. Rox reminded from the side. Mitt, don't take it lightly, these two are quite capable. If anything happens, just leave. At this time, Rox is still very responsible as a captain. Of course Mitt didn't listen to the other party, but pointed the blade forward. His actions said everything, and the fighting spirit in Pooh and Roger's eyes became stronger and stronger. Both of them were full of fighting spirit and seemed to be stronger than before. Then let me see your skills, Mitt, Roger said and rushed over immediately. Roger was extremely fast and appeared in front of Mitt in the blink of an eye. God avoids. The tens of meters long sword light swept towards Mitt. The strong wind was strong and Yao was extremely domineering. The surrounding ground was trembling, as if the space was about to be split open. Mitt also stepped forward with his sword, and Qinglong rushed out with a majestic electric current, and actually bit the sword light in one bite. What? Roger was naturally shocked, and even Garp looked in surprise. Qinglong bit the red sword light, twisted his body from time to time in the air, and quickly suppressed it. At the same time, Mitt himself burst out of the smoke and headed straight for Roger. When Roger was stunned, Mitt was already close at hand and slashed at him. The extremely pure Dao Gang carried thunder and lightning, and struck down in front of Roger like a thunderbolt. At the critical moment, Garp punched Mitt hard from the side and behind. Without looking back, Mitt saw Rox himself suddenly rushing out and blocking Garp. Roger reacted and quickly attacked Dao Shi to counterattack. The weapons of the two collided with each other, making the sound of metal clashing and the force squeezing. The strong wind was still raging, causing their clothes and hair to dance constantly. Mitt did not hesitate and continued to increase his power, already using Conqueror's Haki. The same is naturally true for Roger. His Conqueror's Haki is no worse than Mitt's. Soon the collision between the two Conqueror's Haki immediately set off an extremely powerful shockwave. The shockwave rolled up the buildings on the ruins, causing huge damage again. Several more cracks appeared in the Valley of Gods, as if they were about to be broken apart. The shock lasted for a while before it subsided, but it was just the beginning. Garp originally wanted to step forward to help, but Rox wouldn't let him. Seeing Mitt's decisive move, Rox naturally became more confident and started to fight. Roger roared and swung his sword towards Mitt again. His sword skills are very powerful, and this sword was struck from a very tricky angle. However, Mitt did not panic, but also attacked Roger. At the same time, his body was gradually covered by electric current, and his speed was even faster than before. Although Roger was aware of this situation, he couldn't stop it himself. Facing Mitt, who was speeding up again, even Roger himself couldn't escape. Mitt actually suppressed Roger in a short period of time, which is enough to prove his strength. Seeing this, Rox couldn't help but speed up his actions, trying to get rid of Garp. But Garp is not that easy to solve, and his momentum continues to climb. Fistbone meteorite meteor. Both fists flew towards Rox like meteors, constantly bombarding the surrounding space. The fists struck in an instant, surrounded Rox from all sides and locked it inside. Rox sneered, and a dark aura flowed out of him. This breath is cold and dark, as if it doesn't come from this world. The dark aura condensed into a blade in the air with Rox slash, and slanted towards Garp's attack. As soon as Quan Gang came into contact with the dark aura, its power was quickly absorbed. In the blink of an eye, Garp's several punches were stagnant, and Rox seized the opportunity to pursue the victory. I saw Rox stabbing Garp in the face with a sword, with an extremely powerful momentum. Dark Underworld. Garp raised his left arm to resist, and at the same time twisted his right hand to strike forward. There was a bang, like a sonic boom, and an extremely powerful fist blocked Rox's attack. The attack failed, and Rox immediately decided to continue the attack. However, Garp would not let Rox continue to take the initiative. He threw out a few more punches and started fighting with the opponent. Advertisement. As for Mitt, his speed is getting faster and faster because of his enhanced ability. It can be said that Mitt's current speed can already see the afterimage, which is shocking. Although Roger's observation Haki is not weak, he has been unable to catch Mitt's attack. He was extremely surprised. This was obviously because the opponent observation Haki was quite powerful. As a last resort, Roger could only use all his strength to deal with Mitt desperately. God avoids. Another slash came out, but this one was still easily dodged by Mitt. But what he didn't expect was that the red sword light actually turned around behind him and turned a corner. Because he was not alert at first, by the time Mitt discovered the situation, the red sword light was already close at hand. Mitt had to summon lightning, let the lightning strike at the red sword light, and swung the sword out at the same time. The roar of the dragon sounded again, this time more powerful than before, heading straight for the red sword light. Seeing that Mitt was about to repeat his old trick, Roger quickly followed up and stabbed the opponent in the chest with his sword. Mitt's center goal was now wide open, and Roger seized the opportunity. Boom! The extremely violent explosion set off a shockwave, shaking both Mitt and Roger backward. In an instant, the Valley of the Gods was shaking again, and the ground was plowed. There are ruins everywhere, corpses and the smell of blood have always stayed there, and this time they're even more caught in the impact. Roger was full of fighting spirit and continued to strike without success, showing no intention of stopping. The same goes for Mitt. He speeded up again and kept dodging Roger's sword strikes. Regardless of whether it was from the left or the right, Roger kept taking action, trying to solve the problem with one blow. Roger deserves to be the future Pirate King, extremely powerful. Even though he has been fighting Rox for 2 days, he still has such a powerful force. Mitt's face became more and more surprised as he continued to confront Roger. Seizing an opportunity, Mitt used lightning to suddenly speed up and hit Roger from the side. Roger knew that the other party wanted to break through the status quo, so he immediately prepared for it and was highly concentrated. Bang! The weapons of both sides collided again, and strong winds erupted. The shock wave spread in all directions, quickly occupying the entire Valley of Gods, and lifting the entire ground. Under Mitt's outburst, Roger, who had already fought for 2 days and 2 nights, was naturally a little overwhelmed. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed. From the bottomless cracks in the ground, a burst of astonishing power suddenly burst out. Mitt was about to slash Roger with his sword, but suddenly he looked forward and to the right. The same is true for Rox. Both he and Mitt are keenly aware of this terrible aura. On the other side, several more bodies rushed towards Mitt and the others quickly. Lord Saint Satan! Someone shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Saint Satan, who turned into a bull-headed spider demon, suddenly rushed out from the ground. Rox was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to show up. As soon as Saint Satan appeared, He fired a laser at Mitt and swept across the scene at the same time. As he glanced around, the ruins and trees on the ground were all engulfed in black flames and began to burn blazingly. At the same time, Mitt's movements also slowed down, giving Roger a chance to take action. However, Roger did not take action, but quickly retreated. Roger! Pluton Rayleigh shouted, and he appeared on the scene with members of the Roger pirates. The battle on Pluton Rayleigh's side was over, so he hurriedly brought his people over. The people of the Knights of God were one step ahead of them and quickly surrounded Saint Satan. Lord Saint Satan, I knew you would be fine, Ancient Saint Figalandu Green, the moon-headed man, said. No need to say more. Saint Satan's face was extremely gloomy. Now quickly concentrate our efforts to deal with these two people completely. No matter who he is, he must not be allowed to leave the Valley of Gods. After saying that, Saint Satan took the initiative to attack Rox. He fired a laser from his gaze and shot straight at Rox, who was waiting for him. Rox waved his hand to summon a dark vortex in the air and blocked it. And just as Rox blocked it, the Knights of God also moved. They attacked Rox from all directions at a very fast speed, causing the surrounding airwaves to continue rolling. Garp didn't stop and hit Rox as well. In an instant, Rox was besieged by Saint Satan, the Knights of God, and Garp. Got into a tough fight. The situation on Mitt's side is similar to Rox. Not only Roger himself, but also Pluton Rayleigh and other members of Roger's pirate group, all stood in front of him. Roger, get rid of Mitt as soon as possible, Pluton Rayleigh said urgently. The 5 elders and the Knights of God have appeared, and we cannot stay any longer. Haha, Roger laughed. You are right, we must fight quickly. Mitt smiled coldly, he didn't think these people could succeed. But the current situation is indeed more dangerous, and even Mitt needs to think more about it. I won't say anything else. Roger's face darkened. Take the move. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger and Pluton Rayleigh took action at the same time. Advertisement they concentrated all their strength on the sword in their hands, making it buzz, and swung out 2 slashes with all their strength. The 2 slashes crossed together in the air and spun towards Mitt. The 2 cross-cutting strikes were like tornadoes, scraping out a long passage on the ground, carrying an extremely terrifying power. Please give me flowers. Upon seeing this, Mitt immediately concentrated the surrounding current on his body, transforming into lightning armor. Thunder. Mitt raised the famous sword Xinglong, and thunder quickly gathered on it. In an instant, the electric light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. With a bang, Mitt slashed with his sword and produced countless sword lights. These sword lights were accompanied by thunder and lightning, and they quickly flew around, attacking everyone in the Roger pirate group at the same time. The 2 slashes struck by Roger and Rayleigh also collided with each other. A violent explosion erupted from the center, involving almost everyone on the scene. The distance on the ground shook, and the thunderclouds in the sky were rolling, constantly striking down with thunder. Upon seeing this, Rox also took action suddenly and continuously attacked Garp, Satan Saint and others. His face was full of murderous intent as soon as he saw it, and the extremely dark aura gathered over him, and at the same time a black vortex appeared in front of him. Saint Satan sensed something was wrong and immediately wanted to use his ability. Garp moved very quickly, and at this moment he had already punched Rox again. His punch hit Rox firmly, and it seemed as if he was going to tear the space apart with one blow. But the black Uzumaki in front of Rox quickly grew in size, like a black hole, with an extremely strong attraction. Of course Garp, who was closest to Rox, sensed something was wrong and quickly wanted to retreat. Unexpectedly, Rox suddenly grabbed Garp and tried to control him. The black vortex grew bigger and bigger, and soon exploded with astonishing power, absorbing all Garp's attacks. Garp gritted his teeth and hit Rox with his right fist again, hitting him directly in the face. Rox was in pain, but still didn't let go, wanting to take this opportunity to let Garp take advantage of this move. 0 at the critical moment, Garp's momentum burst out again, even faster than the ancient Saint Figalando Green who rushed over to support him. I saw his hands were extremely dark, with ferocious black lightning, and he struck out at Rox at the same time. Rox was about to dodge, but his chest and face were attacked at the same time, so he was still a step slower. Bang! Then the chance to hit Rox, Garp jumped back. At the same time, the ancient Saint Figalandu Green wielded his sword and attacked Rox, trying to get rid of the black Uzumaki. But although Rox was hit hard, he still managed to blast out the black vortex. The black vortex grew again on the way, and continued to absorb everything around it. Whether it is dust, gravel, flowers, plants, or trees, everything is absorbed by it. Several members of the Knights of God failed to control their bodies and were swallowed by the black vortex. The ancient Saint Figalando Green was furious, and while avoiding the black Uzumaki, he attacked Rox. He poured all his strength into the sword and slashed out a ray of sword light. At this moment, Rox's head was buzzing because of Garp's attack, and he could no longer resist the sword light. Ancient Saint Figalando Green couldn't help but smile. He wanted to see how Rox could hide. Unfortunately, he was disappointed, because Mitt suddenly appeared on the scene and stopped in front of Rox. Before anyone could react, Jinmang was stopped by Katie. Dazzling lightning flashed, and in the air and in the dark clouds in the sky, thunder and lightning kept churning and erupting. Mitt then shook the sword, and the lightning became brighter. Mitt, thank you just now, Rox said solemnly. He still underestimated Garp's destructive power, and he had already suffered a lot of damage at this moment. Mitt had already escaped from the battle with Roger at this time, and only then helped Rox block the attack.
But despite this, the surrounding enemies have quickly surrounded him.
Ancient Saint Figalandu Green said with murderous intent on his face, gritting his teeth. Thunder Emperor Mitt, you openly attacked the world's nobles, and now is the day you die. While he was talking, Saint Satan, who had been behind him just now, also slowly walked over. Although his speed is slow, his sound is like a loud bell, with a rather terrifying aura. Mitt, you underestimate me. Haha. Mitt smiled. I didn't underestimate you. I'm just surprised you were able to stay down there for that long.
Saint Satan's face was still gloomy. He did not continue to talk nonsense with Mitt, but fired a laser at him.
The laser attack came, but Mitt knocked it away with a sword. The people next to them also started to take action, attacking Mitt and Rox together. The Knights of God, Garp, and 5 elders all took action together, but even Mitt and Rox could only block it. Soon Rox discovered that the Knights of God had surrounded them, giving them no chance. Seeing this situation, Rox couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness and anger in his heart. He is a majestic overlord of the sea, but he didn't expect to die here. Mitt remembered that a thunderbolt knocked back a member of the Knights of God, and at the same time he swept over with a sword. The sweeping sword light was stopped by Garp and Saint Satan together, and ancient Saint Figalando Green took the opportunity to rush forward.
Mitt continued to wield the famous sword Qinglong, and slashes kept coming, blocking him in front of him. ... Dividing line. New books are on the shelves, please give me flowers and please subscribe.
Chapter 44. Seize the power. Rox die. Finding that Rox's movements were a little slow, Mitt said in a deep voice. Rox, this is not you. Rox was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. You were right, why should I bother with this? Well said, Mitt said loudly. Even if we can leave today, we will still cause heavy losses to those bastards like world government. Of course. Rox laughed, laughing wildly. Now, Rox decided to give it a try again, together with Mitt. Saint Satan noticed something was wrong with Rox and Mitt, and quickly took action, trying to interrupt the other party. But it was too late, Rox and Mitt retreated at the same time, avoiding Saint Satan's attack. Lord Saint Satan, ancient Saint Figalandu Green shouted. They seem to be joining forces, stop them quickly. Garp's face was solemn, and he immediately burst out with amazing strength and rushed towards Mitt and Rox. Garp's power was quite terrifying, but Mitt and Rox worked together to block it. Ignoring Garp, Mitt and Rox all focused on 5 elders. 5 elders. Saint Satan felt the crisis and shouted quickly. Stop in front of me first, move quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 extremely powerful auras shot straight into the sky. Lord Thunder appeared on the scene again, and at the same time, Rox, who was surrounded by black mist, stood next to him. Rox's figure also grew significantly, his body was wrapped in black mist, and the surrounding space began to distort. The 2 of them stood side by side, looking coldly at the rushing Garp and the ancient Saint Figalong Green. The members of the Roger pirates not far away noticed the change of color in the world. It seems Mitt is getting serious, Roger said with a smile. Pluton Rayleigh said solemnly from the side. Let's retreat quickly, otherwise we will be affected. That's right. Roger looked at the situation, but I want to take another look. He has definitely not taken action for Celestial Dragons since 910, but is only interested in Mitt and Rox teaming up. In the blink of an eye, Mitt and Rox's momentum has reached its peak. No matter who you are, you can feel this earth-shattering momentum. Saint Satan showed a panicked look for the first time and quickly wanted to retreat. But Mitt would never let this guy go, and directly injected his physical strength into the famous sword in his hand. Rox did the same, gathering the dark aura on his sword. This momentum boiled in the surrounding air, and Rox suddenly drew his sword and slashed it down. Black fangs. One after the other, Mitt also struck out from behind. The sword light shone and engulfed everyone's eyes in an instant. The 2 of them cooperated tacitly at this moment, the extremely dark sword light and the blue-white sword light intertwined with each other, and a new one appeared below on the same day. Boom! This combined attack was so terrifying that even the entire Valley of the Gods could only crawl and tremble under his feet. Saint Satan's eyes widened, and his figure also skyrocketed, obviously wanting to stop him again. But the combined sword light pressed directly against him and swallowed him up instantly. The entire Valley of the Gods shook violently, and the surrounding waves were even more turbulent. The Valley of the Gods that had not been cut just now was cut into 2 halves by this sword light. In an instant, the entire Valley of the Gods was divided into 2 halves, and the turbulent seawater rushed up. This tsunami came quite crazily, constantly slapping towards the shore and sucking some guys into it. Both the sky and the ground are shaking continuously, and the Valley of the Gods is on the verge of collapse at this moment. Lord Saint Satan. Ancient Saint Figalando Green's face changed drastically, and he rushed over with Garp. They immediately wanted to go to support Saint Satan, but as soon as they looked over, they were shocked to find out. Saint Satan is nowhere to be seen. Everyone was extremely shocked. They couldn't imagine that Saint Satan, one of the 5 elders, would be brutally murdered. And they didn't expect Mitt to have such terrifying strength, and his face was quite ugly. What's going on? Garp yelled. Where are the 5 elders? How'd I know? Ancient Saint Figalandu Green said angrily, glaring at Mitt and Rox. They must have put a lot of effort into that move just now. Let's go together and deal with them. As soon as he finished speaking, Ancient Saint Figalando Green took the lead and rushed towards Rox and Mitt. However, he was forced back by Mitt's electric slash and had to stop. Rox was holding his chest and gasping for air. As others expected, Rox's current situation is quite bad, and the serious injury he just suffered has worsened. Before he could speak, Garp and Roger suddenly appeared in front of them, their momentum bursting out. This time the two of them joined forces again to get rid of Mitt and others in one go. Now is a very good opportunity, and the two of them will never let it pass. Fistbone God's Avoidance. The fists and swords came out in unison, and with terrifying power, they quickly approached Rox. Rox's expression changed drastically and he quickly said to Mitt, "Hurry up, help us fight." He originally wanted Mitt to fight alone and find opportunities to retreat by himself. But unexpectedly, Mitt dodged and avoided the combined attacks of Garp and Roger. Advertisement. Just as Rox was about to speak, Garp and Roger's combined attacks came over. He couldn't help but roar, and his whole body was covered with powerful armament Haki, and at the same time, the dark aura also blocked the front. With a bang, Rox took the blow head-on. He retreated continuously until 2 cracks were made in the ground under his feet, and he retreated several hundred meters before stopping. Holding his chest, Rox spit out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ground. Garp and Roger were also gasping for air. They had just taken action out of desperation and now needed some time to recover. After all, there is still a man at the scene who has not been solved, so we cannot take it lightly. The Ancient Saint Figalandu Green quickly looked at Mitt, knowing that this man had not been hit just now. Mitt appeared from the air, surrounded by lightning, and was indeed not affected by Gang's attack. Seeing Mitt's condition, Ancient Saint Figalando Green couldn't help but take a breath. Now the whereabouts of Saint Satan are unknown. This Mitt has been attacked so many times, but he has not been injured at all. Mitt's current situation, Rox, who was half kneeling on the ground, was completely different from him. Mitt. Rox panted and looked at Mitt walking over. "Why did you?" he asked through gritted teeth. "Why didn't you take action just now?" This is the question Rox wants to continue to ask. But he didn't have time to ask, because Mitt took action. Mitt acted decisively, stabbing Rox through the chest with a sword before Rox could react. Blood flowed out and dripped down from the blade. Rox's eyes widened, full of surprise, resentment and disbelief. He seemed to want to ask why, but he had no choice at the moment. Mitt watched the other person's breath gradually disappear and smiled coldly. "Give me your power, Rox." As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification sounded in his head. Acquire Rox Corpse experience. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, ding. Close black lens bracket. Conqueror's Haki is improved. Observation Haki is improved. Armament Haki is improved. Close black lens bracket. Host's current strength rating, Strong Marine Admiral. Close black lens bracket. With this move, Mitt gained the power of Rox. Therefore, he officially has Admiral level strength. System, bring up my panel. Mitt thought silently in his heart. Soon, a transparent panel appeared in front of Mitt. Open black lens bracket. Mitt close black lens bracket. Age, 15, formerly 27. Ability, Thunderfruit, Special Swordsmanship, Special Physical Skills. Close black lens bracket. Physique, King Kong is indestructible. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, armament Haki. Special grade, asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, observation Haki. Special grade, asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, Conqueror's Haki. Special grade, 1,046,000, asterisk asterisk, close black lens bracket. Fruit development level. Special grade, 1,078,520, asterisk asterisk. Strength rating. Supermarine Admiral. Looking at the panel in front of him, Mitt nodded with satisfaction. He gained a lot from this battle in the Valley of Gods and his strength was greatly enhanced. Now Mitt, there are only a few people in the world who can rival him. Mitt thought so and turned his attention to the battlefield. Garp and Roger glared at Mitt, still looking shocked. "Mitt, you actually, Roger gritted his teeth.
He was really shocked by what Mitt did. No one expected that he would suddenly take action.
It was clear that Mitt was Rox's subordinate before, but now he actually took action in front of them.
Not only did you wreak havoc in the Valley of Gods, you even killed Lux. Garp's expression was extremely serious.
"You're a monster, Mitt, whatever you say," Mitt said calmly. "I have my own chosen path to take, and no one can stop me." "So you just killed Rox, right?" Garp sneered. Mitt didn't answer this time, but narrowed his eyes. He noticed that the momentum of Garp, Roger, and those around them was rising again. It's obvious that these guys won't give up so easily. Seeing that Garp and Roger were no longer in peak condition, Mitt decided to kill them directly here.
Since everyone has taken action against Rox, let's just deal with these people as well.
Just when Mitt's body was filled with electricity, he was about to attack Garp and Roger.
Suddenly a strong wind swept over outside, and at the same time golden light shone.
Mitt. The roar got closer and closer, and Sengoku himself, transformed into a golden Buddha, descended from the sky. At the same time, behind Sengoku, the figures of Zephyr and the dragon also appeared on the scene. Zephyr and dragon obviously rested well and are in good condition now. Many other marine generals appeared on the scene and surrounded Mitt. "What did you do to Lord Satan?" Sengoku said angrily.
The other marines also stared at Mitt with murderous eyes.
Advertisement: the members of Roger's pirate group have also come to Roger's side, and Pluton. Rayleigh's eyes are full of solemnity. He knew that he still underestimated Mitt, and now he didn't dare to take it lightly. "Don't you know what happened to him?" Mitt asked. "He doesn't care much about these guys. Anyway, he can leave at any time. I just wanted to attack Garp and Roger, but now I'm afraid it will be more troublesome. The main reason is that the chaotic situation in the Valley of Gods has long since stopped. If Mitt continues to take action, he will easily become the target of public criticism." The ancient Saint Figolando Green suddenly burst out in momentum and was about to attack Mitt directly. But at this moment, a member of the Knights of God hurried over to report the situation. "Captain, there are some world nobles who are fine, they have been brought over." Hearing his subordinates say this, ancient Saint Figolando Green couldn't help but frown. He wanted his men to take those celestial dragons away, but now was not a good time. The confrontation in the field continues, and no one cares what will happen after the guarantee. Just when the ancient Saint Figolando Green was hesitating, Tay didn't care too much. Since there are still fish that have slipped through the net, Mitt doesn't mind continuing to make up for it. Before the tense confrontation ended, the sky suddenly changed strangely. Dark clouds covered the sun, and an extremely oppressive aura quickly spread in the Valley of Gods. Everyone noticed this situation and looked up. I saw more and more dark clouds in the sky, and the surrounding area became darker and darker, occupying the entire sky. If there weren't still places burning inside the Valley of Gods, I'm afraid Mitt and the others wouldn't be able to see the situation clearly. Anyone who notices this situation will find it very strange. Mitt ignored the others and looked up at the oppressive dark clouds with a serious expression on his face. Roger was about to ask, but as soon as he saw Mitt's expression, he knew it was definitely not the other person's doing. After all, Roger had never felt this oppressive and destructive aura from Mitt before. Others thought the same thing and speculated that it was not Mitt. Of course, for ancient Saint Figolando Green, now is not the time to wonder about this. When he saw everyone gathered together, he immediately took a step towards Mitt. "Mitt, you have no way out, just accept our anger. Whether it's a marine or a pirate, they will never let you leave." With that said, Figolando Green, the ancient holy man, slashed at Mitt with a sword. This sword was extremely powerful. However, in front of Mitt now, it was just a matter of practice. He waved his hand lightly and brushed the sword away. With a bang, the sword hit the ground, creating a big crack. Oops. Roger couldn't help but shook his head when he saw the actions of the ancient Saint Figolando Green. "We have no intention of joining forces with you."
"Roger, what should we do now?" Pluton. Rayleigh asked next to him.
"Let's go." Roger smiled and said to Rayleigh, "At this time, it is no longer our time to intervene." With that said, Roger turned around and walked outside, preparing to leave the scene. Now that things have happened, there is no need to continue to stay in the Valley of Gods. Ancient Saint Figolando Green gritted his teeth and stared at Mitt. Just as he was about to continue his attack, there was movement from behind. Those celestial dragons who were lucky enough to survive were escorted by the Knights of God and walked towards the scene. Celestial dragons immediately saw Mitt and Roger and cursed without hesitation. "You bastards, don't think the world government will give up." 3.8. As long as Lord I Am takes action, her anger will swallow you up. You be ***********. Not only the celestial dragons, but also the companions beside him, including members of the Knights of God, also thought so. Facing the other party's threat, Mitt just smiled and walked towards the other party. Seeing Mitt's actions, these celestial dragons were immediately frightened and quickly moved closer to the ancient Saint Figolando Green and Marine. "Your death is coming, and you won't be able to bounce around for long. Don't think that you can definitely resist it." Mitt's expression remained unchanged, and his eyes were slightly playful. Immediately afterwards, this strange aura and terrifying pressure became stronger and stronger, and many people's expressions changed drastically. "Retreat first. Let's retreat." Ancient Saint Figolando Green was the first to shout. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky flashed with a dazzling light. This light is not only dazzling, but also very powerful, making it difficult for people to look directly at it. Everyone knew that the situation was not good and quickly set off and ran to other places. The clamor of the celestial dragons continues. "Haha. It must be the sanction of Lord I Am, you are dead this time. Lord I Am, give us divine punishment and punish Mitt." Mitt was tired of hearing this and shot an electric beam directly at the opponent. The electric beam passed through the heart, and the celestial dragon's body instantly became extremely charred, and he was killed on the spot. Ancient Saint Figolando Green was startled, but he still did not stop retreating. Because the attack from Lord I Am is already approaching quickly. The light in the sky condensed together, and as expected, dozens of lasers fell from the sky. Mitt had seen these dozens of laser beams before. If he hadn't been lucky, he might have turned into a corpse. But now Mitt is no longer what he used to be, and he is confident to confront this so-called divine judge head-on. Without saying a word, Mitt stood up and flew directly towards the laser. Chapter 45 Divine Punishment reappears. the Valley of the Gods disappears. The onlookers were shocked by Mitt's behavior, but there was nothing they could do to stop him. In order to avoid being affected, countless people fled outside. Only Mitt stepped forward, bringing with it an extremely powerful electric light, erupting with even more terrifying power than before. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they just watched Mitt collide with the laser. Boom! The dazzling light quickly occupied the entire place, and everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. The Valley of God is trembling, trembling under the sanction of God. Then the laser became larger and larger, quickly occupying and engulfing the entire Valley of Gods. And Mitt himself disappeared into the laser. The surrounding seawater has also been evaporated, constantly emitting violent water vapor. As for the Valley of the Gods, it has completely disappeared from the sea. No one in the world could have imagined how shocking the incident in the Valley of Gods would be. Mitt just disappeared into the laser, as if he had been wiped out. But no matter whether it is Zephyr, Garp, or Dragon, they all think that things are not that simple. There is a high probability that Mitt has escaped God's sanction and escaped from here. Thinking of this, some people couldn't help but take a breath. God's sanction is so terrifying, how can this Mitt find a chance to avoid it? No matter how suspicious Marine and world government may be, what happened today has spread rapidly to the outside world. Open black lens bracket Valley of Gods melee. All rocks pirates are dispatched. Close black lens bracket. Marine fought fiercely against all the attacking pirates, but was no match for Thunder Emperor Kirin. Thunder Emperor Mitt cuts in two, and the Valley of Gods collapses. The death of rocks. Who did it? Close black lens bracket newspapers are full of reports about the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, and all kinds of news are flying everywhere. Although the newspapers deliberately downplay the actions of the celestial dragons, someone still spread the truth. In this unprecedented melee, even until the end, there was still nothing that could be done to the Thunder Emperor Mitt. After this battle, although Mitt's whereabouts are unknown, his reputation is already known to everyone. After the war, Marine was naturally under considerable pressure. In order to be able to meet the next challenges, Naval Headquarters decided to make some changes. At this time, the atmosphere in the Naval Headquarters Marineford conference room was quite serious. Everyone's expressions were serious and they didn't dare to slack off at all. After all, no one could laugh after such a big thing happened. Everyone, I've called you here to announce an announcement, Kong said solemnly. In order to meet the next challenge, Marine will be formally restructured with the approval of the 5 elders. The military rank has changed from 1 admiral to 1 marshal and 3 admirals. Sengoku, Zephyr and Garp, you are the new admiral, completely different from the previous ones. Do you have any opinions? As soon as these words came out, Garp couldn't wait to speak. Don't count me out, Sengoku. Your kid must have said something strange to me up there. I didn't. Sengoku shook his head quickly. I'm just recommending that you and Zephyr go up. Isn't that true? Garp said angrily. Then why is it all about me? Okay. Zephyr said from the side, there's no need for you to argue. Song, I don't want to take charge of this Marine Admiral matter, so there's no need to waste my time. After hearing what Zephyr said, Garp also echoed. Like Zephyr, I don't want to be a bullshit Marine Admiral. Garp and Zephyr saw with their own eyes what the Celestial Dragons did during the Battle of the Valley of Gods. What kind of Marine Admiral are they supposed to use now, for the entertainment of those parasites? You guys. Of course Sengoku understood what Garp and Zephyr meant and couldn't help but sigh. If everyone shirks responsibility like you do, the sea will be even more chaotic. Kong said. Sengoku, what is your wish? I do. Sengoku's answer was straightforward. In this situation, we can only take the initiative ourselves. Sengoku's tone was solemn, and he looked very serious about this, scanning the scene with a meticulous look. That's right, we have to set the new reward now, Kong said solemnly. No matter what, we must get rid of this man Mitt as soon as possible. As for the bounty, everyone in Rock's Pirate must increase it, little by little. Then there's Gold D. Roger, the captain of the Roger Pirates. This guy is going to be the main billionaire. Kong quickly read out the reward amount he had thought of, and then talked about other pirates. Finally, there is one man whose bounty has not yet been determined, and that is Mitt, the Thunder Emperor. Although the life and death of Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, is uncertain now, everyone feels that he will definitely appear again. Finally, it's the Thunder Emperor Mitt. Sengoku gritted his teeth. At the mention of this man's name, everyone at the scene lost control of their emotions. Who knows if that guy is still alive now? Garp shook his head. We just treat him as alive. Kong interrupted, his tone serious. Advertisement, what Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, has done is provoking the world government and doing so many unscrupulous things. His bounty is higher than the others because this man is extremely dangerous. Only 5 billion Baileys can deserve what this man has done. Holy Land Marigioa. In the 5 elders conference room, 5 elders are sitting around a round table. The atmosphere at the scene was very solemn, and the air seemed to be stuck together, making it difficult to breathe. Just now, a representative from Celestial Dragons came over and complained, asking us to deal with it as soon as possible to minimize the impact. The bearded 5 elders said. What do you think? It's still the same as before, just try your best to suppress it, said the bald 5 elders. Time can forget everything, just let those guys go out less often. What he meant was to try to eliminate the impact of the Valley of Gods incident and treat it as if it had never happened. Regardless of whether it is the Valley of Gods or what happened inside, this is the end and will not be mentioned again. The question is, did the Thunder Emperor Mitt really die under the sanction of that adult? The bearded five elders suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, the whole place suddenly became quiet again.
I don't know how much time passed before the long-haired five elders spoke.
We hope that Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, is dead, but we still cannot take it lightly. In any case, under the sanction of that adult, Mitt will be disabled even if he is not dead. It is necessary to send a CPO to look for clues about Mitt. Once we find this man's location, we must do our best to get rid of him at all costs. The 4-5 elders at the scene looked at each other and saw anger in each other's eyes. At this moment, where 5 people originally gathered, there were only 4 people. All thanks to Mitt. No matter what, we must list Mitt as the most important target, the bearded old man said solemnly. Destroy it as soon as possible. In this way, the 5 elders sent CPO to search for traces of Mitt around the world. The rest of the Rock's pirate group has begun to split rapidly due to the death of the captain. A more chaotic and turbulent era is coming. Whoever mentions it many years from now will definitely say this. It was because of Thunder Emperor Mitt's battle in the Valley of the Gods that the League started that era. That chaotic and turbulent era, somewhere in the Grand Line, on a small island with beautiful scenery. This island is located at the junction of New Century and Paradise, close to the Holy Land Marigioa and Naval Headquarters Marineford. At this time, an uninvited guest has arrived on this island. Mitt, who was covered in tatters, landed on the ground, his legs and feet weak. But he quickly adjusted, with a serious expression on his face. Without hesitation, he tore open his clothes, revealing the strong muscles underneath. Im's attack before was indeed terrifying, and even Mitt himself was inevitably injured. Of course, Mitt has dealt with divine punishment twice in a row, at least it won't be too much. This is why he was able to escape. Although he was a little injured, Mitt just needed some rest. This is much better than being eliminated directly. With this idea in mind, Mitt began to search for resources on this uninhabited island. Soon he prepared food and a fire, and sat on the ground to rest. While eating the bear meat, Mitt took out a permanent pointer. This thing was made by Mitt when he was at Rock's Pirate. Mitt didn't want to attack Marigioa directly now, because there were still many things to deal with. What's more, although I am not afraid of Im's attack, it is unrealistic for me to go directly to Marigioa now. No matter what, you still need some subordinates, whether it's running errands or everything. Thinking of the previous situation in the Valley of Gods, Mitt couldn't help but shook his head. The melee last time was really a pity. Even though there were so many people, we still couldn't get many attributes. Although Mitt is no longer what it used to be, so many people can definitely get a lot of attributes. Now we can only find the right opportunity to take action, Mitt thought. Chewing the meat casually, he continued to look at the permanent needle in his hand. Next, Mitt will go to the country recorded by the permanent pointer, the country of endless war, to find his next subordinate. When the time comes, it's time to board Marigioa and start a war with the world government. On the sea, the flag of the Roger Pirates is fluttering in the wind. Including Captain Roger, everyone was sitting in the cabin drinking wine. They finally left the Valley of the Gods, so they naturally wanted to celebrate. However, there was still a trace of worry on Pluton Rayleigh's face, which he did not hide at all. Rayleigh, what are you worried about? Roger looked at it and smiled immediately. He still had that smile on his face, completely unaffected. That goes without saying, Pluton Rayleigh said solemnly. Mitt the Thunderer, of course. Hearing what Rayleigh said, Roger's expression became a little serious. Do you think he is still alive? I don't believe that Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, would die so easily, Pluton Rayleigh said. You still remember what happened back then. After the Valley of Gods was swallowed up by that beam of light, we finally left there. Although I didn't see Mitt, I'm sure he's definitely not dead. Advertisement. After staring at Pluton Rayleigh for a while, Roger suddenly opened his mouth and smiled. Yes, I think the same thing as you. Mitt will never die so easily. Since he is not dead, he will run into us sooner or later. At the end of the sentence, Roger's tone was high and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Then I can decide the final outcome with him. Now that Rox is dead, Roger's competitor has become Mitt, that's why he said this. Pluton Rayleigh saw Roger in high spirits and said, Then we will stay with you, Captain, until the end. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and finished the wineglass in his hand, smiling. The same goes for Roger, who makes all kinds of strange noises while laughing. The two of them didn't discuss Rock's pirate because Rox was dead. Once Rox dies, his pirate group will quickly fall apart, causing boundless chaos. At that time, the Roger pirates will seize this opportunity and become the well-deserved king of the sea. Grand Line, the country of endless war. This is a place where war is going on all the time. Every day there's the sound of artillery fire, gunshots and people's cries brought by the war. Originally, no outsiders would break into this country. After all, no one wants to suffer here. But today a guest came. This guest was wearing a black cloak, deliberately revealing his face. Just like that, he walked into the nearest pub. Generally speaking, if you want to find out information, a place like a tavern is the first choice. After charging a handsome tip, the tavern owner immediately pointed out General Douglas's mansion to Mitt. At the same time, he did not forget to remind in a low voice. This guest, the general's residence, is a forbidden area, and ordinary people cannot enter at all. I can come in if I want, Mitt said calmly. When the tavern owner heard this, he couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and said hurriedly. The guest is right, only a man as powerful as the guest can enter. 163. Mitt ignored the hotel owner's compliment and continued to ask. Do you know this man Bullet? Bullet? The tavern owner was stunned for a moment, then frowned and started thinking. You should be talking about the Bullet, General Douglas's subordinate. This guy has a bad reputation. He even led a team to defeat the enemy's attack a few days ago. Yes, this is the Bullet I'm talking about, Mitt nodded. He said, stood up from his position and walked out of the tavern. Guest. The tavern owner suddenly remembered something and stood up hurriedly. That Bullet is quite dangerous, you must not anger him. Bullet has a notorious reputation, and the tavern owner doesn't want Mitt to lose his life. Mitt threw the 2 gold coins back and landed firmly in front of the hotel owner. The purpose of my coming here is for him, I don't need you to remind me. As he spoke, Mitt walked out of the tavern and disappeared into the crowd. Mitt came here just to subdue Bullet. This man is quite powerful and it would be best if he could subdue him. If there is really no way to subdue him, Mitt will not hesitate and take action directly. In order to form your own power, this is just the beginning. General Douglas's mansion, Mitt raised his head and glanced at the building, then walked in with a swagger. His actions naturally attracted the attention of the guards at the general's mansion, and someone immediately stood up to stop him. Who are you? The guard shouted, hands up, hands up. Of course Mitt didn't raise his hand, but continued walking inside, completely turning a blind eye. Upon seeing this, the guards quickly picked up their weapons and headed towards Mitt. Mitt put his hands in his pockets and suddenly glared at these people. A chilling air quickly enveloped the place, and then spread outward. In an instant, some people couldn't bear the terrifying impact, rolled their eyes and fell down. Mitt saw it in his eyes, smiled coldly, and continued walking inside. At this time, no one dared to stop Mitt anymore, they could only watch him swaggering into the bottle. The movement outside naturally attracted the attention of General Douglas, who rushed over with his men without hesitation. As soon as he arrived at the yard, General Douglas suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He looked intently and suddenly found Mitt himself appearing in front of him. You are the Thunder Emperor. Seeing Mitt's face, General Douglas spoke with certainty. Yes, it's me. Mitt answered directly. Where is Bullet now? I want to see him. Bullet. Douglas's face changed slightly and he swallowed. He is still leading the team to fight and has no time to come back. Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, is already famous, which is why Douglas's reaction was so big. Then I'll go find him myself, Mitt said directly. After saying that, he walked away. Wait, Douglas said hurriedly, you don't need to go there in person, I will just make arrangements. Bullet, this guy, will come over as soon as he receives the order. Chapter 46. Conquer, the devil hero Bullet. Mitt stopped and thought for a moment. He was now in ragged clothes and hadn't eaten for a while. The first priority was to fill his stomach. So Mitt said in a deep voice. Go get some dishes and prepare a room for me, you have to be quick. This was the first time General Douglas was ordered around by others, and a trace of violence flashed in his eyes. Okay, don't worry, I'll go have fun right away. After saying that, Douglas walked away with a smile, leaving Mitt to sit in the room. Entering the dining room of the mansion, shortly after Mitt sat down, food was served one after another. So Mitt ate without hesitation to replenish his body's energy. After General Douglas walked outside, he immediately changed his face. His face was extremely pale, and he just stood on the avenue outside. General, why didn't you just take action? Said the subordinate next to him. That Thunder Emperor Mitt is too arrogant, it's better to just deal with him directly. General Douglas did not answer, but gave him a cold look. The subordinates suddenly felt chilled all over, and for a while they no longer dared to ask any more questions. The reason Douglas didn't take action just now was because he was afraid of Zetter's experience. He knew exactly how much he weighed, and without Bullet's support, he would be nothing. If you want to defeat Mitt, you must wait for Bullet to come over. General, at this moment, another team trotted over from outside. The leading soldier saluted Douglas. Then a reward order was handed over. That person is the Thunder Emperor, Mitt is right. Douglas took the reward order, glanced up, and couldn't help but take a breath. 5 billion Baileys. This was the first time in his life that he saw a pirate with such a high bounty, and he was shocked. The same goes for everyone else present, they didn't expect Mitt to be so powerful. General, this is a vicious criminal with 5 billion belly. The subordinate's voice was trembling. Do you think you should notify Marine and ask them to send support?
No need. Douglas put away the shock on his face and rubbed the reward order on his hand.
I can deal with just Mitt, the Thunder Emperor. Douglas's tone was full of confidence and he continued. That Thunder Emperor Mitt must have been seriously injured, he just jumped out of the Valley of Gods. What's more, with Bullet here, there will definitely be no problem in dealing with such an injured player. Hearing Douglas say this, the eyes of the men around him lit up. Everyone here knows Bullet's strength, so they naturally have confidence in him. Wait. General Douglas raised the corners of his mouth and sneered. When Bullet comes back, Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, will die. Here Douglas is plotting to deal with Mitt, while over there he has finished all the food on the table. After eating, Mitt ignored the looks of others and walked towards the room prepared for him. He ate heartily in the general's mansion, and then fell asleep directly on the bed in the room to regain his strength. After a while, other people heard the call, and they were obviously fast asleep. The servants in the general's mansion looked at each other, confused by Mitt's performance. Why does this guy show no intention of being wary at all? Bullet hasn't come yet? Douglas asked with a frown. He was now standing outside on the avenue, nervously waiting for Bullet to come back. The subordinate stood next to General Douglas and said quickly, "General, Lord Bullet is on his way, please be patient." Holding the reward notice tightly in his hand, Douglas couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Bullet hasn't come yet, how can I face that guy Mitt?" he said angrily. Douglas was very familiar with the name of Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, so he was naturally very scared now. If it weren't for Bullet, Douglas would definitely not want to face late. Faced with Douglas's urging, all the other subordinates looked at each other. How do they know when Bullet will come back? While Douglas was waiting anxiously outside, a group of soldiers trotted out of the mansion. "Report to the general, Mitt has eaten all the food." The leader of the soldiers shouted. "Okay." Upon hearing the news, a smile suddenly appeared on Douglas's face. "I didn't expect this Thunder Emperor Mitt to be so big-hearted, haha." As early as just now, Douglas had specifically ordered someone to poison the food. Now Mitt actually ate it without any precautions. No matter how powerful this man is, he will definitely be affected by thunder. When the time comes, wait for Bullet to arrive and add him with the poison you use. Even if immune to death Thunder Emperor Mitt, forcing him to leave will definitely be no problem. As soon as the Thunder Emperor Mitt left, Douglas decided to report it to the world government immediately. This guy is the most wanted criminal in the world government and must not be let go. Thinking of this, the smile on Douglas's face grew more and more. Not long after, Bullet also rushed back. Bullet was only 14 years old at this time, and he was still a muscular boy with a crew cut. But he exudes murderous aura and has that terrifying power. It has already made everyone tremble when they see it, and they dare not look at it. "Douglas, why did you ask me to come here? Advertisement?" Bullet asked in a deep voice, his eyes shining. "We were about to break through the enemy's base camp. Why did you ask me to come back?" "Bullet, you're finally here." Douglas was visibly relieved. Then his expression turned serious. "Don't worry about things at the base camp. The situation is the most important now. As a general, I order you to go to my mansion immediately. Destroy the Thunder Emperor Mitt." Thunder Emperor Mitt. Bullet couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this name. How could this man be here? The Thunder Emperor Mitt's reputation has recently resounded throughout the sea. Jean Leite naturally knows it. And after seeing the news, he still had the idea of competing with the other party. As a strong player, Bullet definitely wants to challenge Mitt. But he didn't expect that the other party would actually appear here. "Don't ask this question," Douglas said solemnly. "Although I don't know what that guy's purpose is, but since he dares to appear here, then I have to get out of the country. Now you go back with me and deal with that guy." When Douglas said this, Bullet fisted his hands and looked excited. "No problem, I have long wanted to challenge the Thunder Emperor Mitt. Then come over here and move quickly." Douglas didn't give Bullet a good look and turned around and left. In his opinion, Bullet is just a tool for him to get promoted and make a fortune. Even if Bullet is injured by Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, he doesn't care. Of course, it would be best if Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, beats Bullet to death and then leaves injured. This saves Douglas from having to think of ways to attack Bullet in the future. With this idea in mind, Douglas and Bullet quickly returned to the mansion. As soon as he entered the mansion, a servant immediately came forward to report. "General Douglas, that Mitt is asleep. We sent people outside to keep an eye on the room. He must still be inside." "It looks like what I expected." The smile on Douglas's face became even brighter. "What do you mean?" Bullet couldn't help but ask. "This Mitt has been drugged with poison and is at the mercy of others." Douglas laughed. "Bullet, follow me inside and deal with this guy directly." "Douglas." Bullet hesitated, but the excitement on his face still did not fade away. Even if Mitt hasn't woken up yet, Bullet wants to take this opportunity to try him out. If this guy was affected by poison, he deserved to die. After the communication, Douglas took Bullet with him without saying a word. As soon as they approached the room, they heard Mitt snoring. The joy in Douglas's eyes became more and more intense, and he opened the door without hesitation. Sure enough, what caught his eye was Mitt sleeping on the table. This man was snoring loudly, completely different from the horrific image in the reports. "Is this the Thunder Emperor Mitt?" Bullet said solemnly. The momentum all over his body couldn't help but explode, and an impact spread outward. Feeling this terrible impact, Douglas's expression changed. "Get Mitt for me now, do it quickly." "Okay." Bullet was very excited and immediately took a few steps towards Mitt. Every time he takes a step, his aura will rise to the next level. By the time he reached Mitt's side, Bullet's momentum had reached its peak. He focused all his strength on his right fist and covered it with the powerful Conqueror's Haki. You can even vaguely see the black lightning entangled around the fist. The floor of the entire room began to shake, and even the table continued to tremble. Only Mitt himself was still sleeping soundly, looking like he was at the mercy of others. Seeing this situation, Bullet's eyes flashed with disappointment. He thought that the Thunder Emperor Mitt was so powerful, but now it seems that he is nothing more than that. Thinking this, Bullet suddenly shouted loudly, "Drink." He burst out with all his strength, and the wolf hit Mitt in the back. Once this punch hits, no matter how strong Mitt is, his head will be smashed directly. Bullet was very confident about this, and this punch was extremely powerful. Douglas grinned widely, as if he had seen Mitt's brains splattering. But at this moment, Mitt suddenly moved. Mitt suddenly stretched out a finger and blocked Bullet's fist. Bullet and Douglas were both shocked by this sudden turn of events. With a bang, Bullet's right fist hit Mitt's finger. Nothing happened. Douglas opened his mouth so wide that his eyes almost popped out. He never expected that this Mitt would actually block Bullet's attack with one finger. How can it be? Neither Douglas nor Bullet himself could believe it. Bullet roared, and his momentum exploded again. The shockwave of this explosion was even more rapid, directly lifting the surrounding floor, and even the door was not spared. But even so, Bullet's fist still couldn't shake Mitt. Douglas was shocked by what he saw and quickly stepped back. Advertisement. Just as Douglas stepped back, Mitt suddenly stood up. He stood up so suddenly, which naturally brought Bullet with him. Just as Bullet was about to continue taking action, his throat suddenly hurt. He widened his eyes and subconsciously looked towards. Look down. Mitt took out a sword from nowhere and stabbed him in the throat. "If you dare to move, you will die. I will keep my word," Mitt said calmly. Everyone at the scene is leaving quickly, only Bullet is still here. Mitt's speech obviously angered Bullet, and he burst out with force without any reason. Bullet is indeed very powerful. After a sudden burst, it was able to push Shi Jianxia back a certain distance. But a moment later, Mitt's sword pressed forward again. At the same time, he also slapped Bullet, hitting him firmly on the chest. With a bang, Bullet flew backwards and hit the floor outside hard. A large crater instantly appeared on the ground outside, kicking up a large amount of dust. Mitt slowly walked out in the dust and smoke, his face still calm. His expression was as indifferent as squeezing an insect to death. Douglas quickly stepped back, pulled out his sword, and pointed it at Mitt. "Thunder Emperor Mitt, what do you want to do?" He couldn't help shouting loudly, his expression was very nervous. Obviously, Mitt's terrifying strength made Douglas feel nervous. Listening to Douglas's inquiry, Mitt turned his attention to the pit. Bullet slapped him and was now struggling to climb out of the pit. Mitt did not stop him, but looked at him silently. Similarly, Bullet has the same questions as Douglas. "Thunder Emperor Mitt, what do you want to do?" Bullet gritted his teeth. "Follow me." Mitt spoke directly, looking down at Bullet. "With your talents, it would be a pity to be buried here." As soon as this statement came out, both Bullet and Douglas showed surprised expressions. The purpose of Mitt coming here is actually for Bullet. Douglas was surprised at first, then quickly reacted and said angrily, "You can't do that, Mitt. Bullet was promoted by me. How could he just follow you casually?" Hearing Douglas's reaction, Mitt turned his head. "Who do you think you are?" His tone was full of contempt, and he didn't take Douglas seriously at all. In fact, this is what Mitt thinks. In his heart, the most valuable person here is Bullet. As for this so-called general, he is just a miscellaneous fish leader. Douglas was angered by Mitt's attitude and shouted immediately, "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of teams filed in and quickly surrounded Katie. These are the soldiers Douglas mentioned in ambush. They were filled with murderous intent and pointed their weapons at Mitt. Of course, even so, Mitt's expression, remained unchanged. He was still so calm and unaffected by the external situation. On the contrary, Douglas himself was a little out of control at this time. Haha. Bullet struggled to climb out of the huge pit and grinned. "I knew Douglas would do it." "Bullet, what do you mean?" Mitt asked again. A smile appeared on Bullet's face, but the murderous look in his eyes was not concealed at all. "I will only listen to those who are still standing." "Okay." Mitt nodded. When Douglas saw Mitt's condition, he immediately realized something was wrong. He quickly shouted an order to the side, "Do it quickly, quickly." The soldiers in ambush around him were immediately ready to attack Mitt, and even Douglas himself was ready to step forward. Boom! A huge sound rang out, accompanied by monstrous electric sparks, instantly filling the entire space. Douglas's eyes widened, he opened his mouth, and exhaled a breath of burnt black breath. Along with all the surrounding soldiers, electric current passed through their bodies and they all lay on their backs. Bullet was shocked, he really didn't expect Mitt to move so fast. Almost when he didn't expect it, he suddenly took action and killed Douglas and others. Okay. Looking at the stunned Bullet, Mitt smiled slightly. "You and I are the only ones left standing now. Do you have any opinions?" Bullet shook his head decisively and said loudly, "Since you have defeated Douglas, I will go with you." His tone was decisive, and he was obviously not too entangled. So Mitt reached out and pulled Bullet up, approvingly. "You can still see the situation clearly, Bullet." Bullet said nothing and looked at Douglas, who was lying half dead on the ground. "Take a good look at the face of the guy you are following." Mitt shook his head. With that said, he casually picked up a few soldiers and asked them to repeat the situation just now. Sure enough, Bullet's expression changed when he heard that Douglas was about to attack him. Chapter 47. Mitt comes back, and all parties react violently. Looking at the expression on Bullet's face, Mitt said directly. There is only one way you can go now, follow me. Okay. Bullet answered simply this time, which was beyond Mitt's expectation. I have nothing left to miss about this country. It's okay to go with you. That's good. Mitt nodded and walked out. Bullet was very knowledgeable and followed him immediately, moving very quickly. Although I don't know why Mitt came to see me specifically, since it is him, he will definitely not disobey. After the short duel just now, Bullet was convinced. In fact, Mitt himself did not expect that the progress would be so smooth, and he actually recruited Bullet directly. So he was ready to go to the next place without stopping. In any case, since the matter has reached this point, it must be brought to an end. Anyway, Mitt's injury has almost recovered, and it's more than enough for another battle. Bullet didn't know what Mitt was thinking, but he didn't ask further. It wasn't until he got on the boat with the other party that he asked. Mitt, where are we going now? Mitt said nothing, just letting the rough waves crash against the boat. Not getting an answer, Bullet could only stay on the deck to see what was going on. After a day and night like this, Bullet was already a little tired. At the same time, in front of Bullet, an island slowly appeared in the fog. This place is the base camp of Rocks, GN District. At this time, Beehive Island was countless times more lively than usual. Because something happened a few days ago that shocked the world. That is the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. After the battle in the Valley of the Gods, the great pirate Rocks fell and made headlines in newspapers for several days. People around the world were shocked to know that Rocks was dead. Such an arrogant hero Rocks would die in the Valley of the Gods. With such breaking news, the world government just took this opportunity to cover up some situations. Despite this, the remnants of Rocks pirate also want to know what is going on. Everyone is speculating on how Rocks died, and at the same time, they did not forget to carve up the legacy of his eldest brother. As a great pirate, Rocks has countless pirate groups and countless islands under his control. Therefore, the ambitious people in Rocks pirate announced their separation one after another, and wanted to take action against their former partners. Once Rocks died like this, the situation in the sea immediately became more chaotic. As soon as Mitt set foot on Beehive Island, he immediately sensed these auras. All the big pirates on Beehive Island are busy taking away various things on it. Haha. I will take this gold goblet, no one is allowed to snatch it from me. This sword is better. Rocks can collect it, so it must be a good thing. Is this 477 rocks? Are there any others? Kaido looked around. Listening to the noise of the pirates around him, Mitt stepped forward. His steps were not heavy, but everyone in the room noticed Mitt. As soon as they saw Mitt, many pirates gasped subconsciously. Mitt, how is that possible? Didn't Mitt die in the Valley of Gods? How could he appear here? Kaido also spotted Mitt, showing the same surprised expression. Mitt, you're not. I've explained everything here, Mitt said. I see. Kaido closed his mouth and took the lead to walk out. There's that guy Ochaku inside Beehive Island. He wants this place, so there's no need to go inside. But you didn't die, it's really beyond my expectation. Mitt looked at Kaido and didn't speak until the other person passed him. Beehive Island is mine. After saying that, Mitt ignored the surprised Kaido and walked towards the inside. Seeing this situation, Kaido couldn't help but shook his head and then called his men to leave. He also passed by Bullet and instantly felt a strong momentum from this young man. The surprise in Kaido's eyes grew more and more. Soon, Mitt took Bullet to the inside of Beehive Island, and also encountered more pirates. The pirates were all shocked and frightened by Mitt's appearance just like before. Everyone has heard of Mitt's horror at one point or another, so naturally they feel timid. Only Ochaku didn't. He noticed Mitt's arrival almost immediately. Soon Ochaku hurried towards Mitt, moving very quickly. Mitt, Ochaku gritted his teeth. Why are you still alive? Why can't I live? Mitt asked directly. Shut up, Ochaku said angrily. Back then, only you and Rocks were left in the Valley of Gods, but now you are not dead. Did you be the one who killed Rocks? Ochaku is very suspicious of Mitt, thinking that he killed Rocks. In response to Ochaku's question, Mitt just smiled. Yes, I did it. Ochaku didn't expect that Mitt would admit it so straightforwardly, and he became even more angry. I knew you wanted to do this from the beginning. For Rock's death, I must avenge you. Advertisement. As he spoke, Ochaku pulled out his sword and made a loud roar. The momentum at the scene suddenly became tense, and everyone's eyes were focused on this. Mitt shook his head and said, you are just seeking your own death. After saying that, Mitt also pulled out the famous sword Qinglong and pointed it at Ochaku. Go ahead, Ochaku, let me try your skills. When he said this, Mitt's eyes were full of fighting spirit. The same was true for Ochaku, although he noticed the terrifying aura on Mitt. But he still had no hesitation and was ready to take action against Mitt at any time. The sword flashed in an instant, and with boundless momentum, the master beheaded Mitt. The white sword light swept out, as if to tear the surrounding space apart. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Mitt's expression did not change, but electric current surged all over his body, and he disappeared from the scene in an instant. Ochaku obviously didn't expect that Mitt would move so fast. He just wanted to use observation Haki to search, but it had no effect at all. A moment later, Ochaku suddenly felt a chill on his back and quickly turned around to meet him. With a bang, The weapons of both sides collided with each other, immediately launching a huge shockwave. This shockwave quickly spread outwards, affecting the surrounding pirates as well. What's going on? A pirate asked hurriedly. It's Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, he's back, someone shouted. How is it possible? Why did Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, come back? Someone immediately asked this question. Definitely for the Rock's legacy, this guy can't miss it. But Beehive Island is already Ochaku's territory, doesn't he want to take action? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Beehive Island began to shake violently. The pirates at the scene finally managed to gain a foothold, and then headed inside in unison. When they passed through the layers of ruins in one breath, they saw only flying dust and smoke. In the dust and smoke, Katie's figure appeared in front of them. In addition, there is Ochaku who is half kneeling. At this time, Ochaku was holding a sword in his right hand, panting, and his posture was very embarrassing. The pirates at the scene were all stunned and could not speak for a long time. This situation is very clear at first glance, Ochaku has lost. And judging from Mitt's condition, he was not injured at all. Everyone on the scene knew how powerful Ochaku was, but they couldn't do anything about Mitt. This has explained everything. The pirates on the scene stopped in a hurry and did not dare to act rashly. Mitt ignored the other pirates and kept staring at Ochaku. Do you still want to continue? Seeing that Ochaku still had the strength to fight, he asked. No need. Ochaku shook his head, his tone full of bitterness. After the duel just now, Ochaku clearly understood that he had lost. Then Beehive Island is mine. Mitt said calmly. Take your people and leave now, I don't want to do anything. Gritting his teeth, Ochaku understood what the other party meant and left immediately. When other pirates on the scene saw this, they quickly retreated. They have seen Mitt's strength, and no one has any objections. Bullet saw Mitt's reputation and couldn't help but look surprised. Bullet. Mitt said. This is our stronghold. From now on, I will replace rocks. Only I can be the overlord of the sea. Bullet nodded excitedly and shouted without hesitation. That's right. Rock's death and the incident in the Valley of Gods quickly caused an uproar in the world. Because of this incident, the situation at sea changed. The remnants of rocks declared their independence one after another, and many pirate groups suddenly appeared on the sea. Just when the Marines were having a headache, even more shocking news came out. The Thunder Emperor Mitt, whose life or death was uncertain before, actually returned to Beehive Island. And the Thunder Emperor Mitt also declared independence and established a new pirate group. The world government and Marine had listed Mitt as the most wanted criminal just a few days ago. I didn't expect that the other party would be so arrogant. At the same time, Rock's cause of death quickly spread around the world. Everyone knew this shocking news, and everyone was discussing it intensely. Kaido, who had just left Beehive Island, immediately received the news. He smiled slightly, obviously having a plan in mind. Young ones, turn back now, go back to Beehive Island. Kaido originally thought that Mitt was just coming back to check on the situation, but he didn't expect that he really became independent. In this case, Kaido wants to lead the team back to Beehive Island and defect to Mitt. Kaido doesn't think he can gain a foothold on his own, so he values Mitt's strength. He wanted to see how many earth-shattering events the Thunder Emperor Mitt could cause. Other forces in the world are also having heated discussions. Marineford, still in the conference room. All major Marine executives sat together, and the person presiding over the meeting was Sengoku, who had just been promoted to Marine Admiral. Kong wanted to train Sengoku, so he asked him to host it. You must have received the news, Sengoku said straight to the point. He looked gloomy and continued. This guy Mitt actually dared to return to Beehive Island with such arrogance and declared his independence. I'm afraid he has been planning this kind of thing for a long time. That's right. Zephyr nodded. Mitt is too arrogant, we must not let him go so smoothly. In that case, Garp on the side pondered for a while and then suggested. Advertisement, why don't we just launch the Buster Call? Buster Call? Hearing Garp say this, Sengoku couldn't help but frown. Garp asked carelessly. What, are you worried, the heart can't solve Mitt? Don't worry, as long as he stays on Beehive Island, Buster Call will definitely solve it.
But what's the price? Crane Vice Admiral suddenly said.
Since we are going to attack Beehive Island, how much will it cost? Garp was asked by Crane Vice Admiral, and he couldn't help but frown and think. Sengoku sighed and added. If Buster Call is used, based on my previous research. It's almost a pretty big price to pay. 10 Vice Admirals, 1 Admiral, and more than 20 warships.
That's the least we have to pay. Garp's face darkened, he had heard it from Sengoku's tone.
Sengoku doesn't agree with attacking now. Kong saw this situation and said. We Marine really need to attack and eliminate Mitt, the Thunder Emperor. However, our Marine is adjusting its structure these days, and we really can't mobilize our forces for action. So we can only wait a little longer and take action when the time is right. You've given it a lot of thought. Garp sounded helpless. Then what else can we do? We can only let Mitt jump around for a while. It's just for a moment, Sengoku said seriously. After our Marines, we will definitely destroy the Thunder Emperor Mitt. In this way, Marine decided not to attack Beehive Island for the time being. Of course, once the rest is over, Marine and world government will definitely gather their strength as soon as possible. A fierce attack on Mitt. Rayleigh, look, Roger waved the newspaper and walked towards Rayleigh excitedly. Rayleigh smiled and also raised the newspaper in his hand. I already know. What they were talking about was, of course, Mitt's appearance on Beehive Island and his announcement of independence. I didn't expect that Mitt would dare to appear on Beehive Island. Rayleigh shook his head. He just killed Rox not long ago, why is he still acting so arrogantly?
That's his style, Rayleigh. Roger smiled. He's always been like this, how could he back down?
That's right. Rayleigh smiled bitterly. It's better now. Rox is dead and there is another Thunder Emperor Mitt. What's the point? Roger didn't think it mattered. Whether it's Rox or Mitt or Edward, of course they're all my competitors. As he spoke, Roger clenched his fists with his hands, his eyes shining. No matter how many enemies there are and how powerful they are, they can't stop me. I will make it clear to Mitt when I see him next time. I will definitely get the One Piece. Listening to Roger's heroic words, Rayleigh couldn't help but be infected by him and burst into laughter. Yes, even Mitt, we won't back down. Keep going, Roger. The other side. On the calm sea. The tall Whitebeard Edward is sitting on the deck at the moment. Opposite him is his woman, Stussy. Stussy held the newspaper with a serious tone. Edward, why would Mitt dare to appear on Beehive Island with such arrogance? Then Marine and world government will most likely take action. We don't dare to do anything, we should just wait and see what happens. Of course. Edward Whitebeard shrugged. Now the Whitebeard pirates have just been established, but they don't have much power to join in the fun. But don't underestimate Mitt, he is absolutely confident in doing this. I didn't underestimate it. Stussy shook his head, remembering the previous incident at Impel Down. I just want to advise you not to go back to Beehive Island. Hearing what Stussy said, Whitebeard Edward couldn't help laughing. You are overthinking it. Now that you have decided to leave, how can I go back? Just wait. Wait for our Whitebeard pirate group to grow in the sea, and then go see our old friends. Next time I see Mitt, I'll have a good fight with him. Whitebeard's tone was full of expectation, and his eyes were already looking towards the extremely blue sea. Seeing this, Stussy also subconsciously showed expectant eyes. How many earth-shattering things will this Thunder Emperor Mitt do? Time flies by, 8 years later. At this time, dark clouds were gathering above Beehive Island. A huge green dragon was rolling in the dark clouds, with shining electric light all over its body. It emits bursts of dragon roars, constantly stirring up the surrounding space. Immediately afterwards, the green dragon drilled upward into the dark clouds, driving the entire cloud layer and making a violent electric sound. Boom! A blue-yellow flame suddenly erupted from the dark clouds, and the crisp chirping of birds sounded. The phoenix, whose body was burning with blue and yellow flames, rushed out and attacked Qinglong. Chapter 48 Time flies. Mitt's goal. The flames spouted by the phoenix quickly condensed in the air and then exploded. Qinglong swung his body, opened his mouth and pounced towards the phoenix. Electricity burst out all over its body, dispelling all the flames that hit it. When the phoenix saw this, he immediately flew out and kicked out at the same time. Phoenix seal. With an angry shout, the phoenix kicked out with great power. Qinglong opened his mouth wide and rushed towards the opponent to meet him. The two sides collided with each other in the air, causing an astonishing shock. Both the ground and the sea were trembling under the vibration. Waves of air continued to sweep across the ground, almost blowing an old man with a big head away. The big-headed old man finally managed to stabilize his body, and the two of them faced each other again in the air. This old man is none other than Vegapunk himself. The reason why we are here is mainly to collect data on both sides of the duel. Vegapunk looked at the testing equipment nervously and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was no problem. How's it going? At this moment, a man's voice sounded from behind him. Vegapunk almost scared his heart out and turned around quickly. Mitt. You almost scared me to death. As he spoke, another violent shockwave struck. Mitt casually waved his left hand and directly dispersed the shockwave. As long as I'm here, you don't have to worry about being in danger, Mitt said calmly. I asked you how the data is now, just answer it directly. Vegapunk knew that Mitt didn't like to beat around the bush, so he said. The data is on the instrument now, so there should be no problem. The devil fruit I copied will not be too different from the original fruit itself. Speaking of this, Vegapunk subconsciously puffed up his chest. I'm a Vegapunk, how can you treat me like this? Okay, if you think this is okay, Mitt said directly. Continue to collect data and see if we can improve it. When Mitt said this, Vegapunk's mood immediately cooled down. He lowered his head and said. I know, I'll keep doing it now. Regardless of Vegapunk, I continued to look up at the battle in the sky. Both the green dragon and the phoenix in the sky displayed considerable strength. However, there is still no winner or loser, and occasionally they will take turns to gain the upper hand. Mitt nodded slightly, he had expected this situation. The strength of these two people is indeed about the same, even if they eat devil fruit. Thinking this, Mitt was about to wave his hand to stop it, but the two sides collided with each other again in the air. There was another violent impact, this time it almost caused a tsunami. Of course, with Mitt here, the tsunami was easily solved in no time. With a bang, right in front of Mitt, the phoenix and the blue dragon both landed. Long before landing, they both quickly transformed back into human form, with their feet on the ground. These two people are Kaido and Bullet, both of whom are now under Mitt's command. As soon as Kaido landed, he burst into laughter. Bullet, you secretly practiced a lot of moves, and you almost passed me by just now. Haha. Bullet responded with a smile. You're not bad either, you didn't use that trick last time. Are you done? Vegapunk shouted. Hearing Vegapunk's question, Kaido touched his chin. He is still a little unsatisfied now and wants to play with Bullet for a while longer. After all, the two of them are about the same strength, so they might have a chance if they start again. Bullet naturally thought so too, but he was more concerned about Mitt standing behind than Kaido. Mitt didn't say much and walked directly towards the two of them. Tidy up everything, it's time to take action. Are you going to see? Bullet asked immediately. Mitt nodded slightly, his eyes shining. Okay, Kaido shouted. 8 years is too long, I have long wanted to go to sea. In the past 8 years, except for some special circumstances, Kaido would not go to sea with Mitt. Of course, because of this, Kaido's strength greatly increased after eating the blue dragon copy fruit. As Vegapunk just said, although the power of the copied fruit is slightly worse than the original, it can be ignored.
That's why Kaido and Bullet devoted themselves to training the newly obtained devil fruit.
After so many years, both Bullet and Kaido have gained a lot. Yeah, it's been 8 years. Bullet couldn't help but shook his head and looked at Mitt. Captain, where are we going next? He asked directly. Bullet and Kaido were eager to try it and asked Mitt about his destination. Mitt nodded slightly and said, Wano-kuni. Haha. Upon hearing Wano-kuni, Kaido's face became even more excited. I knew you would be interested in Wano-kuni. Kaido told Mitt more than once in the past 8 years about Wano-kuni. Kaido has been eyeing Wano-kuni a long time ago, so he will naturally continue to encourage him. It's just that Mitt's attitude was very ambiguous at that time, until he officially proposed it now. Wano-kuni. Bullet touched his chin. That place is in the second half of the Grand Line. It is not only a non-franchise country, but also an important production place of seastone. Advertisement, Wano-kuni is indeed a good target, but I heard that it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Bullet. What are you doing now? Kaido smiled. You and I can fly, so no matter how difficult it is to get into Wano-kuni, we can definitely get in. That's right. Bullet said. There are not many places in the world that we can't go to. Then pack up and get ready to go. Mitt continued. After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. We've been on Beehive Island for 8 years, and it's time to move on to the next stage. Bullet and Kaido glanced at each other, then followed directly. Only Vegapunk couldn't react and watched Mitt and others leave blankly. Vegapunk didn't react until their figures turned into black spots. You guys, even if you want to run away, you have to send me away. The experimental data is not ready yet, just when Mitt was preparing to leave for Wano-kuni. A fierce sea battle is going on. Drink. A tall man suddenly swung a knife forward. The sword slashed through it, and even the seawater around the ship was cut into 2 pieces. The remaining pirates were stunned by this situation and quickly fled out of the boat. But at this moment, the man punched the void. I saw that the space around his fist was directly shattered, and cracks were created. Boom. The void shook, and the surrounding sea surface also continued to shake, setting off tsunamis one after another. The tsunami showed no mercy and swallowed up all the pirate ships that were trying to escape. Seeing this situation, a young man couldn't help but said, As expected of you, Dad. This person is none other than Margao, who has just joined the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard Edward couldn't help but smile when he heard this. My shock fruit has finally gotten to a certain level. It's not just that. Margao nodded. I'm afraid Mitt's fruit development level cannot be much higher than yours. When Margao mentioned Mitt, Whitebeard Edward's face suddenly darkened. That guy has been staying on Beehive Island and has not expanded in the past 8 years. I really don't know what he is thinking. To Whitebeard, Zetter's actions over the past 8 years were strange. As a pirate, Mitt neither goes out to plunder nor accept more pirates. He just occupied Beehive Island and then pushed back the enemies who wanted to attack. In recent years, no matter whether it is Marine or the pirates who avenged rocks, they have been unable to do anything to Mitt. Therefore, Mitt has become synonymous with Beehive Island. It's Whitebeard Edward himself, who occasionally goes to the island to have a few drinks with Mitt. Now that I think about it, it has been 3 years since I last drank with Mitt. Thinking of this, Whitebeard Edward couldn't help but sigh. It seems like we have to find time to go to Beehive Island. Don't go to Beehive Island yet, Dad, Margao said from the side. We have more important goals, don't we? You mean? Edward Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Wano-kuni. Wano-kuni was a place Margao told Whitebeard Edward, with the purpose of letting him go and have a look. Wano-kuni is indeed a good place for pirates like them. That's why Margao kept suggesting Whitebeard Edward to go take a look. That's right, let's go to Wano-kuni first to find out what's going on. Let's talk about it later, Mitt. Whitebeard Edward nodded and looked towards the distant ocean. The scene of the battle in the Valley of the Gods was still vivid in his mind, and Whitebeard couldn't help but think of that man. When will the current Thunder Emperor Mitt make his comeback? Whitebeard knows that Mitt will never stay in the same place forever, and the other party must be waiting for an opportunity. So, what is that opportunity? With this question in mind, Whitebeard Edward waved his hand and said loudly. Everyone, listen to the order. Once the loot is loaded onto the boat, we will change direction. Target Wano Kuni. Although many people don't know the news of Mitt's departure with Bullet and Kaido. But world government and Marine received the news immediately. Naval Headquarters Marineford. What? Sengoku slapped the table in shock. Is that Mitt finally making his move? That's right, Crane Vice Admiral nodded solemnly. Since Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, is willing to remain silent for so long, he must have his own plan. Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly, do you know his destination now? Although there is no 100% guarantee, Crane Vice Admiral said cautiously. But it should be Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni? Sengoku frowned deeper. What's that guy doing in Wano Kuni? Wano Kuni is a non-member of the world government and has a hostile relationship with Marine. That's why Sengoku was a little confused. Could it be that Mitt was a subordinate to Wano Kuni? As if he knew what Sengoku was thinking, Crane Vice Admiral answered. Regardless of what Mitt wants to do in Wano Kuni, the question is whether we at Marine want to follow up. Advertisement. Sengoku thought silently, and after a while, he slowly spoke. Please give me flowers, just continue to monitor closely, there is no need to go there now. Wano Kuni is a tough guy, even the Thunder Emperor Mitt would have a hard time dealing with him. Let them fight. Once the situation changes, we will take action. Just wait and see what happens. Crane Vice Admiral hesitated to speak. It would be best for Mitt if he just waits and sees what happens. Of course Vice Admiral did not refute Sengoku, but quickly conveyed the other party's meaning. No matter what, Mitt, the Thunder Emperor who has been dormant for 8 years, is back in action, and this must not be taken lightly. Because of Mitt's actions, the entire sea was vaguely rippled. No one knows how big this wave will eventually be until it sweeps the whole world. Wano Kuni. An independent country. Because of the natural hazard protection, Wano Kuni has the confidence to challenge the world government. So Wano Kuni is not a franchise country, and it doesn't care about Marine at all. This is of course unforgivable to the world government and has long been regarded as a thorn in Wano Kuni's side. But despite this, Wano Kuni has not been breached until now. This is enough to prove Wano Kuni's strength, so it is coveted by countless powerful pirates. At this time, there are 2 pirate teams heading towards Wano Kuni. Mitt stood on the deck and saw the outline of Wano Kuni wherever he looked. Go up. He shouted softly. Immediately, the entire ship rose into the sky, passing over the obstacle with shining electric light. With a bang, the ship hit the sea and approached the shore at the same time. Huh? Kaido immediately sensed something was wrong. Mitt and Bullet saw the fleet docked on the shore at the same time. This pirate flag. Seeing the pirate flag, Mitt couldn't help but smile. Bullet didn't know why, he fisted his fists together and said loudly. Captain, since someone dares to get there first, why not let me take action directly? You don't need to take action, Mitt said. Kaido laughed too. Bullet, this is an old acquaintance of ours, so we need to get to know each other well. Old acquaintance? Bullet looked at Mitt. Whitebeard Edward, an old friend, Mitt said. Be prepared for a big fight. After he reminded Bullet, his momentum suddenly exploded. Bullet's face changed slightly, and before he could continue speaking, Mitt flew into the sky. I saw Mitt flying into the air with one sword, turned into a bolt of lightning, and rushed away. This momentum was quite huge, and with a huge sound of breaking through the air, it rushed towards the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard Edward suddenly raised his head, also bursting with momentum. Almost in the next moment, Whitebeard swung his hand out of Yunki. The 2 sides collided with each other like this. Regardless of whether it was Mitt or Whitebeard, Conqueror's Haki was entangled when they took action. Therefore, the shock wave that erupted from around the 2 people was extremely powerful and quickly spread outward. This shock wave directly pushed the waves hundreds of meters outward, lifting up countless vegetation. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked and quickly stepped aside. Margao knew the origin of Whitebeard Edward and Mitt the moment they fought. He looked gloomy, obviously not expecting this situation. This is the Thunder Emperor Mitt, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. I didn't expect Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, to be here. What on earth does he want to do? He was the one who killed Rox 8 years ago. Sure enough, he still relies on Zhang. As they spoke, the aftermath of the 2 people's explosive momentum quickly involved the people next to them. These guys were all shocked and almost failed to withstand this power. Whitebeard Edward suddenly punched out, shattering the void and attacking Mitt. Mitt also punched back with a terrifying thunder and lightning. Boom. After another confrontation, Mitt and Whitebeard Edward stepped back in unison. The 2 of them faced each other from a distance, and their aura did not weaken at all. For experts like them, it was just a small greeting. You're safe, Mitt. Whitebeard smiled. Same for you, Mitt said. No, I won't stay on Beehive Island forever. Whitebeard suddenly shook his head. Anyway, you are finally willing to come out, so you want me to let go? Mitt asked. I know your character, this is absolutely impossible, Whitebeard said immediately. Yes, absolutely impossible, Mitt said solemnly. In this case, we can only fight once, I think so too. In unison, smiles appeared on both Whitebeard and Mitt's faces. Although the 2 are good friends, since they meet here, they can only act according to the pirate rules. No matter what Whitebeard's idea is, Mitt has already taken action. His shot was quite fast this time, and he appeared in front of Whitebeard Edward in the next moment. The bright electric light brought terrifying power and suddenly hit Whitebeard's face. Whitebeard Edward attacked and directly held the thunderbolt in his hand. He smiled softly, and just when he was about to smash the thunder and lightning with force, the thunder and lightning suddenly broke out. Chapter 49 Battle with Whitebeard. In an instant, lightning shot out, almost engulfing Whitebeard Edward himself. Dad! Margao couldn't help shouting. At the same time, Kaido and Bullet arrived at the scene together. Oh, it seems Edward has developed well in recent years, Kaido said with a smile. Bullet's face was gloomy, as if he was ready to take action at any time. Of course, at this time, Margao had no time to respond to the two of them. Just as the atmosphere at the scene became increasingly tense, a dark shadow suddenly jumped out of the forest on the coast. Stop! With a loud shout, Kazuki Oden's tall figure jumped out. But at this moment, Mitt and Whitebeard Edward's momentum was still rising, and they paid no attention to Kazuki Oden. Seeing this, Kazuki Oden frowned and immediately attacked towards the center of the battle. The moment Kazuki Oden rushed over, she and Whitebeard Edward broke out at the same time. The two waved their weapons and collided with each other. The powerful shock wave spread in all directions, hitting Kazuki Oden directly. Kazuki Oden was caught off guard and did not expect the situation. He flew backwards for a moment. With a bang, Kazuki Oden sank into the forest, making a huge noise. Mitt and Whitebeard Edward ignored Kazuki Oden, they only had eyes for the other side at the moment. The two of them took action at the same time. Conqueror's Haki entangled them and collided again. This time the collision was more violent than before, and the ground was shaking continuously. Watching the battle between Whitebeard Edward and Mitt, Kaido couldn't help but sigh. It's been a long time since I last saw this guy Edward, he is indeed much more powerful than before. Are you scared? Bullet mocked from the side. Kaido didn't answer, but the overwhelming fighting spirit exuding from his body said it all. At this time, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates have gathered together and are extremely wary of Kaido and Bullet. Kaido and Bullet. Margao looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, 557. Is this everyone who works under Mitt? Of course. Bullet smiled. Although there are only two of us now, we are much better than so many of you. His words were extremely sarcastic and immediately roused dissatisfaction among the other pirate group. Margao shook his head helplessly. Since even the captain was on board, he could only follow along. Following Margao's right hand, the masters of the Whitebeard Pirates quickly pressed forward. Bullet and Kaido looked at each other, their eyes full of desire and excitement for fighting. Mitt, on his side, has already fought several rounds with Whitebeard Edward. He was surprised by Whitebeard's strength. He didn't expect that the other party had improved so much. And not only that, Whitebeard is clearly very deep into the development of shock fruit. The opponent's space-shattering fist can directly disintegrate Mitt's attack. Mitt finally understood why Whitebeard would later be called the strongest man in the world. It is precisely because of Whitebeard's extremely powerful Haki and the power of shock fruit. The current Whitebeard already has vague signs of being the overlord in the future. Of course, Mitt is not a vegetarian, his movements are much faster than Whitebeard. Even if Whitebeard wants to shatter the lightning struck by Mitt, he can keep attacking. In this way, it depends on who exposes more flaws. As long as either party seizes them, they can expand their chances of victory. Unknowingly, the sky was filled with thunderclouds, and at the same time, thunderclouds continued to strike outwards. As soon as Whitebeard Edward saw this situation, he knew that Mitt also wanted to deal with his crew at the same time. So Whitebeard punched out with both fists, causing turmoil in the surrounding space. Under this agitation, all the thunder and lightning that fell were shattered and dissipated in the air. Drink. Whitebeard took advantage of the victory and pressed forward with his left hand, as if holding the space, and pulled it inward. While withdrawing his fist, he used Shock Fruit's ability to pull Mitt directly over. Because of the turbulence in the surrounding space, even Mitt did not guard against it and appeared directly in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard had a smile on his face, and while Mitt was being pulled over, Kong Yunki chopped off his head. As long as this sword hits, the winner can definitely be determined. But Mitt would not let Whitebeard succeed. After he reacted, he suddenly burst out. Whitebeard slashed out, and Mitt shrank back, narrowly avoiding the opponent's blow. While avoiding it, Mitt also took the opportunity to give Whitebeard a blow. Whitebeard had to switch from offense to defense, blocking Mitt's attack while trying to find a way to continue attacking. After a fight, Whitebeard Edward and Mitt were tied. The two of them landed on the ground, ready to make some adjustments. Whitebeard Edward apparently also saw his crew fighting with Kaido and Bullet. He couldn't help but smile on his face and said directly, "Mitt, you actually only brought 2 people here, you are so careless." 2 people are enough. Mitt said calmly, "You should pay more attention to your subordinates." As soon as he finished speaking, the situation on another battlefield changed. Facing so many people, Kaido and Bullet certainly knew it would be difficult to match. So they quickly used Devil Fruit's abilities. There was a clear dragon roar, and a huge green dragon rushed straight up. Advertisement: the green dragon was full of power, and at the same time, it was surrounded by storm tornadoes and crackling thunderstorms. The same goes for Bullet, who also quickly activates his fruit ability. The blazing blue-yellow flames directly surrounded Bullet, transforming him into a half-human, half-bird form. Not only that, Bullet had recovered quickly from the injury he had suffered just now. Under everyone's eyes, Bullet emerged from Nirvana again, wrapped in blue and yellow flames. Phoenix fruit and blue dragon fruit, how could you? Welgao frowned. He didn't expect that Mitt would actually give 2 devil fruits to Kaido and Bullet. But why did Kaido turn into a blue dragon? Both Margot and Whitebeard Edward knew that Mitt ate the green dragon fruit with a knife. But why can Kaido also become a blue dragon? What's going on? With this doubt in mind, Whitebeard Edward asked directly with a surprised look in his eyes. What's going on with Kaido? Don't you have 2 identical devil fruits? You can wait until you beat me to talk about this kind of topic, Mitt sneered. Beat me and I'll tell you. When Whitebeard Edward heard this, he snorted coldly and said, Lousy is Whitebeard Edward, and he wants to defeat you. As he spoke, Whitebeard Edward exploded with momentum and swung a knife towards Mitt. This knife was even more terrifying than the previous one, as if it was going to tear the entire space into pieces. Mitt saw the black lightning on the blade and immediately clenched the famous sword in his hand. A dragon roar sounded, and just as Whitebeard struck with his sword, a green dragon blocked it. Qinglong's speed was quite fast, and he had Dao Zhou in his mouth at once. Immediately afterwards, he began to suppress quickly, not giving the other party any chance to break free. Blue dragon? Whitebeard Edward's eyes were even more surprised. However, he had no time to hesitate and immediately repeated his old trick, grabbing the surrounding space and pulling Mitt over. Mitt was already prepared. When he was pulled over, he had already raised the other knife. Whitebeard Edward shouted, punched out both fists, and made a rumble. The space is shaking, the whole world is shaking, and the power of this blow is even more terrifying. Facing such a powerful offensive from Whitebeard, Mitt remained calm. When the opponent's fists were about to hit him, blue-yellow flames quickly appeared. Whitebeard Edward was taken aback and subconsciously pulled back a little strength. The blue-yellow flame grew rapidly under his eyes, becoming a shield to resist Whitebeard's fist. As soon as it hit, Whitebeard noticed the power of the blue-yellow flame, but he had no intention of retreating. Whitebeard would not let go of such a good opportunity. Roaring again, Whitebeard Edward punched Mitt, and his momentum continued to rise. Several cracks have been created under his feet, and the surrounding space is also shaking, with more and more cracks appearing. The blue-yellow flame continued to grow, and then turned into a bird form under Whitebeard's eyes. The phoenix attacked Whitebeard without hesitation, and even the azure dragon came to help. Whitebeard Edward was suddenly surrounded and had no choice but to withdraw his offensive and retreat first. But Mitt wouldn't let him get what he wanted. He struck out like lightning and slashed at him with both swords at the same time. Whitebeard Edward can only use the ability of shock fruit to continuously shake the surrounding space. By distorting the surrounding space or shattering the space, you can resolve Mi Shi's offensive. Then Whitebeard took advantage of the situation and retreated, repelling the pursuit attack again. Mitt didn't take advantage of the situation. He found Whitebeard's abilities a bit tricky. Although shock fruit cannot use elements to evade attacks, it can break up the space to resolve the attack. No matter what kind of attack it is, it all takes place in space. Whitebeard can effectively neutralize the attack as long as he shatters the space. In this way, he becomes invincible and no one can easily take him down. As expected of shock fruit, Mitt said, your thunder fruit isn't bad either. Whitebeard Edward smiled. But I still didn't expect that you actually have another weapon like this. He was talking about the phoenix sword in Mitt's left hand. Just now, Mitt's injuries where he was hit had quickly disappeared and he recovered. Now that Mitt has the phoenix fruit, he is also invincible. Unlike Whitebeard, Mitt relies on his unparalleled recovery speed. What's more, he also has another famous sword, Qinglong, and the outcome is still unknown. Okay, the warm-up should be over. Whitebeard Edward's eyes turned cold as he twisted his neck. His whole body burst with momentum, holding the Kong Yunchi in his hand, and struck out directly with Conqueror's entanglement. Such a terrifying momentum was also felt by Margot. Mitt is closest to Whitebeard, so he naturally feels it more deeply, and he also uses Conquerors to fight against him. The two sides coincidentally, one wielded a pair of swords, the other wielded a long sword, and collided with each other. The battle between the two made the sea boil, the sky change color, and the earth tremble. In an instant, countless sword marks appeared on the ground, and even the sky was not spared. Dark clouds appeared in the east and west, all affected by the aftermath of the battle. Mitt and Whitebeard Edward became more and more excited as they fought, and their momentum became stronger and stronger. They had long forgotten why they were fighting, and there was only one word in their minds at this time. That is war. Advertisement fight, keep fighting. The two of them were full of fighting spirit, and before they knew it, they were fighting to the sky. The tsunami came under the influence of Whitebeard, but was launched by Mitt. Struck by lightning, in a blink of an eye, Mitt was ready to show off his real skills. His 8 years have not been wasted in vain, the outcome will be decided soon. Thunderclouds rolled over Wano Kuni, and there were constant shaking and roaring sounds. Kaido and Bullet knocked back their opponents and looked up at the same time. Just as Margot and others were about to take action, they suddenly realized something was wrong. Before they could react, an extremely terrifying wave shook out the air. Margot's expression changed drastically. This was definitely caused by Mitt and Father Whitebeard. The entire Wano Kuni and the surrounding sea began to shake violently, and tsunamis continued to sweep in. The surrounding tsunami was quite high, and in an instant it was like dark clouds covering the sun. Kaido and Bullet looked at each other and prepared to stop the tsunami. At this moment, a man with a strange hairstyle suddenly jumped out of the forest. Oden Nitoryu Mogen Shirataki. Swinging both swords in his hands at high speed, he entangled Conqueror's Haki at the same time, directly cutting Tsunami in half. Whether it was Kaido, Bullet, or Margao, they all looked at each other. Such a terrifying attack. Who is this man? Kazuki Oden landed on the ground, ignoring the eyes around him, and looked up at the sky. The battle above is still going on, and the shadow of thunder and lightning can be vaguely seen. Although it is quite far away from the sky, everyone can feel this terrible power. Is this the Thunder Emperor Mitt? Kazuki Oden grinned and showed excitement in his eyes. His prediction was indeed correct, this Thunder Emperor Mitt was indeed powerful. At this time, above the 9 heavens, Mitt had already put on lightning armor, and the 2 swords in his hands were also covered with a layer of powerful lightning. Although Whitebeard Edward looked a little embarrassed, his momentum did not weaken. The battle between the two of them has reached a fierce stage, and it will definitely become more intense if the fight continues. However, Whitebeard and Mitt both realized this and began to gather strength. Both sides continued to accumulate strength in the air, the lightning flashed, the space vibrated, and the momentum made people breathless. Kaido and Bullet see this situation, and tell Mitt they want to show off. So they also prepared to continue attacking Margao and others, in order to cooperate with Mitt. But before they could take action, Kazuki Oden had already raised his knife to stop them. You two are new here, there is no need to fight to the death. Who the hell are you? Kaido said angrily. Somehow, he just can't stand Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden suppressed his smile. Just as he was about to speak, there was movement in the sky. Just listen to the roar, the sound grows from small to loud, and quickly engulfs the surroundings. The eyes of both warring parties were quickly illuminated by the shining electric light, and the surrounding space began to vibrate violently. Kaido, Bullet, Margao and others knew that the situation was not good and took action one after another. Soon, the shockwave caused by the battle between Mitt and 3.4 Whitebeard fell from the sky. Kaido, Bullet, and Margao all took action at the same time. Thunder 8 trigrams, Hey Ba Fist, Falcon Kick. The concussive shockwave hit the shore. In order to protect other people in the ship, everyone took action. Kazuki Oden also joined in with a sword, while not forgetting to look up at the sky. This terrifying struggle lasted for a long time, almost destroying all the trees, buildings and stones on the shore. When the people on the shore finally blocked the impact, they also lost the physical strength to continue fighting. Kazuki Oden exhaled, his eyes still in the air. Just under his eyes, a meteor flashed past and landed quickly. Kazuki Oden could see who the fallen person was at a glance, and a smile appeared on his face. With a bang, the black shadow falling from the sky hit the ground, making a big hole. The smoke quickly dissipated, revealing the true face of the black shadow. Whitebeard Edward gasped and jumped out of the hole. His clothes were in tatters, but his eyes were full of energy and showed no intention of flinching. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly dissipated at this time, and a shocking thunder struck down. The target of the thunder is Whitebeard himself. Despite this, Whitebeard did not panic and acted calmly. He held Kong Yunki in front of him and received the blow again. The powerful shockwave forced Whitebeard to take several steps back, his eyes still full of fighting spirit. However, neither side chose to continue taking action, but instead invariably took back their momentum. This sudden situation caught everyone at the scene unprepared. Kazuki Oden was also stunned for a moment, staring at himself. Mitt's eyes were on Whitebeard, and the smile on his lips continued. You have made great progress in the past 8 years, Edward. Chapter 50 Kazuki Oden's Challenge, Whitebeard Edward laughed. I've been looking for fights everywhere for the past 8 years, of course I will make progress. It's you, Mitt. I thought your strength would diminish, but I didn't expect it not at all. Mitt smiled and said, don't think I'm not prepared at all. Everyone was stunned when they saw the atmosphere between the two people who were at war with each other just now suddenly became harmonious. Only Whitebeard Edward's laughter echoed throughout the sky. That's good, haha, it's hard to see us again. Let's get ready for the banquet, Marco. After hearing Whitebeard's order, Marco covered his head and couldn't help but shake it. He knew it would turn out like this. After all, Father Whitebeard and Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, have an old relationship, so naturally they won't have any issues with each other. So under Marco's auspices, the two parties immediately prepared for the banquet together. Kazuki Oden looked at the changes in front of him and was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. When he reacted, Whitebeard Edward and Mitt appeared in front of him at the same time. Which one are you, this warrior? Whitebeard Edward asked. Before Kazuki Oden could answer, Zeit said, he should be Wanakuna's current daimyo, Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden's eyes were even more surprised and he couldn't help but say. How did you know? Mitt smiled slightly and did not answer the other party directly. Since the daimyo of Kuri is here in person, how about attending the banquet together? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard Edward put away his surprised eyes and stretched out his hand towards Kazuki Oden. Mitt is right, let's go to the banquet together. Kazuki Oden looked at Whitebeard, then at Mitt, and scratched his forehead. Okay. In this way, after the battle, Mitt and the Whitebeard pirates started their banquet. In addition to both of them, Kazuki Oden participated as an extra guest and drank together. Whitebeard Edward's face was flushed at this time, he was in high spirits, and he drank another glass of wine in one breath. Mitt, those two weapons of yours are so powerful. Just now, Whitebeard Edward suffered a loss from Mitt's two weapons. After all, both weapons are quite powerful devil fruit, so Whitebeard will naturally have a hard time fighting them. So after the fight with Mitt, Whitebeard immediately asked him about his situation. This is all done using special methods, Mitt said calmly. I know, this is the power of Vegapunk. Whitebeard Edward touched his chin. He sounded envious. He is indeed the smartest man in the world, he is really powerful. Although he was shocked, Whitebeard Edward didn't forget to ask Mitt. By the way, Mitt, can you get some devil fruit? I want to get some for the kids to increase their fighting power. Now Whitebeard Edward has become a father, so he asked Mitt. He believed that with the relationship between the two of them, there would definitely be no problem. As expected, Mitt nodded directly. If you want devil fruit, all you have to do is be willing to pay more. Kazuki Oden was feasting on the side at this time. Hearing their discussion, he couldn't help but raise his head. Mitt also looked over at this time and said with a smile. Let's not forget the name. No, you talk about your business and I just listen, Kazuki Oden said immediately. His ears moved slightly, obviously very interested in the conversation between Mitt and Whitebeard Edward. In fact, Kazuki Oden knows everything about the situation on the sea, and he also knows who Mitt and Whitebeard are. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over immediately and met Whitebeard and Mitt at the same time. When Whitebeard Edward saw Kazuki Oden say this, he didn't hide it in front of him. I have something quite precious here, you must be interested, Whitebeard Edward said to Mitt. Oh, Mitt narrowed his eyes. What on earth is that? The text of history. Whitebeard Edward showed a smile on his face. I have 3 pieces here, all collected over the past 8 years. As soon as he heard that it was a historical text, even Mitt's eyes flashed. Edward, this is indeed a very precious thing, Mitt said. It's worthwhile for us to cooperate with each other. Wait, Dad? Hearing Whitebeard's thoughts, the other men immediately shouted. You can't give something as important as the historical text to others easily, Malfoy said hurriedly. It's okay, Whitebeard Edward said nonchalantly. We don't need this thing to dominate the sea, and the same goes for the so-called One Piece. Whitebeard Edward said this very simply, and now he is indeed more concerned about other things. That's it. Mitt nodded, acknowledging the agreement with Whitebeard. Although he can't read the historical text, he really needs this kind of thing. After all, it was the legendary ancient weapon, which was said to be powerful enough to destroy the world, and Mitt was very interested in it. Then I'll wait for your good news. Whitebeard poured another glass of wine into his mouth and said with a smile. No need. Mitt said directly, now here's what you want. Mitt suddenly said this, and Whitebeard Edward naturally became interested. Advertisement? Oh, are you talking about Wano-kuni? Kazuki Oden was eating meat skewers when he heard Mitt mention Wano-kuni and couldn't help but interjected. Does Wano-kuni have any devil fruit? As he spoke, he continued to chew the meat skewers, looking very familiar with it. Zoned is a phantom beast in the form of a large snake, Mitt said directly. This devil fruit is sleeping in Wano-kuni. As soon as this statement came out, Kazuki Oden became even more confused. How come I haven't heard of it? Marco walked over with Kaido and Bullet. You didn't even know this in Wano-kuni? Bullet frowned. Maybe he's among those Wano-kuni warriors. Kaido laughed, interested in the samurai. I heard that Wano-kuni's warriors are quite powerful, so we will meet for a while. Marco also nodded. Of course he was very interested in Wano-kuni's warriors. Mitt showed disapproval. Those warriors are all idiots, there is no need to pay too much attention to them. Kazuki Oden was naturally very happy when he heard Mitt say this. You're quite right, Mitt. That's right, he suddenly remembered something and said to Mitt. I just saw you two fighting and my hands were so itchy. Why don't you take this opportunity to compare notes? As he spoke, Kazuki Oden's eyes were filled with excitement. Mitt looked at the other person and shook his head slightly. Let's talk about anything after dinner first. Mitt said this mainly because he wanted to wait for a while before taking action. But Kazuki Oden won't just wait around. Seeing Mitt's refusal, he simply pulled out the 2 knives from his waist. Mitt, when I heard your name before, I wanted to compete with you. Show me how powerful you are. After saying that, Kazuki Oden quickly drew out his 2 swords and ran straight towards Shi. Oden Nitoryu Mogen Shirataki. The 2 swords danced rapidly, carrying the terrifying Conqueror's Haki, heading straight towards Mitt. The atmosphere at the scene changed. Mitt also pulled out 2 weapons and blocked Kazuki Oden's attack. There was a bang, swords clashed, and a violent wave quickly spread outward. Whitebeard Edward, Bullet, Kaido and others saw this and retreated at the same time. They didn't want to get involved in Mitt's fight with Kazuki Oden, so they moved pretty quickly. 2 swords against 2 swords, Kazuki Oden and Mitt initially fought, and they were evenly matched. Of course, Kazuki Oden would not be satisfied with this, he immediately dodged and swept away with his sword. Mitt waved his sword to resist, and took advantage of the situation to release his right weapon. A green dragon rushed out quickly, surrounded Kazuki Oden, and let out a loud dragon roar. Kazuki Oden was caught off guard and was restrained by this blue dragon. He quickly wanted to explode his strength and break free from the shackles of Qinglong. But at this moment, Mitt struck out like lightning, stabbing the opponent with his left hand almost instantly. The sword was so fast and so close that Kazuki Oden didn't react at all. By the time he noticed the situation, Mitt's famous sword Phoenix was already at his throat. Although this was just a small game, Kazuki Oden did lose an offensive opportunity. There was a helpless expression on his face, and his whole body weakened. Mitt smiled slightly and said, "The outcome is decided, Oden." Haha. Kazuki Oden also laughed, "As expected of you, Thunder Emperor Mitt. These two weapons are indeed powerful, but I won't back down so easily." Kazuki Oden's momentum exploded again, knocking the surrounding tables away. At the same time, he also broke free from the shackles of Qinglong and firmly locked onto Mitt's aura. Oden two-sword style samurai great soul. Crossing his hands, his whole body was glowing with a powerful red light, and he struck directly at Mitt. The battle between Mitt and Kazuki Oden immediately caused a big shock. Dazzling lightning broke through the sky, and the shockwave continued to spread outward. Kazuki Oden danced his two swords in the air and launched powerful Conqueror's Haki. Mitt turned into lightning to avoid the attack and at the same time struck back. Azure Dragon and Phoenix appeared next to Mitt and attacked Kazuki Oden at the same time. Kazuki Oden was able to resist with Conqueror's Haki at first, but he soon fell behind. The movement between the two of them was quite loud, which immediately attracted the attention of other people in Wano Kuni. The previous battle between Whitebeard and Mitt was already eye-catching, but this time it even surprised those who came over. After fighting in the air for a long time, Kazuki Oden finally showed his weakness due to lack of energy. Mitt didn't hesitate, he immediately grabbed the flaw and slashed through it. Kazuki Oden originally wanted to block with his sword, but his reaction was still a bit slow. He struggled to block Mitt's slash, and the cry of the Phoenix came from behind. Before he could turn around and fight back, his whole body was engulfed by the Phoenix's flames. Several thunderbolts struck in the air, each one heavier than the last, directly knocking down Kazuki Oden. Advertisement with a bang, Kazuki Oden fell to the ground, creating a huge deep pit. Lord Oden. A group of men in samurai uniforms hurried over. When Whitebeard Edward saw it, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. When these warriors came to the pit, Kazuki Oden immediately jumped out. Haha. Kazuki Oden laughed, although he was a little embarrassed, he was not very energetic. As expected of you, Thunder Emperor Mitt, I'm really convinced. Just now, Kazuki Oden tried his best, although he didn't go all out, he was definitely defeated now. Kazuki Oden himself was also convinced and his tone was sincere. Mitt smiled and said lightly, I said it from the beginning, you are no match for me. Oops. Kazuki Oden scratched his head. I'm a little embarrassed when you say that. I am a famous person after all, so why not take you into Wano Kuni? Just come to my mansion, let's have a nice banquet. Kazuki Oden knew the purpose of Mitt, Whitebeard and others, so he took the initiative to speak out. He had a good impression of both of them and thought they were worth making friends with. Whitebeard Edward couldn't help laughing when he heard Kazuki Oden say this. Kazuki Oden is really generous, so he won't be polite. Kaido and Bullet certainly had no objections and stood with the Whitebeard pirates. That's it, under the leadership of Kazuki Oden, both Ed and the Whitebeard pirates walked into Wano Kuni. In addition to them, the informants who secretly spied on the situation also quickly spread the news back. Soon, the news that Kazuki Oden was defeated by the Thunder Emperor Mitt began to spread throughout Wano Kuni. Kurozumi Orochi and Kurozumi Higurashi naturally learned the news. In the Kurozumi family mansion, Kurozumi Orochi, Kurozumi Higurashi and others are discussing the situation. I didn't expect that Thunder Emperor Mitt would come to Wano Kuni, Kurozumi Semimaru said solemnly. And not only Mitt, that guy Whitebeard is here too. Kurozumi Semimaru has always been wary of outsiders, especially Whitebeard and Mitt, two world-famous pirates. No matter what their purpose is, it's not a good thing. Kurozumi Orochi himself had a relaxed smile on his face, which made Kurozumi Semimaru a little puzzled. Orochi-sama, why is this expression coming? Staff member Kurozumi Higurashi came out and explained to him with a smile. Thunder Emperor Mitt and Whitebeard Edward may be outsiders, but that doesn't mean they can't be used. That's right. Kurozumi nodded. It might be a good opportunity for them to come to Wano Kuni and we can take advantage of it. What Orochi-sama means? Kurozumi Higurashi's face changed slightly. It's just an intention now. Kurozumi Higurashi smiled sinisterly. We won't start talking about cooperation until Lord Orochi personally contacts Thunder Emperor Mitt.
The opportunity has now arisen, Lord Orochi, let's set off now.
As soon as Kurozumi Higurashi finished speaking, Kurozumi stood up and said with a smile.
It just so happened that Kazuki Oden invited us to his mansion, so we can go over now. That Thunder Emperor Mitt, and Whitebeard Edward, both need to get in touch with each other.
As he said that, Kurozumi's face darkened. As long as I can become a general, everything else will be fine.
While the Kurozumi family was busy heading to the Kazuki Oden mansion for a banquet, Mitt and others had already arrived at their destination.
Kazuki Oden's mansion is very large, and when they arrived, the banquet was already ready.
Oden was naturally very enthusiastic. He invited other senior executives of Wano Kuni to come over and entertain Mitt and others well.
But Mitt actually doesn't like Kazuki Oden, so his reaction was dull. The reason why he followed Kazuki Oden to Wano Kuni was because he was a daimyo here. After arriving at Wano-kuni, Mitt will of course have to find his goals. Kazuki Oden also noticed Mitt's attitude, so he drank a lot with Whitebeard Edward. The banquet was very lively, and Mitt also took this opportunity to meet many people. Of course, Mitt's attitude was a bit cold and he found an opportunity to wander around the mansion. While others were not paying attention, Kurozumi took the initiative to approach Mitt. You must be Mitt, the Thunder Emperor. I've heard of you for a long time, and you are really powerful.
As soon as they met, he flattered me first and then whispered.
Since His Excellency Thunder Emperor specially came to Wano-kuni, he must have some agenda. Our Kurozumi family also has the intention to cooperate with the Thunder Emperor, you see. Listening to Kurozumi's tone, Mitt gave him a cold look. Just because you want to cooperate with me? He refused outright, not giving the black-haired snake any face. Kurozumi's face suddenly turned livid, and he said solemnly. Your Majesty the Thunder Emperor, why are you so contemptuous? Mitt didn't look at the other person this time and drank the glass of wine in his hand.
Before you want to cooperate with me, you should first see how much you have.
After saying that, he ignored the ugly Kurozumi and walked towards the house. Kurozumi Higurashi stood next to Kurozumi Orochi, very angry with Mitt's attitude.
This Thunder Emperor Mitt is too arrogant. He has not had much contact with Kazuki Oden, so what on earth is he thinking about?
Kurozumi Orochi waved his hand to interrupt Kurozumi Higurashi's complaint and gritted his teeth.
Let's go into the house and see what that kid wants to do.
Mitt walked into the main room and happened to see Whitebeard, Oden and others drinking.
Chapter 51 King vs. King, fight Whitebeard again. Sitting next to Whitebeard was Deputy Marco, who immediately noticed Mitt walking in.
Mitt, can't you drink? Marco said immediately. Who said that? Mitt smiled slightly and sat down directly next to Marco. Without saying anything, he reached for the wine bottle in front of Marco. Marco made a sudden move, trying to grab the bottle first. But Mitt was faster than Marco and took the bottle in the blink of an eye. Quickly filling the glass with wine, Mitt raised his head to drink and exhaled. The wine is good, Marco. Marco heard other meanings from Mitt's tone and his face darkened. Mitt's performance quickly attracted the attention of the audience, and Whitebeard and Kazuki Oden also looked over. Mitt, why don't you come and drink together? Kazuki Oden asked. We still need to drink a few more bottles. Facing the eyes of Kazuki Oden and Whitebeard Edward, Mitt smiled and placed his wine glass in front of Marco. Marco, how about you pour me a glass of wine? Hearing what Mitt said, Whitebeard and Marco's expressions changed slightly. They understood the subtext of Mitt's words, which was to recruit Marco. Not only that, but he was soliciting in front of everyone. Oops. Seeing this, Kaido couldn't help but shook his head. Our captain is really direct, and the one named Marco is really good. Bullet nodded beside him. The two of them had just experienced Marco's power and had a good impression of him. This is also the reason why Mitt likes Marco, so he simply poaches him here. Hey. Edward Whitebeard's face darkened. Mitt, are you going too far? Poaching in front of him certainly made Whitebeard very unhappy. Mitt ignored Whitebeard and looked at Marco. His meaning is already obvious, let's look at Marco's answer now. Marco pushed Mitt's wine glass back with almost no hesitation. I've been pouring wine for Dad, let the others forget about it. With that said, he took the initiative to get up and pour wine for Whitebeard. A smile suddenly appeared on Whitebeard's face, and he raised his eyebrows at Kaishi. I said Mitt, Marco is my family, so don't have such wishful thinking.
Mitt smiled back and said casually. It seems you have a nice family, Edward. Whitebeard laughed and took Mitt over to drink. After all, the two of them are now different forces, different from before under rocks. It's normal for poaching to happen now, not to mention that Mitt did it in front of everyone. He himself is above board, so Whitebeard Edward is quite acceptable. Of course, this situation was seen by the Kurozumi family on the sidelines. Kurozumi Higurashi's eyes flashed and he whispered to Kurozumi Orochi. Mitt obviously doesn't like Oden, but wants to recruit Whitebeard's people. See if you want. Kurozumi Orochi listened to Kurozumi Higurashi's plan, his eyes became brighter and brighter. After the banquet ended in the evening, Kazuki Oden invited Mitt and others to stay at the mansion. His mansion is quite large, allowing the Whitebeard pirates and Mitt to live together in it. Of course, Mitt and Whitebeard did not refuse. Most of them were already drunk and unconscious, and they could only rest on the spot. Even though he sensed that Mitt didn't like him very much, Kazuki Oden was still very enthusiastic. He was such a person, so Mitt couldn't help but frown again. It was late at night soon, and when everyone was asleep, a dark figure sneaked in quietly. Who is it? Marco shouted suddenly and walked out to the yard. Ha. A familiar voice sounded, and a tall figure stood in the shadow. Marco, why are you so loud? Dad. Marco recognized the other person immediately. Aren't you going to rest? Whitebeard Edward was resting in a separate room, while Marco was huddled with the other brothers. That's why he asked this question. Whitebeard didn't answer, just laughed in the shadows. I have a task for you, go investigate it now. With that said, Whitebeard tossed a note to Marco. There were too many people just now and I didn't have time. You have to finish it well, my son. Marco took the note, opened it, and saw an address. Find out what's going on in that room for me. Whitebeard said directly. Then come back and report to me. Okay. Marco nodded directly. Although he didn't know the reason, Marco did not hesitate and left directly. Looking at Marco leaving, a sinister smile appeared on Whitebeard's face. Then his figure suddenly changed, and it turned out to be Kurozumi Higurashi himself. This is Kurozumi Higurashi's clone fruit ability, he can disguise himself as anyone. Now that Marco has finally been transferred, the next step is the next step. Advertisement. Thinking this, Kurozumi Higurashi quickly transformed into Marco and walked towards the room where Mitt was. He just wanted Mitt to think that Marco was attacking him and deliberately sowing discord. Kurozumi Higurashi came outside the room and immediately prepared to explode with momentum and give Mitt inside a fatal blow. At this moment, Bullet suddenly came over from the other side. He was drunk, but his battlefield-experienced intuition allowed him to quickly detect this murderous intention. What? Bullet shouted sharply. Without hesitation, Bullet directly blackmailed Higurashi and hit him. Kurozumi Higurashi was startled and hurriedly rushed back. Marco. Bullet was shocked when he saw Kurozumi Higurashi's appearance. HMPH. Kurozumi Higurashi avoided Bullet's attack, and the opponent punched the wall behind him. With a bang, a big hole was smashed into the entire wall. Such a big movement quickly aroused alertness in the surrounding area, and countless people approached here. Kurozumi Higurashi knew that the matter had been exposed, so he simply dragged Bullet into the water. Bullet, on the other hand, also wanted to deal with the opponent directly. How dare you sneak up on me in the middle of the night, Marco? He shouted angrily and rushed towards Kurozumi Higurashi. Kurozumi Higurashi and Bullet punched each other in the air, causing a loud noise. Now anyone could notice the situation, and someone immediately took action. Things got louder and louder, and soon there was a roar from the air. Stop! A tall figure fell from the sky and landed in front of Kurozumi Higurashi. Marco, what's going on? Whitebeard Edward looked back at Kurozumi Higurashi and asked in a deep voice. Bullet was angry and wanted to accuse, but the black-haired Higurashi opened his mouth directly at this moment. Dad, this guy wanted to do us harm, but I stopped him. In the end, he still wanted to take action, which was too much. What? Whitebeard was furious. He hated others doing anything to his family, so he immediately pressed towards Bullet with all his aura. Bullet gritted his teeth and held on, and in an instant he was surrounded by Whitebeard's people. At this moment, a powerful momentum rose into the sky, knocking back Whitebeard's pressure. There was a flash of lightning, and Mitt himself appeared in front of Bullet. His tone was cold, looking at Whitebeard and Marco. What? You still want to attack my people? Faced with this situation, Edward was naturally very angry. He said directly in a deep voice. Mitt, you let your men hurt my family, don't even think about making excuses. Mitt looked at Bullet. Bullet said hurriedly, it's this Marco who wants to do harm to you, the people they chose. As he said that, Bullet turned his head and said fiercely. Marco, tell me clearly. Of course Kurozumi Higurashi would not admit it, and he continued to pretend to be Marco and add insult to injury. Dad, Mitt's men are spitting blood. He saw you coming and he actually dared to say that. They simply don't take us, the Whitebeard pirates, seriously. At the end of the sentence, Kurozumi Higurashi's voice became louder and spread quickly. Whitebeard Edward's face was ashen, and his whole body was full of momentum. At this moment, the big commotion caught the attention of Kazuki Oden, who quickly rushed to the scene. Wait, Kazuki Oden shouted, suddenly inserting himself between Whitebeard and Mitt. We can sit down and talk about anything, there's no need. Before he finished speaking, Mitt interrupted the other party. Let peace wait until later, Oden. It's not clear who made the first move, but we won't suffer a loss. As he spoke, Mitt and Whitebeard's eyes met in the air. Edward, you didn't play well enough today. Mitt sneered. Let me see your ability to protect your men. Whitebeard Edward pointed Kong Yunchi at Mitt, his eyes full of murderous intent. You don't have to say it, Mitt. As soon as he finished speaking, Whitebeard pressed towards Mitt at an extremely fast speed. Just when Kazuki Oden was about to continue to dissuade him, Whitebeard and Mitt both jumped into the air. They all chose to leave Kazuki Oden's mansion and fight in the air. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates who stayed in the mansion rushed over. Now that Whitebeard has taken action, they will definitely not stop. Bullet immediately rushed forward with a fist and faced the enemy with Kaido who was coming over. They were outnumbered by 2, but because of their strength, the Whitebeard pirates were hit several times at once. Seeing this situation, Kazuki Oden sighed and also pulled out the 2 knives. Just when Bullet punched the opponent away and wanted to pursue the victory, Kazuki Oden jumped out from the side at the right time and slashed at Bullet. Bullet did not expect that Kazuki Oden would be so fast and managed to avoid the opponent's attack. Kazuki Oden. Kaido shouted angrily, are you trying to help Whitebeard? Kaido jumped out with an angry roar and knocked away the enemies in front of him with a stick. Advertisement. Kazuki Oden looked at Whitebeard, then at Mitt, and said. Your Excellencies, things have become like this, so we should not be impulsive. Shut up. Kaido shouted angrily, it's useless for you to say sarcastic words here, you can see the truth behind your hands. After saying that, Kaido took the lead and gave Kazuki Oden a stick. Thunder 8 trigrams. This move is indeed powerful, so powerful that even Kazuki Oden dare not face it head on. So Kazuki Oden dodged Kaido's attack and stabbed him with his sword. Kaido didn't expect Kazuki Oden to react so quickly, but he continued to hit. Bullet also stood next to Kaido and dealt with Kazuki Oden together. In this way, due to the intervention of Kazuki Oden, the situation became increasingly uncontrollable. Mitt and Whitebeard continued to fight in the air, and people kept approaching. Dad, Diamond Josie, who was still young at this time, shouted as he barged in. Upon seeing the situation at the scene, Diamond Josie did not hesitate and quickly joined the battle. The entire Oden mansion began to become chaotic, with shouts of death and explosions everywhere. Kurozumi Higurashi originally wanted to find an opportunity to slip away, but things got worse and he didn't find the opportunity. So he continued to pretend to be Marco, dealing with Bullet and Kaido while looking for opportunities to retreat. Originally, the Whitebeard pirates didn't have much top-level combat power. Fortunately, Kazuki Oden helped. Otherwise, Kaido and Bullet alone would be too much for them to handle. Against generals, kings against kings. A bright incandescent light flashed in the dim sky, and then the surrounding space began to vibrate violently. Mitt drew out both swords, the cry of the phoenix intertwined with the roar of the blue dragon, and continued to attack Whitebeard. Whitebeard Edward was on the defensive, waiting to attack. His left fist was responsible for repelling the attack. His right hand held the Kong Yunchi and kept swinging it. In an instant, the sword was radiating, black lightning flashed around, and the momentum of the two people was also colliding with each other. Mitt still faced off against Whitebeard Edward. Just like the previous battle, he actually had no advantage. It's all because shock fruit is so powerful, it's really hard for Whitebeard to find a breakthrough if he wants to defend. Not to mention that Whitebeard Conqueror's Haki is very powerful, and the slashes he can make with his longsword are also very terrifying. Although this is the case, Mitt still has no problem coping with it for a while. Several more long and narrow blades slashed at them, but Mitt easily avoided them. Immediately afterwards, Mitt accelerated his speed again, letting the electric current burst out, and quickly approached the opponent. Relying on Mitt's advantage in speed and the assistance of weapons. The confrontation between him and Whitebeard was evenly matched, and they were inseparable. Mitt almost playfully dodged Whitebeard's attacks and counterattacked with his backhand. Whitebeard is not as fast as Mitt, so naturally he can only shatter the space with one punch and dissolve it. This time, Mitt consumes much less than Whitebeard. Whitebeard obviously knew about this situation and was eager to capture Mitt as soon as possible. Mitt became calmer and calmer as he fought, attacking with weapons and thunderbolts from time to time. Drink. Whitebeard Edward knew that he could not go on like this and immediately shouted. Seizing the gap where Mitt was avoiding, he suddenly thrust into the surrounding space and pulled the opponent directly over. Mitt immediately changed direction in midair and wanted to retreat. But Whitebeard Edward continued to take action and stretch the surrounding space again. He continued to pull the surrounding space like this, making Kai Shi fall into a passive position. Of course, this Zhao Wang Zhao situation cannot last. The key point depends on whether Mitt can persist. Not long after, Mitt was negligent and Whitebeard Edward caught the flaw. I saw him being quickly pulled over by Whitebeard and slammed into Kong Yunchi. The right fist entangled Conqueror's Haki, and Whitebeard swung Mitt hard. Just when Whitebeard's terrifying sword light was about to hit, Mitt suddenly twisted his body and narrowly avoided it. Whitebeard couldn't help being surprised. He couldn't even react at such a speed. At this time, Mitt and Whitebeard were very close, and appeared behind them in a flash. Thunder Dragon bites and kills. Whitebeard was caught off guard and was stabbed hard in the back by Mitt. In an instant, blood spattered out, and under the severe pain, his beard rushed to the body equally quickly. He burst out with astonishing strength, punched out with both fists, and blocked all the space around Mitt. Mitt's face changed slightly, and he was about to avoid it with his elemental form, but was already hugged by Whitebeard. Watch the move, Whitebeard Edward shouted, deciding to fight Mitt. With such a close distance, even he would definitely be affected, but Whitebeard didn't care. Seeing that both sides were going to lose in this way, Marco's anxious voice suddenly intervened. Stop it, Dad. Whitebeard looked around in surprise, only to see another Marco appear in front of him. Marco. Whitebeard Edward frowned subconsciously. Aren't you at the back? How did you appear here? Now Whitebeard and Mitt are fighting outside the mansion, and Marco himself should be in the rear mansion. But the direction Marco came from was outside. Mitt looked at Marco, who looked anxious and understood after a moment's thought. It seems that you and I were both fooled. He sneered Lu. Marco rushed over and said, Dad, you just asked me to investigate. Are you deliberately trying to distract me? Why, Dad, there is no need to exclude me from this battle. What do you mean? Edward Whitebeard frowned. Chapter 52 Annihilation, the defeat of the Kurozumi family. When did I ask you to investigate? When Marco said this, the strength of Whitebeard's restraint suddenly weakened. Mitt himself took advantage of the situation and flashed outside, appearing next to Marco. Marco, who told you to leave? Mitt asked. Also, why did you attack us? Attack? I have never done anything like this. Marco was still confused. Looking at the confused Marco, Mitt couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, really interesting. The current situation is that Whitebeard himself sensed something was wrong and his face darkened. Someone deliberately pretended to be me and transferred you away, that's for sure. What? Marco was shocked and said quickly. Who is it? Why are they doing this? We will find out who it is when we go back and take a look. Mitt suddenly said. Let's make a truce for now, Edward. You can't benefit from something for no reason. Whitebeard Edward took back his weapon and stood on the ground. His back was still bleeding, but he did not continue to take action at this moment, but turned his attention to the mansion. Coincidentally, Mitt, Whitebeard, and Marco quickly headed to the mansion. At this time, in the mansion, Kaido and Bullet were still fighting with Whitebeard's people. They dealt with masters including Diamond Josie at the same time, fighting each other back and forth. Upon seeing this, Kurozumi Higurashi immediately encouraged others to make more terms with Bullet. Of course, his idea was quickly discovered, and he was surrounded by Kaido and Bullet. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido directly hit it with a stick, with an extremely strong impact. There is a gap between Kurozumi Higurashi and Marco in strength, so there is no way to avoid it now. Careful, Kazuki Oden shouted and stood in front of Marco. In desperation, Kazuki Oden struck harder and blocked Kaido's attack. I saw Kaido hitting his sword with a stick, while constantly exerting force. Seeing Kaido being restrained by Kazuki Oden, Kurozumi Higurashi immediately attacked Kaido without hesitation. Kaido is struggling to suppress Kazuki Oden at this moment, and there is no way to dodge Kurozumi Higurashi's attack. Seeing that Kurozumi Higurashi was about to severely injure Kaido, there was a sudden loud noise in the sky. Immediately afterwards, an extremely thick thunder struck down, hitting Kurozumi Higurashi himself. Kurozumi Higurashi couldn't help but scream and stepped back subconsciously. Damn it! Kazuki Oden was naturally even more angry when he saw this situation. He did not hesitate to use all his strength to suppress Bullet and Kaido. Don't do it, Oden. Whitebeard's voice rang. Stop everyone, there is no need to continue fighting. While talking, Whitebeard and Mitt appeared in front of them at the same time. And standing next to Whitebeard was Marco himself. Marco. Kazuki Oden was startled and exclaimed along with Kaido and others. How is that possible? Kaido looked at each other, then at Higurashi. Why are there two Marcos? Kurozumi Higurashi knew that the matter had been exposed and hurriedly fled outside. At that time, Mitt had already firmly locked onto this guy and directly turned into thunder and lightning to chase after him. As soon as Kurozumi Higurashi took a few steps out, lightning flashed and Mitt appeared in front of him. Gritting his teeth, Hei-chan immediately decided to continue retreating. Mitt saw this and smiled coldly. The cry of the phoenix suddenly sounded, and while Kurozumi Higurashi wasn't paying attention, the blue-yellow flames rushed forward. Just like that, Kurozumi Higurashi screamed and was hit by the flames, and his whole body fell into it. Kazuki Oden put away the weapon, still with a surprised expression on his face. In the eyes of everyone present, the other Marco was rapidly changing and soon became another district. Kurozumi Higurashi, I knew it was you. The real Marco walked out. This is your conspiracy, you bastards. Diamond Chowzi also reacted at this time and hurriedly shouted to others. Stop, stop. Whitebeard Edward also walked over and looked at Mitt. It is already clear that this is a misunderstanding. But despite this, the wound on Whitebeard's back was still hurting, indicating the battle just now. Likewise, Mitt suffered an injury to his right shoulder, which stung his nerves. The truth is already clear. Mitt said, we were just being provoked. Of course because of this, I left a wound on your back. You're first, Mitt. Whitebeard laughed. It feels really good, but if you want to continue playing, you have to practice for a few more years. When the truth is revealed, Whitebeard will naturally not embarrass Mitt again. After all, the two of them had a good relationship. Mitt also smiled back and then said, I have to deal with something next, so you should quickly fix the injury on your back. With that said, Mitt walked towards Kurozumi Higurashi and lifted him up. Kazuki Oden reacted and hurriedly stretched out his hand. Mitt. Before Kazuki Oden could finish speaking, Mitt waved his hand to interrupt. Oden, as a daimyo you can't even handle this kind of thing. Since you don't want to take action, then let me clean up the door for you. Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, Mitt flew up with Kurozumi Higurashi and ran outside. Kazuki Oden opened his mouth and took back his outstretched hand. He knew where Mitt was going, but didn't stop him. The next place Mitt is going to is Kurozumi's mansion. The Kurozumi family residence. Kurozumi returned to the mansion early, anxiously waiting for Kurozumi Higurashi's report. Orochi-sama, there is quite a movement at the daimyo's mansion. Higurashi-sama should have succeeded. The subordinate next to him said with a smile. Kurozumi looked nervous and nodded towards his subordinates. I just don't know when the Higurashi guy will come back. I'm still a little worried since I didn't see him in person. In that case, how about we go and help? His subordinates said immediately. Kurozumi heard the words, touched his chin, and said in deep thought. It's not impossible, it's just. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful pressure suddenly came from outside. Kurozumi and all his men changed their expressions and stood up quickly. Boom. The door to the hall was blasted open, and a man's figure emerged from the smoke. This figure is clearly the Thunder Emperor Mitt. Not good. Kurozumi's face changed drastically and he hurriedly backed away. His strength is quite weak, so he naturally does not dare to fight against Mitt. The Kurozumi family's men rushed towards Mitt, trying to stop him. But Mitt didn't even raise his hand and walked over directly. Step after step, the men who rushed over all looked ferocious, and Mitt-clothed Kakuzu fell down without even touching him. They all rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and were stunned by Conqueror's Haki. Only Kurozumi Semimaru could resist for a while, but still couldn't get close to Mitt. Kurozumi ran outside in a panic and accidentally hit the wall. He fell to the ground and just wanted to stand up again, but his body couldn't stop shaking. The big snake Kurozumi was so frightened that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Mitt just walked over step by step, gaining momentum step by step. Kurozumi's body shook stronger and stronger, and finally fainted directly in front of Mitt. Seeing the stupid look of Kurozumi, Mitt raised the corners of his mouth and his eyes were extremely cold. This kind of waste actually occupies a quite good fruit. It is really a waste. With this thought in mind, he directly stretched out his hand to lift the other person up. You have only one value, and that is the Orochi fruit. After saying that, Mitt turned and left. When he left, he was just like when he came, and no one dared to stop him. In this way, Mitt alone easily destroyed the entire Kurozumi family. Kazuki Oden certainly knows what Mitt is going to do, and this is his default. So when Mitt returned to the mansion the next day, Kazuki Oden proposed to hold another banquet. The purpose of this banquet is to apologize to both Mitt and Whitebeard. Of course Mitt didn't refuse, it would be better to say that it played into his heart. Because after these few days of observation in Wano-kuni and understanding of Kazuki Oden, Mitt had already made plans. The banquet was a success, as if nothing had happened before. Kazuki Oden also danced at the banquet, causing Edward Whitebeard to applaud continuously. Bullet was also very happy and kept feasting at the banquet. Only Kaido was still thinking about the situation. He found an opportunity and approached late. Mitt, since the big snake has been captured by us, Kaido asked in a low voice. Now how to do? When he said this, Kaido's eyes flashed strangely. Mitt looked up at Kaido and took a sip of wine. You already have the answer in your mind, don't you? After hearing this, Kaido scratched his hair in embarrassment and lowered his tone again. Wano-kuni is a good place. If we want to develop, it would be best to occupy this place. That Kazuki Oden I've been observing, CJEE, for several days, he's just an idiot. As long as you and I take action, he will definitely not be able to stop him. Now we just have to wait for that guy Whitebeard to leave, then we can take action. When Mitt heard this, he shook his head slightly and smiled without saying a word. When Kaido saw it, he suddenly became anxious. Oh, just listen to me, this is really a good opportunity. That Oden is so stupid, he can definitely take down Wano-kuni. Mitt smiled again and said calmly. Kaido, you are just like that Kurozumi snake, you only know these little tricks. Kaido frowned, suppressed his anger, and said in a deep voice. Otherwise, what else do you want to do? Mitt didn't answer Kaido and stood up directly. Many people at the banquet had been paying attention to Mitt's movements. When they saw him standing up, they suddenly became very nervous. Now everyone knows that Mitt has lied to the Kurozumi family, so naturally they are worried that they will suffer. Only the daimyo Kazuki Oden seemed to know nothing and was drinking with Whitebeard as usual. Mitt stepped towards Oden and Whitebeard Edward. Kazuki Oden is discussing going to sea with Whitebeard. He himself yearns for the outside world more than Wano-kuni's affairs. When other people saw this, their hearts were in their throats, and their eyes followed Mitt closely. Edward, is there really such a magical country? Kazuki Oden asked excitedly. I really want to go and have a look. Advertisement. Whitebeard Edward was about to answer when he suddenly noticed the situation and narrowed his eyes. He turned around and saw that Mitt was looking towards this. Getting closer step by step. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became tense, and everyone looked over. Kazuki Oden also noticed Mitt approaching and immediately laughed loudly. Mitt, you are finally willing to come over for a drink, come on. He smiled and handed Mitt a jar of wine. You have to taste our Wano-kuni specialties. Mitt took the jar of wine, raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. Not a drop of the wine was spilled, all of it was absorbed into Mitt's body. Throwing away the wine jar, Mitt sat down in one breath and glanced at Kazuki Oden and Whitebeard. Someone made a grunt and couldn't help but swallow the saliva, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Some people clenched their fists for fear of making any sound. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, and his aura was gradually exuding. Kaido stared at Mitt, who was walking over, in a daze. Mitt's face was calm, and he suddenly reached out and took the wine glass in front of Kazuki Oden. Oden, can you give me this glass of wine? For you. Kazuki Oden's face suddenly darkened and he stared at Mitt closely. Whitebeard slammed the floor and glanced at Mitt. Ha ha ha. Kazuki Oden suddenly grinned. He patted Mitt heavily on the shoulder and said loudly. What's wrong? Just take it, Mitt. Kazuki Oden's laughter immediately made the tense atmosphere disappear, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Mitt has no ill intentions. Only Kaido noticed something was wrong and continued to stare at Mitt. Sure enough, Mitt said calmly after seeing Kazuki Oden who was laughing so hard. What about Wano-kuni, Oden? As soon as this statement came out, everyone at the scene was shocked, and the atmosphere became tense again. Whitebeard Edward couldn't help but said, Mitt, what do you mean? My meaning is very clear. Mitt was still looking at Kazuki Oden. I want Wano-kuni, it's that simple. You guy. Mitt was so direct, and Whitebeard's face became even more gloomy. Everyone was shocked, and they didn't expect Mitt to say this. Can this kind of thing really be said directly in front of Oden? Kaido was so shocked that he broke into cold sweat. He was shocked by Mitt's actions. Kazuki Oden is also looking at Mitt, with a smile on his face. Okay. Boom. Whitebeard, Kaido, Marco, and Diamond Josie all subconsciously smashed the floor. They were shocked that Kazuki Oden was so straightforward. Even Kazuki Oden's men opened their mouths in shock, as if they had lost their souls. Only Mitt still had a smile on his face, as if he already knew what the other person would say. But his eyes still narrowed subconsciously, obviously unable to understand Kazuki Oden's decision. In fact, Mitt just wanted to force Kazuki Oden to do it. After all, he is not a scheming villain like Kurozumi. Even if he wants something, Mitt will grab it openly. But now Kazuki Oden's reaction is quite surprising. Lord Oden. Kazuki Oden's men reacted and rushed over in a hurry. Please think twice. Kazuki Oden waved his hand and said indifferently. This is my decision, you don't need to say it. That guy Kurozumi is messing around, he might as well give it to Zet. Kazuki Oden really looked indifferent, even Whitebeard Edward was shocked. Oden, you must be drunk. I'm not drunk, Kazuki Oden said. Either fight with Mitt or let him occupy it. We have fought before, let's forget it this time. Whitebeard Edward couldn't help but shake his head, not understanding Kazuki Oden's decision. Kazuki Oden continued. Edward, I've always wanted to go overseas. You came at the right time this time. I will leave with you then. Lord Oden. The surrounding men were frightened. What will we do if you leave? I've said it all, Kazuki Oden said helplessly. Since Mitt is here, can't we just let him take care of it? Kazuki Oden said, turning his head to Mitt. Mitt, Wano-kuni gave it to you, you have to develop well. Don't let the people of Wano-kuni live too hard, lest they complain later. Mitt nodded and answered simply. You can rest assured that there will be no problem. He had regained his composure at this moment, although he was a little surprised that Kazuki Oden was so straightforward. But Mitt then thought about it. If Kazuki Oden was normal, Kaido would not be able to capture Wano-kuni. It can only be said that Kazuki Oden's brain circuit is different from others. In this way, despite repeated objections, Kazuki Oden handed Wano-kuni to Mitt. Chapter 53. The Sky and Moon Appear, The Crisis on Beehive Island. Because the succession ceremony was to be held, the Whitebeard pirates also stayed in Wano-kuni for several days. At a ceremony a few days later, Kazuki Oden officially gave up the daimyo position to Mitt in front of all the people of Wano-kuni. Mitt became Wano-kuni's first outsider daimyo. The ceremony went smoothly, because with the help of the former daimyo Kazuki Oden, even if others had objections, there was nothing they could do. In addition, Mitt showed his strength and proved that he is capable of shouldering heavy responsibilities. The common people in Wano-kuni knelt down one after another and faced the Tea-Mountain Beer. Upon seeing this, Kaido was convinced by Mitt. Wano-kuni was captured without any bloodshed, and Kaido was naturally at a disadvantage. At the celebration dinner that day, a group of people drank wine and sang songs happily. The whole Wano-kuni is immersed in a sea of happiness, and this atmosphere is everywhere. Mitt sat in the main seat in the living room of the Daming Mansion, with Whitebeard and Kazuki Oden sitting next to him. Kaido and Bullet, as well as Whitebeard's captains, were sitting outside. In addition, there were also major officials from Wano-kuni who were also present at the banquet. Mitt, I will leave with Edward tomorrow, and Wano-kuni will be left to you. Kazuki Oden said seriously. Don't worry, Mitt said, at least it won't be worse than when you were here. Kazuki Oden scratched his head in embarrassment, but he was self-aware. After all, Oden usually doesn't care much about Wano-kuni's affairs. Whitebeard Edward looked at Mitt, who was now a famous man, and sighed. Mitt, you are really awesome. From the first moment I met you, I knew you were extraordinary. But it's impossible to become the king of the sea just by staying in one place. You should know this. Whitebeard Edward's obsession with occupying the place is not as important as others, and his ambition is not here. The most important thing is the legendary One Piece. You will definitely not find it if you keep it still. Kaido heard what Whitebeard meant and said immediately. Edward, do you think we will stop moving after we capture Wano-kuni? To tell you the truth, the historical text is also our goal. This is the goal that Mitt and Kaido discussed as early as on Beehive Island. They must get the legendary One Piece. Historical text. Kazuki Oden is also very interested in this. I heard that as long as you collect all the historical texts, you can know how to go to Raftel and find the One Piece. Do you have any information? Kaido smiled and said to Kazuki Oden. Rox had 2 pieces of history under him before. One piece was taken away by Charlotte Linlin, and the other piece was in the hands of that guy Haki. In these years, everyone has gone their own way and is gathering strength. Sooner or later there will be a fight, for One Piece. Whitebeard Edward saw Eve from the side. If you don't move faster, maybe Roger will go to Linlin's territory by now. Roger has developed rapidly in the past few years, and his strength has been greatly enhanced, even more powerful than before. If he takes action, sooner or later the text of history will fall into his hands. You don't think so highly of Linlin? Kaido asked in surprise. Although Linlin is powerful, I'm sure he is no match for Roger. Whitebeard said this very seriously. Bullet directly interjected, with a somewhat excited tone. In that case, let's go over and fight Roger. Bullet wants to challenge the strong, and Roger is naturally one of his targets. Mitt raised his hand to silence the scene, his eyes staying on Whitebeard. Roger, and the historical text will be considered later. I have one more thing to talk to you about, Edward. Whitebeard Edward seemed to know what Mitt wanted to say and shook his head helplessly. Mitt spoke very directly, without any attempt at concealment. Since we are going to see to deal with Roger, let me take Marco away, Edward. Mitt still made this negotiation to Whitebeard in front of everyone. The faces of everyone present changed slightly, and their eyes were all focused on Mitt and Whitebeard. Whitebeard Edward drank a glass of wine and continued. Marco is my son and that will never change. Of course. Mitt followed the other person's words and continued. I won't treat Marco badly, he just needs devil fruit now. Whitebeard Edward understood what Mitt meant and nodded slightly. Then just be nice to him, Mitt. Marco's face changed slightly, tears already appeared in his eyes. Dad, he choked. Whitebeard raised his hand and said calmly. You will always be my son. Dads should finally let go. Come on Marco, make me proud of you. Marco couldn't bear it anymore and knelt down directly. Kaido saw with sharp eyes that the other party was already in tears. In this way, after the banquet, Kazuki Oden and his family boarded Whitebeard's ship. Wano Kuni's subjects naturally shed tears until Whitebeard's fleet disappeared over the sea. Kaido and Bullet have been busy recruiting people to join these days and doing the handover work. Advertisement. After all, if Wano Kuni is occupied, financial and other aspects will definitely have to be involved. Only Mitt continued to stay in the mansion, and the screams of other people could be faintly heard from inside. Just a few days later, Mitt officially got the Orochi fruit. As for the Kurozumi snake, no one cares. Now under Mitt's rule, the Kurozumi family has completely disappeared. In the mansion, Mitt summoned Kaido, Bullet and Mal and asked them to come over for a meeting. What's going on, Mitt? Kaido asked carelessly. I'm definitely leaving, absolutely. Bullet nodded seriously. He always wanted to leave Wano Kuni and go find trouble with the Roger pirates. Therefore, Bullet's willingness to leave is the strongest. Only Kaido is a bit reluctant to leave. Vegapunk just contacted me, please listen. Mitt said directly, throwing a phone bug into the middle. The phone bug immediately transformed into Vegapunk, and his tone was a little nervous. Kaido, Bullet, come back with Mitt quickly. What's wrong? Kaido suddenly frowned. Is there an enemy coming? There are several warships. They are so fierce that they have surrounded the Beehive Island. Vegapunk exclaimed. The current defense force on Beehive Island is insufficient, and Vegapunk alone will definitely not be able to withstand it. Mitt, come back quickly and move quickly. Is it Marine or someone from world government? Kaido continued to ask. I don't know, can you please hurry up? Don't ask. Vegapunk became even more anxious. You need to think of a way to hold on for a while. Mitt spoke. We'll go over there to provide support. Okay. They haven't attacked yet, they just surrounded the Hive Island. Vegapunk tried to calm himself down. You have to move quickly, I won't be able to hold on for long. After finishing speaking, Vegapunk took the initiative to turn off the phone bug. Bullet clashed his fists, making a snapping sound, and said angrily. Which blind bee ******** D dares to go to Beehive Island and act recklessly? Kaido shook his head and said, there must have been someone who was specifically watching us before. As soon as we left Beehive Island, they started. No need to guess. Mitt stood up and said calmly. You can tell who it is exactly by looking at it. After saying that, Mitt took the initiative to leave, and Kaido, Bullet, and Marco all quickly followed. In order to reach the destination as quickly as possible, Mitt turned into lightning and flew into the air. Kaido and Bullet turned into phoenixes and blue dragons one after another, leading Marco to follow. They were about to follow behind, but unexpectedly Mitt stopped on his own initiative. While Kaido and Bullet were confused, Mitt suddenly changed direction and fell from the sky. This is an island very close to Wano Kuni, and a bunch of people are chasing it. They held long knives and spears in their hands, shouted loudly, and were full of murderous intent. A beauty with long green hair in a kimono was in a panic and kept running away. She was in a very embarrassing condition, and she was still holding a sword tightly in her hand. Quick, catch this woman, don't let her escape. Damn it, you actually dare to run, let's see if I don't kill you. The beauty in kimono had no way to escape, and was about to be overtaken by the pursuers, so she could only grit her teeth and turn around. You bastards, she shouted angrily, her eyes filled with anger. Haha, you can't run away now. The pursuers grinned and pressed towards the woman together. At this moment, several thunderbolts suddenly struck from the sky, directly hitting the pursuers. As soon as the shrill screams were heard, the pursuers turned into charred corpses in an instant. Tianyushi opened his mouth wide and looked at the scene in front of him with a look of surprise. Just now, she wanted to use her time fruit ability to escape, but she didn't expect thunder and lightning to strike from the sky. What exactly is going on? Tianyushi's doubts did not last long, lightning flashed, and a tall figure appeared in front of her. Are you okay? The person who came was none other than Mitt. At this moment, when he looked down at Tianyu, there was some concern in his tone. Tianyushi looked at Mitt blankly, swallowed his saliva, and nodded tremblingly. Thank you. It's okay. Mitt looked at the other person and continued. You probably have nowhere to go now, how about you come to my place? Who are you? Tien Yushi lowered her head and said nervously. Mitt, people here call me Mitt the Thunder Emperor. Mitt smiled. Come with me. He extended his hand to the other party again. No matter what, let's get out of here first, right? Tianyu also knew that he could only rely on the man in front of him now, otherwise he would be inseparable. So she quietly looked at Mitt, then swallowed and walked over gently. Mitt continued to stretch out his hand and looked at the other person with burning eyes. Tianyu walked up to Mitt, mustered up his courage, and put his hand on the other person's hand. Excuse me, Mr. Mitt. When Bullet and Kaido rushed over, they were surprised to find that there was a woman beside Mitt. And Mitt is still waiting for them on a ship. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. Kaido, Bullet, and Marco were all confused and wanted to ask questions. In response, Mitt just waved his hand and pointed in the direction of the Beehive Island in the distance. We can wait until we get to Beehive Island to discuss anything. Let's go now. Be prepared to face the enemy. Kaido and Bullet looked at each other and immediately nod. Good. This is just an episode. What really matters is Beehive Island. We must find out who is besieging Beehive Island. Beehive Island. Because Mitt left with Kaido and Bullet, the island's defense was greatly reduced. Basically it's just Vegapunk, some robots he developed, and a group of pirates. Without Mitt, Kaido and Bullet, Vegapunk alone will definitely not be able to stop them. So Vegapunk was quite panicked and wished that Mitt and the others would teleport over now. Dr. Vegapunk, the ships outside have surrounded the Hive Island. Several pirates hurriedly ran to Vegapunk and shouted loudly. Vegapunk swallowed and tried to calm down. Don't worry, Mitt and the others will be here soon. We just need to delay them. With that said, Vegapunk took the lead and walked outside. Then what should we do now? The subordinate's voice was trembling. I told you, don't worry. Vegapunk emphasized again. Although he said this, the cold sweat dripping from him had exposed his thoughts. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise, and Vegapunk's portable phone also rang. Reporting to Dr. Vegapunk, an enemy ship is approaching and is preparing to land. Phone Bug's expression is very nervous, similar to Vegapunk now. Damn it. Vegapunk gritted his teeth. Let's go out first and see who it is. If it's an enemy, we'll run away. Ah, the subordinate was stunned. Didn't Master Mitt ask us to guard this place? Which is more important, the land or the people? Vegapunk asked angrily. No matter what, come with me quickly. Just like that, Vegapunk hurried to the coast with a desperate expression. Off the coast, there were indeed several ships surrounding it. These ships did not have any obvious flags, but they were all huge ships and cannons, and they looked very powerful. Vegapunk almost scared his soul out of his skin when he saw it. In today's world, besides Marine and world government, who else can have such a large warship? It's over. Vegapunk hugged his big head. It must be the world government and Marine. They deliberately did not fly the flag and wanted to take action against me. Vegapunk has not forgotten that he left the world government before, and has been worried that he will be found. If Mitt hadn't taken Vegapunk away back then, wouldn't he be so nervous now? Mitt, Vegapunk couldn't help but sigh. Things have become like this, and he can only accept his fate. Dr. Vegapunk, what should we do now? The man's teeth chattered and he lowered his head and asked. What else can I do? Vegapunk spread his hands. Everyone has logged in, so we can only think of ways to delay it. Don't worry, as long as Mitt doesn't die, he will definitely save us. Yes, Vegapunk was already thinking about being imprisoned at this time. Of course things didn't turn out the way Vegapunk thought. Because it was neither world government nor Marine who landed on Hive Island. Just as Vegapunk was sighing, a man was floating above his big head. As soon as Vegapunk finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly blew in the air. The strong wind blew Vegapunk away, scaring him so much that he clung to his men's clothes. Hoo! A black shadow flashed, and a terrifying tornado descended from the sky, encircling the surrounding Shadian. The tornado quickly spread out, covering the faces of Vegapunk and the surrounding men with sand. Vegapunk hurriedly rubbed his eyes hard, trying to open them in the howling wind. The tornado was still raging on the ground, and several screams were heard. Suddenly, thunder struck from the sky, carrying extremely terrifying power. These thunderbolts directly split the tornadoes on the ground, and air waves rolled out in an instant. Vegapunk could no longer hold on, and his whole body was carried away by the air waves and flew backwards. Help! Vegapunk couldn't help shouting. Before he could finish shouting, his whole body was suddenly pinched under his ribs again and fell to the ground with a thud. I cautiously opened my eyes and saw that it was Mitt himself who had just taken action. Mitt held Vegapunk between his arms and looked forward at the same time, looking at the man hidden in the strong wind. If you want to come to someone else's house, shouldn't you knock on the door first? Mitt said coldly. Dragon. That's right, it's none other than Garp's son, Dragon. The current dragon is no longer Marine. Because of the incident in the Valley of the Gods, he quickly broke away and established a revolutionary army. Mitt naturally knows this news, and also knows that the current revolutionary army is not strong. According to his estimation, the revolutionary army is only in a primitive state now. Why did Long come to the factory with such fanfare? Chapter 54. Heading to 10,000 Kingdoms, Target History Text. Hearing Mitt's voice, the cloaked man standing in the strong wind came out. He raised his head slightly, revealing his tattooed face. We have been waiting outside for a long time but have not received a response. In this case, I can only come and see for myself. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 blue-yellow great fireballs suddenly shot out from the air and headed straight for the dragon. Without even looking, the dragon formed a wall of wind around him, forcibly blocking the 3 great fireballs. There was a roar, and Bullet, Kaido and others also arrived directly and landed on the ground. Among them, Kaido, who turned into a blue dragon, had a woman on his back. But the situation is tense now, so no one pays much attention to it. Everyone's attention was on the uninvited dragon. As the founder and leader of the Revolutionary Army, why does he want to dominate the peak area? Mitt glanced at the dragon and the warships behind him, and sneered. Long, do you think these people alone can threaten me? Of course I don't think so. Long's answer was calm. Besides, I'm not here to cause trouble for you. If you don't want to cause trouble, what are you doing here? Kai Shi said. Cooperation. Long looked at Mitt, his eyes shining. I'll work with you, Thunder Emperor Mitt. When he said this, both Kaido and Vegapunk looked in disbelief. No way, you, a former Marine, actually want to cooperate with us. Kaido shouted. Do you think we will believe it? It's not up to you to decide whether you believe it or not. Long said in a deep voice, his eyes always staying on Mitt. Mitt, although you are also a pirate, you are not a person like Rocks who does all kinds of evil. In order to overthrow the greater evil, we also need your help. What do you think, Mitt? Mitt and Long looked at each other, faintly exuding powerful aura. After a while, he smiled slightly and said loudly. 470, what you said is quite right, but let me tell you. Only I can decide for myself. You don't need to tell me this. I don't want to cooperate with you either. Long obviously didn't expect Mitt to refuse so directly, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He said immediately, Mitt, don't you know what those bastards at Celestial Dragons are doing? If we don't deal with them for a moment, the world will still be in darkness. Long's tone was a little excited. He had seen darkness countless times over the years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of coming over to cooperate with Mitt. I do want to overthrow the Celestial Dragons, that's my goal. Mitt said. But that doesn't mean I want your cooperation, dragon. Taking a deep breath, Long's face calmed down. If you think it's not possible to cooperate with me, I can also be your subordinate. As long as we have the same goal, this combination will definitely be better. Hearing what Long said, Mitt couldn't help but show surprise. Of course, he still said what he just said. No, you'd better take action yourself. A person like you is too indecisive to be ruthless. Whether it's cooperation or you being my subordinate, it's not a good thing. Mitt really doesn't like Long's character, and naturally he doesn't want to cooperate with him. Seeing Mitt's resolute attitude, Long's face suddenly darkened. It seems like I'm having a hot time today. That's the end of the cooperation, and we will go our separate ways from now on. If there is any conflict, let's talk about it further. After saying this, Long turned around and left. Not only did he come very neatly, but he also left very neatly. Mitt looked at Long's leaving figure and reminded him loudly. Long, let me give you a piece of advice. Being a virgin in troubled times requires strength. Think about it for yourself. The dragon did not respond directly to Mitt, but there were a few more strong winds around him. Also to give you a heads up, Marine has already started taking action. Not only the virgin, the devil also needs strength. After saying that, the dragon rose into the sky and ran towards his fleet. In this way, Long and Mitt parted on bad terms without talking about anything. However, Mitt had some contact with the Revolutionary Army and knew information about Marine. Compared to Mitt, Vegapunk and Kaido were much more nervous about this information. After Long left, they immediately took Mitt to prepare for the discussion. As for Marine, just as Long said, preparations have indeed begun. Naval Headquarters Marineford. This crusade meeting was supported by Sengoku and was attended by Marine senior executives. Everyone, that demon Mitt has been on Beehive Island for 8 years. Sengoku said solemnly. No matter what, we should find a way to defeat this guy. Garp picked his nose when he heard Sengoku say this. Hasn't that guy been staying on Beehive Island? Is it necessary to take action so quickly? Advertisement. Besides that guy Mitt, it's better to concentrate on dealing with Roger. Marine Marshal Kong glanced at Garp and said solemnly. Garp, of course we'll take care of Roger, but so will Mitt. What's more, this guy started taking action not long ago. We can't forget what happened 8 years ago. When Kong said this, Garp shrugged casually. Sengoku glared at the troublesome Garp angrily and continued. We just received information that Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, had a fight with the Whitebeard pirates near Wano-Kuni. This is a pretty dangerous sign. Wano-Kuni has always been a non-franchise country. In any case, it is dangerous for Mitt to appear there. What's more, the fight with Whitebeard has already shown that he does not intend to stay on Beehive Island anymore. So that's it. Garp showed a surprised expression and nodded slightly. No wonder you're so nervous, Sengoku. Since you know, why haven't you been promoted to Marine Admiral? Sengoku still didn't look good on Garp. Now our Marine only has 2 admirals. Facing the increasingly rough sea, how can it be enough? And your son? Facing Sengoku's series of questions, Garp couldn't answer and could only touch his head and laugh a few times. Then he shamelessly changed the subject. Then what to do, Zephyr? Zephyr, who is a Marine Admiral, spoke. Since Mitt has been staying on Beehive Island, Tianlu should launch the Buster Call. Sengoku will also be responsible for this crusade, and he will bring our elite Marines there. Garp touched his chin and thought. Buster Call is okay, and Marine has recently added a lot of rookies. But you also know how powerful Mitt is, so you must not take it lightly. Just as Garp said this, a young man suddenly stretched out his hand. Kong nodded slightly, indicating to the other party to speak. Marshal, sirs. The man's expression was quite serious, with a murderous look between his brows. If you are going to back down because of the power of the Thunder Emperor Mitt, why do you need to wear this suit of clothes? We at Marine have always existed to support justice and defend justice. At this time, what can make us retreat? What can make us surrender? His words were impassioned and immediately resonated with the surrounding Marine generals. That's right, no matter how powerful the Thunder Emperor Mitt is, he will never be an opponent of justice. Justice will prevail. Someone raised their hands. Soon, many people raised their hands and shouted for justice, with slightly excited expressions. Oops. Garp couldn't help but shake his head, thinking of his son. Zephyr looked at the young man with a satisfied expression and nodded towards him. As expected of my disciple, Sakazuki. You're right, Marine's justice cannot be slandered by those bastards. Sengoku also cast an approving look at the young man. This man named Sakazuki performed quite well in Marine. In addition to Sakazuki, there are also Marine rookies such as Porcelino and Kuzan. With them here, no matter how arrogant the pirates are, the peace of the sea is still maintained. Now that Marine has been resting for 8 years, it's time to take action. Thunder Emperor Mitt, this heinous demon must be eradicated as soon as possible. He said. Everyone must be ready, and I, Sengoku, will naturally not back down. I haven't forgotten the revenge I took back then. Okay. Kong nodded in approval and said loudly. Now I declare that the crusade against Mitt will be directed by Sengoku. Our goal is very clear, which is to destroy Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, and the pirates on Beehive Island. Total erasure from history, for peace on the sea, for the stability of the world government, and for the justice of our Marine. Don't back down, we will fight to the end. Beehive Island. Because Mitt has returned, the security on the island has finally relaxed a little. Of course, they all know that the storm will definitely get bigger and bigger in the future. It is absolutely necessary to hold a discussion meeting to discuss next steps. Mitt, what should we do now? Kaido was very direct and looked at Mitt, who looked calm. Apart from Mitt, Kaido is the most concerned about the development. So as soon as he came back, he couldn't wait to ask. Facing Kaido's question, Katie glanced at him. Our current goal is naturally the historical text. Didn't you already know that when we were in Wano-kuni? But, Kaido frowned and couldn't help but said. Even if it's a historical text, do we have to take action directly? Longdu just said that Marine and world government have started to take action. We also need to find ways to deal with it. Mitt ignored Kaido's question and said directly. You will go to Wangwo with me tomorrow and ask Linlin for the historical text. What? Kaido, Bullet and Vegapunk were all startled. Marine is about to come over for action, but the other party still wants to go to Wangwo. Mitt, are you kidding me? Vegapunk wiped the sweat from his forehead. Go to Wangwo now. Don't worry, just leave Beehive Island to Bullet. Mitt said directly. Bullet smiled and nodded towards Mitt. Advertisement. Don't worry, if I protect you, there will be no problem. Bullet doesn't think too much like Kaido, he just wants to fight. No matter who it is, as long as it can make him excited. Is it really okay to just leave Bullet at home? Vegapunk was still worried. Hey, Bullet's face darkened. You look down on me. No waiting for Vegapunk and Bullet. When there was a quarrel, Mitt said directly. Of course it's no problem, as long as Kaido and I make a big enough fuss. Kaido was stunned when he heard this. He saw Mitt's confident eyes and at the same time thought of what happened before. Ha ha ha, Kaido couldn't help laughing loudly. That's the way you are. Working with you is indeed the most correct decision. Kaido, who was still worried at first, is now confident. He has been with Mitt for so long, so he naturally has considerable confidence in him. I'm looking forward to it, Mitt. Kaido smiled, his eyes shining. The moment I will dominate the world with you. Hearing Kaido say this, Bullet also showed a fanatical look. Only Vegapunk is still worried, but he also knows that he can't object. Mitt smiled slightly and continued. Our power is not strong enough now. Neither you nor Bullet have reached the level of Marine Admiral. At least be stronger than those in Marine, then you can claim to dominate the world. Kaido was surprised. He didn't expect Marine Admiral to be so strong in Mitt's eyes. Bullet looked excited. It's just Marine Admiral, even if I can't handle it now, I can still peel off their skin. If you give us more time, what if it's 5 elders? That's right. Kaido nodded heavily with an excited tone. If you want to dominate the world, only this kind of opponent can be considered a challenge. Vegapunk looked left and right, and finally covered his forehead with a helpless expression. He had a premonition that more and more big events would definitely happen next. Whether it's Mitt, Kaido or Bullet, they will turn the world upside down. The next day, Mitt and Kaido set off from Beehive Island to Wangguo. Since we are both in the New World, we usually drive our own Qinglong and Kaido transforms into Qinglong there. They kept moving in and out of the clouds, quickly heading towards their destination. In the past 8 years, Charlotte Linlin's power has developed rapidly, and she has also occupied islands and established the 10,000 kingdoms. At the same time, she also made her sons become cadres of all nations and rule the country together. Her power in the New World is growing and she has become an emerging force. Because of this, Zetter will lock it as the first target. Compared with the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates who have been waiting for the fleet to move, Wangguo is much easier to find. After entering the Toto land map, the Charlotte family immediately saw these 2 giant dragons. With such a terrifying situation, they naturally did not dare to neglect and hurriedly reported the situation to their family members. No, Lord Perot. The men rushed over in a hurry. Charlotte Linlin's eldest son, Toto Land's founding Sugar Spring Minister Lotperos Perot frowned. What's going on? He asked in a deep voice. Lord Perot, look at the photo quickly. The subordinate hurriedly handed the photo to Perospero. Seeing the 2 giant dragons writhing in the clouds, Charlotte 3.6 Teperospero's expression changed drastically. No. Go tell mom. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran towards the Cake Island. Also having the same idea as him was Charlotte Linlin's second son Katakuri. At the same time, other members of the Charlotte family also quickly gathered. Just the appearance of these 2 giant dragons reminded them of that terrifying man. Thunder Emperor Mitt. When Perospero hurried to his mother, he was surprised to find that people from other families were already there. Katakuri's face was extremely gloomy and he nodded towards his brother. I think it's that man. Charlotte Linlin is sitting on the throne, constantly swallowing various sweets into her mouth. She ate very quickly, with a ruthless expression on her face. 8 years have passed, and Charlotte Linlin is now slightly richer, different from before. But her aura has not weakened at all. Although she is eating, her aura is quite terrifying. Mom. Perospero swallowed. You should already know the situation. Charlotte Linlin glanced at the other person and ate a piece of cake. Perot, why are you so panicked? Perospero was speechless, with an embarrassed expression on his face. Katakuri ignored his brother and spoke directly to his mother. Mom, since that guy dares to come to your door, let me take the lead. The Thunder Emperor Mitt has been silent for many years. We must find out the truth. Charlotte Linlin heard her son's words and waved her hand in refusal without hesitation. Katakuri, I know Mitt's strength. You definitely can't deal with him. This guy is definitely coming for me. Of course I have to fight in person. After saying that, Charlotte Linlin's face darkened and she sneered. I haven't avenged my revenge yet, so we just happened to take advantage of him to come and solve it together. Chapter 55. A third party arrives and a fierce battle begins. Just let me chop your head off myself, Mitt. Dark layers of thunderclouds filled the sky, casting shadows over the kingdom of Toto land. All members of the Bigman pirates are in full formation, guarding the top. 2 green dragons danced in the air at the same time, thundering in bursts, as if thunder was about to fall at any time. Mitt himself sat on the head of Qinglong, his indifferent eyes scanning below. This is the base of the Bigman pirates, the Toto land kingdom. At this time, the kingdom of Toto land was far from as prosperous as later generations, and was only a small country. So when the thundercloud enveloped the past, everyone felt it. Ignoring the trembling civilians below, Mitt pointed towards the location of the castle. Since we are all here, let's say hello to our old friends first. Kaido understood, and Mitt and Qinglong opened their mouths at the same time. 2 huge blazing fireballs erupted from the mouth and rushed towards the castle. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew out of the castle, and also swept out a large fire. The flames from both sides collided in the air, and the fiery breath swept across the earth instantly. The civilians below were suffering in the heat wave and screamed one after another. Even the cold sweat they had just shed was instantly wiped away. Mitt, Kaido, you guys. Charlotte Linlin said in a deep voice. She has now called out all the homies, and is sitting on top of the thunder clouds, holding the hat sword in her hand and a great fireball floating beside her. 8 years have passed, and Charlotte Linlin has naturally made long-term progress. It can be said that she is much stronger now than before, but she does not dare to be careless in front of Mitt. What's more, besides Mitt, Kaido also came with him. Charlotte Linlin kept a close eye on these opponents and did not dare to relax at all. I won't talk about reminiscing about old times, Mitt said calmly. You just need to cooperate with us, Linlin. Kaido also helped. Linlin, considering that we were once companions, please cooperate. As long as you are willing to cooperate, there is no need to go to war. Shut up, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin said angrily. I took so much care of you on the Rocks ship, and now you're actually causing trouble for me. Why? You be asterisk 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 D. Kaido didn't get angry when he was scolded and said directly. Linlin, it seems you really want to fight us. To tell you the truth, I can deal with you myself even if I don't ask MI-29 Tay to take action. Charlotte Linlin became even more angry after hearing this, and without hesitation slashed a wave of sword towards the opponent. This sword wave was so domineering that it instantly shook away the thunderclouds around Kaido. Wei Guo. This move was extremely powerful. Kaido's face changed slightly, and he immediately moved his body. Boom. Kaido created several tornadoes in the air, forcing himself to block the sword energy shock wave. At the same time, he also radiated lightning from his body and attacked Charlotte Linlin from all directions. The fireball next to Charlotte Linlin immediately erupted into flames and enveloped the owner in it. She herself rushed towards Kaido with a long sword, and her momentum became stronger and stronger. Seeing this situation, Kaido also rushed towards the opponent, and the dragon's horns wrapped around the jet black Haki. The two sides collided with each other in the blink of an eye, and a huge shock wave erupted. This shock wave immediately spread in all directions, affecting the small island below and the surrounding sea. The rumbling sound was continuous, the island was shaking, and some people even fell directly to the ground. Katakuri, Perospero and others jumped out together, also wanting to attack Kaido. At this moment, Mitt pointed at them, and thunder and lightning suddenly fell from the sky. These thunderbolts were so fast and powerful that even Katakuri almost couldn't avoid them. They managed to avoid lightning strikes, but at the same time they felt the terrifying pressure from Mitt. Katakuri and Perospero couldn't help but take a breath, their eyes full of shock. This is the strength of Mitt, the Thunder Emperor. Even though it was just a glimpse, they have already felt the terror of Mitt. The reason why Mitt did this was to warn them. Let these guys leave Kaido and Charlotte Linlin alone. Katakuri and Perospero looked at each other and decided to stand still for the time being. They knew very well that as long as they acted on their own, this guy would definitely take action. Just like that, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin started fighting in the air. They used all their strength, whether it was lightning, fire or storm, they all collided in the air. The entire island was still shaking, as if it had succumbed to this terrifying power. Mitt continued to sit on the head of Qinglong, watching the battle between Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Of course he could see that the two were equally powerful, and it would take a lot of time to decide the winner. The most powerful thing about Charlotte Linlin is her body called a steel balloon. If the attack isn't strong enough, it won't even be able to break through her defense. In Mitt's opinion, Kaido's attack was still not strong enough, at least it couldn't break through Linlin's defense in a short time. In this way, it can only become a protracted war. Of course, this was what Mitt didn't want to see, so he raised the famous sword Phoenix. Not good. Katakuri's face changed drastically as he had been paying attention to Mitt's movements. Knowing that Mitt was about to take action, he immediately flew away. Advertisement. At this moment, Mitt was about to take action, but suddenly stopped. Perospero opened his mouth wide, and subconsciously stopped along with Katakuri. Mitt turned his head to the other side, which was the sea east of the island. On the East Sea, there is a ship, riding the strong wind and waves, heading straight towards here. Who is it? Katakuri asked subconsciously. He didn't expect that besides Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, there would be other people approaching. Everyone in the Charlotte family stood ready, staring at the sea in the distance. Kaido also noticed the situation, flicked his tail in the air, and brushed away Charlotte Linlin's flames. At the same time, an extremely loud male voice came over. Haha, you Rocks pirate people are having a party, am I being a bit rude? The man who spoke was none other than Gall D. Roger. Mitt raised the corner of his mouth and slashed at the opponent with a sword without hesitation. This sword directly cut open the sea surface in front of the Roger pirate ship and rushed straight forward. Roger stood on the bow of the ship, facing the sword light, and drew out his sword as fast as lightning. With a sneer, Roger's sword light blocked the attack and vibrated towards the surrounding space. Even the surrounding sea water was agitated, but Roger remained calm and motionless. He pointed his sword at Mitt in the air, his face full of fighting spirit. Mitt did the same. Seeing that Roger's momentum had risen, he said loudly. You can join us, Roger. After saying that, Mitt drew out both swords and slashed two sword beams at Roger at the same time. Roger jumped up, held the sword tightly in his hand, and struck it down with all his strength. God avoids. The sword energy of both sides collided, directly pushing the entire sea level backwards, and the momentum was even more earth-shattering. The shaking on the ground is getting bigger and bigger, and countless cracks have even appeared on the island. The strong wind that was still sweeping just now was swept away in an instant, and the entire darkness was shaken away. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin originally wanted to continue fighting, but they just sprayed flames at each other. In the blink of an eye, they were shaken away by this terrifying shock wave, and even the two of them had to turn around to defend themselves. Katakuri and Perospero tried hard to withstand this terrible impact, and finally stabilized themselves. As for the others, they had already staggered under the impact, and some even fainted. The impact continued, and the sea level under both sides was directly lowered by hundreds of meters. The entire space was shaking, the sky was torn in half, and the sound was extremely loud. Such a devastating situation makes people feel fearful. And this is just the first time Mitt and Roger have faced each other, and they haven't taken any more shots yet. Looking at Mitt in the distance, the smile on Roger's face did not change. He held the sword in his hand tightly, his momentum already bursting out. I've been meaning to have a good fight with you for a long time, Mitt. After saying that, Roger kicked his feet and rushed towards Mitt like a rocket. Mitt was naturally a little excited, and immediately struck with his swords. The flash of lightning erupted again, and Mitt instantly approached Roger at extremely fast speeds. But Roger's observation Haki was not a vegetarian and actually dodged Mitt's attack. Not only that, Roger also dodged the thunder and lightning falling from the sky in one breath. He is actually not faster than Mitt, but he seems to be able to predict the future and react in advance. This is the horror of Roger's vision. With his current ability, he can predict the future in advance. This was the first time Mitt saw someone who could avoid his attack, so he immediately continued to attack. At the same time, he did not forget to lock Roger and forcefully suppress the opponent with his momentum. Roger was immediately at a disadvantage, but still found an opportunity to fight back. They hit directly from the air to the ground, and then from the ground to the air. Sword energy kept coming out, sweeping across the ground, the sea, and even the buildings on the island. There was a rumbling sound, and the buildings on the island could not withstand the impact at all and were constantly collapsing. This situation scared the people on the island and fled in panic. Katakuri and Perospero could only find a way to rescue the citizens first. God avoids. Roger slashed out another crimson sword light, as if to tear the space apart, and rushed straight towards Mitt. Mitt was now covered in lightning armor, and a huge shadow appeared behind him. Facing Roger's attack, Mitt did not hesitate and directly used both swords. Zon lay double divine flash. The green dragon and the phoenix flew out at the same time, intertwined with each other, and rotated to absorb the surrounding space. The surrounding space began to distort, and Roger's slash was directly distorted and completely absorbed. While absorbing it, the phoenix and the green dragon attacked directly with strong attraction. Roger originally wanted to use observation Haki to find a space to hide, but was shocked to find that he couldn't find it at all. The space around him was all attracted by gravity, and there was no way to avoid it. There was no time for Roger to think, so he could only continue to wave the sword in his hand. Since you can't avoid it, use force to overcome skill and forcefully tear open the space. Boom. Roger's slash hit the sky, cutting the space into countless pieces in an instant, and then twisted it again. Xinglong took the blow, screamed, and temporarily moved back to expose the gap. Roger took this opportunity to jump up and pounce on him. At this moment, Mitt himself suddenly appeared above the gap and attacked Roger. Roger was shocked, but at this moment he could no longer give in and could only choose to fight hard. The two sides collided again, because Mitt took action early and quickly suppressed Roger. Advertisement. With a bang, Roger's whole body was knocked away and hit the ground hard. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Roger made a bottomless pit on the ground, and no one could even see it. Captain Roger. Roger. When the pirates on the pirate ship saw this, they couldn't help shouting. The young red-haired Shanks clung to the mast tightly, fearing that something might happen to Roger. Only Pluton Rayleigh remained calm and continued to pour wine into his mouth. Don't worry, we still have to fight, Rayleigh said with a smile. But, Shanks turned to look at Rayleigh. The battle has just begun, Rayleigh said. Neither Mitt nor Roger used their full strength. Sure enough, as soon as Rayleigh finished speaking, Roger jumped out of the pit. Surprisingly, there was nothing on Roger except some dust. He patted his pants, the smile on his face not diminishing. Mitt, I haven't seen you for 8 years, and you have a lot more tricks up your sleeve. Judging from Roger's calmness, it was obvious that he had not exerted his full strength. Mitt looked at Roger and said, "Aren't you the same?" In his opinion, Roger now looks more and more like the Pirate King. It can be said that Roger deserves to be the Pirate King in the future, and his current strength is really terrifying. But even so, as long as he has a little more time, Mitt is confident that he will not be weaker than him. Haha, Roger smiled. It's really interesting talking to you. Maybe we can have a drink. During the battle, Roger was still busy reminiscing with Mitt, and simply ignored the surrounding situation. Charlotte Linlin couldn't stand it any longer, and immediately struck by lightning. Roger's figure flashed past the thunderbolt and returned to the original place in an instant. His movements were extremely fast, and to the naked eye it looked like he had never left. 427 But Charlotte Linlin didn't care about this, she shouted angrily. Roger, Mitt, you two bastards are not allowed to fight here. What have you done to all nations? This is my territory. Charlotte Linlin was very angry and wanted to kill Mitt and Roger on the spot. But she also knew that it was impossible for her to deal with several monsters at the same time at this time. So she took the initiative to drop down and walked over to Roger. Upon seeing this, Mitt and Kaido put down their posture and quickly approached each other. Several people landed on 10,000 kingdoms at the same time. At this time, the kingdom of Toto Land was still relatively small and did not have so many islands. That's why Charlotte Linlin is so nervous, fearing that the kingdoms she finally built will be destroyed. Mitt knew what the other party was thinking, so he spoke directly after landing. Linlin, if you don't want to continue fighting with us, then just cooperate. Just hand over your stuff. What do you want? Charlotte Linlin gritted her teeth and asked. She tried to calm down. Mitt smiled slightly and slowly said 4 words. The text of history. No, Charlotte Linlin refused without thinking for long. The historical text is of great importance and she will never give it up to anyone. Roger was not surprised when he heard the conversation between Mitt and Linlin. He continued, "We are here for the same purpose as Mitt, which is for the historical text." Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes, and she knew that both of them had the same idea. Charlotte Linlin, who knew the purpose of the two people, would naturally not agree. I still said the same thing, it's impossible. Unless you kill me, I will never agree. Haha. Roger smiled slightly and continued to stare at Charlotte Linlin. Bigman, are you sure you want to do this? Just as Roger was speaking, his pirate ship had already docked. Including the young red-haired Shanks and the clown buggy, led by Pluton Rayleigh, approached. The Roger pirates have developed rapidly in recent years, and the aura they exude is enough to make people fearful. As soon as the Charlotte family saw this situation, they immediately set out to stop it. They all looked nervous, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Charlotte Linlin's face became gloomier when she saw this situation. Forget about Mitt and Kaido, Roger actually brought the entire pirate group here. If the two of them join forces, they will definitely not be able to cope with it. Even the nations that were finally established will be destroyed today. Charlotte Linlin absolutely refused to let this happen, so she quickly looked at Mitt. Mitt seemed to know what the other person wanted to say, with a confident smile on his face. Mitt, I will settle the old accounts with you later. Charlotte Linlin said solemnly. You definitely can't handle Roger now, why don't you join forces with me? Oops. Roger smiled and didn't stop him. He still exudes a kingly air, as if he has everything under control. Chapter 56. Battle with Roger, evenly matched. Mitt looked at Charlotte Linlin and said. Join forces with you. He thought for a moment and nodded slightly. That's no problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger's side erupted with astonishing momentum. A shock wave erupted with him as the center, almost knocking down the Charlotte family members who came over. Only Mitt, Kaido, Bullet and Charlotte Linlin stood still. I knew you would join forces. Roger raised his sword. Then let me see it. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Charlotte Linlin at extremely fast speed. Charlotte Linlin didn't expect Roger to be so fast and had to dodge back. But she was too slow and was overtaken by Roger in no time. Mitt took action like lightning, his blue sword flashed, and he stopped in front of Roger. Roger naturally swung his sword to scatter, giving Charlotte Linlin a chance to take action. Burning in flames, Charlotte Linlin's helmet spewed out a huge amount of flames, instantly surrounding the space around Roger. At the same time, she quickly pressed towards Roger, her momentum was like a rainbow, like Mount Tai pressing down on top. The ground began to shake violently, and Mitt continued to strike, hitting several thunderbolts. Roger's whole body was covered with a light red light, and then suddenly exploded. While the red light bounced the flame away, Roger jumped into the air and dodged Mitt and Linlin's attacks. Roger's intelligence is extremely powerful, and he also has powerful skills such as intelligence and killing. Therefore, it is naturally very difficult to hit him directly, and you can only keep approaching. Seeing that Mitt and the three were already fighting, Kaido and Bullet were also eager to try. They rushed to Pluton Rayleigh without hesitation and burst out with all their energy. Upon seeing this, Pluton Rayleigh knew that he had to defeat Kaido and Bullet before he could move forward. At the same time, people from the Charlotte family also rushed to the scene. Katakuri struck Pluton Rayleigh with a blow and landed next to Kaido and Bullet. Pluton Rayleigh, don't even think about getting even closer. He gritted his teeth. Perospero also rushed over, his spirit was highly tense and he was about to explode with strength at any time. Kaido laughed when he saw this. Haha, it seems that we both need to join forces for a good time. Shut up, Katakuri said coldly, his face gloomy. For those of you who have defeated Roger, it will be your turn next. Kaido smiled incredulously and pointed the mace at the opponent. Then let's wait and see. Thunder 8 trigrams. Heavy lightning strikes hit Pluton Rayleigh hard. This move contains considerable power. Even Pluton Rayleigh did not dare to neglect and quickly drew his sword to stop him. The sound of the bang was like a signal, and the Charlotte family also launched a direct attack. In an instant, the three parties were fighting each other, with screams, explosions, and ground shaking coming one after another. Someone within the kingdom of Todo Land has prevented all civilians from evacuating. To them, it is no different than the end of the world. Mitt and Roger's battle continues. Roger still relied on his strong sense of knowledge to deal with the attacks of Mitt and Charlotte Linlin at the same time. In fact, his defense is not as strong as Mitt and Charlotte Linlin, but his dodge ability is extremely strong. In addition, each sword can cause huge destructive power, which is very powerful. Charlotte Linlin was furious and kept attacking Roger. Her eyes were red, she was breathing heavily, and she howled from time to time. This situation is like a demon from hell. Mitt originally cooperated well with her, but the other party became more and more crazy. Even Charlotte Linlin started to destroy everything in front of her without distinguishing between friend and foe with every move she made. Cracks in the ground were shaken out, countless trees collapsed, and flames ignited the surrounding area. In an instant, there was already a flame all around, and the hot temperature seemed to dry everything out. Roger. Charlotte Linlin yelled and hit Roger with all her strength. Hakoku. She used the giant's special move, and it was even more powerful. A huge shock wave went straight towards Roger, and even the space was shattering. Roger's face changed slightly. It was not easy for him to avoid such a huge attack. So he swung his sword to fight back, focusing his red sword light to forcefully break through the huge shock wave. Mitt suddenly stopped at this time, and electric light flashed all over his body. Charlotte Linlin has lost her mind now, and he will definitely be affected if he goes up again. Ji Shen Shu, Roger shouted. His move was extremely powerful, and it actually created a breakthrough. Taking advantage of this breakthrough, Roger's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were red and she slapped her face without hesitation. But before she could react, she received a heavy blow to the chest from God. With a puff, a sea of blood sprayed from Charlotte Linlin's chest, and her entire body was knocked away. Even a steel balloon can't withstand Roger's slashing attack. At the same time, Mitt had appeared in front of Roger. Roger was startled. He didn't even notice Mitt approaching. Advertisement. What? Roger was surprised and quickly moved back. But Mitt still caught up with him and slashed at Roger with his sword. Roger could only draw his knife to resist, and used his momentum to suppress it. His observation Haki exploded again, trying to predict Mitt's next move. But the strange thing is that Roger couldn't predict it. Before he could continue to think, Mitt slashed at him again, faster than before. Without the ability to predict, Roger can only continue to resist. In an instant, Roger switched from offense to defense and was firmly suppressed by Mitt. How is that possible? Red-haired Shanks was shocked when he saw Roger's condition. Roger, who was like a god in his mind, could fight in such a miserable manner. Damn it, Mitt, the Thunder Emperor, is so powerful, red-haired Shanks said through gritted teeth as he struggled to repel the enemy's attack. The young Buggy hurriedly avoided the attack and rushed to the side of the red-haired Shanks. Buggy shouted, "This is Thunder Emperor Mitt, the culprit of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 8 years ago. Of course he is powerful. No matter how powerful he is still no match for Roger." The red-haired Shanks raised his head and said, "Only Roger can go to Raftel and become the Pirate King." The red-haired Shanks spoke enthusiastically. In his mind, Roger was invincible. It's a pity that Roger is still in the midst of a bitter battle and doesn't even have room to speak. Mitt not only firmly blocked the direction he avoided, but his attacks became more and more fierce. The reason why he was able to break through Roger's knowledge was to predict the opponent's actions. Mainly because of Thunder Fruit's ability to strengthen itself with lightning power for a short period of time. This is different from elementalization, but uses lightning to stimulate the body and combines lightning with Haki. So Mitt can explode in a short period of time, and it will get faster and faster. He knew that Roger relied on his superb swordsmanship and quick intelligence to fight, so he had to be stronger than his opponent. You can't even have the thought of retreating, you must move forward without hesitation and use your body to fight the opponent's body. With this idea in mind, Mitt's attack became even more desperate, completely abandoning his own defense. Even though Roger's slashed across his body, Kaishi still didn't stop attacking. Such a crazy style of play made Roger miserable, and he could only try to find ways to deal with it. They fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sea. The aftermath of the battle alone was extremely terrifying. The rocks on the ground were destroyed by the aftermath, and the fish and sea kings on the seabed were all spared. The sky has long been cloudless and has been shaking continuously. The ground is shaking, the sea is shaking, and the space is shaking. Lightning and storm raged, and the whole world changed color. Red and blue collided with each other, making it impossible for anyone to get close to them. Charlotte Linlin jumped out of the giant pit, looking crazy. She originally wanted to join the battle, but no matter whether it was fire or lightning, she couldn't get close to them. At this time, Mitt and Roger no longer allow anyone to interfere. The air pressure they generate between each other continues to spread outwards. The waves on the sea were rough, and tsunamis hit one after another, but were dispersed by shock waves. As soon as the sea of fire ignited, it was doused by the sea water. As soon as the sea water was extinguished, the fire snake began to swim again. The entire sea area around Wangguo formed whirlpools, and any passing ships or fish would be torn into pieces. But at this time, dense black spots appeared on the skyline. At the moment, a tall warship was riding the wind and waves, rushing towards the direction of Wangguo. The bow of this warship is carved in the shape of a dog's head, and a man wearing a dog head hat is standing on the deck at the moment. He crossed his arms and exuded a chilling aura. Anyone who sees this man will not doubt his power. At this time, the man was staring closely at the sea ahead, with a confident smile on his face. "I didn't expect you to be here, Roger." "Report, sir." A Marine major came over and saluted the other party. "We're almost at Toto land, but the waves ahead are rough and we can't get close." Major Marine's tone was urgent, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He obviously couldn't figure out how to break through. There is something wrong with the situation in the kingdom of Toto land now. If we take action directly, I am afraid that we will alert the enemy. Hearing his subordinates say this, the man chuckled. "Don't worry, I have a way. Go forward, let Lousy move forward." Major Marine did not dare to neglect, straightened his back immediately, and said in a loud voice. "Yes." The man looked at the sea ahead, with a fiery light shining in his eyes. "Roger and Mitt, none of you can leave today." At this time, the battle between Roger and Mitt continued, causing huge damage to the surroundings in a short period of time. Both the Charlotte family and the Roger pirates had to avoid the aftermath of their battle. Everyone knows that they cannot intervene in the current situation and can only wait until the battle is over. Kaido and Bullet fought against Pluton, Rayleigh and other pirates together, and they were evenly matched for a while. Of course, this is because there are people from the Charlotte family, otherwise it would still be difficult for just the two of them. After all, there are only two people, Kaido and Bullet, and they are not as good as the Roger pirates, who are all masters. Just when Kaido knocked away Pluton Rayleigh's attack with a stick, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. Bullet, like Kaido, swept forward at the same time. Advertisement. Pluton Rayleigh and others also noticed something was wrong and immediately stepped back. An extremely powerful shock wave swept over and plowed the entire Thoth kingdom. A huge sound erupted in the air, almost deafening everyone's ears. Faced with this situation, even others present had to stop fighting and concentrate on defense. This impact was delivered by both Mitt and Roger. They had already raised their momentum too. Vertex. After the battle, two black shadows landed at the same time. At this time, the surroundings were already in a mess, with cracks, rubble, and bare rocks everywhere. Mitt had just left some wounds on Roger's body, and the other party seized on a flaw and made a sudden move. The two sides collided, were injured at the same time, and fell to the ground. Mitt's right shoulder, chest and left thigh were bleeding with blood and sword marks. His injury looked more serious than Roger's, but Mitt's face remained calm. I saw Mitt gently flicking the famous sword Phoenix in his left hand, and a blue-yellow flame quickly covered him. When Roger saw this situation, his face suddenly darkened. As he expected, Mitt's injuries recovered visibly after the flames covered him. This is the power of the Phoenix fruit, it can recover quickly even if it is injured. The flames quickly dissipated, revealing Mitt's confident face. In this battle, both sides are still neck and neck. Taking a deep breath, red-haired Shanks and Clown Buggy both stared at the scene. Their eyes were full of shock, and their bodies remained motionless. This is the realm of masters, and it is not something they can achieve now. Thunder Emperor Mitt, so awesome. Buggy the Clown opened his mouth wide, not hiding his shock. Katakuri and Perospero looked at each other, feeling surprised. They were certain that they would never be able to cope with the kind of battle just now. This is the domain of top masters, and it's not their turn to step into it yet. Haha. Pluton Rayleigh laughed and sighed. I knew it would be like this. It seems that Mitt has been improving in the past 8 years. Pluton Rayleigh thought that Mitt had been staying on Beehive Island for 8 years, and at least his progress would not be that fast. But looking at it today, the opponent was already able to fight Roger inextricably. You must know that Roger's progress has been extremely rapid in the past 8 years, and it can be said that he has reached his peak. As a result, the gap with Mitt was still not widened, not to mention that the opponent obviously still had room for improvement. In this case, even Pluton Rayleigh had to admit that Mitt was really awesome. Kaido and Bullet were also smiling. They naturally had great confidence in Mitt. Even if the opponent is the legendary Roger, Mitt will not fall behind. The smile on Roger's face continued, and he seemed not to be affected by the current situation. He said with a smile, "You've made so much progress, I can't stand it anymore. These two weapons will be a great improvement for you." Roger showed admiration to Mitt, and what he just said was sincere. Mitt responded with a smile and said seriously, "Roger, I know this is far from your strength. Pressure area. Let's take advantage of this opportunity and continue fighting." That's right, Mitt plans to continue fighting with Roger. In order to improve himself and compete in the future, Mitt will not miss any opportunity to compete. The fastest way to improve your strength is to fight opponents who are on par with you. What's more, Mitt can get too few points now, so he must find a strong enough opponent. It can be said that there are not many people in the entire ocean who can be Mitt's opponent. Upon seeing this, Charlotte Linlin jumped up next to Mitt with anger on her face. Don't ignore me, Roger. She is worthy of being a steel balloon, and her physique is extremely strong. Even if she tries to avoid it, it will be fine. The bleeding that just started has stopped a long time ago, and now it seems that it has no impact at all. Roger looked at Charlotte Linlin and continued to smile. Of course, I haven't forgotten the purpose of coming here. Linlin, when we win, you have to bring out the historical text. HMPH. Roger was answered by Charlotte Linlin's cold snort. Immediately afterwards, Charlotte Linlin's momentum burst out again, and only Homits quickly surrounded her. Mitt, I will continue to stop Roger, you move from behind. Charlotte Linlin said solemnly. After she calmed down, she naturally showed some leadership style. Through the observation just now, Linlin knew that only Mitt could break through Roger's defense circle. That's why she said that. Mitt nodded slightly, also bursting with momentum, and shining thunder and lightning quickly covered his body. The atmosphere at the scene quickly became tense again, and the ground began to shake. Pluton Rayleigh, Kaido and others retreated further away at the same time to avoid being affected by the battle between the three of them. The battle between three masters who stand at the top of the world cannot be ignored no matter who they are. Of course, Kaido, Bullet and Pluton Rayleigh have not used their full strength until now. If they also explode with all their strength, I am afraid that the entire world will be destroyed. So Kaido smiled and said to